collapses while crying. All right, I'll kill you if that's what you want. Martha leaped like a frog and assaulted Run-On. Ooh, the first team leader is fighting against the second team leader. This match also looks interesting. The Light Wind members waved their fists while watching Run-On and Martha push each other. Even though the spar between Rayon and Mustin was about to start, they didn't look nervous at all. It was proof of their complete trust in their vice squad leader. Rayon was standing on the snowfield with the Light Wind squad's unconditional trust. Mustin was rolling his murderous eyes while walking towards him from the opposite side. If unrelated people saw this, they would think that I am in the wrong. It was ridiculous how he was glaring despite picking a fight. Rayon knew about his excessive jealousy, but he didn't expect him to be so unreasonable. I was going to put up with him, but he crossed the line. He intended to overlook the aggressive behavior because the sword demon had helped him a lot, but he couldn't be patient anymore after he insulted Rimmer. You are right about that. Our squad leader is indeed an idiot. A distant smile appeared on Rayon's face as he placed his hand on Heavenly Drive's scabbard. However, the Light Wind squad is the only one that can say such a thing. Even if he deserves to be criticized, we are the ones doing it. You have no right to say that. An extremely cold atmosphere was emerging from his light-hearted smile. I'll teach you to stop running your mouth since Sir Rector failed to do so. I already told you to stop saying my master's name. Mustin barked and drew his sword. Intense pressure was emerging from the blade pointed at Rayon. All right, we don't need any warm-up. Wrath suddenly popped out from the bracelet when Rayon twisted his lips and drew Heavenly Drive. He's slightly dangerous. Wrath briefly licked his lips while glancing over Mustin. Why is he dangerous? The emotion of envy engulfing him has intensified to a dangerous extent. Emotions like wrath, sloth, and envy are related to the primitive power of demons, and the extent of his emotion is about to reach that primitive part. Wrath shook his head, saying that there must have been something wrong with Mustin's head to begin with. It doesn't matter. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while pointing Heavenly Drive at Mustin, because he will be fixed once he gets beaten up. What? There's a saying that if something betrays your expectations, it might be because you need another beating. Was there a saying like that? Wrath tilted his head like an idiot and Mustin took preemptive action. Thud, Mustin kicked the ground violently without even shouting. His footwork was extremely fast. He was under Rayon's nose in no time and raised his sword. He's fast, however speed is all he's got. Mustin's sword didn't have any power because he was too focused on speed. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive towards Mustin's sword, which was falling like lightning. He didn't even need to swing it. Just leaving it there with the principles of the heavy sword turned it into an impenetrable wall. Clong. Since Mustin's sword didn't have any power, it was blocked by Heavenly Drive and was unable to advance any further. HMPH. He seemed to have expected that his strike would be blocked, as he immediately pulled his sword back and changed the trajectory to swing upwards from below. His blue astral energy quivered from his blade and created a huge wave. So this must be the swordsmanship that he learned previously. Judging from the powerful light radiating from his blade, it must have been the Crimson Radiance sword art that was one of the sword demon's advanced sword techniques. The blade of light he swung incorporated the principles of the technical sword, powerful sword, swift sword, and severing sword. Thud, Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot and murmured the principles of the fangs of insanity. He thrust Heavenly Drive with the explosive strength rising from his femoral muscles and the 10,000 flames cultivation as heat dashing through his mana circuits. Clong, Heavenly Drive easily fended off Mustin's blow with the heavy strength dwelling in it. Mustin's wrist tilted like a sailboat in a turbulent ocean. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Mustin drop his jaw. He's weaker than expected. No, I must have gotten stronger. I am possible. Mustin strained his trembling wrist while violently grinding his teeth. He forcefully stopped the trembling and sent a barrage of strikes that were engulfed in thick astral energies. He'll sever his technique this time. Rayon unleashed. Glacier while taking a step toward Mustin. He unleashed the frozen aura rising from his fingertip through the wind. Clong, the principles of the severing sword inside the Lizard sword art shattered the trajectory of Mustin's blade and created a huge shockwave. Arg, Mustin's eyes widened as he looked at his sword that bounced back, and Rayon smacked his abdomen with his left fist. Smock, with a thundering noise that sounded like a bursting drum, Mustin was sent flying violently and rolled on the ground. He has a fast reaction at least. He managed to create a wall of aura in front of his abdomen to defend himself the moment his fist reached him. He was indeed the sword demon's disciple, after all. However, the impact must have been powerful because Mustin was grinding his teeth while trying to hide his pain despite his trembling shoulders. How? What are you even asking? You are simply too weak. Rayon carelessly shook his left fist and walked up to Mustin. Stop exaggerating and stand up. I haven't even gotten started yet. Rayon pushed the land with his right foot. He advanced elegantly through the Supreme Harmony steps. The moment the ground was caved in, Rayon could see Mustin's panicking eyes. Kring, Rayon added the principles of the fangs of insanity on Heavenly Drive's blade as it fell violently. The fangs of the savage beast were sharpened even further and revealed their ferocious bloodlust. Mustin hurriedly stepped back and thrust his sword. He was still attacking properly despite his panic. However, proper was only in his standard. Rayon engulfed the fangs of insanity with the principles of the swift sword. The crimson blade accelerated and violently pushed back Mustin's sword. Wham! Even though it was a clash of powers, the result was far too obvious. Crack! Mustin's strike bounced back as if it had hit a wall and fell apart. Heavenly Drive's advance was unhindered. Smock! The moment Heavenly Drive was about to cut through Mustin's neck, he turned the blade and smacked his shoulder with the side of the blade. Wham! Mustin was sent flying like a rubber ball and got slammed on the ground. A huge crater was created on the ground, and the snow covering the land fluttered into the air. Swoosh! Mustin couldn't return to his senses, and Rayon pulled Mustin's head as if he were pulling out a radish. Don't tell me you are already done. Rayon threw Mustin away as if he were a pebble, and he stood back up while faltering. Oh, of course not. Mustin lowered his posture and unleashed his aura to the maximum output. Rumble! The raging wave of astral energy melted the snow on the field, and the current of air was distorted. He has an amazing amount of aura at least. As expected of the disciple of Sword Demon, a tremendous amount of energy could be felt from him. He must consumed elixirs like water, but I never told you I'd sit here and wait until you finish gathering your power. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's second step to instantly pierce into Mustin's space. That's so underhanded. Your head is going to roll if you're planning to shout it's underhanded during a real battle. Rayon twisted his upper body to evade Mustin's strike before smacking his forehead with Heavenly Drive's side. Cough! Mustin collapsed on the spot like a marionette that had lost its string. Red blood was gushing from his mouth, showing how powerful the impact was. Creak! Rayon walked up to Mustin on the ground. His steps were making holes in the ground, which looked like skin where the flesh had been ripped off. Once spoken, words can't be retrieved. Rayon clenched his fist while looking down at Mustin. I'll beat you up exactly 100 times as a price for running your mouth. WHY 100. It's my arbitrary decision. Mustin tried to argue against him, but Rayon smacked the center of his face with his fist holding the sword. Smock! Rayon raised his index finger while looking at Mustin, who slammed onto the ground. That was the first hit. Kua! Mustin was covering his face and his whole body trembled. Why, you already hit me 4 times though. I'm pretty bad at math. A frightening light sparked from his eyes as Rayon raised his chin. You can count each time you get hit if you don't want to die. Millen looked outside the window while clinking whiskey glasses with the Sword Demon. The two boys seemed to be fighting. Millen smiled faintly after he took a sip from the whiskey. Ha! The Sword Demon quietly sighed while putting down his glass. I did expect this to happen, but it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth now that it actually happened. It's always been a difficult task to raise a disciple. I understand you. Millen nodded, saying that he'd gone through various hardships while raising Tyrion, who was his son and successor at the same time. Is it supposed to be difficult? Rimmer tilted his head while digging into a whole chicken that was presented as a side dish. But our little Rayon did everything on his own. He got stronger on his own and gained achievements on his own. Ha ha ha. He smiled like an idiot, saying that he thought disciples grew on their own. This guy. Millen's hand holding the glass was trembling in frustration, but he couldn't deny it. After all, he'd also seen how Rayon acted and grew up without anyone's help in Habun Castle. I don't understand how a punk like him gained such a nice disciple. The world is so unfair, don't you think? Millen looked at the Sword Demon with a frown, but he looked happy, a faint smile on his face for some reason. Sir Rector? Ah, my bad. The Sword Demon slowly nodded. Rayon is indeed an amazing boy, but I like my disciple the most. He said that Mustin was just narrow-minded and wasn't exactly a bad person. By the way, I wonder who's going to win the fight. Rimmer danced with his shoulders while eating a yellow apple. Everyone could tell from the wily look in his eyes that he was asking the question despite knowing the answer. Are you really asking that when you already know the answer? You have a bad personality, unlike your disciple. Rayon is obviously going to win. The Sword Demon asserted and guzzled down his whiskey. They would have been an equal match back at House Arian, but there's a huge difference between them now. Mustin can't win against Rayon in his current state. He briefly sighed and shook his head. Are you planning to leave them alone despite knowing that fact? My disciple needs to experience a proper defeat. That's true. He needs to learn his lesson now in order to avoid getting slain later on. Rimmer nodded while giggling. Does that mean that you trust Rayon? Indeed, considering his personality, I believe he won't leave any aftereffects despite how violent he might be. The Sword Demon said that he obviously trusted Rayon because he had a gentle and cheerful personality. My boy isn't that gentle, though. Rimmer's chin trembled as he rubbed the area around his eyes that was previously bruised because of Rayon's beating. He even beats up his own teacher. Mustin's hands holding his sword were trembling as he bit his lip. Rayon was slowly walking towards him, and he looked like a death god from the netherworld. What's going on? Why is it impossible to block his attacks? While his own strikes were destroyed like pieces of paper, Rayon's strikes pierced into his astral energy like a sharpened awl. He couldn't understand why there was such a huge difference between them. They were definitely around the same realm. Damn it. His body was in tatters because he had already been beaten more than 30 times. He wouldn't even be able to swing his sword anymore if he were damaged any further. I don't understand. Why am I losing even though I've made sure to memorize his techniques? He dememorized Rayon's flows and trajectories while watching his practice alongside his master, yet he was still losing. He was unable to comprehend it. You look like you can't understand. Rayon raised his sword while walking towards him. Keep feeling with your body if you don't understand. His sword suddenly dropped as he spoke. He was using the intuition sword called the Fangs of Insanity. Mustin had already analyzed its techniques and flow of aura. I can block it. He was planning to fend it off with the severing sword and soft sword because Rayon's attack was a mixture of speed, power, and heaviness. Clang! He should have been able to stop or deflect it midway, but Rayon's technique kept rushing like a boar. Even though the flow and form were the same, the nature of his martial art itself had changed. No way. Mustin's eyes trembled like butterfly wings under the rain. Did you manage to improve one step further beyond my master's advice? It looked like Rayon managed to improve his swordsmanship even further by using his master's advice as a foundation. That was the only way to explain the situation. You finally noticed. Rayon casually nodded. Sir Rector told you that the intuition sword can use various principles depending on the situation. I've only been using the principles that can target your weakness so far. Ah. Mustin bit his lip. Rayon's words vaguely reminded him of his master's advice. You ended up like that because you were only focused on my sword instead of your master. You didn't even listen to your master's advice despite warning me to stop approaching your master. Shut up. He kicked the ground with a violent outburst of his boiling rage. I need to finish him off right now. He mustered all of his aura and unleashed the special technique of the Crimson Radiant Sword Art, Soul-Stealing Radiance. WOM, Soul-Stealing Radiance was a stabbing technique that moved at the speed of light. It was an extremely advanced strike with great precision. Spark. Rayon's eyes sparked as the Soul-Stealing Radiance approached him. This one is rather decent. It was the most powerful technique from Mustin so far. If Rayon were still an advanced master, he would have had difficulty defending against it. However, that's not the case anymore. Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive while advancing towards the glimmering blue light of the tip of Mustin's sword. Whap! The fire dragon's breath burst from his blade to engulf the sharp blue light. Crack! The brilliant astral energy of Mustin's sword melted down, and his thin blade snapped in half like a branch. Ah. It's not over yet. Mustin was bewildered, and Rayon raised his knee to smack his chin. Smock! Mustin couldn't regain his balance and violently fell to the ground. Ack! He screamed while covering his mouth, and Rayon raised his index and middle fingers while looking down at him. So this is the second hit. We have 98 more hits to go. What are you talking about? You've already hit me more than 30 Timsomion, someone. I clearly told you to count it. You should have told me how many times it was every time you got beaten. Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive with a frightening smile on his face. Clench your teeth unless you want to eat nothing but soup for the rest of your life. You will still lose your teeth, though. Smock! The snowfield trembled from the sound of the impact of Rayon's fist, which gave the impression that Rayon's fist had pierced through Mustin's face. Shouldn't we stop him? Burin swallowed nervously while looking at Mustin, who had collapsed like a doll with a broken leg. He's really going to die at this rate. Unlike Rayon, who was still brimming with energy, Mustin couldn't even raise his fist anymore. His eyes had lost focus like a rotten fish. He seemed to have lost all of his strength and will to resist. Leave them alone. It's his responsibility. Martha snorted while looking at Rayon, but he's the sword demon's disciple. Why are you such a chicken? He's not going to die from that. There's no way I wouldn't be worried when he's been beaten 60 times already. It's going to be a huge problem if he dies. There's no way that Weasel is going to lose his composure. He looks like he's angry, but he must have a proper plan. She murmured that nothing bad was going to happen. She seemed to completely trust Rayon. He's not, though. Run-On shook her head while puffing her cheeks up like a frog. What do you mean he is not? He's angry. What, Rayon? He is really angry. She raised her finger and pointed at Rayon's eyes. Burin and Martha looked at where she was pointing and examined Rayon's eyes. It's true. He does look furious. Their shoulders trembled as they realized that Rayon's eyes were filled with madness, just like when he led the Mad Dog Squad. Those eyes, they are the same as during the focus enhancement training. I am having a flashback. Why is our vice squad leader so angry? I know, right? Why is he even fighting him to begin with? The Light Wind squad became curious about why they were sparring and looked around. I didn't hear anything either. Even Dorian shook his head since he didn't know why they were fighting. I know the reason. The leader of the 3rd scouting party of Habon Castle, Raiden, raised his hand. The Sword Demon's disciple apparently told Rayon that his master was an idiot. Everyone from the Light Wind squad fell silent. They glared at Mustin with their eyes glowing with madness just like Rayon. Our squad leader is an idiot. Did he really insult our teacher? That rude bastard. Shall we join him and beat him up? The Light Wind swordsmen looked like they were going to join the fight at any moment but suddenly stopped. But that's actually true, isn't it? It is. Our squad leader is kind of an idiot. He's not just kind of, he's a real idiot. It's not a big deal then. He's right after all. They relaxed as they realized Mustin wasn't exactly wrong. Yeah, he is right, so fucking right. Martha bared her teeth while glaring at the Light Wind squad. All of us know that he is an idiot, but we are the only ones who can say that. She clenched her fist, saying that she should have been the one beating Mustin. I agree. I can understand why Rayon got so angry. Burin nodded while looking at Rayon. We are the only ones who can insult him. It's outrageous to think that someone else would do the same. However, he let out a groan and started biting his nails. He's really going to die at this rate. Maybe I should stop him now. Let him die, he deserves it. I would cut his head off from the beginning if it were me. Martha licked her lips in regret because she wasn't the one fighting. It's fine. Run-On shook her head while poking her head out from the wall to watch the scene below. Rayon isn't mad anymore. She blinked while watching Rayon, who was smacking Mustin's waist. Are you sure it's fine? He will stop before it gets serious now. Rayon chuckled while listening to Run-On's voice. She always looks blank, but she actually noticed. How surprising. Run-On was right. He'd let himself get engulfed with madness on purpose to beat Mustin up, but his anger subsided when the Light Wind squad got angry in his stead. He's in complete tatters. Wrath shook his head while looking at Mustin's body, which was as limp as a rag. Is that emotion of envy you previously mentioned gone now? There's no way to tell since he's already fainted. Wrath frowned, saying that pain was the only thing he could see because Mustin was in a state worse than death because of Rayon. Your talent is too good to stay on this land no matter how you look at it. Wrath's serious eyes sparkled as he grabbed Rayon's shoulders. Let's go to Devildom with the King of Essence. You shall be able to ascend to a new throne of Demon King as the monarch of mockery and violence. I don't want a salesperson here. Rayon pushed Wrath back and looked down on Mustin. It must have been resolved. This proves once again that violence solves everything. He picked Mustin's head up and met his eyes. Did you count how many times I hit you? 78 times. But you only counted up to 7 times. That's because I couldn't even open my mouth. That's your problem, so we have 93 more to go, right? Rayon clenched his fist with a frightening smile on his face. I did count, though. You didn't since I couldn't hear it. Rayon clenched his fist and smacked Mustin's side. Smock. Along with the huge sound of an exploding ball, Mustin leaned forward like a shrimp and screamed while suffocating. His pain was showing on his face because he couldn't even breathe properly. You are the very definition of a mad dog. You are the only one who can bring a new tide to Devildom. Be quiet. Rayon ignored Wrath and trampled upon Mustin's head. Just like you cherish your master, other people also cherish their masters. It's still true even if the master in question is a gambling addict, a drunkard, a lazybones, a money grubber, and an idiot with protagonist syndrome. Why you are also blatantly insulting him right now? I am telling you that I am the only one who can insult my master. Rayon smashed Mustin's temple with his heel. Qa. Mustin was unable to endure the pain and hung his head, his eyes rolled back. Woa, good job. We are the only ones who can insult our squad leader, that fucking gambling addict. A slippery elf that can survive anywhere. The only existence who is a disgrace to the elven race and Sieghart at the same time. The Light Wind squad excitedly waved their hands while insulting Rimmer. That was pretty refreshing, but... Rayon scratched his cheek while watching Mustin, who was limping like a broken toy. What should I do about this now? Millen put down his glass and looked outside the window. It must be over since they fell quiet. Yes, they must come to a conclusion, even though it took longer than I expected. The sword demon nodded and poured a drink into Millen's glass. Are you sure you aren't going to go outside to check? He must have lost, according to your guess. I believe we just need to wait here since they should be coming here. He smiled faintly. He seemed to have noticed that Rayon's presence was approaching them. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while eating a small piece of pineapple. About your disciple, I think he's rather severely injured. It's fine. I honestly was hoping that Mustin would experience a thorough defeat. The sword demon smoothed down his beard with an unruffled expression on his face. Ever since his childhood, my disciple has been in an environment where everyone had to pamper him. He should finally learned his lesson now since he was defeated twice by Rayon, who is weaker than himself. What if the defeat was painful? I just told you that I was hoping he would be thoroughly defeated. No, that's not what I meant. What are you going to do if he's beaten up into a bad shape? Rimmer was trying to ask what he was worried about, but a knocking sound could be heard. It's Rayon. Can I enter? You may enter. Millen put down the side dish he was about to eat and responded. Creak. The worn door let out a scream as it opened up, and Rayon entered while carrying the unconscious Mustin on his back. I ended up sparring with the swordsman Mustin due to a small argument, and he lost consciousness because I went a bit too hard on him. I am sorry. Rayon glanced at Mustin on his back before he bowed. It's fine. The sword demon smiled faintly and shook his head. It's normal for children to fight as they grow up. Don't worry about it. But he fainted from getting beaten up too much. Did you cut his limbs? I didn't. In that case, it's fine. He's rather tanky both mentally and physically, and it's better to thoroughly beat him up when it comes down to it. But I went a bit too far. I already told you it's fine. I'm actually thankful to you for fighting him to the best of your ability. He casually drank his whiskey. He looked like he was really fine with it. You can return since I'll take care of Mustin myself. You must still have lots of things to do. Understood. Ah, wait. The sword demon raised his sword when Rayon was about to put Mustin down with a reluctant expression. May I ask why you ended up fighting? He insulted my master. He insulted me. Rimmer pointed at himself with round eyes. What did he say? He called him an idiot. Ha. The sword demon sighed deeply and stood up. I am sorry. It's my fault for bringing him up so badly. He immediately lowered his head at Rimmer. Idiot, huh? Rimmer frowned and put down his dish containing a grilled duck. Calling me an idiot isn't actually wrong. He managed to notice that at a glance. That's amazing. He nonchalantly started eating the grilled duck, saying that Mustin was extremely sharp-sighted. Squad leader. Rayon stared at Rimmer. His face blatantly looked like he was looking at something pathetic. Ha, you are nice for saying that, but I still feel bad about it. I am really sorry. The sword demon's expression remained serious despite Rimmer's joke, and he apologized politely. And Rayon, you should beat him up to the point where he couldn't even stand up. I beat him a lot, though. Instead of just making him faint, you should have crushed his mouth so he wouldn't be able to run his mouth anymore. I crushed it. I'll make sure to educate him so he won't be able to run his mouth anymore after he wakes up. Trust me. He shook his hand, telling him he did a good job and that he could leave. Understood. Rayon put Mustin down and bowed at the three men before leaving the room. Ha. The sword demon sighed and went to Mustin. Hey, pathetic punk. Consider yourself lucky, huh? His jaw dropped upon seeing Mustin, who was lying down like seaweed covering a rock. He got beaten up a lot. Actually, a bit too much. Despite his expectations, Mustin looked as broken as a house abandoned for over 10 years. His limbs were still attached, but not a single spot remained intact from his head to his toes. Is it even possible for a human being to be beaten up to this point? Killing him would have been easier. He was surprised at how perfectly he was beaten up. The sword demon had told Rayon to beat him up more, but Mustin really would have died or become handicapped if he got beaten up even further. I told you. The sword demon averted his gaze in bewilderment, and Rimmer sighed deeply. Rayon really is a mad dog. He even beats his master up if he gets angry. Rayon left the Castellan's mansion and went to the branch of Frost. The pub was already noisy inside because the Light Wind squad had arrived before him after watching the spar. I missed this taste. This pub is the best at making stews and set menus. Dorian smiled happily while tasting the meat stew made by the manager. It is indeed delicious. I can understand why you bragged about it so much. It's not just the pizza. The food is just delicious here. I can understand why you are so good at cooking. The Light Wind members smiled happily while tasting the various food items prepared on the table. What are you waiting for? Wrath pointed at the table while sticking his tongue out like a puppy. Sit down already and start eating. You are fully aware that the King of Essence loves the food from this store. He pounded on Rayon's shoulder, scolding him for trying to look impressive instead of eating the prepared dishes. I didn't come here to eat, though. You should still eat even if you didn't. Please just eat already. You need to gain some weight because you are too skinny. I'm not exactly skinny. You are just too fat. Rayon grabbed Wrath's jiggly belly as he spoke. You are here. Yua walked out from the kitchen while Rayon was stretching Wrath's belly fat like cheese. The way her twin tails fluttered into the air with a bandana on her head reminded him of their first encounter. Benefactor. Even the manager came out upon hearing Yua's voice. He lowered his head while shaking the flour from his hands. Please take a seat. I've prepared the pineapple pizza and pineapple cookies that you liked during your stay. He told him to wait a moment since he'd increased their quality even further and returned to the kitchen. Grandpa said that he made a new recipe of pineapple pizza and pineapple cookie for the young Master Rayon. Pineapple pizza and pineapple cookie. You like them, don't you? Yua smiled, saying that he was getting special treatment. Please sit down and wait since they will be here soon enough. She pointed at the seat next to Dorian, who was busy drinking his stew. Pineapple pizza. Do you like stuff like that? Martha furrowed her brow while biting her pizza full of meat. It should have been expected when he ate those mint chocolate ice creams. He has a terrible taste. Pineapple on a pizza. It's as bad as eating apples with peanut butter. Burin also sneered while shaking his head. Their tastes suck. Run-on pouted and defended Rayon while everyone else laughed at him. Mint chocolates are delicious. Of course, she was defending mint chocolate instead of the pineapple pizza. Rayon sighed while looking at the cotton candy floating next to him. I'll be known as a strange eater because of you. It's their tongues that have a problem. Pineapple pizza is the best pizza of them all. It's not bad, but I prefer the simple cheese pizza. By the way, don't you think that peanut butter would be nice on an apple like Shitty Eyes mentioned? Please stop. He was still thinking about more food despite the situation. The cotton candy's appetite was truly limitless. Anyway, sit down already. You can't ignore Pineapple Girl and the manager's gratitude. Wrath tapped on Rayon's back with his round hand. He managed to get a perfect excuse to eat. Ha. Rayon sighed and sat at the table. Yua brought out a large pizza. Rayon could guess he really had prepared in advance from how fast it was ready. Here you go. It should be delicious since Grandpa was confident about it. His mouth watered upon seeing the steamy pizza. The toppings had become even more diverse than before, and he could tell at a glance that it would be delicious. Hurry up. Put it in your mouth already. Quick. Saliva was gushing from Wrath's mouth like a broken dam. Rayon shook his head and picked up one pizza slice. The cheese was extending like a rubber band, and he put it in his mouth. The sweetness of the baked pineapple, the saltiness of the pork and beef, and the nutty flavor of shrimp created harmony, and his mouth was brimming with delight with every bite. Wow, Wrath exclaimed and tapped the table with his small fist. The mixture between the countless toppings and baked pineapple is amazing. He smiled happily, saying that he would have died already if it weren't for that moment of joy. He's still so bad at describing the taste. The pineapple pizza was far more delicious than before, but Wrath's description was still so bad that it almost sounded cruel for the food. Dorian. Rayon finished eating the pizza slice he picked up and called for Dorian, who was eating desserts next to him. Do you have a pillow and a blanket by any chance? I do, of course. I want the finest ones instead of ordinary ones. I have all of them, from the lowest quality goods with rough texture to the best ones. They are necessities, after all. Dorian smiled, saying that he even had all kinds of mattresses. Rayon couldn't understand what was even considered not a necessity for him. Pick the best ones and put one of each in here. You can take my gold as payment. Rayon took out a subspace pocket and showed it to Dorian. I'm fine with giving them to you, but why do you suddenly need bedding? You sleep perfectly fine on the ground, Vice Squad Leader. I'm not the one who is going to use them. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the shape of Stalin Mountain Peak, which could barely be seen from afar. They are presents for a certain sleepyhead. Run-On was crunching on her cookie and briskly raised her head. For me, no, not you. The next morning, the light wind swordsman entered the training ground at Rayon's summons. Weren't we supposed to rest until tomorrow? Burin was the first one who arrived, and he stood in front of the platform while rotating his stiff shoulders. I know, right? Why the hell is he calling us in the morning? Martha frowned without even trying to tame her bedhead. Yawn. Run-On didn't manage to wake up yet and yawned like a hippo with her eyes closed. Why is he calling us today? Did anyone hear about it? I don't know. He's just an impulsive guy. And why is the squad leader nowhere to be found ever since yesterday? The dark area under the eyes of the light wind swordsman showed how much they'd enjoyed the night before. I have a bad feeling about this. This can't be right. Dorian and Crane swallowed nervously while looking around them. Their sense of danger had them on high alert. Tap. While the light wind swordsmen were tilting their heads from the strangeness of the situation, Rayon came walking through the indoor training ground. Everyone's here. Rayon went on the platform with a faint smile on his face. You must be planning to bully them again since you have that evil smile on your face. Of course not. He had zero intention of bullying them. He just wanted their success from the bottom of his heart, even though it could get slightly violent. I told you to rest until tomorrow, didn't I? Rayon looked around at the tired expressions of the light wind swordsman with his arms crossed. Yes, you did. Stop disturbing our rest and go away already. Your presence here is scary because you can ask us to do something unreasonable. The light wind swordsmen furrowed their brows, telling him to stop disturbing their rest. Are you really going to rest, though? Rayon took a step towards the platform. What do you even mean? Are we really going to rest? The light wind swordsmen quickly blinked their eyes, unable to understand what he'd just said. I'm indeed planning to let you rest until tomorrow, but I'm asking whether you are really going to rest or not. Rayon looked down on the light wind swordsman with a frightening gaze. Are you really going to rest for 2 whole days when we've simply been traveling here without any battles? You still have a huge amount of sword techniques and footworks to learn, not to mention training to do, yet you are really going to rest. Once again, the world is teeming with enemies of Sieghart, yet you are going to rest again. Each time Rayon accentuated the again part, the light wind swordsmen hung their heads with trembling shoulders. Yes, it's understandable. You can rest. You can play around to your heart's content. It's also fine if you want to eat, sleep, and everything else. However, I am not sure you will be able to follow my training afterward if you play around so much, because it will become a real hell when that happens. It will be an inescapable living hell." Calling it hell must have been effective, since the light-wind swordsmen lowered their heads even further until they almost reached the ground. "I'll do it. I'll train, I'm doing it, okay. You should have just asked us to train instead of pretending to give us rest. That was so mean. Are you playing cat and mouse with us?" The light-wind swordsmen raised their heads defiantly while shouting. "Let me ask one more time." Rayon ignored the light-wind squad's angry shouts and raised his hand. "Who wants to play around today?" Naturally, no one raised their hand. "I'm deeply impressed as the vice squad leader because my squad members are volunteering to practice. I'm looking forward to your continued participation." Rayon spoke like a soldier and nodded in satisfaction. Does the word volunteer have a different meaning in the human realm compared to devildom? Wrath tilted his head while picking his ear with his round finger. "Damn it, he's a demon. No, he is a demon king. You won't die an easy death. Where are the demons? Bring him with you already." The light wind members shouted and scattered around the training ground to get ready to practice. "The King of Essence is sorry." Wrath hung his head like a defeated warrior. "The demons are dead, and the King of Essence is captured by him." Rayon supervised the light wind squad's training until noon before heading to the medical room where Mustin was hospitalized. Mustin hadn't managed to regain consciousness, and the sword demon was sitting next to him instead of a healer. "Is he doing better? It should take some time until he fully recovers, but his condition isn't too bad." The sword demon nodded awkwardly. He licked his lips while looking up at Rayon. "There won't be any major issue because you stopped right before causing aftereffects or endangering his life. I'm relieved to hear that. Did you learn how to beat people up by any chance? The way you screwed him up should be called an art at this point." He even used a vulgar word despite his appearance and gasped in amazement. "I am sorry. I must have gone too hard on him because he insulted my teacher. I have no excuse for that. I am sorry about it." Rayon blamed Mustin for insulting Rimmer because it was getting a bit awkward, and the sword demon closed his eyes tightly. "I'll scold him as soon as he wakes up since it's my fault for raising my disciple this way." The sword demon lowered his head, saying that he deserved to be blamed for that. "It's fine." Rayon shook his head and observed the sword demon. "He's a lot different from the rumors. Most rumors stated that the sword demon was as cold-hearted as the sharp look in his eyes, but staying with him allowed him to learn that he was a warrior with an excellent personality. Rayon couldn't understand why such a great man took a donkey as his disciple. "Please feed this to Mustin once he wakes up." Rayon placed the medicine he brought on the table. It was a medicine for healing internal injuries. It should help his recovery since he must got internal injuries from that. The sword demon gladly accepted the medicine. "I'll be back later." Rayon bowed to him and was about to return but suddenly stopped to look at the sword demon once again. "And please be more casual towards me. It makes me uncomfortable when a senior like you is so polite towards me." Rayon told him to speak more casually because the sword demon had been polite since the first encounter. "About that, I'll do it later." The sword demon shook his head. He looked like he had suddenly grown a few years older. "Understood." Rayon didn't pry any further because he seemed to have a reason behind it and left the medical room. The sword demon quietly sighed while looking at the door where Rayon had left. "He's grown up into a fine man." He smiled faintly while holding the wooden box containing the medicine that Rayon had brought. "I want to see her already." Rayon went to Millen's office after lunch. His office was as humble as before, but one thing was different. "What is that?" A fully drunk red-haired elf was fast asleep in a corner on the right, snoring away. He was drinking here and was the only one to collapse. Millen sighed while putting down his teacup. Sieghart's Sword of Light was such a cold-hearted man. I don't understand how he turned into such an idiot. He shook his head, saying that there was no limit to how much a man could be ruined. "I understand. Whenever I think he can't fall any lower, he just digs a cave underground." Rayon clicked his tongue while watching Rimmer, who was talking in his sleep while scratching his stomach. "I don't think you came to see that drunkard. What brought you here?" Millen pushed the documents on the desk to the side and raised his head. "I'd like to ask a question." "A question? Yes. Did the number of monsters decrease recently?" "I could barely find any. I also wanted to talk about that." Slammed the table with his palm and nodded. "Curiously, the number of monsters visibly decreased after you left. Even the monsters from the waves became twice as small in number compared to before. You must have been our lucky charm." He walked up to Rayon and grabbed his hands while expressing his gratitude. He's my lucky charm, my money, my god of wealth, but where did my money go?" Since Rimmer started to flounder while talking in his sleep, Rayon simply kicked him away into a corner. "I'm glad to hear that." Rayon smiled while meeting Millen's excited gaze. He kept his promise. Rayon had asked Sloth to manage the monsters, and he must reduce the numbers to a reasonable degree. He must be still around. What a relief, since there was no way that lazy Demon King would keep doing that work after he left. He must have still been at the peak of Stalin Mountain. Stalin Mountain, why would you? I just want to check it out since it's been a while. I also want to confirm the decrease in numbers from the monsters. I'll get the scouts ready. Millen nodded in acknowledgement. No, I'd like to go on my own. I'd like to travel quickly and the scouts won't be able to catch up to me. I guess it's fine since you're the person who is most accustomed to the mountain among us. He shook his hand, saying that he trusted him. I'll be back soon. Rayon lowered his head and went to the door. Ah, wait, Millen pointed at Rimmer, who was snoring in his sleep. Take that with you on the way back. Rayon shrugged his shoulders with a sour look on his face. I don't know him. Hey. Rayon prepared for a light trip and left Habon Castle. Standing on a white snowfield where no one had stepped before made him feel lighthearted. This place is the best for the snow. Since the snow in that location was the whitest in the world, even the sensation of stepping on it was nice. Let's go. He didn't even need to try to remember and immediately used footwork towards Stalin Mountain, which could be seen from afar. It will be a decent footwork practice. Since Stalin Mountain was relatively far away, Rayon figured he would practice footwork on the way instead of simply using it. Rayon mixed the Supreme Harmony steps with various martial arts as he advanced towards Stalin Mountain. Because he'd become a lot stronger than before, he managed to reach the entrance of Stalin Mountain before the middle of the night despite having practiced on the way. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking up at the mountain. The number of monsters really has decreased. There were originally countless powerful monsters around Stalin Mountain, but he couldn't feel that many presences anymore. It was exactly as Millen had described. I wonder how he did it, it's obvious. Wrath frowned while looking up at Stalin Mountain. He made them fall asleep. Fall asleep. Sloth spread the energy of sloth to make the monsters fall asleep. He murmured that Sloth was such a crazy sleepyhead because of how he reduced their numbers by making them sleep. He made them sleep. Rayon examined the monsters more carefully by activating perception of the snow flower. Wrath was right. The monsters were sleeping as soundly as a bear. It's true. Spreading the energy of sloth around the mountain to make the monsters fall asleep was such a peculiar yet effective method. Amazing. Rayon chuckled and climbed Stalin Mountain. GRRR. Key, however, a group of ice trolls appeared upon noticing the scent of humans because Sloth hadn't made all of them fall asleep. GRR. Key. They looked like they were going to attack him at any moment with the clubs in their hands, but they came to a halt upon meeting Rayon's eyes. GRR. Kaya. Even though Rayon hadn't spread his pressure nor activated his aura, the ice trolls were terrified just from meeting his eyes and trembled like dogs with their tails between their legs. Is it from their instincts? Their wild instinct must warn them because they couldn't move from the spot at all. It was as if they'd turned into statues. I really have gotten stronger. He had to fight with his life on the line against the ice trolls when he first came to Habon Castle, yet they were terrified just from meeting his eyes. The fact that he'd gotten stronger was sinking in. Go away, I have no intention of harming you. Rayon shook his hand towards the intimidated monsters and kept climbing the mountain. He encountered monsters more powerful than the ice trolls from time to time, but they shut their mouths as soon as they met his eyes, as if a cat had gotten their tongues, and became unable to move. Rayon climbed along the valley that was as sharp as an axe, and the sun had already risen. He was about to accelerate the pace since he was about to reach the peak, but he noticed a listless fragrance that made the strength leave his body. What is this? It wasn't visible, but faint darkness was rising from all around the peak to form a huge dome-shaped layer. Is this a boundary? Even though it was covering a large area, it didn't look like he could easily break through because of how sturdy the energy was. This is. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Rayon frowned while looking at the wall, and Wrath laughed like a snake. It's finally here. Wrath gave a big nod at the wall that was faintly glowing in black. It's finally here. Do you know what this is? It's a barrier. Barrier, indeed. The sleepyhead created this barrier to prevent the entry of other existences. He licked his lips, saying that he hadn't seen Sloth's barrier in a long time. What's the barrier's effect? Is it going to make me fall asleep if I approach it? It's not anything like that. You will suddenly feel like you can't be bothered the moment you approach the area and won't want to climb the mountain anymore. That feeling is part of sloth, after all. Wrath murmured that the method worked both for humans and monsters. However, it creates a sturdy wall like this against people like you, who can feel the power of sloth. He stuck his tongue out while knocking on the black wall that Sloth had created with the back of his hand. A weakling like you won't be able to destroy this wall, even if you tried for 100 years. Congratulations on coming all the way here for nothing. Does that mean you knew about this all along? The King of Essence is the monarch of Wrath. Of course he knew about it. Wrath giggled, laughing at all his efforts having gone to naught. He's been pretending he didn't know in order to see that confused look on your face, you jerk. It feels so good to see you getting angry. What a rare sight. Wrath gestured as if to cut his own neck with his thumb, saying that it was revenge for the 2 pineapple pizza pieces that he left behind the previous day. Seriously. That demon king only cares about food and is completely useless. Rayon shook his head. Wrath should have changed his name to the monarch of childishness, and Rayon didn't even want to respond anymore. but it definitely looks sturdy. He tightly bit his lip while looking at Sloth's barrier. He hadn't previously noticed it because it was concealed, but he could feel a tremendous power once he observed it. Wrath was right. The power of Sloth in the barrier was too powerful, and he didn't feel like he could destroy it with any of his techniques. I still have a long way to go. He had already resolved himself recently, but being satisfied with the highest level of master wasn't an option. It was necessary to advance even faster. Does that mean we need to wait until Sloth wakes up? You idiot. Sloth doesn't wake up for years once he falls asleep. He will never wake up unless you go next to him and start hitting him. Wrath sneered, saying that anything he tried was going to be pointless. How does it feel to face an unbreakable wall? Are you upset? That's how the King of Essence feels every day. He broke into laughter, trying to grasp that opportunity. The King of Essence shall personally grant you some stats and a trait if you manage to pass through that wall today. Wrath smiled in satisfaction, saying that there was no way it would happen. It was a happy smile that was only seen while he was eating a pizza. In return, you will have to order 5 pineapple pizzas and eat them as soon as we return if you fail. Make sure to remember that promise. I'm going to break through it by any means necessary. Rayon caught his breath and extended his hand towards Sloth's barrier. He was trying to check how hard it was by touching it, but his arm passed through the black energy as if it were water. Rayon's lips parted and he tried to shove his left arm into the barrier. Just like the other time, the arm entered without any resistance. It worked, and it was too easy. Hoo-hoo. Wrath's pupils were splashing like a fish that was freshly caught. What is happening now? Rayon pulled his arms out and walked into Sloth's barrier. It felt like diving into water, couldn't feel any resistance at all. I'm free to pass. He looked back while smiling, noticing that Wrath's jaw had dropped to the ground. It's telling me welcome inside the barrier. Why is it letting you pass? Wrath knocked on the barrier with his fist. His lips were trembling violently. This can't be happening. How do you call yourself a barrier if you let him pass so easily? Rayon recognized his extreme surprise because he started complaining without even using his usual dignified tone. You bastard, what did you do to cheat this time? Why did the barrier stop functioning? It's obvious. Rayon pointed at the black flower bracelet he was wearing around his wrist. It let me pass because I have the emotion of sloth both inside his bracelet and my soul. He could feel the sloth inside him responding to the barrier a moment ago. Since Sloth had made that barrier, and the sloth inside his black flower bracelet and his soul were also his power, it was only natural that the barrier wouldn't reject him. Wrath's plump hands trembled and he carefully examined the barrier. His eyes gradually narrowed before widening like full moons. That stupid sleepyhead. Why would you make a barrier like this? Why not? It's a nice barrier. Rayon wagged his finger at Wrath, who looked like strawberry cotton candy with his flushed face. It knows perfectly who to refuse and who to accept. Rayon tried touching the barrier once again. He couldn't feel any rejection at all. Considering it was Sloth who made the barrier and how lazy he was, it implied that he was welcoming Rayon because he liked the Goblin King's magic stone that he previously gifted him. Wrath's face became even more flushed, irritated by that fact. As soon as the King of Essence recovers his body, he will make sure that stupid Sloth won't be able to sleep for the rest of his life. Unforgivable. You can do that later if you want, but... Rayon extended his hand towards Wrath. Give me what you promised. Huff. Wrath shut his eyes as soon as he saw the hand. Have you ever heard the saying, don't make any bet unless you are certain? He hasn't. You are a damn scammer. He was even more frustrated than the other times because he lost a bet that he firmly believed he would win. Well, aren't you glad you learned it now? Just consider it the price for the lesson and pay it now. Price for the lesson. Give me a proper trait instead of a useless one. Don't worry about that. The King of Essence won't be the one to decide, just like the other times. Wrath murmured that the system was going to pick instead since the bet would be unfair if he did it. He's such a mystery. He never lied nor tried to deceive despite being a demon king. He was actually nicer than most people except for the extreme anger that he showed from time to time. I'll be looking forward to it. Rayon waved his hand at Wrath, who was stomping his feet in irritation, and started to climb the last part of the mountain. Since there were no monsters nor wild animals inside Sloth's barrier, he easily managed to reach the peak. Rayon whistled while standing at the peak of Stalin Mountain. So this is Stalin Mountain's peak. The peak was flatland with a slight incline and the ground was completely white. It wasn't snow covering the ground. It was frozen water, like a lake in the middle of winter. The transparent frozen ground and the faint sunlight shining down from above were creating a mysterious atmosphere that almost felt surreal. Where is Sloth? There he is. Rayon laughed bitterly while looking at the center of the frozen land. He's blatantly sleeping. A small furball was lying while hugging a red rock at the center of the icy ground. It was obviously Sloth. That idiot. Wrath smacked Sloth with his round, ham-like fist to vent his anger. Naturally, nothing special happened. The King of Essence was extorted again because of you, you useless sleepyhead. Rayon walked up to Sloth while listening to Wrath's angry shouts. a baby white bear. Sloth was hugging the Goblin King's magic stone with his short arms and legs, and he looked exactly like a baby bear. However, he had two candy-sized horns on his head, unlike ordinary white bears, and had a black star mark on his chest. Is he really Sloth? Rayon could feel the energy of Sloth, but he started to doubt whether it was really him or not because his appearance was drastically different from their previous encounter. Are you still asking after seeing that stupid expression? It's the sleepyhead himself. Wrath frowned while pointing at Sloth, who was licking his lips in happiness. Rayon chuckled and nodded. He does feel like it. Rayon examined the face more closely, and Sloth's expression from when he'd seen it in front of the castle walls overlapped with it. Sloth, he tried calling the name on his round ear, but Sloth didn't react in the slightest. Sloth, wake up. Rayon kept shouting his name, but he remained completely immobile, not even budging in his sleep. Is he dead? He's not going to wake up for a while. Wrath finally took his hand off Sloth, exhaling angrily. Why not? There are two types of sleep, light sleep and deep sleep. Living organisms alternate between the two while sleeping, and he is currently in a deep sleep. In that case, we just need to wait until the light sleep period. It won't take that long, will it? An ordinary human or demon would have a 90-minute cycle, but him. Look down on Sloth as if he were a pathetic creature. That cycle is multiple years. Rayon's jaw dropped. He said it out loud because he was too surprised. Multiple years, indeed. At a glance, it looks like he will be out of that phase by next year. Wrath shook his head, saying that Sloth would never wake up while in that state. You managed to cross the barrier, but it ended up being pointless. He rolled his lips into a smile. He seemed to have found a bright spot in the disastrous situation. Are you serious about that? Try shaking and hitting him if you can't believe it. Shouting will be pointless against him since his ears are closed. But what if he starts to rampage once he wakes up? There's no way you can wake Sloth up with your shabby skills. His recovery is faster than you can ever do damage to him. Wrath sneered, saying that Sloth only woke up when his life was endangered by an attack. Oh no. Wrath pretty much never lied. His confident declaration signified that he was telling the truth. It's also going to be an issue if you get extremely lucky and manage to wake Sloth up. Once he wakes up from the deep slumber, he won't be able to recognize you and will trample you before returning to his senses. Is there no other way? Waiting is the only way for now. Who the hell sleeps like this? The 1-year period wasn't even how long he was going to sleep. It was the duration of his deep sleep before transitioning into a light sleep, and that was just ridiculous. That's why he is the monarch of Sloth. Sleeping is the only important thing for Sloth. That slowpoke won't even care if other demons take advantage of his name as long as he can sleep. Wrath blabbered that lots of low-ranked demons in Devildom took advantage of Sloth's name in the past. Rayon grabbed Sloth's shoulders and tried shaking him. Wake up. However, Sloth wasn't showing the slightest reaction, his happy expression unchanged. He's still a demon king despite how he looks. Rayon couldn't take the magic stone from the baby bear despite mustering all of his strength, which had already transcended human limits. Sloth was a demon king for a good reason. Rayon sighed and put Sloth back down. I can't exactly attack him. Wrath had previously mentioned it wouldn't be effective, but it would be madness to start attacking with a sword when he was there to make a request. This is simply impossible, unlike the barrier just now. What about returning and eating some pineapple pizza instead? Pizza. A method came to mind upon hearing the words barrier and pizza, just in case it works. He tried to use the Sloth, just like when he broke through Sloth's barrier a moment ago. He mustered the energy of Sloth from the bottom of his soul, similar to how he used Wrath. The emotion of Sloth climbed through his soul, and he felt drowsy all of a sudden. He had this soft sensation that suggested he could fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes, and a helpless feeling where he didn't want to do anything. It seemed to be the Sloth's raw ability. Rayon grabbed Sloth's shoulder with his hand containing the Sloth. Whap! The encounter between the two pieces of the energy of Sloth caused a small movement from Sloth. However, it wasn't the way Rayon was hoping for. Sloth's smile deepened, and he slept even more soundly. It was such a blissful smile. Wrath burst out in laughter while shaking. Adding Sloth to Sloth will make it even more slothful. He snorted, saying that Rayon should stop believing that everything would go his way. I don't even know anymore. Rayon clenched his back teeth and lay down on the transparent icy ground. I'm also going to sleep until he wakes up. You idiot, are you planning to wait for an entire yay? Just as Wrath was about to sneer once again, a message appeared. You've won the bet against Wrath. Rayon raised his chin while looking at the message. I can read this while waiting. Damn it, why are you giving it at this time? The sword demon closed his eyes while putting his hand on Mustin's forehead. He's going to wake up soon. Mustin was still unconscious, probably because being one-sidedly beaten up by Rayon was a huge shock for him mentally. It doesn't look like there will be any after effects. How fortunate. Since he'd also taken an elixir, he would likely be able to move as soon as he regained consciousness. It really was a perfect beating. Killing him would have been easier. leaving no aftereffects after beating him to pulp-like that could only be described as amazing. He should have learned his lesson now. The sword demon expected Mustin to have matured because he was thoroughly beaten by Rayon, who was far younger than himself. Wake up already. The sword demon was relaxing Mustin's body once again with his aura when he heard a small groan. It came from Mustin. He opened his eyes as slowly as a turtle. Where am I? You're in a medical room. Master, are you all right? The sword demon took his hand off Mustin's forehead and observed his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have any mental issues either. I am not feeling any intense pain. It hurt to hear Mustin's hoarse voice, but there was something he needed to say. Do you remember what you did? Mustin's lips parted upon remembering his defeat against Rayon. I am sorry. I lost again. He grasped his head while biting his dry lip. I am really sorry for bringing shame to my master's name. That's not the issue. The sword demon shook his head. Do you consider me your master? Oh, of course I do. Just like I'm precious to you, Rimmer must be a precious teacher for Rayon. If you cherish your master, others will also cherish their masters. What you said should have never been said. Mustin's eyes wavered like a sailboat in a turbulent ocean. And the same goes for me. You were a precious disciple to me, but my guidance must have been wrong. I should have focused on your personality before martial arts. It was my mistake, Master. Since your body has significantly recovered, and you've also regained consciousness, you should apologize to Rayon and Rimmer first after you get out of your bed. I'll accompany you as your master. The sword demon patted Mustin's shoulder before he stood up. This is a medicine for internal injury that Rayon left behind. Take it after a meal since you haven't fully recovered from your internal injuries yet. He placed Rayon's wooden box at the head of the bed. Mustin quietly bit his lip while looking at the sword demon. Rest well. The sword demon left the medical room after telling him to take care of his health. He sighed while leaning back against the wall in front of the room. I'm sorry, but I had to do this. Mustin must have been hoping for him to be worried about him without mentioning Rayon, but doing that was bound to make him repeat the same situation. It was necessary to do that in order to make sure his disciple would learn his lesson. Raising a disciple is such a difficult task. He would prefer to fight an archenemy because of how difficult it felt to raise a disciple. He even started to feel admiration towards Rimmer and Sylvia Sieghart, who'd managed to raise Rayon into such an excellent man. The sword demon pressed his hand on his forehead while leaving the medical area. I am so tired. He felt slightly dizzy, either because he'd been using aura to tend to Mustin's injuries for 2 days straight or because he had to scold his disciple. I need some rest. He went to his room after looking back at Mustin's medical room. After the sword demon had left, Mustin stared at the ceiling blankly for over an hour. People brought food and medicine into the room, but he kept grinding his teeth without even looking at them. Rayon, it's always Rayon. Did I really have to hear his name as soon as I woke up and from my master of all people? The very first thing he'd heard from the sword demon was, are you all right? But he'd already forgotten about that and only remembered the scolding he gave and the mention of Rayon's name. Creak. Mustin ground his teeth to the point that they made a screeching sound similar to steel. Just why are you telling me such a thing? He couldn't understand why his master was admonishing and criticizing him. Worrying about a disciple who fainted from getting beaten up should have come first. It was completely incomprehensible. He changed because of that bastard. In the past, his master only cared about him, regardless of other people. Because his master, who used to cherish his disciple the most, was now caring about Rayon instead, his fist clenched before he knew it. Are you that fond of Rayon Sieghart? The emotion of envy that had been hiding because of the fear and violence from Rayon was reviving. It was burning powerfully into an even bigger fire than before. I am the chosen one here. He managed to become the sword demon's disciple because he was acknowledged as the second most talented person in the alliance. The thought that his master wasn't looking at him anymore made him feel like he was suffocating to death. Damn it, Mustin raised himself up. His body ached all over, but the pain was bearable. He changed his clothes and went outside through the window. There weren't many people in the street because it was still early in the morning. He went on the castle wall with faltering steps. The white snow field he could see seemed to contrast with his heart, which was smeared in darkness. He gritted his teeth and jumped down on the snow field. The scouts and knights were calling him from behind, but he walked through the field without paying any attention. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he was so jealous. He was extremely jealous of Rayon Sieghart, how he was famous throughout the continent, how he was given the titles Young Sword Demon and White Sword Dragon, and how his master was interested in him from the bottom of his heart. All those aspects were giving him an unbearable sense of jealousy. Mustin violently kicked the ground, unable to suppress the boiling jealousy anymore. Power was welling up in his legs, which were as weak as a twig, and his empty lungs were brimming with breath. As the green fire ignited in his heart increased in size, power surged in his body. He was brimming with energy, just like before the fight against Rayon Evan. More than that. Rumble, the emotions and power surging from his body became uncontrollable. He focused on running because he felt like his body would explode if he didn't do anything about it. He ran so much that he even lost track of time. Habun Castle had almost disappeared from sight, yet it still wasn't enough for his frustration to subside. Damn it, he was jealous of Rayon Zeekhart. His name, reputation, might, and the attention of his master. Mustin wanted to take everything he had. I am jealous of you, Rayon Zeekhart. Mustin spoke the word jealousy for the first time. I'll take away everything you have by any means necessary. I'm never going to give up. The moment he shouted, the energies that were welling all the way up to his neck went out of control. Wham! A tremendous amount of uncontrollable power started to emanate from him. However, that wasn't his own power. What's going on? A green blade appeared in front of his eyes and pried the space open. Creak. Inside a dimension where green and black lights were creating harmony, a presence that shouldn't have existed in the world burst out. The wild presence that even his master didn't have was a great wave of soul that he only witnessed from the Alliance's leader. Rumble, Mustin trembled, and his steps came to a halt when a pair of dark green eyes flashed from the mutilated space. I like your envy. Mustin swallowed nervously while looking at the now dark green distorted space. What is this? He'd never seen that type of dimensional gate before. He could feel evil energy that wasn't magic or sorcery. It felt similar to the demonic energy used by the Black Tower's demonic members. No, that's not the problem right now. The unknown being dwelling inside the dimensional rift was emanating a tremendous amount of presence. Even though he couldn't feel any energy at all, the presence alone was breathtaking. She can kill someone like me with a fingernail. He was unable to move, a mouse facing a cat. He was frozen stiff because he didn't know what he should be doing after the voice came from the other dimension for the first time. Not many people voice their envy with such honesty nowadays. Who are you? Mustin covered his neck with his hand and forced himself to speak. The polite tone of his voice was probably the result of his survival instinct. You called me. The diamond-shaped pupils floating from the other dimension sparked with a light green color. What do you mean? I never called. You said it yourself. I am jealous. I'll take away everything you have by any means necessary. I am never going to give up. Did you already forget about it? Hup. Mustin covered his mouth. Did she actually hear that? He didn't expect anyone to hear that since he only shouted because he felt like his heart was about to burst. His face and neck were getting hotter because of embarrassment. There's no reason to be ashamed. The laughing voice came from the dimension. Envy is an indispensable emotion that even the wise sage, the emperor of the world, and the strongest warrior in the world possess. There's even a saying that humans raise a snake in their mind, no matter who they are. A snake. Unlike the hypocrites who live under a mask, you honestly revealed your feelings. That already makes you way better than such two-faced trash. Even though the voice sounded like a woman far younger than himself, his heart was deeply moved. She said, I'm better than them. No one had acknowledged him since the encounter with Rayon. Everyone kept shouting Rayon's name, and even his master wasn't looking at him. He was overwhelmed by emotions, and his hair stood on end because someone acknowledged him after such a long time. Emotions only hold meaning once they are revealed. You are already one step ahead of the others. The energy inside his body started to slowly subside even though its rampage used to be at the brink of explosion. He felt like he was watching a clear, cloudless sky after a violent storm came to an end. Does that mean that you can grant me the power? Of course, I'm here for that purpose. Everything that your target of envy has right now will belong to you. Red lips curved into a faint smile from within the dimension. Mustin had an ominous feeling that he couldn't understand, despite how beautiful her smile was. However, he couldn't back off when she would give him power. Is it really possible for his fame, talent, and even people's recognition to become mine? It's not a difficult task. The woman immediately responded as if it wasn't even worthy of consideration. It's impossible. Hearing her voice gave him the impression that he could achieve anything. Who the hell is she? He remembered that she didn't respond to his first question. It must have been because he was too surprised. Who are you? Mustin asked for the identity of the woman inside the dimension once again. I am the fifth demon king of Devildom, the monarch of envy. My name is Envy. A white hand extended from the dimensional rift. The pure white color looked like it had never been exposed to sunlight. If you grab my hand, I'll grant you everything that your target of envy currently has. Mustin's chin trembled while looking at Envy's hand. She's a demon king. No, she has to be a demon king for this to make any sense. He could finally understand why her presence was so great. The overwhelming presence without any energy was only possible for those who transcended the limits of their species. Is this an opportunity, or? He remembered the rumor that the demon kings, or rather the demons in general, take away the human souls after granting their wishes. What shall I give you in return? Do you want my soul? You will join my side. What do you mean by joining your side? You will be one of my kin. Does that mean I'll become your subordinate? Indeed. Envy told him what she wanted honestly. Becoming a subordinate is a pretty good deal, isn't it? because I don't feel alive with the way it is right now. Because his master was only interested in Rayon and kept taking his side, Mustin felt like he was drying up to death. It was an acceptable condition since his soul wasn't being taken away. Mustin was about to extend his arm towards Envy's hand but stopped himself. Looking at the snow covering the ground reminded him of his master's face with his white hair neatly swept back. Should I ask my master at least? It's already too late. When he was about to refuse, Envy's hand suddenly came out and grasped his hand. The contract was begun the moment you summoned me. The seal was nearly done. Demonic energy flowed into him from the back of his hand right after that. It was so powerful that it was difficult for him to breathe. Rumble, the dark green demonic energy drove away the aura in no time and dominated his mana circuits, seeping into the bottom of his soul. Creak, Mustin screamed upon feeling an intense pain on his cheeks. It felt like his soul was being seared with a hot iron. Just endure it a little bit more in your wishes, huh? Envy came outside the dimension and was about to finish the contract, but briskly turned her head towards Stalin Mountain's peak. Sloth, her red lips trembled faintly and rolled into a smile. Were you there all along? Rayon raised his head and looked at the messages that appeared. All stats have increased by 12. You've gained an additional 6 points from the consecutive victory. He could feel the exhilaration as the muscles and mana circuits all over his body throbbed from the 18-point increase in all stats. He was so excited that he felt like all his exhaustion was gone. What a nice reward. The system was giving him high rewards according to the bet's quality, just like Wrath had said. Wait, this is way too much. Wrath's jaw dropped while looking at the message. The King of Essence only asked for 5 pineapple pizzas in return, so why is he getting 18 whole points? He barked, calling it a scam. You've entrusted it to the system, and it took care of it in an extremely fair manner. What's your problem? It's not fair at all. Once the King of Essence returns, the first thing he's going to do is to destroy that thing and make a new one. Do it if you want. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and checked the message that appeared after the one about the stats. The trait. Magic armor of the snowflower has been created. The trait had the snowflower in the name once again. He really loved flowers despite being a demon king. What is this one? Is it really giving you magic armor? It must be insane. Wrath was dancing furiously, and Rayon could tell that it was a nice trait. Magic armor of snowflower. Utilize. Glacier-esque coldness to harden the body in and out. Rayon could immediately understand because it was a simple description. The magic armor of the snowflower was a defensive trait that could reduce internal and external injuries. Not bad. He felt like he could use it without much difficulty since it was activated by controlling Frost and Wrath. Rayon visibly nodded at Wrath to make fun of him. A divine punishment shall fall upon you. A demon wants me to get divine punishment. I am sure heaven will listen to you. It's true. The King of Essence, huh? Wrath violently ground his teeth, but then he suddenly looked under the mountain. Why is that loser there? Did it really happen? He shouted with wide eyes. What's up with you? He tried to see what Wrath was looking at, but Sloth's breathing was the only thing that could be heard. Escape seems to be impossible. Wrath frowned and jumped on Rayon's shoulder. Stand up and get ready. She will be here soon. You should tell me at least what is coming. Rayon was about to look at Wrath in order to ask him who was coming, but he suddenly felt a huge presence from above. It felt like heaven itself had descended. This is... Rayon raised his head with a trembling chin. A tall, young girl was floating in the sky. Her appearance didn't match the scenery at all. Once Rayon met her eyes, he felt like the container of his soul was getting shattered into pieces. Don't tell me. Such a huge impact on the soul had only happened twice so far. It was when Hidi encountered Wrath and Sloth. She must have been a monarch of devildom, just like those two. Rayon carefully examined the girl with trembling eyes. Despite her young appearance, her body was as thin and long as a flower stalk. She had a dreamlike and mysterious atmosphere around her, probably because of the golden accessories she was wearing around her wrists and ankles. He could feel a torrent of powerful emotion as her dark green eyes slid down towards him. It was the emotion of envy that was directed to the entire world instead of a specific individual. His heart felt like it was bursting from witnessing such a deep rift of emotion. Is that envy? The only person who came to his mind after seeing the emotion in her eyes was Envy, the monarch of envy. Indeed, Wrath furrowed his brow deeply. That stupid, jealous idiot must have caused another problem. Rayon looked at Envy once again upon hearing that. Mustin was floating behind her, and he looked like his soul had left him. Are you saying that he summoned her? The King of Essence said this before, but he was about to cross the boundary. His emotions should have subsided after you beat him up, but something must have happened after he woke up. Damn it. Rayon felt like he should beat him up even more thoroughly, but it was too late. He needed to find a way to escape for the time being. Envy slowly descended, and Sloth's barrier surged to block her path. Sloth really created a barrier. I thought it was my mistake. Envy seemed to have noticed Sloth's barrier just like Wrath did, and she extended her hand without panicking. Spark, dark green energy emerged like a snake from her hand, and Sloth's dark barrier was distorted diagonally. Ha. She lightly landed on the peak and tilted her head upon seeing Rayon, who was standing next to Sloth. Why is a mere human here? Her eyes skimmed over Rayon's body like a snake's tongue. I can't feel any envy from this trash, but I think I've seen him before somewhere. Envy narrowed her eyes and clapped her hands. Ah, a sweet smile appeared on her face as she nodded. It was you, the target of this guy's jealousy. Envy licked her lips while pointing at Mustin behind her. I was just planning to fulfill his desire and call it quits, but you are so unlucky to encounter me here. Rayon bit his lips and lowered his posture. Murderous intent. The atmosphere around Envy had drastically changed. The mischievous smile of a teenage girl was distorted like a demon on a battlefield. She hadn't even released any pressure. The mere change in her emotion was causing an intense headache for Rayon. I need to withstand it no matter what. He rolled his eyes while controlling the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Sloth was still sound asleep despite the situation. Why is he not waking up? This should be dangerous enough. Even Envy is unable to kill Sloth in a single strike. It's still not dangerous enough for him. Wrath shook his head, telling him to stop trying to comprehend Sloth. Consider it your bad luck. Envy's silvery voice resounded as she shook her hand. Even though she looked like she was simply chasing away a fly, Rayon could feel the tremendous wave of power from it. It felt like the sky was crushing his body. He was filled with fear that he would turn into a handful of blood and disappear from the world. But this sensation, I've experienced it before. It reminded him of when the sword demon attacked him with the versatile sword. Rayon accelerated the Ring of Fire to the extreme. The rotation of the 7 rings was unprecedentedly clean and guided him into a world of extreme focus. You idiot, unleash your wrath if you want to defend against it. Wrath shouted at him to unleash his wrath, saying that it was impossible with his current level to safely fend off that attack. Wrath could apparently cancel it out since it was also an emotion of the Demon King. No, Rayon bit his lip until it started to bleed. I shouldn't use it now. He had to save the trump card in order to survive. It wasn't time to show his wrath and sloth yet. He believed in his might that had gotten stronger, and he unsheathed Heavenly Drive while stomping the ground. It's too late to parry or deflect. Since he hadn't expected her to immediately attack, he didn't have enough time despite being in an extremely focused state. Defending against it was the only solution he had. He grasped Heavenly Drive's hilt with both of his hands and swung it upwards from below. Wham! The 10,000 Flames cultivation's most defensive technique, Firewall, dashed through his blade and unleashed its crimson flame. A fire of protection instead of destruction rampaged around to forge a majestic shield of fire. Rayon didn't stop after unleashing Firewall. He incorporated the principles of Heavy Sword and Severing Sword into the fire shield that emerged. He was solely focusing on defense while giving up on flow and softness. Wham! The entirety of Stalin Mountain trembled from the clash between Envy's dark green energy and Firewall's flame. The heat spreading in all directions seems capable enough to melt down all of the snow from the mountain. Even though he was mustering all of his aura from his energy center, he felt like his shoulders were being crushed. It was ridiculous how powerful it was, even though she was simply crushing him with sheer power without any technique whatsoever. You idiot, use the wrath already. I can't do it yet. This isn't a crisis yet. He strained his legs, which were about to give up, and unleashed all of the remaining heat of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He endured the pain that felt like his mana circuits were burning up and pushed the dark green energy back. Wham! The icy ground of Stalin Mountain's peak was destroyed like a spider web, and Envy's energy faded away, unable to surpass. Firewall's heat, ha! Envy exclaimed and tilted her head. She furrowed her brow in irritation. Did you actually block that? A mind-blowing amount of energy gathered in her hands, incomparable to before. Are you really planning to defend against that without using it? Do you want to die in vain so badly? Wrath flew up to Rayon's face with trembling lips. Sloth is Envy's target right now. Even if Sloth wakes up, he isn't going to save you. He will start to rampage, and you will be the first one to be trampled. So what? There's only one way for you to survive this situation. Let the King of Essence take over your body. He dragged his lips into a smile. It was difficult to tell whether he was laughing or smiling. Envy is different from Sloth, who doesn't like to think. You won't be able to survive this by talking your way out. Wrath urged him to give his body away already because she couldn't be convinced, unlike Sloth. But you will also lose control once you enter my body. It's going to be a battle between the 3 demon kings afterward. What's going to happen to Habun Castle? They should be able to defend for an extremely brief period of time since that geezer is there, but lots of people are going to die. He said that the clash would end up having a tremendous impact, and they shouldn't be able to defend against it. But the King of Essence will try to regain his sanity as fast as possible because his subordinates are there right now. One more thing. Rayon swallowed nervously and asked his question. You mentioned before that Habun Castle was protected by a natural barrier made from human and monster blood. Is that also going to be destroyed? Of course. Even the lizards are probably going to appear, and it will be a huge mess. Wrath shook his head, saying that it was the only solution in the given situation. I can't let that happen. Rayon shook his head. He couldn't allow such an outcome in order to save people in Habun Castle. You idiot. Envy is an unsightly loser, but she's not an idiot. Your smooth talking won't work against her. Give up your body already. Wrath grabbed Rayon by his collar and started to shake him because there was no time to waste. Smooth talking the way he managed to convince Sloth in the past, and the information about envy that Wrath had told him, twisted with each other. Rayon came up with the only way to survive in that situation. You made me act twice when you were just trash without any envy. When Envy was about to shake her hand a second time for the attack, Rayon took a step towards her instead. You'd better stop. What did you just say, you vermin? He finally granted me his permission. Rayon unleashed the wrath that he hadn't used even when his life was in danger. Wrath engulfed his soul as the crystallization of extreme malice bared its sharp fangs towards Envy. Wrath, why do you have wrath? Envy, the monarch of envy. I am an embodiment that serves the great monarch of wrath. Envy's hands came to a halt upon hearing that. You idiot, that's not going to work. I am not going to stop now. Rayon swallowed the blood that flowed all the way up to his throat and gazed at her with serious eyes. Embodiment of wrath, why is a servant of wrath inside Sloth's domain? Because this land belongs to the great Wrath. You must be insane to say that when Sloth is right next to you, he is also affiliated to our great Wrath. What do you mean? Why? Envy and Wrath widened their eyes at the same time. The monarch of Sloth has already become the great Wrath's subordinate. Rayon's eyes sparkled in crimson, melting down the envy. You scammer, what are you trying to pull off this time? I need to stay calm. The smallest mistake will ruin everything. He was facing the monarch of envy who ruled over devildom. His head was going to roll before he could even pass his body to Wrath if he spoke or acted in the wrong way. Even the slightest mistake couldn't be allowed. You bastard, what are you even thinking right now? Rayon glanced at Wrath, who was grinding his teeth. Envy, the monarch of envy. There wasn't that much information about Envy from Wrath's tales, but all of them had important information. Envy had a rough handling of her subordinates, was an unsightly thug-like loser, and had a similar personality to Mustin. Even though there were only 3 pieces of information, they were still useful enough. Since she's an unsightly thug-like loser, she's going to yield on her own accord if our side is stronger. Since the emotion of envy inside Mustin had subsided after he was thoroughly beaten up, Envy should be the same. Making her believe that Wrath and Sloth were on the same side should have allowed him to take the upper hand in the situation. I wouldn't have needed to gamble like this if he would just wake up. Rayon rolled his eyes towards Sloth. The white baby bear was even drooling in his sleep. I guess it's already too late even if he wakes up now. Since he already declared that Sloth was Wrath's subordinate, it would be a problem if he woke up. He just had to focus on perfectly deceiving Envy. Human. Envy narrowed her eyes. She glared with those snake eyes, and it felt like his soul was getting torn into pieces by her overwhelming gaze. Say it again. What did you just say? I said that Sloth, the monarch of Sloth, became the great Wrath's subordinate. Rayon casually repeated what he said a moment ago. He felt like he was about to throw up from the nausea, but he forcibly suppressed it and endured. Why? Wrath barked and jumped at him. Why is that sleepyhead in the King of Essence's faction before he knew it? He wouldn't take it even if it was free. This is the only way for now. Since he threatened Sloth with Wrath disturbing his sleep, he had to threaten Envy with the difference in power. Sloth became Wrath's subordinate, you said. Envy sneered and raised her chin. Are you expecting me to believe that? What can you do if you don't? What else? I'll tear your limbs off and feed them to my new servant. She pointed at Mustin, who was standing behind her blankly. All of your talents and reputations will become his. Are you telling me that you would attack me despite knowing the fact that I am the vessel of Wrath who serves the great Wrath? Rayon stopped his fingertips from trembling by using his aura and stared at Envy. You serve what? You are blatantly looking down on him even as you speak. Wrath leaped like a frog and shoved his face onto him. You bastard, how dare you say such a thing? Heaven is watching over Yoke. Rayon slapped Wrath away with his elbow, pretending he was shaking his hand. I'm a loyal servant of the great Wrath and the vessel where his soul will dwell eventually. You will regret it if you attack me. That's not true. The King of Essence is the servant here. Please save him. Wrath frantically waved his hand towards Envy, but it was obviously invisible to her. Regret. Envy rolled her red lips into a long smile. You should have been wiser if you wanted to deceive me. You were too hasty to call yourself the vessel of Wrath with the small amount of wrath you have. She raised her hand, showing that she didn't even need any further consideration. She was being as impulsive as her young appearance and tone. Rayon's heart tightened from the powerful demonic energy gathering in her hands. That's right, Wrath strongly clapped his hands. She's definitely different from that stupid sleepyhead. Attack him right now and allow the King of Essence's manifestation. He quickly nodded with an expression of delight on his face. Ha. Rayon fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive and exhaled quietly while drawing the blade of Requiem. She's reacting as expected. He purposefully unleashed a small amount of wrath in order to raise suspicion to Envy before destroying it. He was only using 20 points of wrath at the moment. The loser was bound to suspect him with such a low number. You picked the wrong target for your deception. The demonic energy emerging from Envy's hand was fired like a ray of light. Rayon felt like his skin was getting torn apart, and his bones were melting from the crude power of that dark green energy. Wham! Rayon crossed his swords and increased the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier S outputs to the maximum. Slash. The moment Envy's energy of envy was right in front of him, Rayon strained his legs to the point where they started digging into the ground and extended Heavenly Drive downwards and the blade of Requiem upwards. The explosive heat of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and coldness of Glacier gathered around the tips of his hands, and a majestic radiance was born. The opposing red and blue energies created a pure wave of power. Heavenly Drive's reddened blade created a wave of raging fire, and a white shadow emerged from the blue tip of the blade of Requiem. It was the flawless sea of fire and the white shadow slash. The techniques that deserved to be called matchless confronted Envy's demonic energy. Zap, powerful sparks covered the sky from the clash between tremendous powers, and the entirety of Stalin Mountain trembled as if it were about to collapse. This is seriously no joke. Envy had got only slightly serious, yet the pressure was on a whole different level from before. Rayon felt like a moment of carelessness would blow up more than half of his body. Rumble, both the flawless sea of fire and the white shadow slash couldn't advance to their trajectories and were struggling with the demonic energy in front of them. It was the result of sheer difference in power. Rayon held his breath and examined Envy's expression through the demonic energy. Her face was a sneer. She seemed to be certain that he was lying. Now is the time. Destroying her confidence was bound to ruin her mind. It was the perfect time to confuse Envy. Rayon bit his lip and mustered all of the wrath from the bottom of his soul. The energy of wrath, which had far surpassed 100 points, exploded at once and added a new flame to the two blades. Wham! The blade of Requiem and Heavenly Drive couldn't previously advance through the impenetrable wall, but they easily shredded Envy's demonic energy once they were wrapped in the sharp blue light. Slash! He could see Envy's face behind the dark green demonic energy severed like a dry leaf. Her sneering lips were frozen stiff, her eyes wide. Rayon calmly looked down on Envy, but he was screaming in his mind. Damn it, it hurts so damn much. It was good that it went according to his plan, but unleashing the heat and coldness at once, not to mention utilizing the wrath at the same time, was painful for his soul on top of his body. That wrath belongs to Wrath. Envy's raised hand was trembling in disbelief. Do you finally believe me? Rayon furrowed his brow and lowered Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem. Why didn't you show the wrath before if you had this much? Envy bit her lip with a confused look in her eyes. I told you I am the servant of the great Wrath. I didn't use it simply because I didn't have his permission. Then, when you said that he gave you permission earlier. Yes, the great Wrath allowed me to use the wrath. Rayon nodded while suppressing his laughter. It worked perfectly. He was relieved that she remembered the bait line. The combination of that line and the situation was making Envy's eyes waver with a lake of confusion. Envy, the monarch of envy. The monarch of wrath is currently watching you. Rayon glared at Envy with an enraged voice. Yes, he's watching you. He's indeed watching, but the King of Essence never gave anything like permission. Wrath screamed while pounding on Rayon's chest with his plump fists. There's nothing he can do. He's so frustrated he could die. He's saying that he's going to manifest the moment you do anything funny and shred you to pieces. Rayon took a glance at Wrath and confidently shouted something that he never said. This is also going to work. Wrath had mentioned that he was more powerful than Envy. Considering the fact that he never lied, it must have been true that he was more powerful than her. He is just a useless glutton who loves strange food. Envy ground her teeth while calling him a useless glutton. Since she wasn't attacking, what Wrath had said was indeed true. You useless glutton, you dirty snake, how dare you? Wrath raised himself in a fit as soon as he was called a useless glutton. Apparently he was already called a useless glutton in devildom. I need to shake her even further right now. Rayon unleashed the energy of sloth while spitting the blood flowing up in his throat because of his internal injury. Whop. The dark current emerged like smoke and spread all around his body, seeping into his torn skin and muscles. It was the sloth's regeneration ability, which allowed him to quickly heal the external and internal injuries. That is. Envy's eyes widened to the point where they couldn't get any bigger. They looked like they would pop out if he touched them. Why does the vessel of wrath even have Sloth's energy? This is proof that Sloth became the great Wrath's subordinate. He received the energy of Sloth in order to manage him. Rayon shook Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem off and lowered his gaze. It was more than 70 done. It was time for the finishing touch. Why the hell did the Sleepyhead enter the King of Essence's faction before he knew it? You are seriously a fiend. Wrath screamed and slammed the ground with his round fist. Oh my demon god, allow this one to kill him and go to heaven afterward. Please grant him a body. What, but? Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Wrath, who was rampaging around. But there's no reason for you to do it yourself, understood. He frowned and bowed towards the thin air. What are you doing now, you madman? Wrath's chin was trembling anxiously as he watched. Rayon took a step towards Envy and furrowed his brow. The great Wrath is going to speak now. You should be honored. As soon as he said that to Envy, the two demon kings had a fit at the same time. What arrogance. You fucking freak. Rayon closed his eyes before opening them again, ignoring the murderous intent of the two demon kings, and opened the evil eye of Wrath. The fire of wrath was raging on his red pupils. How dare you come to this place when you are nothing but a dirty snake crawling in devildom? Because Rayon kept hearing from Wrath every single day, it was a trivial task for him to copy his tone. Wrath. Envy stepped back with trembling shoulders. Rayon called her a dirty snake just like Wrath had done, and she seemed to believe that it was really Wrath who was talking. You dared to intrude into the King of Essence's domain. You have a lot of gall. What have you even done? Why did that sleepyhead become your subordinate? He just realized the greatness of the King of Essence. What else can it be? Rayon acted arrogantly like Wrath always did, and Envy ground her teeth in irritation. That's not true. Wrath went to Envy and frantically shook his hands. Don't trust him. He's lying right now. He's a deceptive, evil fiend. Because Envy was getting deceived, Wrath started to panic and hurriedly shouted without even using his dignified speech. You dirty bat, how dare you use the King of Essence's information once again? It was worth listening to all the rambling from Wrath, even though he wasn't too focused on it. He was truly the best partner since he gave all the information and even served as a target for imitation. Envy. Rayon ignored the angry shouts from Wrath and raised his fingers. You've made two mistakes. Mistakes. The first mistake is that you intruded into the King of Essence's domain. The second mistake is the fact that you attacked the body that would become his vessel 2 whole times. Rayon unleashed the wrath. The energy of Wrath burst from his shoulders and crushed the entirety of Stalin Mountain. It was weak enough to be extinguished in an instant if Envy seriously unleashed her energy of envy, but she was unable to act because of Wrath's presence. Don't be deceived. The King of Essence won't mind at all even if you kill him. He can even do a tap dance every time he loses his limbs. Please start moving. Wrath shouted that Rayon was just bluffing, but Envy's face kept turning yellow in fear. Since this is Sloth's bed, it shall be more than enough as your grave. Come, aye. Don't worry, the King of Essence will deal with you himself. Sloth will only be blocking your retreat. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile and bobbed his finger. He said it because he thought Wrath wouldn't want to fight a 2-on-1 battle, and it seemed to have worked. Envy's expression had no speck of suspicion anymore. Stop holding back and just kill him. He's just a scarecrow that you can easily kill with a single flick of your finger. Please attack him already. Wrath was unable to suppress his anger anymore and went on an outburst. The violent wrath entered through his mana circuits. He would have normally blocked it with Glacier or the 10,000 Flames cultivation, but he let it spread on purpose. Wham! The wrath that he originally had combined with Wrath's outburst into a single flame and created a huge wave of energy that even Envy broke out in cold sweats. I didn't know that you were together. It's true. Envy frantically shook her head as if Shed reverted to the age of her appearance. I'm leaving now. I'll go and won't tell anyone about it. Please let me go. Rayon simply stared at her without responding. I swear. I won't say anything about your alliance, the fact that Sloth is here, or about your vessel. She put her hands together, saying that she would never say anything she saw to others. Instead of that, it seems a lot easier to just kill a dirty loser snake. Rayon sneered and dropped his swords. A frightening sound resounded as the 2 swords were lodged into the ground. The King of Essence will allow you the first attack. This is your only chance since the manifestation takes some time. Try it. Rayon furrowed his brow after telling her to attack. Wrath, my lord. It will be problematic later if you manifest now, but even then, alright. I'll make the preparations so y'all be able to use it right away. However, I'm also going to wake Sloth up, since there's no reason for you to overwork yourself. Rayon concentrated the energy of Wrath in his right hand and encircled it with coldness to finish the preparations for the silver-white aurora. He put his left hand on Sloth and unleashed the energy of Sloth. The Silver white aurora. Envy swallowed nervously while looking at his right hand, which was controlling the silver white aurora, and his left arm, which was reaching towards Sloth. I am sorry. He'll never come back here ever again. Please forgive me this time. Envy lowered her head while shaking her hands. Her trembling eyes looked like she was about to cry. It's perfect so far. Once he showed that his side was far stronger than hers with 2 demon kings, she immediately yielded without even thinking about fighting back. She was indeed an unsightly loser, just like Wrath had described. You moron. How could you be fooled by his acting? Give up on being a demon king already. You are disqualified. Wrath shouted at Envy that she was disqualified as a demon king, but Rayon was the only one who could hear him. Rayon sneered without revealing his thoughts. The King of Essence doesn't even want to deal with you with that unsightly behavior. Ah, Envy's green eyes sparked with hope as she raised her head. I pledge in my name as a demon king that I'll keep the promise. Just let me go and... She spoke quickly in order to grasp the opportunity. A pledge requires proof. Proof. The King of Essence said that you made a mistake, and what made him the angriest was the fact that you attacked this body. Ah. Give your authority to the King of Essence's vessel. Rayon removed his wrath and frantically shook his head as soon as he said that. Lord Wrath, I don't need such a thing. It's far better to simply kill Envy right now. Please reconsider. Again, he's doing it again, that damned method acting. Wrath jolted like a dolphin, you bastard. Don't you fear divine punishment? Even heaven doesn't care about demons. My heart is about to burst from this frustration and misery. The King of Essence, the King of Essence. He screamed while pounding his chest and fell backward with his eyes rolled back. GRR. Is this déjà vu? I saw him doing this before. Envy's face wrinkled like old tree bark, and she was unable to respond right away. She rolled her eyes for a while before her trembling lips parted. Did you want me to give Envy's authority to your vessel? Indeed. Rayon unleashed his wrath once again and started to act with Wrath's intonation and expression. He also had to manage his energy on top of expression, but he had gotten used to it already. Just like writing a contract, a pledge requires proof. The King of Essence will accept your pledge once you give your authority to his vessel. Rayon nodded, while adding dignity to his wrathful voice. Envy quietly groaned. It was difficult to tell whether it was because her pride was hurt or because she didn't want to give her authority. I already said it when I first got here, but your vessel has no envy at all despite being a human. It will be pointless even if I give him my authority. She shook her head after skimming through Rayon's body from top to bottom once again. She's right. Wrath suddenly opened his eyes while wiping the drool flowing from his mouth. His hopelessly trembling pupils showed that he hadn't returned to normal yet. You don't get jealous like a loser at least. It will be meaningless to gain some unsightly envy. You should just stop now. He shook his hand with a desperate expression on his face. He seemed to be trying to stop him no matter what. No, there's a meaning, because Sloth also created an ability. Sloth wasn't in his dictionary in either of his lives, but the authority of Sloth gave him an ability that allowed him to get stronger just from sleeping. He'd never been jealous of anyone in his life, but gaining the authority of envy was most likely going to create an ability befitting his personality. It must have been because he'd gotten used to the Demon King's authority after gaining Wrath and living with him. Rayon nodded at him as an expression of gratitude. Stop that ominous nod and refuse her already. I'm just thanking you. What's your problem? Wrath shouted, but Rayon ignored him and stared at Envy in front of him. It doesn't matter whether he has envy or not. As the King of Essence has said, the authority of envy is just a proof of your submission. Rayon rolled his lips into a deep smile. He even raised his chin to blatantly sneer at her. And no, he's already so damn annoying. He will be unstoppable once he gains the authority of 3 Demon Kings. Wrath's round hands trembled helplessly. Don't give it to him no matter what. Envy, snap out of it. You are a Demon King. Where's your pride? He shouted at her to please stop and run away, but Envy was unable to move except for her slightly trembling eyebrows. I guess there's no other choice if you decline. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while observing Envy's contemplation. He unleashed Wrath and Sloth at the same time with serious eyes. Whap! The coldness of Wrath in his right hand created a silver-white radiance, while the current of Sloth extending from his left hand reached Sloth, who trembled as if he were about to wake up. Huff, Rayon was feeling a pain that felt like his entire body was being eaten away by ants from controlling the 2 Demon King's authorities in his severely injured state. But I can't stop now. He bit the tip of his tongue to reduce the pain. He couldn't return without gaining anything at that point. He had to obtain that loser's authority no matter what. Sloth, it's time for you to wake up. Pull out the poisonous fangs and tear the head from the dirty snake that rebelled against the King of Essence and disturbed your sleep. Yuha, Rayon twisted his lips while copying Wrath's intonation, and Envy stepped back with her shoulders trembling in terror. I get it. I'll give it. I'm giving it to you. So please stop glaring at me like that. Envy bit her lip and nodded. Her green eyes lost their intensity and were smeared with irritation, envy, and humiliation. I just need to put it into that vessel, right? Indeed, don't try anything funny. The King of Essence will immediately manifest and Sloth will wake up. Rayon casually threatened the monarch of envy. His voice wasn't even trembling in the slightest. Ring of fire. I'm not stupid enough to play a trick in a situation like this. Envy furrowed her brow while baring her white teeth. How are you not stupid enough? You are obviously an idiot. Wrath flew towards Envy and started headbutting her. You stupid and dirty snake, how can you be so useless? Just run away already. He bit Envy's head and smacked her abdomen, but obviously nothing happened. You should be honored. This is my first time giving away Envy to someone outside of my control. Envy ground her teeth and raised her hand. A powerful blue light fluctuated from her hand. Even though it wasn't coated in murderous intent anymore, it was still painful. It was as if it was piercing straight into his lungs. Whap! The dark green energy slithered through the air like a snake and bit his wrist. The energy of envy penetrated his mana circuits alongside a tingling pain. Rayon was ready to stop her as soon as she did anything strange, but envy kept advancing through his mana circuits toward the bottom of his soul, just like when Wrath gave him Wrath. Zap. Envy dyed the edge of Rayon's soul into a dark green color, and the flow was suddenly cut off and left his body once she figured she had given him enough of her authority. Considering the fact that it was the same sensation as with Sloth, Rayon could guess that she wasn't playing any dirty tricks. A portion of Envy's ability is being absorbed into your body and soul. The ability will be activated after a period of adjustment. Along with the message, the Envy's shape changed into a small snake biting its own tail, and it turned into a strange bracelet with a light green flower blooming from the back. I made it to suit your taste. You still like that stinky trash despite your temper. Envy frowned while looking at the ice flower bracelet and the black flower bracelet that Rayon was wearing. Rayon suppressed his tears while looking at the 3 flower bracelets around his wrist. Another flower bracelet. He wanted to ask her to make it a different shape than a flower bracelet, but it was bound to bring suspicion on him the moment he voiced it out because it was Wrath's preference. Keeping quiet was the only option he had. Anyway, I don't think I need to ask how much she gave me anymore. He figured the amount of energy he'd received was enough, because getting too much was bound to become uncontrollable. Ha. Envy sighed briefly and lowered her hand. That should be enough, right? It's slightly insufficient. Rayon shook his head on purpose even though the amount of envy was enough. I can't give any more. You should be well aware that it's not so easy to get the Demon King's authority. Are you arguing against the King of Essence? No, that's not what I meant. Envy was still a demon despite being a demon king. She hung her head and surrendered because the balance of power had been lost. Arg, it's all over. Wrath screamed while tearing his cotton candy out. The envy is from that loser, but the rewarded stats will be coming from the King of Essence. He slammed the ground in frustration against the system. Is this the famous all responsibility, no pleasure? The famous line is all pleasure, no responsibility. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he kept crying and looked down on Envy. This is enough as a proof of your pledge. Can I leave now? I've done everything you wanted. Envy slightly raised her heel. It looked like she wanted to leave as fast as possible. No, my vessel is saying that he wants something from you. Rayon licked his lips without removing the Wrath. What are you planning to do now? Wrath's lips anxiously trembled. If you're caught by a tiger, you should extort everything, including its skin. Rayon raised his hand at Envy with a serious look in his eyes. The King of Essence's vessel is saying that he wants your technique to handle the Envy. Envy widened her eyes in bewilderment. Technique. Are you asking me to teach him how to use Envy? Indeed. Rayon nodded confidently. He's saying that he wants to learn how to handle Envy in order to be more useful to me. He's such an excellent subordinate. Unlike Sloth, there was no guarantee that he could see Envy ever again. He had to learn how to control the Envy because he wouldn't even be able to use half of it otherwise. It doesn't need to be anything complicated. Just give him something that he can use until the King of Essence manifests in the vessel. Isn't this enough? Wrath crawled up to him and held onto his ankle. Please stop taking advantage of the King of Essence's name. His life is ruined as a Huma. You are a demon. His life is ruined as a demon. He sniffled, saying that the name of the monarch of Wrath became worthless. Envy sighed deeply while looking at the gray sky. Today is so fucked. You should be glad that you didn't get Wrathed instead. Rayon corrected her with a cold smile on his face. Your head is going to roll if you try to deceive him with some shabby trick. I know. I already know that I can't deceive you when it comes to something like this. Envy realized that she had already crossed the path of no return and nodded while murmuring that she had no other choice. Listen carefully, since I'm only telling you once. She started speaking a language that Rayon had never heard before. The pronunciation was so strange that he didn't even feel like he could repeat it. You idiot. Wrath briskly raised his head from the ground. That's the language of devildom. You won't be able to achieve anything with it. He sneered, saying that he was never going to translate it for him. Yeah, I've never heard this language before, however. Rayon narrowed his eyes and nodded. I can understand it. He could understand everything that Envy was saying even though she was speaking a language from Devildom, probably because he'd been with Wrath. Really? Yeah, it's not that hard. She's currently talking about the breathing technique to wrap the body with envy. You gave me the stats, summoned a demon king for me, and even allowed me to learn the language without doing anything. You really are the best. Rayon smiled at Wrath, whose jaw had dropped. Is this the long-awaited return of the giving Wrath? How is this happening? This is such a headache. Wrath rubbed his temple, saying that he wanted to faint again. That's it. Envy closed her eyes after explaining the technique in Devildom's language. You aren't about to ask me to explain it again, are you? Of course not. Rayon snorted and shook his head. The King of Essence has already understood how it functions. Did you really understand right away? The envy technique you just explained is a bluffing ability that draws out a bigger pressure than what you possess. It's understandable, as envy originally comes from obsession with rank. It's a loser's technique, just like you. Rayon immediately understood envy's ability through the Ring of Fire and sneered at her. Still, it's not a bad ability. He figured he would be able to reach different paths by applying envy's technique, which was a huge profit. Damn it. Wrath bit his lip tightly. Why does this crazy bastard have both talent and luck? What is heaven doing? He prayed to the demon god and the heavenly god at the same time. You are being an asshole even though I gave you what you wanted. Envy frowned in irritation. It's done now. You can leave now that your pledge has been heard. Rayon shook his hand as if he were chasing away a fly. I knew that you cherished your subordinates, but that vessel seems especially special to you. Special, not really. Rayon shook his finger while tilting his chin. The King of Essence cherishes all of his subordinates equally. He doesn't treat any of them like trash, unlike you. HMPH, it's easy to talk. Envy snorted and turned around. I'm going to leave now. I'll keep my pledge, but I'll never forget what happened here. She glared ferociously with an arrogant look in her eyes, just like when they first met, probably because she thought she managed to survive. She is amazing in a way. He could only laugh at how she was trying to boast as soon as she managed to survive after she'd surrendered to the power. The demon kings of Devildom seemed to be out of their minds without exception. I'm leaving. Wait, Envy stepped back and was about to leave with Mustin, but Rayon shook his hand. Leave that here. What? But this is my slave. Your slave was targeting the King of Essence's vessel. He won't be a big deal, but he still can't be overlooked. Leave it here. Since Mustin could become dangerous if he followed Envy, it was necessary to kill him while he was at it. Damn it. Envy bit her lip and lowered her hand. Mustin was floating into the air but fell to the ground. His eyes were open, but he seemed unconscious as he wasn't making any sounds or moving. Today is such a bad day, this is so shitty, she snapped her fingers. The space was fissured diagonally, and a green dimension opened up with violent wind storming from inside. You dickheads. Envy gave Rayon the middle finger before disappearing with the dark green dimension. Rayon slowly rolled his eyes to look at Wrath without removing his wrath. Is she gone? She is gone. She is completely gone, you son of a bitch. Wrath charged at him and grabbed him by his collar. Do you have mayonnaise for brains? How many lies did you just sprout? I don't even know. He felt dizzy and couldn't return to his senses, probably because the tension finally left. Rayon sighed and sat on the ground. I'm going to faint if I waste any more strength. He felt like he could collapse at any moment because he was using the Ring of Fire at the maximum output, the Demon King's energy, and racking his brain when his body was already ruined. I barely managed to survive. It was really close. He was glad that he was in Sloth's nest and Envy was there with her main body. Rayon turned around and looked at Sloth. He was still snoring in his sleep while hugging the Goblin King's magic stone. He's the monarch of Sloth for a good reason. He was still not waking up, as if he was trying to prove that he didn't earn the title of monarch of Sloth through hopscotch. I'm curious about what he is even thinking. The King of Essence wants to open your skull to see what's inside your head, instead of the sleepy head. How can you be such a snake every single time? It just happened because it was an emergency. Rayon chuckled. His plan had only succeeded because he'd listened to Wrath's stories and he had encountered Mustin in advance. The area would have become a battlefield between the three demon kings if he'd made the slightest mistake. Anyway, I'm happy to be alive. Rayon sighed and stood up. His legs were shaking, but he walked up to Mustin while suppressing it. Why has he been in this state all along? Rayon couldn't understand why he fell unconscious with his eyes open, because he wasn't dead nor severely injured. It's because the contract didn't finish. The contract, that stupid Envy came to Sloth before finishing the contract, and the master-servant contract wasn't sealed. Wrath shook his head at how pathetic she was. Then what's going to happen to him? He's going to stay stiff like that until he dies. No one will be able to fix him. He twisted his lips, saying that it was a befitting end for a loser. Rayon nodded while looking at Mustin. It might be better that way. Since he even managed to call upon the monarch of Envy because of his extreme jealousy, it was probably better for him to disappear like that. I feel bad for Sir Rector, though. Rayon grabbed Mustin's wrist. He was planning to bring him to a corner and get rid of him, but he couldn't move his hand anymore. It was as if it was glued to him. Why is this happening? Rayon tried to take his hand off in surprise, but the dark green energy of envy that got stuck in his soul burst out right away. Whap! As soon as the energy reached Mustin's wrist, a message appeared in front of his eyes. The master-servant contract has been sealed. Would you like to absorb the envy from your servant? Rayon's jaw dropped as he looked at the message. A master-servant contract. It implied that Mustin had just become his servant. He even forgot to speak in his mind and ended up voicing it aloud. Moreover, I can absorb his envy. Since the message was saying that he could absorb Mustin's envy, it must have been possible to take his envy and turn it into his power. The King of Essence is just going to. Wrath smiled while looking at the message. Kill himself, he cried while smacking his head with his round fist. This can't even be called a life. Death would be better than watching this happen for the rest of his life. He must have been serious about it because he kept slamming his head on the ground while foaming at the mouth. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching him. He was feeling dizzy because Wrath was being too noisy when his body was already in a bad condition. Stop it. I'm going to eat the pineapple pizza after we return. Wrath's fist suddenly stopped upon hearing that. How many? Can we add some cookies? It really worked. Rayon briefly closed his eyes before opening them again, then he took his hands off Mustin's body. He was still immobile, probably because he wasn't ordered to wake up. What are you doing? Wrath tilted his head. Didn't this loser make you angry? This is the perfect chance to vent your anger. He punched into the air, saying that he couldn't say anything even if he was beaten up. I can do that at any moment. This is different from back then. You can order him around however you want since he is your slave now. I don't really like stuff like that. Rayon shook his head while feeling the bitterness in his mouth. I can't turn him into a slave even though he is trash. He was killed as a dog after the hunt was over in his previous life. He was abducted when he was a child and lived his entire life as a hunting dog on a leash, only to go straight into a boiling pot in the end. Since he had no intention of becoming like Darius Robert on his way to his revenge, he wasn't going to treat Mustin as a slave even though he was a servant. You are rather annoying when it comes to things like this, however. Wrath faintly smiled while looking at Rayon. That's not too bad. People might call you foolish, but the King of Essence would say that it's humane behavior. He murmured that Rayon was sometimes like a fiend but also humane occasionally. Does that mean that you are also going to share the envy he has with him? I'll take that out. But I'll go down from the mountain first because it would be annoying if he woke up here. The mountain peak was almost destroyed, and there was even a sleeping bear. Since he would need to explain a lot if Mustin woke up in that place, waking him up after descending from the mountain was the correct course of action. Rayon turned around from Mustin and looked at Sloth. He's not waking up until the very end. Even though the floor was destroyed because of Envy's energy, Sloth was still somehow maintaining his balance and was fast asleep. He even looked more comfortable. The King of Essence told you already. He's never going to wake up. Wrath shook his head, saying that at least Sloth wouldn't do as Rayon pleased. It's fine. I just need to create a way to manipulate Sloth by myself. He was certain that he could create an ability to control Sloth by dismantling the technique he de-learned from Envy and reassembling it. It should work if I make it specialized in recovery. Recovery was the best way to utilize Sloth's innate ability no matter how he thought about it. He could possibly obtain as much regeneration as low-tier healing magic if he was successful. Rayon smiled faintly and took out his subspace pocket. He pulled out the highest quality bedding that Dorian had given him from deep inside the pocket. Are you really giving a gift to the sleepyhead even though he didn't do anything for you? He allowed me to take advantage of his name. That's more than enough. But the King of Essence did the same. Wrath raised his voice while pointing his finger at Sloth. That's why I told you that I was going to eat the pineapple pizza. Rayon picked Sloth up to set up the mattress and a pillow before laying him back down. Since he was a white baby bear, picking him up wasn't an issue. Good night, you saved me. He was about to stand up after covering him with the blanket, but a powerful energy leisurely emerged from around Sloth's horn. Sloth, moreover, it's the energy I gave him. Rayon had shoved the energy of Sloth into him to wake him up, and it was returning to him multiple times bigger. Rayon extended his hand towards the energy of Sloth that was gathering like water drops, and it was naturally absorbed into his body and got stuck in his soul. 30 points of the emotion of Sloth have been created. He only shoved 10 points into Sloth, yet 30 points had returned. It was way too profitable to be a business. Moreover, he managed to understand Sloth's breathing technique from the flow of Sloth he had exhaled a moment ago. Creating a new trait would be a piece of cake if he used that flow of Sloth. Is this why people should do good deeds? Rayon nodded in satisfaction while looking at the message. You stupid doormat. Wrath murmured that he was the worst doormat since he was being a doormat even in his sleep. This isn't right no matter how he thinks about it. The King of Essence also needs some rewards. Pizza should be enough. 2 pizzas aren't enough. You need to eat at least 3 of them, including the desserts, to make it equal. Be honest. Rayon lowered his eyebrows while looking at Wrath. About what? You have gluttony as a sideline on top of wrath, don't you? What are you talking about? After giving the gift to Sloth, Rayon carried Mustin on his shoulder and went down from Stalin Mountain. I should get started now. He briefly caught his breath and put his hand on Mustin's shoulder. The emotion of envy that hadn't perfectly settled yet naturally surged from his soul, and Mustin's blank eyes sparkled with a light green color. Will you absorb the envy? The message he'd seen at the peak of Stalin Mountain appeared once again. What's going to happen to Mustin if I absorb all of his envy? What else? He won't have any envy anymore. Wrath immediately responded, probably because he was going to eat the pineapple pizza soon enough. A human soul normally contains many sinful emotions. He's just a case where envy was especially developed among them, and it will simply be gone. Don't worry about him, since he's not going to die or lose his sanity. Does that mean I can also give or take the sinful emotions from other people? That's not the case. This is only possible because that loser became your servant. Wrath shook his head, telling him to stop being greedy. I see. Rayon nodded and decided to absorb the envy, and he was going to absorb all of it. Along with a sense of freedom that felt like the soul deep inside his body appeared on the outside, he could feel the huge energy of envy that Mustin had been gathering enter through his grasp. This amount is no joke. He was expecting it to be an extraordinary amount because he'd even managed to summon envy, but it was even worse than he'd anticipated. His breathing became rough, and his head felt dizzy just from absorbing the energy. But I still shouldn't absorb it as it is. He used the ring of fire to melt down the impurities inside the energy of envy and only absorbed the pure emotion into his soul. PSSH, the energy of envy he absorbed from Mustin seeped into the authority of envy that wasn't awakened yet and turned a larger area into green. Ha. Rayon sighed and checked the messages that appeared. The emotion of envy has been created. You've absorbed 50 points of emotion of envy. It was 50 points in one go. It wasn't an overstatement to call it an absurd amount, considering that the authority of envy wasn't awakened yet. This explains why envy suddenly appeared. Mustin was the most talented person in the continent in a way, since he managed to accumulate 50 points of envy on his own. I'm curious what he'll be able to do with this. Rayon smiled and took his hand off of Mustin, and the green light brimming from his eyes subsided. Mustin regained consciousness and gasped while checking his own hands and feet. Why am I here? He tilted his head. He didn't even seem to know why he was in that location. Why you? Mustin's eyes widened upon finding Rayon. However, the malice that always used to cover his eyes was nowhere to be found. Rayon, did you who? He seemed to have realized something was wrong as he blinked his blank eyes multiple times. His emotions drastically changed every time his eyes could be seen. Why did you? No, why did I? His head trembled like a fool, probably because the envy that disappeared from him was the biggest emotion he had. His face turned as red as a ripened apple upon remembering what he'd done. My bad, I am sorry. Mustin immediately lowered his head and went on his knees. I apologize for picking a fight and insulting your master. He apologized for what he'd done without the slightest hesitation. I knew I was wrong, but I couldn't stop myself because my heart felt like it was burning from the boiling emotions. Rayon gasped while watching Mustin, whose head was reaching the ground. Why is he doing this? I didn't even say anything yet. It's simple. Simple. That loser must have been justifying himself with the emotion of envy, even though he was well aware that his words and actions were problematic. Wrath bobbed his finger while sneering at him. He could ignore the spike of his conscience poking at him from the bottom of his heart with his envy as armor, but that armor disappeared without even leaving a trace. That's why all he has left now is the spike of conscience. Wrath murmured that it was obvious he would end up that way since his envy that used to protect his mind was gone. I am also going to beg for forgiveness of the Sword of Light once I return. Mustin raised his head. His clear eyes didn't have a single speck of cloudiness in them. Rayon started wondering if it was even allowed for a human being to change that much. I need to kill him at this rate. He was planning to cut his neck and get rid of the corpse as soon as it became problematic, but he didn't want to kill him anymore because he was begging for forgiveness. By the way, why am I here? Mustin stood up and looked around. He seemed surprised because he woke up at a location he'd never seen before. Don't you remember anything at all? Indeed, I don't remember anything. Mustin went down on one knee and lowered his head like a knight serving his lord. He swallowed nervously because he couldn't understand why he was doing that even though he did it on his own accord. Stop acting like that and answer more casually. Yes, sir, understuha. Mustin rolled his eyes while creaking like a broken doll. What's wrong with him? The King of Essence said before that envy handles his subordinates roughly. The master-servant contract you had with that loser is a one-sided contract that makes you pretty much unapproachable. Wrath frowned, saying that Mustin would have to stay that way for the rest of his life. Speak more casually. Yes, casually. What does casual mean? Mustin straightened his back and quickly nodded. Anyone could tell that he wasn't being casual at all. Ha, Rayon shook his head. It looked like he wouldn't be able to fix his behavior in a short period of time. Let's return for now. Yes, Rayon shook his hand at Mustin and went ahead towards Habon Castle. Mustin followed from behind while bending his knees and leaning forward like a goblin. Please act casually. Yes, see casually, but this is casual. He started creaking once again like a broken doll. Rayon suddenly thought that Envy was such a nasty demon king as he watched him. Do as you wish. Rayon shook his hand to tell him he didn't care anymore and went forward. Yes, Mustin walked without changing his posture. He must really been feeling at ease while leaning forward. Rayon could see the Light Wind Squad and Habon Castle's scouts running towards him after walking for about 4 hours. There were many other people moving around, and Rayon could guess that they had come out to look for Mustin. Fortunately, it looks like no one noticed it. There was a barrier at the mountain peak. It was far away from the castle, and Envy didn't show her true power. That must have been why none of them noticed her presence. Whoosh! A violent wind blew right before he reached the Light Wind Squad, and the sword demon appeared in an instant. He frowned while looking at Mustin, who was awkwardly standing there. Mustin. What do you think you are doing? The sword demon shouted at Mustin for the first time. Where did you even go? Do you realize how much trouble everyone went through because of you? Mustin's neck trembled as he watched Rayon instead of the sword demon. The sword demon's lips parted as he noticed that Mustin's eyes had changed. What? Why is he reduced to that state? Wow, he must beat him up even harder than the last time. He's thoroughly dispirited. Burin, Martha, and Run-On blinked their eyes while looking at Mustin, who seemed terrified. How much did he even beat him up? He's completely in tatters. Did he beat him up as soon as he saw him? I'm surprised he's still alive after so many beatings. The other swordsmen and scouts also shook their heads while examining Mustin's appearance. It was understandable because the bandages covering his body were untied to reveal the bloody bruises. He was bleeding from his forehead because he'd fallen from the sky head first, and there were even traces of bloody foam on his mouth. He looked exactly like he was beaten to death to other people. Mustin, say something. What happened to you? Mustin didn't respond even though the sword demon asked him. Rayon sighed and turned his head around. Sir Rector is asking you a question. You have to respond. I am sorry, Master. It was my mistake. I have no excuse for disappointing you all along. It was only after Rayon told him to do so that Mustin went on his knees and begged for forgiveness. The snowfield fell silent. Everyone narrowed their eyes while looking at Rayon instead of Mustin. Their expressions were asking him how much he even beat him up to change him so much. That's our Mad Dog Squad leader for you. Rimmer arrived late at the scene and walked up to Rayon while whistling. He's a professional when it comes to training a mad dog. How much did you even beat him up this time? I didn't beat him. Rayon shook his head, but no one believed him. That's the great king of violence, the wielder of the Mad Dog Squad's leash, a demon. No, he's a demon king, the demon god. I really didn't. Rayon immediately went inside the branch of frost upon returning to Habon Castle. He wanted to recover his body by using sloth in his sleep, but he had no other choice because of the sideline demon king who kept urging him to eat pizza. Yua, can you bring me 3 pineapple pizzas and 5 pineapple cookies? Pineapple pizzas and cookies. Yua nodded while rolling her eyes upwards. Aren't you lacking any ingredient by any chance? Not at all, Rayon asked while hoping that it would be the case, but Yua firmly shook her head. My grandfather made sure to prepare enough ingredients because he's aware that the young Master Rayon likes pineapples. I see. Rayon bit his lip. It was his last hope, but he had no choice but to eat pizza. This is why the King of Essence likes that manager. Wrath shook his hand towards the kitchen like a king praising his knight. Damn it. Everyone thinks I have strange tastes because of a certain blue pig. Who are you calling a pig? You. Most people started to misunderstand his preference because Wrath kept making him eat strange food. Recently, some people even asked him to try out a curry that included fish heads as an ingredient. Please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Yua smiled cheerfully and went to the kitchen. How nice. Wrath smiled in satisfaction while looking at Yua's back, her twin tails fluttering in the air. Watching Pineapple Girl heals the soul, he smiled happily, saying that the memories from Stalin Mountain were fading away even though they were the worst memories of his life. Indeed, she makes me happy just from watching her. Rayon nodded. Yua has always been cheerful, but she became even more so after seeing her grandfather. He felt happy just from seeing her, but we need to return now. Since he obtained more than what he came for, it was time to return to the house. It was an unexpected harvest. He thought he would be satisfied with that, but he gained the authority of envy from envy, and he even gained extra sloth and a breathing technique from sloth. Profit wasn't enough to describe it anymore. It was a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot, and he couldn't stop his smile. There should be some rewards waiting for me once I return. The incident at House Arian was way worse than a promotion mission should have been. Since Glenn always made sure to reward and punish accordingly, Rayon had high expectations for what he was going to give him. I am sure it will be delicious. Rayon licked his lips while watching Yua bring out the pineapple pizza, and Wrath wrinkled his nose. In the King of Essence's opinion, you are the pig here, a greedy pig who loves profit too much. Heir Rayon sighed and lowered his gaze. Wrath was smiling happily while patting his swollen stomach. He's so full. Is that how much you love pineapple pizza? Wrath kept complaining after eating the 3 pineapple pizzas that he hadn't had his fill, so Rayon had been made to eat 10 pineapple cookies on top of the pizzas. He almost looked like the starving demon from hell that was rumored to be hungry no matter how much it ate. I'm even sleepy because of how much I ate. His eyelids felt heavy from drowsiness. It was probably the increased sloth's effect. That's because your mind is too weak. You have to eat as much as possible while you can, since such delicacies are a rarity in the world. Wrath murmured that he had to eat that much in order to live on, as eating was the only joy and reason for his life. He sounded like a demon king of gluttony, rather than wrath no matter how Rayon thought about it. But you ate nothing but pineapple pizzas after we came here. I've been eating 2 per day because of you. That wasn't an exaggeration. Wrath had been asking him to eat the pizza every single day, and he'd been eating at least 1 pizza per day ever since he came to Habun Castle. Rayon wasn't exactly picky with food, but he was getting tired of it. Wow, Vice Squad leader, you really finished that. Dorian, who'd ordered the scout's set menu, whistled while looking at the empty pizza plate. I guess you would be exhausted after beating up a person to that point. Dorian nodded, saying that his hunger was understandable considering he'd beaten Mustin up until his mindset was completely changed. I know, right? That was really amazing. Burren agreed with Dorian while putting down his beer glass. Seriously, how did you fix that stubborn and jealous green-eyed monster? Is that even a question? Enough of a beating solves all problems. Martha raised her clenched fist. They are bound to crawl below you once they are beaten to the point of death, no matter how annoying they are. She clicked her tongue, saying that she wanted to see how he'd beat him up. Martha can't do that because her mind is even weaker than her body. Run-On shook her head while crunching the pineapple cookie. What, did you finally lose your mind? Martha bit her tongue as she frowned at Run-On. Mind, MYA. Run-On curved her hand like a cat and waved it at Martha. Arg, come here right now, don't want ya. Even though they were having some snacks, they stood up inside the pub and started to play catch the tail. Rayon chuckled while watching Martha and Run-On fight like sisters, and Wrath floated into the air and shoved his face onto him. You bastard, you better be aware that you got lucky this time. I know, Rayon heavily nodded. The monarch of Envy was a lot more evil than I thought. Envy's personality was that of a complete loser, but the contract she forced upon Mustin was a leash full of spikes. If she discovered that he was bluffing, he could have ended up crawling on the ground as her slave for the rest of his life just like Mustin. Indeed, she is evil but is also an unsightly loser. You could have made her run away with the King of Essence's name alone, without even needing Sloth if you were more careful. However, Wrath's gaze became frighteningly serious. However, Rayon couldn't take him seriously because of his swollen belly. His name won't work against some of the others. Your name won't work. Rayon narrowed his eyes while tapping on the table. Indeed, pride and gluttony. Wrath's heavy voice sounded like it was coming from the darkness. They will gladly start a fight if you mention the King of Essence or Sloth's name. Don't try to talk your way out against them. It would be better to keep quiet. So they must be somewhat annoying doormats. Rayon licked his lips while thinking about pride and gluttony. Demon kings aren't doormats. Sloth and envy are the only stupid ones. They aren't the only ones, though. Rayon stared at Wrath with a serious expression on his face. Does he not realize that he's the best doormat out of them all? Wrath kept murmuring that the other demon kings were doormats even though he was the king of doormats himself. And lust, run away the moment you see her. Don't try to talk to her, don't even look at her. He shouted that he should never try to deal with lust, and that he should run away immediately if confronted by her. He must have been trying to say that all along and only mentioned the other demon kings in the process. So I should run away from lust. What about gluttony? As for gluttony, oh right, you are gluttony. It must be hard to have 2 jobs at once. Rayon nodded and patted Wrath's plump belly. So when are you giving me the authority of gluttony? Do you get stronger the more you eat? No, stop taking me for that useless glutton rabbit. A useless glutton rabbit. Rayon became curious about how much he ate if Wrath was calling him a useless glutton despite being a pig himself. None of the demon kings is normal. The sword demon smoothed down his beard while looking at Mustin's eyes. The younger man was kneeling on the ground in his medical room. What's wrong with him? His disciple's eyes were ridiculously clear. It looked like the malice and envy brimming from his eyes were completely gone, and the eyes he was looking at were as transparent as a baby's. Is it even possible for a human being to change so much in such a short period of time? Mustin's eyes were still filled with powerful envy towards Rayon when he had given advice about his personality, but that emotion was gone in such a short time. He couldn't understand how that happened. It almost feels like he returned to the past. His heart felt warm because he felt like he was looking at the Mustin in his childhood who had called him master for the first time. What happened? Nothing happened. Mustin bowed more politely than ever. Why did you come with Rayon? I was lost and the good sir helped me. For some reason, the sword demon felt that the word lost had two different meanings. Moreover, Mustin called him the good sir. He was even more confused because Mustin had always called Rayon a bastard. Tell me honestly, what are you even thinking about right now? What do you mean? Don't tell me you are planning to attack Rayon once again after pretending to turn over a new leaf. He wanted to trust his disciple, but he couldn't erase his suspicions because the change was way too drastic. Not at all. There's no way I would harm such a great being. Mustin slammed his head on the ground like a sinner. I can't dare to approach him since he is heaven for me. I prefer death rather than harming him. His disciple almost looked like a priest as he praised Rayon. How is this happening? The sword demon lowered his gaze to look into his disciple's eyes. They were as clear as a brook that no one had entered, and it didn't look like he had any ulterior motives. Did he really turn over a new leaf? It was the same when he said Rayon's name. There was no trace of malice from him. He had to believe his disciple because of how clear his eyes and voice were. Rayon, what in the world have you done to him? He could clearly tell that Rayon didn't beat Mustin up any further. His head was bleeding because he fell on the ground, and it wasn't caused by a beating. He became curious how Rayon managed to bring about such a drastic change in a human being without even using violence. Mustin. Yes, master. Rayon had told him to be polite towards his master before he sent him off, and it felt like Mustin was being even more polite than usual because of that. I'll trust you for the last time. I'm sorry, but I can't rest yet. Mustin shook his head and stood up. What? Sir Rayon told me to focus on nurturing my martial art instead of being engulfed by useless emotions. That's why I have to start training right now. He grasped his sword with his still bruised hand as if he were trying to prove it. The sword demon gasped while looking at the serious look in Mustin's eyes. He was corrected to this point. What is that, boy? 1 week later, Rayon and the Light Wind Squad went to Habun Castle's gate after they finished the preparations for the departure. In addition to Habun Castle's warriors, even the residents were lined up at the central avenue in front of the gate. Why did everyone come here when it's not even a big deal? Rayon scratched his cheek while looking at the large crowd that had gathered from Habun Castle. It was a bit embarrassing because he was just enjoying his stay, unlike the last time when he'd saved everyone. People's memories don't fade that easily. Millen chuckled and turned around. His gaze was directed at the castle wall that was completely repaired. You saved the lives of everyone in this castle. That memory became that indestructible castle wall, so you should be more proud of it. He smiled, saying that gratitude was called gratitude because it should not be forgot. The Castellan is right. We haven't forgotten what happened that day. We will always be thankful. Stay healthy. I'll be praying for your success in your battles. Habun Castle's warriors and residents stood behind Milland and waved their hands while shouting at once. Same goes for me. I should actually be saying that the same goes for us. Rayon smiled faintly and bowed to Milland and Habun Castle's warriors. You saved us at House Arian, and we won't forget about it for the rest of our lives. The Light Wind Squad also bowed to Habun Castle's warriors just like Rayon. We are benefactors for each other. This is the best kind of relationship where we are helpful to each other. Milland gladly nodded, saying that he liked it. I told you before that Habun Castle has your back. Feel free to call us again in the future. He raised his hand while saying that he could call him at any moment since he didn't have too much work to do anymore because the number of monsters had decreased. The same goes for us. If Habun Castle is in danger, we will come running to the rescue even in our sleep. Rayon nodded while meeting Millen's eyes. Yawn. Rimmer stretched his arms while yawning. Why does it take so long to say goodbye when you are swordsmen? Let's go already. He bobbed his hand, saying that it was annoying. How did he end up being so unsightly? Millen sighed and shook his head. I know, right? He's the most hateful person in Zeeghart. Rayon went behind Rimmer and sighed. We will be leaving now. Please wait. Rayon bowed for the last time and was about to leave when Yua's grandfather came running and showed a large basket. I've packed a pizza and the cookies that you like. Please eat them on your way back since I've just baked them. Woa, Wrath had been blinking in boredom, but he suddenly stood up and roared. Manager, you became a great man. All right, the manager is going to be the king of Essence's subordinate starting today. Wrath forcibly recruited him once again. Don't tell me, Rayon closed his eyes after he saw what was inside the basket. A pineapple pizza and pineapple cookies. I'm so screwed because of this useless glutton. He wanted to try out the other pizzas, but he was forced to eat pineapple pizza even on his way back because of Wrath. He figured he would have to discipline him with Nadine bread for a while. Grandpa, where's mine? Yua pouted and put her hands on her waist. You've gained weight because you ate too much during your stay. You should starve for a while. Yua's cheeks had indeed become plump, but she looked even cuter that way. Rayon took the basket and lowered his head at the manager. It was nothing. Please keep taking care of her in the future. The manager grabbed Yua's hands tightly with teary eyes. Don't worry about her. I'll never let her die before me. Rayon smiled while keeping it in his mind. Castellan. Rayon slowly averted his gaze and looked at Milland. We are going to leave now. Are you sure you should be saying that? I think you said something different when you came here. Milland shook his hand instead of responding to his goodbye. I'll be back. Rayon smiled faintly and bowed once again. Milland and the others finally smiled upon hearing that. Yes, see you later. Rayon nodded while looking at the bright sunlight that was making people's smiles even warmer. I'm definitely going to return. Glenn furrowed his brow while tapping on the perfectly repaired throne's armrest with his finger. Why is he not returning? He'd prepared a golden tablet, rewards, and a lot of compliments. He even wrote a script and thoroughly memorized it, but Rayon and the Light Wind Squad were showing no sign of returning. He got angry once again upon remembering the wow and peace from Rimmer's previous letter. I'm definitely going to kill him. He'd hesitated a bit because of old memories, but that wasn't an option in the end. He decided that he was going to kill him no matter what. Tap, tap, crack. He tapped the throne's armrest in frustration, and by the time it looked like it was about to break once again, the audience chamber's door opened and Roan entered. My lord. Roan bowed to Glenn and smiled. The Light Wind Squad is returning. Really? Yes, they are supposed to reach our front gate in around 2 hours. Is that so? Glenn's lips rolled into a smile and he started to stand up but suddenly stopped. He cleared his throat and straightened his clothes and his hair before sitting back on the throne. I won't overlook this matter. They are supposed to return as soon as the mission is complete, and yet they wasted so much time. What are they taking the house for? Indeed, however. Glenn faintly lowered his eyes while putting his arm on the throne. Since the Light Wind Squad achieved a great deed this time, I shall praise them before that. Roan, yes, we are going to start the promotion ceremony right away. Gather the executives, understood. Roan left the audience chamber with a faint smile on his face. All of the executives, including the direct lines and the collaterals, gathered inside the audience chamber shortly after. Glenn lowered his gaze while spreading an extremely cold pressure. The moment he was about to twist the throne's armrest to hide his nervousness, Roan's voice could be heard from outside the audience chamber. The Light Wind Squad has returned after completing their mission. Let them in. Glenn nodded with a low-pitched voice, and the audience door was opened before the Light Wind Squad entered the room, covered in dust. That boy, Glenn's fingers trembled as he watched Rayon enter the room at the head of the line. Did he grow up once again in the meantime? He thought Rayon had gained enlightenment from defeating the Spectre, but Rayon's body, mind, and martial arts had all grown to a different level while he couldn't see him. I can never be careless around him. He was unconsciously about to remove the cold atmosphere around him when a sharp gaze could be felt from behind the Light Wind Squad. He raised his head and saw that a white-haired old man was looking at him. He must be. Glenn dragged the corners of his lips down as they kept rolling upwards and narrowed his eyes. The Sword Demon. His reputation as a warrior echoed throughout the continent, but what Glenn was thinking about wasn't his achievements but the contents of Rimmer's letter. The Sword Demon is hitting it off with Rayon. I almost thought that he was his real grandfather. Glenn crushed the throne's armrest, which had finally been repaired, and twisted his lips. He looked like a real grandfather, he says. How dare he? Rayon walked to the center of the audience chamber alongside the Light Wind Squad. The executives were lined up on both sides. The members of the direct lines were especially glaring at him, but he ignored them and stood in front of the platform. Greetings, my lord. He went to his knees and lowered his head after seeing Glenn's cold look in his eyes instead of the usual vanity. Stand up. Glenn's voice was also heavier than usual. Judging from the cold atmosphere inside the audience chamber, he could guess that something bad had happened. Yes, Rayon stood up after his squad leader, Rimmer. I'll need to start by greeting our guest. Glenn's gaze passed over the Light Wind Squad and was directed at the Sword Demon and Mustin at the end of the line. The Sword Demon realized that Glenn was talking about him and stepped forward before lowering his head. I am honored to meet the King of the North. I am a swordsman called Rector. He humbled himself and praised Glenn as a courtesy of a guest. I often heard of your aloof name like the Northern Wind. I feel enlightened to see the first seat of the 5 great swordmasters. Glenn's speech was also respectful because he was dealing with an important person. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the 2 swordsmen greeting each other. What's going on? Am I imagining things? They were definitely saying nice things to each other, but their gazes looked as sharp as a blade. Dark glow could be seen in Glenn's eyes. The Sword Demon looked at Rayon, who was standing next to him, instead of responding right away. I move around throughout the continent because I love traveling. Since I encountered many people, I have seen many with talent. However, I've never seen anyone like the swordsman Rayon. Might, willpower, talent, and personality isn't lacking in any of those aspects. It was difficult to believe that the friendly pressure around him came from a man with such sharp eyes. On the other hand, Glenn's narrowed eyes became even colder. I also have a disciple for myself, but I think he has a long way to go in terms of personality, even though I am satisfied with his skills. I was curious about who managed to raise him into such a monster, and that's why I came all the way here. Glenn covered his mouth with his hand while listening to the Sword Demon's praise of Rayon. Even the Sword Demon is complimenting him so much. The Sword Demon was the famous first seat of the 5 great swordmasters, and he was an extremely powerful warrior who was rumored to be equal to the heads of the 6 kings and the 5 demons. and the might he witnessed was true to the rumors. Is the sword demon really saying that right now? I heard that he never compliments anyone even though he sometimes teaches people. Yes, he is supposed to be a cold-hearted man. The Zeekhart executives swallowed nervously upon hearing the high praise from the sword demon. Glenn fiddled with his sleeve with his left hand. His frozen heart melted because a warrior who was famous throughout the continent complimented his grandson from the bottom of his heart. So Rimmer was just spouting nonsense after all. Rimmer had mentioned that the sword demon looked like Rayon's real grandfather, but Glenn could tell that the sword demon came to Zeekhart in order to improve his disciple's personality. I see. Sir Rector bestowed many lessons upon me and the Light Wind Squad. Everyone managed to achieve a drastic improvement because he trained with us every day. Rayon told him about what the sword demon had been doing for them. The way he said the sword demon helped them with swordsmanship every single day as if they were disciples almost sounded like he was taking his side, and Glenn's heart skipped a beat. He helped you with swordsmanship. Yes, he didn't exactly teach us, but he gave us advice about the sword's principles. Glenn's fingers trembled as he listened to Rayon. He taught him every single day. Since there was no way a great warrior like the sword demon would teach him anything incorrect, it was a nice opportunity for him. However, it reminded him of that line from Rimmer's letter. It made him upset as if he were having indigestion. Don't tell me he's trying to make him his disciple, or maybe a sword grandson. The sword demon's eyes had favored Rayon from the beginning, but it looked even more blatant. Rayon was also looking at him with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to trust him and follow him from the bottom of his heart. This is no good. He figured it was necessary to cancel the gift he'd prepared for Rayon and get some new ones ready. Glenn suppressed his thoughts and forced himself to nod. It was nothing. It was enjoyable for me because all of them were such talented children. The sword demon shook his hand while smiling faintly. I can't possibly refuse when you helped us so much. Welcome to Zeekhart, Sir Rector. The sword demon bowed with Mustin and returned to the back. Rayon scratched his temple while watching Glenn and the sword demon meeting each other's eyes. Why does it feel like the atmosphere became even colder? He couldn't understand why he felt chilly when the sword demon had helped them. He must be hungry. Wrath yawned from above his head. He didn't seem interested in the situation. Light Wind Squad. Glenn looked away from the sword demon. It felt like the heavy pressure from his eyes was crushing their shoulders. Your mission should have been over a long time ago. You are rather late, I apologize. Rayon acted as the representative and bowed because Rimmer wasn't saying anything. You should report next time if you're going to be late. Being late is fine, but lacking the report is a problem. What? But our squad leader said that he contacted. Contact? He mentioned that you were heading to Habun Castle, but never said that it was going to take that long. I forgot. Rimmer smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. Habun Castle was unexpectedly great for slacking around. I forgot to send a letter. He licked his lips, murmuring that it wasn't a big deal that could happen from time to time. The audience chamber fell silent despite having so many people inside because of how ridiculous that was. That damned squad leader. It'd be fine if other people said that, but you're not one to talk. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Glenn, whose veins were bulging on his forehead. You should be careful next time. However, he simply nodded instead of getting angry. Even Rimmer didn't seem to have expected that reaction, his eyes widening. Rayon fiddled with his fingers while looking at Glenn, who was supporting his chin on his right fist. He's rather unusual today. Glenn quietly caught his breath instead of shouting at Rimmer or attacking him with lightning. It was probably because the sword demon was around as a guest. I'll overlook this matter since I know why you were late. Report what the Light Wind Squad did at House Arian. Yes, when we first arrived at House Arian. Rayon started with how corrupt Arian's executives were and how much danger the people were exposed to, and then told him about the sudden tidal wave coming from the swamp and the battle against the Spectre. Once he finished telling the story of what happened at House Arian, the audience chamber fell silent. Did he just say that they defeated the Spectre? Are we talking about the same Spectre I'm thinking about? He's at the same rank as a Grandmaster. I know, right? Is it even possible for the Light Wind Squad to win against a higher executive of Eden, even if he was careless? Moreover, he was even using a strange bead with the energy of death. This is strange in many ways, because Karun and Balder raised the suspicion and the direct lines joined them. Even the other executives started to argue about it in disbelief. Leader of the Shadow Agents. Yes, the leader of the Shadow Agents, Chad, came forth upon hearing Glenn's call. Was the Light Wind Vice Squad leader telling the truth? According to the information the Shadow Agents have obtained, his story is 100% true. Chad nodded firmly and confirmed the undeniable truth. The leader of Shadow Agents acknowledged it. It must be true. Even the Grandmasters didn't manage to catch the Spectre. They deserve way more than becoming a division with this feat. I heard they were called Mad Dog Squad instead of Light Wind. I can understand it now. The executives lined up left and right in the audience chamber were unable to hide their surprise as their jaws dropped. Even though Glenn was sitting right in front of them, they kept whispering to each other. Many of the executives were admiring his feat, but many of them were unable to smile. Tusk, damn it. That's not even a big deal. The direct lines including Karun and Balder frowned while picking their ears as if they were trying to pull out the dirty thing they'd just heard. Their cold gazes were saying that they wouldn't recognize Rayon no matter what he did. Glenn slowly raised his hand, and the noisy audience chamber fell as quiet as a library. Light Wind Squad. Yes. Rayon nodded and responded as their representative. Do you know what I originally wanted the Light Wind Squad to achieve? It was to save House Arian from corruption. Rayon responded with what he'd learned in House Arian. Then do you remember what your mission was? The mission was to investigate the reason for the increased number of undead in the Swamp of Death and resolve the issue. Is the issue you resolved different from my mission? No, it's the same. Many things had happened, but he managed to eliminate the undead filling the area and the lazy executives. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he perfectly completed the mission he was given. Indeed, since you got rid of the sewage sullying House Arian and added clean water to create a new well, you've completed your mission. Glenn slowly closed his eyes before opening them again. That's how division missions are. Unlike squad missions that give you precise instructions, you need to investigate all kinds of information and decide by yourself what must be done. The Light Wind Squad proved themselves fully capable of performing a division mission. Therefore, he stood up from the platform and extended his hand. The Light Wind Squad will be promoted into the Light Wind Division from now on. Whoa, Light Wind Division. Congratulations, we've gotten another competitor. I'll be looking forward to your continued course in the future. We will definitely catch up. The collateral executives and an extremely small number of direct line executives cheered and applauded for them. The Warring Steel Division was nowhere to be seen, probably because they were on a mission. The Light Wind Squad bowed at Glenn and the executives one after the other. Could I have a word? Rayon lowered his head before raising it again and walked one step closer to the platform. Is it possible to change an armed division's name? Do you wish to change the Light Wind Squad's name? Yes, instead of the Light Wind, I'd like it to be the Mad Dog Cough. He was about to continue, but Burren and Martha covered his mouth from behind and strongly poked his sides. The other Light Wind members also came towards him and pinched his thighs and arms. Shut up, I'm really going to leave if we end up being called the Mad Dogs. I never want to be called Miss Rakshasha from the Mad Dog Squad. Stop spreading your insanity, please. The Light Wind swordsmen rapidly shook their heads in unison while saying that they didn't want to be called Mad Dogs no matter what. I like Mad Dog. Run-On was the only one who murmured that she liked it. Glenn shook his head while scratching his chin. You shouldn't decide the name on your own accord. You should ask again after discussing it with them. Ah, yes. Rayon nodded while rubbing the pinched parts of his body. That's it for the name. What are you planning to do about the division leader? Do you want to stay like this? Glenn frowned while looking down on Rimmer, who was standing there like a hoodlum. Rayon followed Glenn's gaze and looked at Rimmer. A faint yet cheerful smile appeared on his face. Honestly, our squad leader isn't exactly trustworthy most of the time. He is lazy, he is a gambling addict and a money grubber, and he is suffering from a serious case of protagonist syndrome. What? Rayon thought about the old times while looking at Rimmer's widened eyes, which revealed that he wasn't expecting him to insult him. When he used to be a trainee, the notebook Rimmer used as a pillow contained the strengths and weaknesses of all the trainees, numbering over 100 and plans to improve them. Since Rayon had seen those notes, Rimmer was still the best teacher and squad leader for him, and he would remain as one in the future. However, the Light Wind Division needs Sir Rimmer as the division leader. We still need to learn a lot from him. He is right. I don't like the idea, but having him as the division leader puts us at ease. I agree, we don't want to change it yet. Rayon wasn't the only one. The other swordsmen of the Light Wind Division also declared that they wanted Rimmer to be the division leader. I see. Glenn nodded with a slightly reluctant expression on his face. Since the division members want it that way, Rimmer will continue on as the division leader. Wow. Rimmer turned back to look at the Light Wind Division and exclaimed. His trembling lips revealed his joy. I didn't know that you liked me so much. All right, I'll show up at the training ground 3 days a week from now on. He grinned while saying something that deserved a beating, but Glenn simply averted his gaze without saying anything. Let's move on to the next topic. Glenn looked at Rayon once again. Rayon had the impression that his red eyes were sparkling like a constellation. Like I said earlier, everyone in the Light Wind Squad did more than enough in the promotion exam. House Arian would fallen if it wasn't for you, and the truth about Eden's involvement would have been buried in the swamp. Since this is a great achievement, I am going to reward you accordingly. He snapped his fingers, and a golden flame burst into the air and a small bookshelf emerged. I'm also ready. Roan stood next to Glenn while holding a plate covered with black silk. First of all, the first team leader of the Light Wind Division, Martha Sieghart, shall step forward. Yes, Martha bowed and went onto the platform. Glenn took out a golden-colored book of martial arts from the bookshelf and gave it to Martha alongside the silver tablet on the plate. This swordsmanship matches your tendency. You should check it out before learning it. Thank Iwu. Martha accidentally bit her tongue while she happily bowed. She went as red as a beetroot. Run-on has one more thing to make fun of her with. Rayon smiled faintly, and a laughing sound could be heard from the executives. Martha, you are so cute. It was coming from Denier Sieghart, who was Martha's father and Glenn's third son. He was one of the few people among the direct lines who'd applauded for the Light Wind division. His bright smile looked like he really cherished his daughter. Next up is Run-on Sullian. Run-on's blank eyes didn't change even though Glenn called her. She casually went up to the platform. The gentle atmosphere around you offers relief to others. Good job. He patted Run-on's shoulder and gave her a silver tablet and a book of martial arts. This swordsmanship has a rough nature, contrary to your personality. It should be useful to you since it's sometimes better to be a different person. Run-on accepted the silver tablet and the book of martial arts before she nonchalantly nodded and returned to her place below the platform. My daughter is the prettiest of them all. Rockin' Sullian raised his fist and loudly shouted. The third team leader, Buren Sieghart. Yes, Buren went on the platform after shouting loudly enough for the entire audience chamber to tremble. I heard that your composure and judgment were a great help for the Light Wind division. I'll be looking forward to your continued care for the members like another vice division leader. Glenn gave a big nod of satisfaction and gave him a silver tablet and a book of martial arts, just like the others. Buren shouted his head off once again. He met his father Karun's eyes for a moment before returning under the platform. Starting with the team leaders, every single member of the team received a silver tablet and a book of martial arts that Glenn had prepared for them before descending from the platform. Last is Rayon Sieghart. Yes, Rayon quietly responded and went on the platform. Rayon was slightly moved because it was the first time he was appreciated for his hard work, unlike the praise for the excellent or amazing job he'd done. Saving House Arian and slaying the Spectre in the end is nothing short of being called a great achievement. I'm going to reward Rayon Sieghart with a golden tablet for his new great achievement. The audience chamber became noisy at the mention of a golden tablet. Golden tablet. Another golden tablet. How many is it now? I don't think he deserves a golden tablet for that. No, he absolutely deserved it. He managed to defeat the Spectre after all. Yes, it's a feat that even the division leaders were unable to achieve. A few executives murmured that Rayon was getting way too many golden tablets, but no one could complain because even the direct lines like Karun and Balder remained silent. Glenn gave him the golden tablet with slightly trembling lips. He looked like he was unsatisfied with something. He closed his lips tightly while glancing at the sword demon under the platform. His expression looked like he was determined to do something. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the bookshelf next to Glenn. Why is he not giving me a book of martial arts? There were still 3 books remaining on the bookshelf. It looked like Glenn had prepared a book for him just like the others, so he couldn't understand why he wasn't giving it to him. As for your reward, I'll give it to you later. Glenn snapped his fingers to return the bookshelf and shook his head. Rayon wasn't sure about the reason, but figured that Glenn changed his mind about the reward. Understood, since something similar had happened before, Rayon simply bowed and went below the platform. Glenn stood up on the platform and looked around the Light Wind division and the executives. You should have heard the recent news about the new factions rising in the continent. They are called the 5 Divine Orders, and they are increasing their influence in the gap between the 6 kings and the 5 demons. He suddenly started talking about the situation in the continent, but everyone listened carefully while looking at him. The 6 kings are trying to nurture their own power, and the 5 demons are prevailing in the darkness. It wouldn't be strange to call this a turbulent period. Since you are most likely going to face unexpected opponents in your future missions, you should analyze the situation realistically to decide what you should do and what you shouldn't, just like the Light Wind Division did during their mission. Understood. The executives and the Light Wind Division bowed at once upon receiving Glenn's teachings. Today's promotion ceremony is over. He shook his hand, signaling that he had finished saying everything he wanted. The executives were the first ones to leave the audience chamber, and Rayon and the Light Wind Division bowed to Glenn for the last time before leaving the audience chamber. Rimmer didn't leave alongside the Light Wind Division. He walked up to the platform where Glenn's throne was located while rubbing his hands. Am I not getting anything? I played an important part in this mission. He started to blabber that he made a grand entrance when the Spectre was about to mess the Light Wind Division up and saved everyone. I see. Glenn nodded gently. I know. I heard you played an important part. Yes, Rayon and the Light Wind Division all would have died if I wasn't there. Rimmer took the opportunity and quickly nodded. Well, I'm not really interested in a golden tablet. I'll be satisfied with money. He grinned while making a circle with his thumb and his index finger. Don't worry, I have thoroughly prepared it for you. Glenn went ahead and left the audience chamber after telling him to follow. Wow, that's so unusual. Rimmer glanced at Roan with a happy grin on his face. I wonder if the sun will rise from the west tomorrow. Hoo hoo hoo. Roan laughed like always with an innocent expression on his face. Ah, I think the head of house finally learned his lesson. He must realize who is the important person here. Ah, indeed. Rimmer nodded and followed Glenn outside. He left the Lord's Manor and went to the training ground reserved for the head of house located behind the building. A training ground? Why did we come here? Rimmer tilted his head while looking at the neatly cleaned training ground. He couldn't understand why he came to the training ground when he was supposed to give him some money. This is the spot. Glenn pointed at the ground while turning his wrist. What spot is this? I don't see any money here. Rimmer looked around while licking his lips, and he couldn't even see any silver or copper coins, let alone gold coins. Spark. Glenn snapped his fingers with a frightening smile on his face. Thick smoke appeared in the air, and a huge sphere of lightning spread around in all directions. Before Rimmer could dodge or defend himself, the crimson lightning separated into countless streams and rained down on him. Wham! The majestic sound of an explosion resounded, and a dark crater was created in the formerly clean training ground. It was as if a storm had passed through. PSSH. At the center of the destroyed training ground that looked like a ruin, a red-haired elf's body was trembling on the ground while steaming from his mouth. What kind of spot is this? Glenn's lips parted as he prepared the second lightning strike. This is the spot for your grave. Rayon turned around while heading towards the annex building with the sword demon. Did he already get started? Judging from the thunder trembling the entire sky and Rimmer's weak scream, Glenn must have already started the beatings. There's no way he would overlook this matter. Rayon had learned that Rimmer was blatantly acting up against Glenn when he looked into the situation, and there was no way Glenn would leave him alone. Rest in peace, squad leader. No, you are a division leader now. Rayon weakly closed his eyes and prayed for the repose of Rimmer's soul since he could have died as soon as he became a division leader. He's going pretty hard today. Rayon had already seen Glenn striking Rimmer with lightning, but he wasn't expecting such a powerful attack. It almost looked like Glenn was swinging his sword against his archenemy. He was definitely strange today. Rimmer had never looked normal before, but Glenn also looked slightly strange that day. It was envy, right, indeed. Wrath nodded in agreement. It was faint, but the emotion of envy could be felt from your geezer and that geezer alike, so I wasn't imagining things. Glenn and the sword demon felt envy towards each other in the audience chamber earlier. It was faint, but it was definitely the emotion of envy. Rayon wrinkled his nose. I don't understand. The sword demon and Glenn both had unmatched martial arts. He couldn't understand why they were jealous of each other. It was just interesting to learn that such great warriors also felt jealousy sometimes. People are really strange. Rayon glanced sideways at the sword demon. He must have also felt the lightning from Glenn because he was gasping while looking behind him. Amazing. Such a tremendous power, even though he's not even being serious. This is why he was called the lightning god in the past. The sword demon shook his head as he felt the lightning energy subside. What's going on? Rayon tilted his head while looking at the sword demon. Why can't I feel any envy from him right now? The envy had appeared when he'd met Glenn in the audience chamber, but he was simply admiring him when he witnessed his might. Rayon couldn't understand what was happening at all. Human emotion is so complicated. It's because you aren't even human anymore. Wrath murmured that Rayon wouldn't be able to understand human emotions for the rest of his life. Just get ready to follow the King of Essence to Devildom. It's frustrating to admit, but you don't belong in the human realm. No, you return. Wrath kept clinging on to him. Rayon pushed him away as he continued walking towards the annex building, and the sword demon came up next to him. I'm curious, has the destructive King of the North ever taught you martial arts? He gave me some advice before, but he's never been an official teacher to me. Rayon shook his head while looking forward. Telling him about the supreme harmony steps should be unnecessary. The sword demon was trustworthy, but he didn't tell him about how Glenn personally taught him the supreme harmony steps just in case. I see. The sword demon's bright expression almost looked like the sunlight was directly shining upon him. Even his mouth was curved into a smile as he nodded. However, that's even more ridiculous now that I think about it. How can you be so powerful even though the destructive King of the North didn't teach you? He lowered his eyebrows slightly, saying that Rayon's realm was a complete mystery to him. I was lucky in various ways. Rayon rolled his eyes to the right. He smiled a little while looking at the cotton candy who was wriggling around because he was looking forward to eating the annex building's food. I was really lucky. If the Demon King with a side job hadn't been with him, it would have taken him at least 10 more years to reach his realm. Lucky was the only way to describe it. Luck, you say. Luck must have been a factor, however. The sword demon stroked his beard while lowering his blue eyes. From what I've seen, you've been making more efforts than any warrior I've seen before. You wake up before anyone else in the party to finish your own training and even help the others afterwards. Yet are you really calling it luck? You are being too humble. He patted Rayon's shoulder, telling him to be prouder of it. Indeed, I'm also going to follow Sir Rayon's example and do my best to improve. Mustin clenched his fist tightly with passionate eyes. Rayon still felt awkward to see those clear eyes because he knew about his past. Honestly, he almost wanted to try poking them with his finger. I have a suggestion for you. The sword demon licked his lips while looking at Mustin before turning his gaze towards Rayon. What would that suggestion be? Can I help you with your sword practice during my stay here? He rapidly blinked his eyes while saying that he wanted to give some small advice while teaching Mustin, just like he'd been doing. I'm just very thankful if you did. Rayon lowered his head politely. The sword demon's teachings were nice because they was easy to understand and he could quickly get used to them. There was no reason for him to refuse an extremely powerful warrior's teaching. Me too, me too. Yua briskly raised her hand and shouted that she also wanted to join the training. Yes, you can come with us, Yua. The sword demon nodded while patting Yua's head. Ah, I also need to join since she's doing it. Julius hung his head and rolled his eyes to stare at the sword demon. You can come too, Julius. The sword demon curved his lips into a slight smile. He seemed to think that Julius's childish behavior was cute. Mustin, is that fine for you, of course. I don't mind it because they are both Sir Rayon's important subordinates. Mustin shouted that it wasn't a problem at all, and that he would also help with their training. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Mustin's bright smile. I really can't get used to this. After the emotion of envy was purged and he became a servant from the contract, Mustin had become a completely different person, like dirty clothes becoming clean after washing. He cared for people around him with a nice personality, and the two children liked him as a result. Most importantly, Mustin trusted Rayon to the point where he would believe even if he said that the sun rises from the west, and it almost felt uncomfortable. Take it easy. Drool dripped from Rath's mouth as he looked at the annex building that could be seen from afar. If you feel uncomfortable having him as a slave, consider him as an obedient subordinate. It's fine as long as you don't try to take advantage of him, right? Yes, that would be for the best. Rayon nodded while looking at Mustin. He's helpful sometimes. Rayon smiled and patted Rath's flabby shoulders as he kept thinking about food. He kept walking while listening to the conversation between the sword demon and the two children, reaching the annex garden in no time. Woa, Yua ran like the wind and opened the annex building's door. Ma'am, everyone, the entire annex building trembled from her shout, and Sylvia, Helen, and the maids came out all together. Yua, oh my Yua, you look so skinny now. You are so late, you should have contacted us. The maids didn't even glance at Rayon and examined Yua to see if she had any injury or sickness. Julius, you aren't injured anywhere, right? Look, he's grown taller in the meantime. He's in his growth period after all. How have you been eating? Their next target was Julius. Julius also looked like he'd missed the annex building since he nodded with teary eyes. Rayon scratched his cheek while looking at the maids surrounding Yua and Julius. This is a bit awkward. He previously found their reaction annoying, but he was saddened because they weren't even glancing at him anymore as they were fully focused on the two children. You are such an annoying guy. Rath shook his head, saying that he was being so difficult. I'm just saying. While Rayon was feeling the bitterness in his tongue, Sylvia stood up after patting Yua's cheeks. Rayon, you worked so hard. How have you been taking care of Yua and Yuliha? Sylvia walked towards him with a smile but suddenly stopped. Her eyebrows started to tremble upon seeing the sword demon standing at Rayon's right side. It was as if she'd witnessed something that should have never happened. Rayon had never seen Sylvia make that expression before. He couldn't understand what kind of emotion was dwelling inside her trembling red eyes. The sword demon also stared at Sylvia for a while before taking a step forward. Nice to meet you, I'm the swordsman named Rector. He lowered his head at Sylvia before she did and was unexpectedly polite in his speech. Rector, the sword demon. Sylvia's eyes widened. She must have been aware of his name. Ah, excuse me, I was too surprised. Her face was flushed from the panic, but she quickly bowed and apologized. Don't worry about it. The sword demon shook his head, saying that it was fine. But why did one of the 5 great swordmasters come to this place? I wanted to ask about something. To me, yes. The sword demon nodded and faced Sylvia. It's definitely rude to ask, but... Rayon could see the bitterness in his eyes that he'd never seen before. Can you tell me the story? Balder was sitting inside the Central Martial Palace's reception room and glared at Karun on the opposite side. Are you planning on leaving him alone? He clenched his fist while looking at a swordsman's sculpture behind Karun. Are you really going to do nothing about him when the collaterals and the mongrels from outside are getting full of themselves because of that shithead? What else? Karun asked back while raising his transparent glass. What do you want to do when he is the center of attention in Zieghartno in the entire continent? Do you want to attack him inside the house? Center of attention. He is just a child. Balder ground his teeth in displeasure. The fact that he is a child is even more problematic. Karun exhaled heavily while putting down his glass. Do you know what the thing that the martial houses and the knight orders boast about the most is? It's obviously their strongest member, isn't it? It's only natural for those seniors to be powerful because of how long they've lived. Boasting about them would be seen as unsightly behavior, which means, yes, the future of the house. The young ones that would eventually become the strongest in the house are the only people they can boast to the public. He furrowed his brow while violently pouring his whiskey in his empty glass. And Rayan Sieghart is the strongest among those current futures. He would have been called a genius if he reached his realm at 30 years old, yet he achieved it at 20 years of age. There's no way he wouldn't draw the entire continent's attention, including our father. The world is bound to cheer for the young hero who destroys evil. Once the rumor about this incident with Spectre spreads, his name will resound throughout the continent even faster. Yet are you really asking me if we should get rid of him inside the house? Do you want to bury the Sieghart name in the ground? Karun glared at Blader, telling him to stop being so stupid. Moreover, you and I have both been humiliated in the past while trying to target him with sloppy plans. If we do something recklessly and get caught, we might end up losing our positions as palace masters. He shook his head, saying that it wasn't the right time to act. Is there really nothing I can do? Do I have to keep enduring this when he keeps intruding into the direct line's domain? You are mistaken. I never said that I would do nothing about him. Karun twisted his lips while thinking about Burin's eyes as he looked down on him from the platform. Arrogant brat, you seem to believe in the ship you're boarding, but I'll show you how it sinks because of the rotten keel. He felt uncomfortable upon remembering the confident expression on the face of his youngest son, who started walking his own path even though he'd extended his hand beforehand. There are many people who would act against Rayan even if we don't do anything. The Light Wind Division has made far too many enemies. The 5 demons, yes. He's gotten lots of hatred from the people inside the house, but the biggest hatred comes from the 5 demons. 4 out of the 5 are targeting his life, after all. Eden, the White Blood Religion, the South-North Union, and even the Black Tower. One would need to run away for the rest of their life if they made enemies with one of them, yet Rayan had made trouble with 4. That's why he was as good as dead. But calling them would be. Baldur swallowed nervously because he felt uncomfortable about calling the 5 demons as a Sieghart. I never said that I would call them. Why would I ever communicate with people like the 5 demons? All we need to do is to spread a little bit of information about Rayan's location, how powerful he is, and what he's learned. A frightening smile appeared on Karun's face as he said that someone might overhear their conversation, and it wouldn't be their fault. Baldur finally realized Karun's plan and snapped his fingers, but it's difficult to obtain information about him. He's always inside the 5th training ground and the annex building. Don't worry about it. Karun's eyes sparkled in a deadly light as he raised his glass containing yellow liquor. It's time to take out the spike I've hammered a long time ago. Rayan was sitting at a table in the garden with the sword demon. The lively and warm atmosphere in the garden revealed how carefully Sylvia and the maids had been tending to it. Sylvia walked inside the garden while personally carrying the tea and snacks. Let me do it. Rayan took Sylvia's tray and placed the tea and the snacks on the table. I feel better just from looking at this garden. The sword demon nodded while looking around the garden. His eyes revealed a small amount of awe, showing that it wasn't flattery. It's because we tend it together. A faint smile appeared on Sylvia's face. She seemed to be happy that the sword demon complimented her. However, she couldn't take her eyes off the sword demon. It was to the point where she looked strange. A moment of silence followed after they drank their respective teas. Then Sylvia's gaze moved upwards. What do you want to ask me? I'm not sure I know anything that Sir Rector would be curious about. She briefly licked her lips, saying that she couldn't guess what he was about to ask. Only Lady Sylvia is capable of answering this question. The sword demon's eyes became serious as he looked at Rayan, who was reluctantly biting into a snack because wrath kept urging him. I was impressed in various ways after watching the swordsman Rayan. Impressed. As soon as Rayan's name was mentioned, Sylvia leaned towards the table. Indeed. Young warriors can be powerful, but they usually lack either willpower or personality. And yet, this young man wasn't lacking in any of those aspects. The sword demon repeated what he'd said to Glenn. The way he smoothly continued with the praise sounded like he'd prepared them in advance. Is that so? Rayan scratched his head in embarrassment, but Sylvia's expression brightened. I'm well aware of it because I'm raising a disciple myself. It's extremely painful and difficult to raise a child to have an upright personality and might at the same time. The sword demon quietly sighed while looking at Mustin, who was watching the lake with Yua. That's why I came to see Lady Sylvia. I wanted to know how you raised the swordsman Rayan. The sword demon lowered his head to Sylvia as he made that request. Oh no, please don't do this. Sylvia stood up from her seat and shook her hand. She forced the sword demon to stand before returning to her seat. Even though you are asking, Rayan honestly grew up on his own. I heard the same from the Light Wind Squad leader. And it's true. He always found what to do by himself, except for the sickness he had when he was a child. Rayan tightly sealed his lips. He even averted his gaze because he felt guilty that Sylvia had the impression that she was raising an adult instead of a child. What do you mean that he was sick? He had a condition called the Curse of Frost when he was small. He has recovered perfectly now, though. Sylvia told him about the Curse of Frost that Rayan was affected by during his childhood. Curse of Frost. The sword demon lowered his head and his shoulders trembled faintly. If it's okay with you, can you tell me about how the swordsman Rayan has grown up? Gladly. I can tell you as much as you want. Sylvia smiled brightly as she nodded. Her mouth was apparently itching to talk all along. I'll take my leave and raise. You won't. Rayan tried to run away before it got too embarrassing, but Sylvia caught his arm and didn't let him go. You can't run away in front of a guest. Spend some time with your mom since it's been a while. Ah. I'll start with when he was a baby. He didn't even cry when he was born. She smiled cheerfully with her arms crossed and started to talk about the past. The King of Essence was also curious about it. Wrath also went to the table and laid down while supporting his chin on his hands. He wants to know what could have happened to turn a human being into a fiend. He clamored that he was definitely going to find his weakness by listening to the story. I even felt like Rayan was playing with me rather than I was playing with him because of how mature he was. So he's been different ever since his childhood. That's understandable. He won against the King of Essence when he was a child. It should have been impossible for the conversation between the two and the Demon King to take place, but it still worked out somehow. Rayan sighed while hanging his head. I want to rest. I'm desperate for some rest right now. Probably because it was a meeting between a mother who wanted to brag about her son and a master who wanted to guide his disciple to the right path. The conversation between Sylvia and the sword demon continued until evening. The sword demon was especially enthusiastic because he either agreed or smiled as he listened to Rayan's story of growth instead of getting bored. He was so passionate about it that Rayan felt embarrassed just from watching him. That's how he came to be the way he is now. Sylvia smiled and brushed Rayan's hair back. He looked cold-hearted, but he can now take care of people. I was the most worried about that part, but I'm glad that he learned it by himself. Sylvia smiled brightly while saying that the righteous spirit he gained made her the happiest, even though she wasn't sure how that happened. Of course you should know. Rayan sighed and shook his head. I changed because of what you told me. I did. Sylvia tilted her head, wondering what Rayan was talking about. You told me that you wanted me to become a warrior who wields his sword like the Zeeghart swordsman in the past and my father. You also told me to become a swordsman who feels like a human. Rayan repeated what she'd told him in the past, back when she used to be taller than him. Yes, it was because of what she said. The reason he became the way he was, and the Light Wind Division became the way they were, was all because of that line she'd spoken. That's a nice thing to say. The sword demon slowly nodded, his gaze fixated on Sylvia. I did say that. Sylvia's face became flushed in embarrassment as they complimented her. It was a mystery to Rayan that she was perfectly fine with talking about another person all day long, but she ended up like that from a single bit of praise. Actually, your mom didn't come up with that on her own. I learned it from your father. She smiled, saying that Rayan's father had taught her what it meant to be a swordsman who felt like a human. The sword demon bit his lip and leaned forward as soon as he heard the mention of Rayan's father. I heard that your husband perished. Can I learn what kind of person he was? The way he swallowed looked extremely nervous. It won't be a fun story. He was a righteous man without any other qualities, and he wasn't a famous warrior either. Sylvia shook her head, saying that it would be a boring story. That's okay. There aren't many swordsmen in the world who think that way. Rayan noticed an extremely faint shaking in the sword demon's voice, similar to the harp string played with a pinky finger. Sylvia stared at the sword demon's face for a while before she nodded. I understand, then. As soon as she mentioned his father's name, the sword demon's pupils froze in the darkness. His name was Edgar. Sylvia voiced Edgar's name for the first time in a long time while looking into the sword demon's eyes that looked similar to her husband's for some reason. He was. She thought she would be fine with how much time had passed, but her heart ached as if a sharp spike had pierced it as soon as she mentioned his name. She felt her nose burning, and she was about to get teary before she knew it, but Rayan quietly grabbed her hand. She slowly calmed upon feeling her son's warm, calloused hand. We first met inside a Cameloon pub. I was in my worst condition because of endless missions. Sylvia closed her eyes and remembered the past. Those were boring and painful days. His father wasn't interested in her at all as he repeated training and wars one after the other. Her siblings ignored her as if she didn't exist, while the executives kept trying to find a way to take advantage of her. That was why she traveled outside the house and only carried out the missions she was given. She wanted to give up because of how painful it was, and that was when she met him. I was drinking on my own on the second floor while hiding my identity, but a fight broke out on the first floor. I didn't pay any attention because it was a fight between drunkards that could happen anywhere. She didn't do anything even though she saw that the fight was making a huge mess. She was mentally exhausted and had convinced herself that they would stop before it got too serious, and she simply kept drinking. However, both of the drunkards were apparently successors from influential martial houses. The fight between individuals expanded into a war between groups, and the entire pub turned into a battlefield. I was about to leave because it looked annoying when a man interfered with the fight. Sylvia narrowed her eyes and stared at the sword demon's face. He neutralized the warriors from both sides with a single sword in his hand. He defeated them with nothing but swordsmanship, without any pressure nor aura. Nothing but swordsmanship. Do you know what was even funnier about that? After defeating them, that idiot made them sit down and started preaching at them. He blabbered on for a long time about how they were troubling the manager by fighting inside the pub, how terrified the citizens were, and that their swords should be used for a different purpose. The sword demon lowered his gaze with a serious look on his face and stared at the shaking surface of his tea. It was definitely pointless to do so, but he preached at them with such a serious face. I was about to return while thinking that he was an idiot, but the warrior who was the first to faint was trying to stab him in the back. Shed thought that he would notice with his aura perception because his swordsmanship was as good as hers, but he unexpectedly wasn't aware of the movement behind him at all. She contemplated whether she should leave them alone since it was none of her business, but she unconsciously threw her fork on the table to pierce the attacker's shoulder. She probably did that because she found him interesting. That was when I met his eyes for the first time. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, but I could feel the warmth from his blue eyes. He didn't even kill the one who tried to stab him from the back. He preached at him instead before coming to the second floor. He bowed to me, thanked me for saving him, and told me that he would repay the favor no matter what. I told him that I didn't need his gratitude but wanted to ask a question. The first question she asked was why he preached at them. She was curious about the reason because it was clearly pointless to do so. He was also aware that it was pointless against most people. However, he said that his words would be helpful to them if even a single person among them was willing to turn over new. He said that it was also how he learned it himself. Sylvia smiled while reminiscing about the first time she'd seen Edgar's smile. As a second question, I asked him why his aura was so weak despite his excellent swordsmanship, and he simply responded that it just ended up that way with a bright expression on his face. She told them stories about what happened with Edgar one after the other, while looking at the sword demon's complexion turning darker and darker. In short, Edgar was the type of person who loves to act up despite being a weakling. He meddled with everything as if he were a master. However, I have never seen anyone with that personality in Sieghart, or I should say, anywhere in the world. I was unconsciously attracted to him. I see. The sword demon rector smiled faintly while listening to Sylvia. However, his mind was turning into ash that seemed to scatter into pieces. You never changed, Edgar. His foolish son didn't change his name even after he left the Alliance. He kept using his name despite how much he hated his father and the Alliance, which made him think that he was exactly the son he knew. Same goes for how you kept that frustrating personality of yours. Unlike the warriors of the Alliance, Edgar had a good-natured and righteous personality. He would become famous as a chivalrous warrior if he belonged to a normal faction. However, he couldn't live like that. People sometimes have to do what they don't want to, but Edgar was an excessive case. He never managed to understand how they could kill or save people for their benefit without any grudge. It was pretty much the same as forcing a sword onto a child who should have been holding a pen, and Rector was heartbroken every time he saw him. Since it was practically impossible for Edgar to leave the Alliance, he tried various methods in order to change him, but he remained firm to his convictions probably because of what his mother had taught him. And you ended up leaving the Alliance on your own. While Rector went outside to deal with the request of the Alliance's head, Edgar passed the head's trial and left the Alliance with his own abilities. He was competent enough to try becoming the next Union head, yet he ended up leaving the Union with an injury that could never be recovered. Rector finally regretted that he hadn't understood his son faster and deeper. You are such a bad son. He remembered the last letter his son had left behind at the corner of the room by the time he returned from the Union head's request. I want to become someone that me and my family won't be embarrassed about. Please understand me, Father. Edgar left the Alliance while leaving behind a short letter that expressed his sincere feelings. Rector had thought that not looking for his son was the last kindness he could have offered his son, yet he ended up encountering the people he'd left behind. He was always happy no matter what he did. Even in poverty and difficult situations, he always smiled. His eyes looked a bit scary, but he was as bright as the sun. Sylvia smiled gently while looking at the tree in the garden shaking to the wind. Her eyes deepened. She seemed to be thinking about the days she spent with Edgar. The reason I told Rayon to wield his sword for the sake of the people was because of Edgar. I wanted him to become a person who could wield the sword for the sake of the world with a happy smile on his face, just like my husband. I'm not sure about the second wish, but I think my first wish was granted. Sylvia touched Rayon's cheek while murmuring that she wanted him to smile a bit more. It's true. The swordsman Rayon's righteous heart is well known throughout the continent. The sword demon agreed with Sylvia, his fingers trembling. Edgar, you've achieved what you've wanted. This place reflects your life. When Rayon had told him that his father had died, Rector had thought that Edgar had died in vain. He thought he'd injured himself and died like an idiot when he could have been called the Sword King once the closure ended if he'd stayed with the Alliance. But that wasn't the case. His sons will still remained and stayed with the two people in front of him. Just like the name Edgar's meaning, which signified creating happiness, his happiness remained in that place. He bit his lip tightly because his nose was stinging and his eyes were hurting. He felt like tears were about to fall if he didn't use his aura to suppress his emotions. The sword demon clenched his hand under the table while watching Sylvia, who was telling him about how happy her life was when she was with Edgar. Her life must have been difficult. She purposefully didn't talk about her life in Sieghart, but she must have had a difficult life. Since he was well aware of how people ended up once they left a house of warriors, he could feel the pain in his heart. Once we left Sieghart, we settled inside a small village northeast of here. We didn't have to worry about our livelihood because the villagers were kind and there was a mountain and a river nearby. However, Sylvia's bright voice turned heavy and quiet. Eden's demons recognized my face and attacked us. She bit her lip to the point of bleeding as she said that the first daughter born between her and Edgar was lost because of Eden. Daughter, Rayon wasn't the only child. The sword demon was too surprised by the fact that they had a daughter and called Rayon by his name. Yes, he had an older sister with a small difference in age. However, because of Eden, she and my husband were both. She couldn't finish her sentence and closed her eyes tightly. The tears she'd been suppressing flowed down from her eyes and drew a thin line. Creak. The sword demon bit his tongue and clenched his fist. He inflicted pain on himself to force himself to suppress his power because he felt like his energy was about to explode if he didn't force it. I even had a granddaughter. His chin trembled violently as he looked at Rayon. His heart tightened to the point of bursting upon realizing that he even had a granddaughter on top of a daughter-in-law and a grandson. He thoroughly regretted it. The fact he'd lost his son, and even his granddaughter as he kept doing everything wrong was so painful that he felt like his heart was tearing apart. Can you tell me which member of Eden attacked you? It was the twin-headed demon. The twin-headed demon was a monster who'd inherited the power of Eden, who was a monster of the highest rank. However, his strength didn't even matter. The fact that he'd killed his son and the granddaughter, who he'd never even seen, enraged him. I see. The sword demon forcibly suppressed his emotions and nodded. He politely lowered his head at Sylvia. Sylvia put down the teacup she held with her fingertips and swallowed nervously. Sir Rector, do you know Edgar by any chance? His heart throbbed violently upon hearing that. It wasn't just Sylvia. Even Rayon seemed to have noticed something and was staring at him. Their gazes seemed to be certain about something. That's understandable. Since Edgar was his son, their faces looked similar, especially their eyes. It wasn't that strange that they would notice, since he'd also noticed his son's face in Rayon's flashy appearance. He wanted to disclose the truth. He wanted to shout that he wasn't a simple acquaintance, but he was their father-in-law and grandfather. However, I can't do that right now. He was affiliated with a faction that was bound to be Sieghart's enemy. He couldn't reveal his identity unless he finished that matter from there. He couldn't leave another scar on the people who were already living with one. That's not the case. The sword demon swallowed the word yet and shook his head. I see. Sylvia smiled awkwardly with an extremely disappointed expression on her face. I'm sorry for disappointing you. The sword demon pressed his hand with his fingernail and closed his eyes. Not at all. I also feel better after telling those old stories that I couldn't tell anyone. I'm glad to hear that. The sword demon closed his mouth tightly while looking at Sylvia and Rayon's smiles. This foolish grandfather of yours is going to protect you from now on. The guards that my father had sent fortunately arrived in time, and we managed to survive. I returned to Sieghart after that and have been raising Rayon. A sentimental smile appeared on her face as she brushed Rayon's hair back. It must have been difficult. The sword demon lowered his eyebrows. He seemed to understand how her life would have been in Sieghart. It's okay. He helped us out a lot when I think about it now. He helped, yes. He sent us to this annex building so that we wouldn't encounter my other siblings and the executives. I thought at first that he didn't acknowledge me, but that wasn't really the case. I think my father was being considerate in his own way. Sylvia smiled, saying that Glenn used his authority to allow her to lead a comfortable life in the annex building. That does seem to be the case. The sword demon nodded in agreement. Rayon also nodded while looking at Sylvia's faint smile. That's true. He'd previously thought that Glenn was showing his consideration despite how cold-hearted he was when he'd heard that Sylvia was sent to the annex building after she returned to the house with her previous maids. He's certainly different from how he looks. The fact that he rewarded accordingly regardless of the recipient being a member of a direct line, collateral, or someone from the outside, and the fact that he personally made a move if the name of the house was stained, both implied that the warrior called Glenn Sieghart was a thoughtful man despite his cold-hearted appearance. Rayon gathered his hands while looking at the sword demon, who kept listening to Sylvia attentively for hours. He was pretending that he had his composure, but he couldn't hide the slight trembling in his eyes. Is that regret? He wasn't too sure because human emotions were too complicated for him, but he felt like he saw regret in his eyes. Oh, by the way, you became a division, right? The Light Wind Division. Sylvia looked like Shed suddenly remembered as she clapped her hands and turned her head. We are now the Light Wind Division. I wanted it to be the Mad Dog Division, though. That's such a degrading name. She murmured that the name should never be used with a trembling chin. Anyway, you managed to become a division. Let's hold a party to celebrate. Let's call your division leader, too. He can't come right now. Why? I think he won't be able to move for a while, or... Rayon shook his head while murmuring that he might be already dead. Then we should do it between us. Let's hold it in 2 days since we need some preparations. Please join us, Sir Rector. I haven't done anything, though. You can celebrate us as a guest. Sure. Sylvia nodded at him and went to the annex building while saying that she needed to notify the maids. Rayon narrowed his eyes while probing the sword demon's eyes, which were staring at Sylvia's back. He said he wasn't related to my father. Sylvia was convinced when she asked him whether he was related to his father, but he responded with a no. I also heard it before. It was slightly different, though. He'd asked the same question in Habun Castle, and the sword demon had responded with a negation. However, he'd added another word after it. He said yet, not knowing an already dead person yet was such an awkward thing to say. The sword demon knows my father. I'm sure about it. Moreover, he was rather close. The sword demon seemed to not realize what expression he was making, but it was plain to see when he saw him from the side. He was definitely related to his father. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the sword demon pick up the empty teacup. He's either indebted to my father, or... After the conversation was over, Rayon guided Rector and Mustin to the guest room in the annex building. Rector slowly nodded while thanking him for their warm treatment of an uninvited guest who didn't even bring any gift. I have received a lot more from you. Rector had caught House Arian's runaway executives and taught him swordsmanship with his best efforts. Even though he said that he didn't give anything, Rayon had received priceless treasures from him. The most helpful part was the spar. He could become a corpse at Stalin Mountain if that hadn't happened. Please don't say that. You've truly helped me a lot. And Rayon continued while looking into Rector's eyes, which seemed frustrated for some reason. Please speak to me more casually. We've traveled together for a while already, and it's inconvenient to help my training like that. Rector's lips trembled faintly. He seemed to be contemplating it with various thoughts in his mind. That should be the correct course of action. All right. He nodded while saying that he would speak casually in the future. Rayon smiled faintly and clenched his lowered hand into a fist. I'm still not sure what I should do. Since he couldn't feel any malice from Rector, he couldn't tell whether he should investigate him or wait until he told him on his own. He would have investigated by any means if he showed hostile emotions like Mustin, but he could only feel the bitterness and regret from Rector, which made him unable to decide. Have a good rest. Wait. He sighed in his mind and was about to leave, but Rector raised his hand. I know you find it strange. I'd like you to wait, as I'll be able to tell you everything soon enough. Composure was shining from Rector's eyes if he was telling him that he knew what he was thinking. I still remember that you said yet in the past. I'll be waiting until you are ready. He figured that an ordinary person without an assassin's memory would say that, so he used that as an excuse. Rector stared at him quietly before he nodded. I'll be taking my leave. One more thing. As Rayon was about to close the door, Rector extended his arm outside. Are you planning to train tomorrow again? I'm going to do my daybreak training in the training ground since there's no reason to rest. There's no reason to rest, I see. Rector slowly nodded and returned to his room. Rayon closed his eyes while standing in front of Rector's room. I didn't expect him to tell me before I asked, but my guess was right. It became as clear as the sky. Rector was unable to say it for some reason, but he was definitely related to his dead father. Rayon organized the information about Rector in his head on his way back to his room. The room was exactly the same as before he left, probably because the maids had been cleaning it the whole time. Rayon sighed and took off the black dragon coat. He could understand why people said home sweet home. He felt at ease just from being in his room. They talked so damn much. Wrath frowned, saying that they were talking way too much. Human mouths are so light, just like how weak they are. Even in Devildom, the King of Essence has always been famous for being reticent and having a mouth as close as an oyster. He never even opened his mouth unless it was absolutely necessary. That's why he was also called the Demon King of Silence, the reason the other Demon Kings fear the King of Essence. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Wrath, who was barraging him with words. He couldn't understand how he even called himself the Demon King of Silence when he was just talking endlessly. Weren't they calling you the Demon King of Silence because they wanted to shut your mouth for a second? Not at all. Wrath scowled, scoffing it off as if it was nonsense. It must be true, considering how agitated you are. It's not true. The King of Essence is the heaviest demon king in devildom. Are you sure you weren't called heaviest because you ate too much? Arg, you arrogant bastard. Rayon heard 3 knocks as he was making fun of Wrath while poking his reddened face. It was Judil's signal. Enter. The door opened smoothly as soon as he spoke, and Judil entered the room. Greetings, it's been a while. Judil went on her knees and lowered her head. It was a submissive greeting to her master instead of as a maid. I told you that you don't need to do that. I am doing it because I want to. Rayon shook his hand, but she told him to not mind her because she did it of her own free will. Are you doing well? Yes, the annex building feels like my home now, Judil nonchalantly declared and nodded. Home. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Judil's peaceful face. He felt at ease because she seemed to have taken a liking to the annex building, even though she used to be unable to find a place where she belonged just like himself in his previous life. Did anything special happen? Not really so far. It's going to happen in the future. What do you mean? Judil tilted her head, asking what he meant. The head of house and Sir Rector kept complimenting me in the audience chamber. That's understandable since you defeated the specter from Eden. She nodded, saying that it was only natural. Yes, it's understandable. I even got a golden tablet. Rayon took out the golden tablet that Glenn had given him. It felt slightly heavier than the previous golden tablet for some strange reason. However, there were 2 people who shouldn't have remained silent, but they were. Are you talking about the Central Martial Palace Master and the True Martial Palace Master? Judil understood his meaning at once and mentioned Karun and Balder. That was the reason why Rayon liked to talk to Judil. In the past, Karun and Balder would have immediately argued that a golden tablet was too much of a reward, but they remained silent. They should have argued because they had nothing to lose by saying that Glenn should give Rayon a silver tablet instead of a golden tablet, yet they remained silent and even kept the other direct lines quiet. You should know better than me, but they would never do that. Having the direct line's influence reduced was the thing they hated the most, and that was why they should have tried to stop what happened. Considering the fact that they remained silent, they must have been plotting something, which means he's probably going to contact me. Judil's eyes became serious as she thought about what would happen afterward. Yes, he's going to order you to gather the recent information about me. What kind of martial art he recently learned, what realm he was in, how he liked to attack. He would obviously want detailed information like that. In that case, he'll get some fake information prepared. Judil gathered her hands, saying that she would add 30 of truth and 70 of fake information to deceive them. Please do so. Rayon nodded in satisfaction and raised his gaze. Ah, did you hear about the 5 divine orders by any chance, so you knew about them? Judil's eyes were telling him that she found it unexpected that he knew. No, I didn't know about them, but the head of house told us. The 5 divine orders are 5 groups that are recently prevailing in the continent. Judil nodded and slightly raised her eyes. Do you remember the Pirate King that I spoke about before you left for Arian? Pirate King. Of course he remembered, because they were calling themselves a king despite being a pirate. Are you saying this because he is one of the leaders of the 5 divine orders? Yes. The Pirate King, the Queen of Swords, the Demon Blade, the Demon-Slaying Spear, and the Thespian Emperor. Those 5 have created those natural factions that don't belong to the 6 kings or the 5 demons. All of them are extremely powerful, and their subordinates are as numerous and powerful as the 6 kings and the 5 demons. That's why the entire continent is making a fuss about them. Judil pursed her lips tightly, saying that the 5 divine orders must prepared for a long time in the shadows. Even the 6 kings and the 5 demons won't be able to rashly make a move against them. Indeed, they are also dominating an area at the border between the 6 kings and the 5 demons. It should be difficult for either of them to make a move against them. I guess so. It would be a catastrophe if the 5 demons attacked in the middle of a war against the 5 divine orders. Even the 6 kings would need a large number of troops to fight people with such powerful nicknames. That was why the possibility of interference from the 5 demons would prevent them from making any move. You are as quick to understand as always. Judil's eyes widened as she said that she found it amazing how he immediately understood their movements and intentions after he heard about the 5 divine orders for the first time, because it's not that hard. Anyway, the continent's situation will become more complicated. Rayon closed his eyes while memorizing the names of the 5 divine orders leaders. He said it was a turbulent period that might be the correct description. He had the feeling that a turbulent period was about to arrive, just as Glenn said. Ha. Rayon sighed quietly and clenched his fist. I want you to investigate a certain person. I am listening. Judil nodded, showing that she was ready. The twin-headed demon from Eden. Please investigate everything about his past and his recent actions. You can even use the black market's information. What's up with the twin-headed demon? I have something I need to do. Rayon closed his eyes before opening them again. The aura radiating from his eyes looked like a raging fire. I don't even know the faces of my father and my older sister, but I shall avenge them. Glenn beat Rimmer up to the brink of death before returning to the audience chamber and sitting on his throne. He frowned quietly while looking at the destroyed armrest of the throne. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan casually laughed while looking at the furrow created on Glenn's brow. You seem to have lots of worries. I'm not worried about anything. Glenn snorted as if it wasn't a big deal, but he lowered his gaze towards Roan soon enough, showing that he had a lot in his mind. What did you think about the man called the Sword Demon? I couldn't feel any malice from him towards Sieghart, and his personality seemed even more remarkable than the rumors. Roan smiled faintly while thinking about the Sword Demon he'd seen for the first time. I see. Glenn nodded without denying it, probably because he had the same impression. He seemed to have gotten close to the Light Wind Division while teaching them swordsmanship, and he seemed especially close to the young Master Rayon. Roan casually spoke without putting much thought into it, and Glenn unconsciously clenched his left hand. Crack. The left armrest, which had barely survived, crumbled into pieces. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled faintly while murmuring that he needed to repair it again. They looked close, you say. Glenn didn't even pay attention to the destroyed armrest and bit his lip tightly while looking out the window, and they should actually be close. They must spend a lot of time together during swordsmanship lessons. Roan spouted another line that would irritate Glenn, pretending he wasn't aware of Glenn's expression. I can understand why the Light Wind Division leader said that he looked like a real grandfather. Nonsense. Glenn furrowed his brow and briskly stood up. You can't become a grandfather that easily. Blood. He needs to be connected by blood to call himself a real grandfather. He clenched his teeth, saying that he couldn't overcome the hurdle of bloodline no matter how much time he spent with him and how close he's got. What are you even saying? Rimmer raised his trembling head from the corner, his body scorched black. And no one is going to help you if you end up losing your grandson to him while saying that. He poked his tongue out to make fun of Glenn while looking up at the throne. Y'all stay in a cave forever and die from old age before you can have a drink with Rayon. How dare you? Veins violently bulged on Glenn's forehead. He snapped his fingers and lightning rained down from the air, striking Rimmer's head. Cue. Rimmer collapsed while screaming like a dying pig. Black smoke was rising from his head. Glenn scowled while looking at the collapsed Rimmer, who was foaming at the mouth. It's frustrating to admit, it's really frustrating, but he isn't wrong. There were countless cases where people didn't get along with their family and other relationships became more important. Just as Rimmer and Roan had said, nothing was stopping Rayon and the Sword Demon from getting as close as a grandfather and a grandson. That was why he felt even more frustrated. The only relief I have is the fact that I didn't give Rayon the other reward yet. He was originally planning to give Rayon a book of martial arts just like the other Light Wind Division's swordsmen, but he changed his mind upon seeing the Sword Demon's eyes and decided to personally teach him. This is the only way after all. Just like how the Sword Demon got close to Rayon while helping him with sword training, he also had to get closer to his grandson the same way. Roan, I'll go to the 5th training ground at daybreak tomorrow. Glenn told Roan to cancel his schedule the next day and sat on the throne. I'll personally teach you. Since Rayon contributed the most in saving House Arian and defeating the Spectre, it wasn't strange at all even if he taught him the martial art personally. Just you wait, I'll teach you better than some sword demon. Glenn resolved himself while destroying the remaining right armrest, and Rimmer blinked his eyes with black smoke emerging from his mouth. Why did you even attack me? Hoo-hoo-hoo. The next day at daybreak, Rayon passed through the dark garden of the Annex building and went to the 5th training ground. The cold air flowed into his lungs, easing the drowsiness of daybreak. Arg, Wrath scowled while climbing on the bracelet. Are you really doing daybreak training again as soon as you return? You are seriously so persistent. You should be used to it by now. He bets you don't feel sleepy, but the King of Essence does. Why won't you ever rest? He screamed, asking why he wasn't changing even though he'd gained more points of sloth. I've changed. It's not as easy as before to wake up from sleep because of sloth. The laziness inside him had increased after he gained more sloth. He clearly wanted to keep sleeping a lot more than before. Well, it's not that hard to overcome at least. Since he had the memories of his previous life where he'd been an assassin his entire life, he could easily overcome the sloth he had without even using them. Ring of Fire, he's getting seriously sick of this. Both you and that training ground. Wrath returned to the bracelet, saying that he was going to sleep a bit longer. It feels nostalgic for me, though. Rayon chuckled and stepped on the fine sand of the empty training ground. The training ground was neatly cleaned up even though no one had used it for a while. The gambling monster must have been taking care of it while the Light Wind Division was gone. He always does everything he can for us despite saying that he can't be bothered. He started to warm himself up while thinking that he was such a nice general administrator. Let's get started. Starting with basic swordsmanship involving horizontal slash, vertical slash, diagonal slash, and Steph also practiced. Fangs of Insanity and Blizzard Sword. Lord. The mist was gone before he knew it because he was too focused on his swings, and dim sunlight was shining down on him. I feel so much at ease in this place. Probably because he'd been training there ever since childhood, it felt a lot better than practicing swordsmanship outside. Even his swings felt more energetic. Now, let's practice the parts I need to improve. Rayon incorporated the principles of severing sword, which he hadn't mastered yet, inside the Fangs of Insanity's technique. It looked flashy and systematic on the outside, but it wasn't connecting naturally at all, unlike the previous swings. I have a long way to go. He laughed bitterly and was about to practice the Fangs of Insanity once again. Whoosh! Along with a powerful gust of wind, he could hear the sound of clothes brushing past the training grounds walls from the left and right. You aren't supposed to use a sword like that. A sword shouldn't be used like that. The two people jumped over the walls and came to a halt while saying a similar line. Glenn and Rector were there. They furrowed their brows while looking at each other. Rayon's jaw dropped as he looked at Glenn and Rector, who were glaring at each other from the edges of the training ground. What are they doing now? Rayon swallowed nervously as he watched Glenn and Rector, who crossed the walls from right and left respectively. What's happening right now? Their surprised, round eyes suggested that they probably either didn't notice each other's presence or didn't expect them to appear at the exact same time to say something similar. What are you doing right now? Rayon called out to Glenn and Rector, who was standing there awkwardly, but they didn't even look at him. Glenn was glaring at Rector with a displeased expression on his face, while Rector was meeting Glenn's eyes with a furrowed brow. My lord, Sir Rector. Rayon shouted their names, and they looked at him at the same time. I came to see you because you told me that you would do a daybreak training today. I was curious as to what kind of training you were going to do, and we made a promise after all. Rector was the first one to approach him. He said that he came to help with his training with serious eyes. I see. Rayon nodded after listening to Rector's explanation. He did indeed say that. Rector had told him that he wanted to help his sword practice on the way to the annex building, and he also asked about the daybreak training when Rayon was guiding him to his room. It was totally understandable that he was there. My lord. Rayon murmured that it was understandable and looked to his right. Why did you come here, my lord? He was slightly anxious because he couldn't guess why Glenn was there at all, unlike Rector. Glenn cleared his throat and swept his disheveled hair up. His eyes used to reveal his panic, but had frozen like the northern wind. I told you before that I had another reward for you. I'm going to personally teach you instead of giving you a book of martial arts. He declared that he was going to personally teach him, since a vivid display of the sword was the befitting reward for a golden tablet rather than a book of martial arts. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking back and forth between Glenn and Rector. What's happening right now? Am I dreaming? His sense of reality was fading away because the two swordsmen who were unmatched within the continent came to see him at the same time to teach him the way of the sword. So you both came to the 5th training ground so early in the morning in order to teach me swordsmanship, right? Yes, indeed. Rector and Glenn nodded at the same time. However, they were glaring at each other instead of looking at the person they came to teach. It's so cold. He should felt hot because he'd been swinging a sword until a moment ago, but coldness was welling up all around his body, as if he were inside the northern sea, because of the cold atmosphere created by Glenn and Rector. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the space that felt like sparks were appearing from the clash. What am I supposed to do? If Glenn and Rector came to teach him one after the other, it would have been a great opportunity for him. However, it was difficult to deal with because they came at the same time. He couldn't think straight anymore and was unsure of what to do. After a short moment of silence, Glenn was the first one to act. Sir Rector. Glenn raised his chin with his hands clasped behind his back. He is a swordsman of Sieghart. Receiving my teaching seems to be the correct course of action. He lowered the corners of his lips heavily while emphasizing the fact that he was the head of house and Rayon was a member, which was the most important relationship. That is true. Rector slowly nodded. Rayon thought he would yield, but he smiled faintly without even taking a single step back. However, I made the promise with Rayon first. It was yesterday. I told him that I would help him with his sword practice for a while. The same goes for this training. He had indeed said that he would help with the training, but he never said anything about the daybreak training. He even added something he never said to claim that he had priority. Since even his teacher, the Sword of Light, gave his permission, the one who promised first would have the priority, don't you think? Rector calmly voiced out the reason why he had the priority, even though he was panicking. Rayon could see that Glenn was clenching his fist when Rimmer's name was mentioned. Even if you were the first to promise, Rayon is a member of Sieghart. The matter of the house should always take priority. Glenn bit his lips slightly. He seemed to think that he couldn't surrender. That depends on the case. Rayon is on vacation right now. Rector didn't lose either and kept arguing until the end. They were shooting their frightening glares at each other, claiming that they would be the one to teach Rayon without yielding in the slightest. This is endless, indeed, since it has come to this. Glenn and Rector continued their frightening argument behind the guise of composure before they looked at Rayon instead. We should ask Rayon himself. Yes, we should. The ferocious eyes that used to glare at each other were directed at Rayon at the same time. What do you want to do? Rayon grasped his wrist upon facing the sparks flashing from Glenn and Rector's eyes. What a tremendous pressure. Even though they weren't releasing any aura or pressure at all, Rayon was still feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. He felt like his heart was going to shatter into pieces just from their gazes. What should I do? Since they were both priceless martial arts, he didn't want to miss either Glenn or Rector's teachings. He felt like his brain was trembling, but he had to figure something out no matter what. However, he had the feeling that he was bound to miss one of them no matter what he tried. No, that wasn't even the issue. They could end up fighting and the training ground could be blown up. Rayon contemplated while biting his lip, and the two people's presence gradually intensified. The King of Essence is hungry. He's going to save some for later. Wrath suddenly started talking in his sleep with his mouth protruding from the ice flower bracelet. He looked like he was eating something in his dream. He is seriously so useless. Rayon was about to flick Wrath's mouth with his finger but stopped himself. Save some for later. Yes, there's no reason to eat everything right now. He changed his perspective and realized that their competition to teach him was actually a golden opportunity. It's true that I promised to train with Sir Rector, and it's also true that my lord was going to give me another reward. Rayon nodded and faced their gazes. His eyes weren't wavering anymore, so let's do this. Do what? They leaned forward slightly at the unexpected response. I'm currently confident in the powerful sword, heavy sword, and swift sword, while I am still inexperienced in the variable sword, illusion sword, soft sword, severing sword, flexible sword, and explosive sword. Rayon listed the sword principles that he was still inexperienced in while looking at the questioning eyes of the two people. You could pick 3 of them each and train me, then check who was the better teacher afterward. They dropped their jaws at the same time because they'd never expected that Rayon would blatantly suggest a teaching competition. Glenn gasped while looking at Rayon. Look at him. Regardless of his displeasure against Rector, he was curious how Rayon would deal with that situation, but he never expected them to prepare a scenario for them to compete. He couldn't tell whether he should call him bold or insolent, however. He had no choice but to play in his hand because there was no escape even though he knew what was happening. Rector also licked his lips while looking at Rayon's composed eyes. Edgar, this is unexpected coming from your son. Unlike his son, who was purely an upright man, his grandson knew how to take advantage of the situation. He started laughing in his mind upon seeing that even Glenn was contemplating it, because he had no other choice despite being called the destructive king of the north. This makes me like your son even more. He realized there was no escape from his grandson's plot, and decided to thoroughly fall into the trap. Rayon clenched his fist while looking at Glenn and Rector's eyes, which were embarrassed at first but became as passionate as a fire afterward. This should be the correct answer. He wasn't too sure why they were doing it, but since they were competing against each other, preparing a scenario where they could go all out was the correct course of action. They must have thought that he was being insolent, but they should have had no other choice than to play along with it. I can control my progress during the training. He figured that he could keep having them teach him in the future by controlling his progress to prevent them from sulking. It was pretty much a never-ending supply. Do you not want to? If you don't want it, then I'll go with the other. Not at all, I'll do it. Rayon murmured that they should leave if they didn't want to, and Glenn and Rector shook their heads at the same time. I'll teach you the variable sword, soft sword, and flexible sword. In that case, I'll be in charge of the illusion sword, severing sword, and explosive sword. Glenn and Rector immediately decided on what sword principles they were going to teach. All right. Rayon's mouth curved into a faint smile as he looked at the two, who were eager to compete. Since I'm currently on vacation, and I promised with the sword demon beforehand, I'll have him teach me until lunch and receive my lord's teachings in the afternoon. He decided to train with the sword demon first, because he didn't completely understand his personality yet, making Glenn wait, because he was definitely going to reward him considering his personality. After all, he always rewarded people accordingly. That was the only way he came up with to learn swordsmanship from both of them. The sword demon victoriously raised his chin while Glenn clenched his fist while frowning. They looked like the victor and the loser were decided. However, Glenn couldn't argue against him because he could somewhat understand why Rayon had said that. Please come back after lunch, head of house. It's my turn now. The sword demon was also frowning, probably because he couldn't stay with Rayon all day long, but simply smiled for the moment. I'll be back at noon. Glenn violently uttered as if he was grinding his teeth. At noon? Isn't that too early? It's only natural that lunch takes place at noon. We've always trained until 2 p.m. As for us, we always eat lunch at noon. Then you need to give him some time to eat. Glenn and Rector proceeded on to round 2. Rayon's sense of reality faded away once again as he watched the destructive King of the North and the sword demon fighting over lunchtime. Rayon slapped his own cheek while watching their serious argument to gain 1 hour. I'm not dreaming. Seriously, what's happening right now? In the end, since Glenn wanted it to be at noon while Rector wanted 2 p.m., they reached the consensus that it would be 1 p.m. and Rayon could finally start his training. We've lost a lot of time. Rector sighed and walked up to him. Let's get started right away. We are already too late. Yes, Rayon nodded. He felt like he'd been hallucinating because of how composed Rector was once again. Variable sword, soft sword, flexible sword, illusion sword, severing sword, and even the explosive sword. You must be trying to achieve a versatile sword higher than the others. Rector slowly nodded and continued. What is the path that you truly desire? I want to become a swordsman who won't yield to anyone. He said the exact same thing that Hedi told Rimmer and Sylvia at some point. Hedi never changed his mind. I see. That's why you want the versatile sword. Rector smiled faintly and stopped clasping his hands behind his back. For now, try using the fangs of insanity with nothing but the principles of the illusion sword. Understood. Rayon bowed politely and drew Heavenly Drive. He removed the ferocity, speed, and power of the fangs of insanity and incorporated it with nothing but illusion. Heavenly Drive spread around like sunlight brushing past the window and created a dozen blades that swiftly fell. Speed, power, and ferocity were gone, but the illusion looked like a flower was blooming from the sword. Rayon displayed the illusory fangs of insanity from the beginning to the end before he lowered Heavenly Drive. Was this your first time trying to incorporate nothing but the illusion sword in the fangs of insanity? The sword demon raised his eyes while stroking his beard. Yes, amazing. You must put a lot of thought into it. He praised him, saying that it was a nice change and that he felt like he saw a different illusion technique instead of the fangs of insanity, let alone those weaker than you. Even the warriors at the same level as you will have a hard time dealing with it. However, your goal is even higher, isn't it? Indeed. Rayon nodded, saying that it was naturally true. It needs a lot of improvement in that perspective. Let's start with the first technique. Your skill was flashy, but it wasn't exactly difficult to find the real sword. The most important part about an illusion sword isn't the number of illusions, but how realistic they are, even if you only end up with one. Rector kindly explained in detail which parts needed improvement and when his sword wavered. He really is amazing. He was the sword demon for a good reason, since he managed to notice which part needed to be fixed and which part needed to be improved after only seeing it once. Since we found the wrong answer, it's time to find the correct answer. Try using the fangs of insanity again while keeping what I just told you in mind. Yes, Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while thinking about Rector's sincere advice. It's going to be fun for a while. Glenn looked down upon the 5th training ground while standing on a hill in North Grave Mountain. Damn it. He clenched his fist tightly while speaking insults out loud. It was rare coming from him. How could this happen? He was trying to act quickly before Rayon and Rector got even closer to each other, but his actions came far faster than anticipated. Was he aware of what I've been thinking? Ever since the first time he'd seen Rector, Glenn had noticed his affection and obsession towards Rayon. Rector must notice that the change of reward the day before was an unusual occurrence and immediately tried to become his teacher. What a sly old man. He was a fast thinker and was quick to put it into action, befitting his name as the Sword Demon. What's even worse is that he is actually good at teaching. If he was teaching wrong or did anything strange, Glenn was going to immediately barge in and blow him up. That was what he actually wanted to do, but the Sword Demon was teaching Rayon with all his heart. It was to the point where there was nothing to criticize. Ha. Glenn bit his lip tightly and glared at him fiercely. You want to be his grandfather. He'll never let that happen. He kept thinking about how Rimmer mentioned that Rector looked like Rayon's real grandfather. To be honest, he even had a nightmare the day before where Rayon called Rector his grandfather instead of himself. This is no good. He figured he would need to beat Rimmer up a bit more after he returned. It was unbearable how uncomfortable he felt. Glenn anxiously counted the seconds on the clock and bit his lip. I can't lose this. I am the one who will raise my grandson. Rayon sighed while lowering Heavenly Drive. This is a bit taxing. Rector's lesson was as detailed as always, but the training that was driving him to exhaustion was a lot tougher than before because of the competition with Glenn. Rayon didn't even have time to breathe as he kept practicing the parts that needed improvement, and he had to work his body and mind to the full extent. He was glad and exhausted at the same time because he hadn't done such hard training for a long time. I'm worried I might not last for the head of house's lesson. He was looking forward to Glenn's lesson after lunch, but he was also worried at the same time. You will recover with lunch. Wrath learned about the situation when he woke up after everything was decided. He shook his head at Rayon, telling him that he should stop thinking like a weakling. Pineapple Girl must thoroughly prepared for lunch. He's already looking forward to it. He loudly licked his lips. He seemed to be thinking about a full meal on the table. I wonder I don't think so. A chill ran down his spine from the premonition that Wrath's wish was not going to come true, but he remained silent for the moment because he would get noisy otherwise. It's still not enough. You can move even faster in your current state. Understood. When Rayon was about to swing the fangs of insanity while following Rector's advice, an extremely powerful gaze could be felt from behind him. Ah. He turned around to check, and Glenn was leaning his back towards the wall, his eyes sparking with a crimson light. He seemed to have arrived in advance to wait for his turn even though there was still some time left. Arg, we still have some more time. Keep going. Rector ordered him to keep swinging his sword since it wasn't lunchtime yet. Yes. Rayon broke out in cold sweat and fangs of insanity according to the advice he'd been given. The number of illusions was decreased, but the swords dancing in the air looked as realistic as a real blade. Stop right there. Rayon finished the first technique, and just as he was about to move on to the second, Glenn raised his hand. It's 1 p.m. Rector frowned after checking the time. However, he couldn't argue against him because of their promise and licked his lips in regret. Head of house, it's indeed 1 p.m., but Rayon is going to eat lunch with M. That's unnecessary. Glenn shook his head, taking something wrapped in paper from his clothes and throwing it at Rayon. Rayon caught the thing that Glenn threw at him. The touch was familiar. This scent. Wrath's lips trembled in anxiety as he looked at the object wrapped in paper. Don't tell me. Rayon unwrapped it while wrinkling his nose. His guess was right. The Nadine bread that he'd been eating from time to time was inside. There's no time for food. It'll teach you what true swordsmanship is. He waved his hand to urge Rayon to wield his sword while saying that wasting time for food was a luxury for warriors. This damn geezer. Wrath barked and charged at Glenn. How dare you feed him the rubber bread? You must have a death wish. Let's fight right now. He violently swung his fist, challenging him for a one-on-one duel. Rayon sighed, while looking at the Nadine bread. It was still warm, at least. I like the idea of getting stronger, but can I really survive? Sir Rector, your time is over. Don't mind us. If it was about the training, sure. However, we should feed Rayon a proper lunch since he didn't even have breakfast. Glenn and Rector clashed once again, with Glenn trying to feed him Nadine bread and Rector wanting him to return to the annex building for lunch. He is still a child in his growth period. A child. Glenn furrowed his brow, displeased by the fact that Rector was calling Rayon a child. Rayon is a member of Sieghart. It's up to me to take care of him. I am fully aware of that fact. However, we aren't at war, and the training isn't such an urgent matter. Eating a proper lunch seems to be the correct course of action rather than the Nadine bread. Rector firmly closed his lips while looking at the Nadine bread in Rayon's hand. And you made him practice all along without even feeding breakfast despite knowing that fact. Glenn raised his chin and urged him to respond. That is. Rector lowered his gaze because he had no excuse for that. Anyway, Rayon wouldn't be happy about Nadine bread that tastes like rubber, so please let him have his meal at least. Taste doesn't matter for warriors. He likes training more than food, so he should be glad that he can save time. Glenn took out another loaf of Nadine bread from his clothes and ate it himself. Even though the nasty taste of rubber must have been spreading throughout his mouth, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He was truly leading by example. Moreover, filling the stomach isn't the only utility of Nadine bread. It also has plenty of nutrients, and that's why it's called a must-have for trainees. Sir Rector should be fully aware of that fact. Of course, I've eaten plenty of it in the past, but that's why I'm trying to stop it. The taste is just terrible. It's going to affect his practice. Glenn shouted that he should start training right away after eating the Nadine bread, while Rector advised that he should have a more nutritious and tasty meal. They started arguing against each other without yielding in the slightest. Rayon wetted his lips with his tongue while watching the quarrel between Glenn and Rector. My mouth is so dry. He didn't know what to do because of the childish argument between Glenn and Rector that had started again in the middle of the day after what happened in Daybreak. Your time is over. Stop disturbing us and leave. I'm going to leave if you feed him. Why are you even trying to feed him bread when the annex building should have already prepared his lunch? Even though they weren't wielding their swords, their reddened faces looked like they were angry from the bottom of their hearts. Rayon couldn't even begin to guess when it started to go all wrong. Rayon sighed while looking at the sparks flashing between Glenn and Rector's glares. Neither of them seemed to have any intention of withdrawing, and a small amount of pressure emerged to burst out into a violent sandstorm at the center of the training ground. The head of house is actually right this time. Eating Nadine bread isn't a big deal for me. He isn't right at all. How could you eat such a terrible thing? You are indeed his bloodline. You are both monsters with twisted tongues. Wrath pounded Rayon's shoulder like a drum, telling him to follow his acquaintance instead of his family. Rayon, Glenn and Rector turned to look at Rayon at the same time. What do you want to do? Do you want to start training right away? Or are you going to waste your time while eating lunch? You didn't even eat breakfast. You need to eat a proper meal. They barraged him with the pros and cons of a meal and training, trying to win the argument no matter what. Meal is the obvious answer. Pineapple Girl should fill the table with tasty food. You have to see them, at least for her sake. Wrath screamed, pleading for him to choose a meal with widened eyes. I'm sorry, but that won't do. This is the head of house's turn. Regardless of meals and Nadine bread, he had to take Glenn's side because he took Rector's side in the morning. He shouldn't be making him feel bad after all, since he was about to learn martial art from him. I'm going to eat this. Rayon swallowed the Nadine bread he was holding at once. Kua. Wrath screamed and collapsed like a demon king defeated by a hero upon tasting the clammy rubber taste filling his mouth. This is no problem. He slowly chewed the Nadine bread and swallowed it as casually as if he were eating salty bread with sausage before he nodded. Let's start the training. A satisfied smile appeared on Glenn's face, and Rector's brow was crumpled like paper. Rayon sighed heavily while looking at the clear contrast in Glenn and Rector's reactions. I'm more tired mentally than physically. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Glenn's victorious smile at making Rector leave. I really don't understand what's going on. He still couldn't understand why both Glenn and Rector were fighting each other to be his teacher, but he had no time to think about that. This is an opportunity that might never happen again. Both the destructive King of the North and the Sword Demon were powerful enough to gain the Monarch of Wrath's recognition. It was necessary for him to learn the essence of their martial arts without wasting a second. Rayon. Yes, Rayon walked up to Glenn upon hearing his call. Was I supposed to teach you the variable sword, soft sword, and flexible sword? Indeed, they are simple. He stared with a frighteningly cold glare while saying that all three principles weren't that difficult. They aren't simple, though. His heart tightened because of Glenn's gaze. He felt like he was about to get buried 6 feet under if he learned more slowly than during Rector's lesson. I was originally planning to teach you a new sword technique, but I'll leave it for later. Let's start with the principles. He extended his hand, and a training sword floated from the corner of the training ground on its own and flew into his hand. Tap, the training sword smoothly entered Glenn's grasp. It almost looked like a reverse display of an extremely proficient flying sword technique. This is truly a divine skill. An object located so far away was pulled into his hand so naturally through the wind. His mana control was pretty much at a god's level. Whoosh. Glenn simply swirled the training sword before facing Rayon. Is he going to demonstrate something? I can't miss it. Rayon bit his lip and activated the Ring of Fire. He made all 7 rings resonate to the best of his ability as if he were in a fight to death against a powerful opponent. Glenn slowly raised his training sword above his head. He seemed to have thought that Rayon was ready. Watch carefully. The moment he said those words, Glenn's training sword, which was piercing the sky, fell downwards. The sword descended slowly enough for even the wooden pattern could be seen, but the blade suddenly twisted to the sides. Waves spread around from the blade like when you throw a rock into a lake, and the sword filled his eyes with countless trajectories, all full of variety. It was different from the illusion sword that Rector had shown him. The number of swords remained the same, but the splendid yet frightening variety on the blade made it look like it had multiplied into hundreds. It must have been the extremity of the variable sword. Is his wrist creating the variety? Glenn was only controlling a small amount of aura that even a novice expert could use. The reason he could create such a variety with that small amount of aura seemed to be because his wrist was endlessly moving. Tap, Glenn's wooden sword stabbed the ground, and the countless trajectories of the sword covering the sky disappeared at once as if they were wiped away by the rain. Rayon unconsciously groaned, regretting the fact that he couldn't see the extremity of the variable sword in more detail. Did you see it? Glenn stared at him with a frightening glare while weakly holding the hilt. He looked like he was about to kill him if he didn't see it. I didn't manage to see all of them. Rayon briefly sighed and shook his head. Tell me what you saw. I saw your wrist, my lord. Wrist. People usually twist the wrist a lot when they use the variable sword, but my lord's wrist only moved in small angles while creating an extreme variety for the sword. The Ring of Fire told him about the control of his body instead of aura. The aura Glenn was using wasn't anything special, but he managed to create such an impossible variety by just twisting his wrist accordingly. I never thought this was possible. He previously thought that body didn't matter anymore for grandmasters and transcenders, and the control of aura determined the martial arts level. Yet Glenn had achieved such a drastic change by only using his body, and that was completely unexpected to him. Rayon felt enlightened. Can you repeat it yourself? It's impossible for now. Rayon firmly shook his head, even though he had the Ring of Fire. It was impossible for him to copy it in his current state. It surpassed the limit of his body. For now, I see. Glenn simply nodded. He seemed satisfied with the answer. But you should still try. I'll see how much you can do. Understood. Rayon cheerfully drew Heavenly Drive. He raised the sword while looking at Glenn's composed eyes through the deadly blade. The head of House's wrist was moving in the opposite direction from the sword's trajectory. It was such a faint change that was difficult to notice, but Glenn was moving his wrist and the tip of the sword in opposite directions. He guessed that it was where the secret behind that variety dwelled. The flow of the aura should be as violent as a tidal wave. He opened the mental world in his head. He slashed down Heavenly Drive while imagining Glenn's flow of aura and the movement of his body. Whoosh! Heavenly Drive created a small wave, like the surface of tea with a leaf floating on it. Blades waning like the blue moonlight started to fill the vision. I need a bit more. Glenn had created many more variations with a smaller amount of aura. Rayon couldn't possibly stop with that after witnessing his sword. Until Heavenly Drive pointed to the ground, Rayon kept moving his wrist in short yet strong twists to create as much variation as possible. Wham! Wind blasted from the sword the moment Heavenly Drive was directed to the ground because he was straining it, unlike Glenn. Glenn slowly nodded while looking at the slightly trembling tip of Heavenly Drive that had reached the ground. It wasn't too bad for your first time, he casually declared, but he was actually trying his best to suppress his pounding heart. He is the real deal. He slightly increased the difficulty of the variable sword on purpose, and he had never expected Rayon to grasp the flow. It definitely needed a lot of improvement, but genius wasn't enough to describe his talent. You are my grandson indeed. He suppressed the urge to shout it right away and bit his lip slightly. Glenn forced himself to harden his face and raised his sword. However, you still need a lot of improvement. It can't be helped since it was your first time. He said it as he swung his sword with variation once again. Watch closely one more time. Yes, Rayon nodded, his eyes burning with passion. Whoosh. Variation occurred in Glenn's training sword along with a breeze. The blade flowed in a way that Rayon wouldn't be able to dodge no matter what he tried and created hundreds of lines connecting the sky and the ground. He must raise the difficulty, as it was faster than before, while also having an even deeper variation. Rayon couldn't even see half of it, even though he was using the Ring of Fire. Interesting. He also liked Rector's method, where he calmly taught step by step, but Glenn's method where he showed the demonstration and asked Rayon to follow wasn't bad either. Kring. Rayon smiled, his eyes a burning red just like Heavenly Drive. I am going next. Rector watched the fifth training ground beneath him while standing on top of a boulder right next to North Grave Mountains Hill, where Glenn used to stand. Training like that. Glenn's teaching was even more difficult to understand than he'd expected. He was asking Rayon to copy after him after a single demonstration, which was completely different from ordinary lessons. It's nothing but poison for ordinary people, however's following it, even for Mustin, who was the most talented in the Alliance with the exception of the Alliance head's disciplining like that would have been a completely pointless waste of time. However, Rayon understood the flow of Glenn's swordsmanship and was swinging his sword after him. His talent can only be described as crazy. He had already noticed that Rayon had excellent observation skills, but he'd never thought that he would be able to repeat the flow of a martial art that he'd only seen once even if it was lacking. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it an absolute talent. Rector sighed in frustration while stroking his beard. Edgar, your son is even more amazing than you. His son's talent was already amazing enough, but his grandson had far surpassed him. He'd heard that Rayon was called the upcoming strongest in the continent, and the rumor wasn't groundless at all. I am a bit jealous. Something started burning in his heart as he watched Glenn demonstrating for Rayon with the expectation that he would be able to follow, and then Rayon following while understanding his thoughts. Hoo-hoo. A lonely laugh came from Rector as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I won't be the one to blame Mustin anymore. He advised his disciple to walk his own path instead of getting jealous of Rayon, but he couldn't help getting jealous as he watched Glenn and Rayon. It was difficult to suppress that emotion, even with the ability that he'd been nurturing his entire life. It's still okay. I just need to be with him from now on. If he couldn't be with him in the past, he just needed to do so in the future. He was planning to devote all of his remaining time to his daughter-in-law and grandson if he managed to leave the Alliance. Rector rolled his lips into a smile while looking at Glenn, who was pretending to be blunt while teaching Rayon. I won't lose to you. Glenn, my daughter-in-law's father. The next day was the same. Rayon took Rector's calm lesson from daybreak until lunch and ate Nadine bread before taking Glenn's wild lesson from lunch until the evening. He almost felt dizzy by the evening because he was completely exhausted both physically and mentally from getting worked to the bones by the two monstrous swordsmen. He felt like he had managed to learn his limits. Moreover, I can't tell if I am really getting stronger. He couldn't feel his growth at all because both Glenn and Rector kept telling him that he still had a long way to go. I am going to die at this rate. He was under extreme pressure because both Glenn and Rector were going all out, as they didn't want to lose to each other. Simply being under their pressure was already exhausting enough. He thought he would never experience hell worse than his life as an assassin, but the 2 past days he'd spent weren't any better than it. Crack, Wrath ground his teeth, his deadly glare directed at Glenn because he'd fed him Nadine bread 2 days straight. Rayon managed to find another rabid dog outside of the Mad Dog Squad, Tusk. Glenn briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the sun that was setting after it finished its work for the day. Today's lesson is over. Rayon bowed at Glenn and sighed in his mind. Today is finally over. The time period being fixed for the competition was one of the reasons why he immediately ended the lesson, but it was mostly because Rector was watching from above the hill. Glenn and Rector kept watching the lesson from afar even when it wasn't their time instead of doing their own thing. It was normally an unspoken rule that they shouldn't watch the other people's training, but they didn't seem to care about that at all. Rayon, Rector and Yua entered the training ground while Rayon was shaking the dust off of his exhausted body. Young master, Yua ran up to him, her twin tails and hands fluttering into the air. I told you we were going to hold a promotion party today. Why are you still here? She wrinkled her nose, asking why he was still training when the preparation was already over. My bad. Rayon chuckled and shook his hand. The food is getting cold. We even made the pineapple pizza that you like so much. Actually Yua pouted, but her eyes became round as she noticed that Glenn was standing behind Rayon. Hello. She lowered her head at Glenn with a bright smile on her face even though the entire house feared him. Yes. Even Glenn couldn't ignore her and nodded because of how bright her greeting was. Rayon looked at Glenn while returning Heavenly Drive to his scabbard. The atmosphere around him is different from usual. He was usually a cold-hearted iron wall of a man, but he suddenly looked as lonely as the autumn wind. It was similar to the feeling he had a few days ago. Shall I ask him to come with us? No, he is obviously going to decline. He thought about inviting him to the party, but simply lowered his hand. There was no way Glenn would want to join a party like that. He figured it was better to not mention it at all since the other people would also be uneasy about it. Rayon was about to say goodbye to Glenn before returning to the annex building. My lord, would you like to join us? Yua smiled cheerfully while grabbing Glenn's finger. We are having a party today. Glenn sighed in frustration while looking at Rector and Yua, who came to collect Rayon. They are having a party. Judging from the story, they seem to be holding a party to celebrate the Light Wind Division's promotion. It was just a small party between the members of the annex building, but the fact that Rector was joining, when he wasn't despite being Rayon's grandfather, was painful. However, it's still impossible for me to tell them that I want to join. He managed to muster the courage to personally teach Rayon, but telling him that he wanted to join the annex building's party with Sylvia was too much for him. He could never open his mouth for that. Glenn, how pathetic of you. He was called the destructive king of the north or the lightning god, but he was actually just a coward who couldn't even move a finger because he was afraid of the awkward gazes of his daughter and his grandson. He laughed bitterly over the fact that he was still getting the desire to drink with Rayon in the annex building, which made him embarrassed and frustrated at the same time. Glenn clenched his fist while looking at Rector, who was talking to Rayon. You will be the one to attend the party, but I won't lose to you when it comes to raising Rayon. As he was resolving himself while looking at Rector, he heard small footsteps approaching him. They were coming from the girl with the special talent that Rayon had brought from Habun Castle, Yua. Yua walked up to him and blankly raised her head. Glenn couldn't understand what she was thinking. Since he was awkward about dealing with a child, he decided to leave, but Yua extended her small hand to grab his finger. Just as he was about to shake her off because of her sudden action, her voice could be heard. My lord, would you like to join us? Yua pulled on his finger and said that it would be even better if the head of house joined the celebration party with a sweet smile on her face. We are having a party. Glenn couldn't shake her hand off because of the warmth he was feeling from his pinky finger. It was the first time he had felt that way since he held Rayon in his arms when he was a baby. Rayon hurriedly ran up to Yua and grabbed her. I am sorry, she has no manners because she is still a child. He begged for mercy while saying that it was a child's mistake. Glenn was about to shake his head and tell him it wasn't a big deal but stopped himself. He remembered Rimmer's dying wish upon seeing Rayon's eyes. You should stay in a cave forever and die from old age before you can have a drink with Rayon. Yeah, I should have a drink with my grandson before dying. I need to do it at least once, even if I have to put on an iron mask. He raised his gaze to look at Rector. He was leisurely smiling like a victor. That geezer. He had given up and accepted his defeat just a moment ago, but that mindset disappeared and a new flame of passion was ignited. Come over here. Glenn waved his hand at Yua, who was peeking her eyes out from behind Rayon. refusing a lady's invitation would be rude. His face was flushed and his heart felt like it was being tightened by a wire, but he still grabbed the girl's hand and smiled faintly. "I'll join that party." Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the tableware placed on the table. How did it end up like this? They were supposed to hold a small party for promotion among the members of the annex building, but there was an uninvited guest who was actually invited. This can't be a dream, can it? His lips faintly trembled as he turned his head to the right. Glenn was sitting at the higher seat with a slightly flushed face, and Sylvia was sitting next to him, unable to even breathe as her shoulders trembled. Lyle was Nev. Even Helen and the maids standing behind the table were groaning like they were about to die. The only people who were composed were Glenn and Yua, who'd brought him along. Rector was sitting at the edge of the table of his free will because he was joining the party as a guest, and he was looking at Glenn with a jealous and interested gaze at the same time. Tap, tap. Rayon lightly tapped the table with his finger and examined Glenn. I didn't expect him to really join the party. It was already unexpected that Yua invited Glenn, but he thought Glenn would obviously refuse, considering it a child's mistake. However, he contemplated it for a moment before saying that he shouldn't refuse a lady's offer and brought some liquor to join the party. When Sylvia and Helen saw Glenn in front of the annex building's door, their expressions were even more pale than a mouse in front of a cat. Sylvia stood up from her chair, her eyes twitching anxiously. We've thoroughly prepared in order to celebrate Rayon, Yua, and Julius' Light Wind Squad's promotion into the Light Wind Division. Please enjoy it to the fullest. She politely declared the words since Glenn and Rector were present and opened her hand. The way her fingers were trembling was pitiful to watch. Please start it now. Ah yes, the food is coming. The maids immediately brought the food into the dining room upon hearing Sylvia's command. They used to work fluently, but they were creaking like wooden dolls. It was so bad that the huge table was shaking. Even Judith dropped one of the forks on the ground because she was shaking despite how composed she usually was. Glenn didn't react at all to the maid's mistakes, instead looking at Rector on the opposite side. Rector also met his gaze with serious eyes. It almost felt like sparks were flying between their gazes. How pathetic. Wrath shook his head while looking at Glenn and Rector. Even though they are old and powerful, they can't stop being so childish. Indeed, Rayon laughed bitterly upon seeing the old men moving into the second round of glaring after what happened in the training ground. While Glenn and Rector were pointlessly fighting to see whose pupils were stronger, the table was filled with the delicious food that Helen and the maids had prepared in no time. Hot steam was rising from the dishes since they were finished a moment ago. What are you waiting for? Wrath briskly stood up and floundered his round hands. Stop paying attention to those old men and take up your fork already. You better be ready, since you fed the King of Essence the rubber bread 2 days in a row. He licked his lips, saying that he was going to finish all of the food even if his stomach had to burst in the process. His eyes were red from excitement, and Rayon simply pushed him away before looking at Glenn. Wait a moment. The etiquette of the annex building was just to enjoy the food any way they wanted to, but they couldn't do that since their head of house, Glenn, was with them. The maids didn't sit down like always after setting up the food, standing straight in the back while glancing at Glenn. Sylvia remained quiet, probably because she thought she might end up harming the maids on top of herself if she made the wrong move, and Rector was also quietly watching the situation since he was well aware of who the master of that place was. Glenn casually raised his gaze after watching the food. Why are you standing over there? I heard that everyone eats together in the annex building. He ordered the maids to take a seat with a calm voice. My lord. Sylvia briskly turned her head towards Glenn. How do you know that they share the table? She asked with round eyes, surprised that Glenn knew about the annex building situation. Glenn didn't answer immediately, bobbing his finger for a moment before his lips parted reluctantly. Rimmer told me. I see, Sylvia nodded. She seemed to think that it was understandable since Rimmer often came to the annex building for food whenever he ran out of money. Sit down, everyone. The head of house gave his permission. She waved her hand toward the maids, who were still standing awkwardly, to tell them to take their seats. Yes, the maids bowed at Glenn before taking their respective seats. However, their faces were even paler than when they were standing, and their shoulders were trembling. Everyone was silent, including Glenn, Sylvia, and even Rector. Small footsteps could be heard from the kitchen. It's ready. Yua brought a large pizza out with Julius and placed it at the center of the table. It was the pineapple pizza that her grandfather had further improved. Wow, Wrath clenched his fist tightly while looking at Yua. He expected nothing else from Pineapple Girl. She completed that masterpiece in such a short time period. She's truly amazing. Try it out already. Be patient. He urged Rayon to eat the pizza already, but Rayon couldn't move his hand since Glenn wasn't doing anything. Silence started for the second time. Everyone was trying to read Glenn's countenance. Growl, thunder echoed from Julius' stomach. I am sorry. He immediately bowed to apologize, but no one scolded him. Most people were breathing out sighs of relief because the tension was gone. Glenn was the first one to take up his spoon. Let's eat before it gets cold. Once he started eating the soup, Sylvia, Helen, and the maids started spooning up the soup while being as stiff as a machine. Slurp. The small noise of the soup entering mouths proved that people in the room weren't actually dolls. Rayan was awkwardly eating when wrath started rolling on his head. Stop with the soup and eat something else already. There is grilled beef, lamb chops, and pizza over there. I think I won't be able to digest them if I eat them right now. Wrath kept shouting at him to eat various dishes, but Rayan couldn't easily move his hand because of Glenn's gaze. It was the third moment of silence. The sound of tableware was the only thing that could be heard, and no one was speaking at all. Glenn put down his spoon with an expressionless face, and Yua energetically stood up. My lord, please try this one. It's the young master Rayan's favorite food. Yua took a pizza slice from the pineapple pizza shed brought a moment ago and placed it on the plate in front of Glenn. Yua, why Yua? Gasp, Yua. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids widened their eyes to the point where they could pop out because of Yua's sudden behavior. No one could even speak properly because of how panicked they were. However, Glenn didn't even frown, instead putting Yua's pizza in his mouth. He chewed the pizza before swallowing it with his mouth closed, then nodded in satisfaction. It's delicious. Right, my grandfather made the recipe. Yua smiled happily while praising her grandfather to Glenn. Your grandfather should be proud. Glenn took another bite of the pizza while answering Yua. Of course, he is the best cook in Habun Castle. Yua confidently declared as much while vigorously raising her hand. The tension engulfing the table drastically faded away from their short yet energetic conversation. Yua, can you give one to me as well? Yes. Rector waved his hand, and Yua gave him a pizza slice with a sweet smile on her face. It's even better than the manager's. Glenn and Rector ate the pizza in satisfaction, which made Sylvia and the maids finally stop trembling and start to properly eat the food. Rayan gasped while looking at Yua, who created a cheerful atmosphere around the table with her smile. Is it because she learned the rhythm? It looked like Yua had done it to remove the tension and heavy atmosphere filling the table. No, she might be just having fun. Considering the fact that she was capable of such a friendly approach toward Glenn and Rector, who had such scary faces, it was probably just her nature. Anyway, she saved us, you bastard. Rayan was smiling at Yua when Wrath barked at him. The food is disappearing. Please start eating already. He can still taste the rubber from his mouth. I get it, I get it. Rayan nodded upon hearing Wrath shout and tried out Yua's pizza. Wow. Just like Rector had described, it was even more delicious than the one made by her grandfather. The harmony between the various meats, vegetables, and well-baked pineapple created a beautiful mixture of all kinds of tastes. It had earned Glenn's recognition for a good reason. Wow, this is the one. The rubber sticking to his tongue finally disappeared. Wrath said that the Nadine bread's taste was finally gone, his eyes full of tears. Next up is the grilled meats. You must take the lamb chops too. Yes, sir. Rayan heeded Wrath's request and took other food on his plate when Rector raised his gaze. Head of house. He was fiddling with the table while looking at the red liquor bottle placed in front of Glenn. Did you bring that liquor yourself? Indeed. Glenn nodded and pushed the bottle ahead. I brought whatever I found because I can't be empty-handed upon joining a party. In fact, it was the highest quality liquor that he prepared when Rayan had slain the specter. It was such an expensive bottle that even platinum of the same weight was cheaper than it, but he took off the cover on purpose to disguise it as a cheap bottle. Well, I guess all liquors are pretty much the same. Rayan nodded in acknowledgement and was about to continue his meal when someone touched his feet from below the table. He raised his head since Sylvia was the only one in that direction, and she pointed at Glenn with her eyes. Is she telling me to pour the liquor for him? Judging from her gaze, it looked like she was asking him to pour the liquor into Glenn's glass. I guess that's the correct manners. He didn't know about it because it was his first time sharing the table with an elder that he had difficulty dealing with, but he could guess that she was right. My lord. Rayan stood up from his seat and went next to Glenn. Can I pour the liquor? Do as you wish. Glenn pushed the glass towards him while looking at the opposite side. Rayan accepted the bottle and uncorked it. Along with the refreshing sound of it opening, a high-class and sweet fragrance gently brushed his nose. Even though he said that it was a cheap bottle, Rayan could tell at a glance that it was the highest quality liquor. He was about to fill Glenn's glass, but his expression changed into an indescribable state. His eyebrows were slightly trembling, his cheeks were flushed, and the corners of his lips were wavering like a reed under the wind. People could mistake him for being already drunk. He bad with alcohol, or does he love it too much? Rayan couldn't tell whether he already got drunk from the scent alone or he was just looking forward to the taste. Rayan weakly shook his head and filled Glenn's glass. This is enough. Once the liquor filled half of the glass, Glenn picked it up. You should pour it for the others as well. He raised his glass towards Rector, who was sitting on the opposite side. Unlike the indescribable expression from a moment ago, he seemed to be blatantly boasting about it. The funny part was that Rector was biting his lip in frustration for some reason. What are they even doing? Rayon thought that they were such strange old men and filled Rector's glass. He also poured a little bit of it into Sylvia, Helen, and the maid's glasses before returning to his seat. Sylvia smiled and stood up from her seat. She extended her glass forward and looked at Rayon. Rayon, Yua, Julius, congratulations on your promotion. I'll keep looking forward to it in the future. She shouted, and the maids also extended their glasses. Young master, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to you and Yuli's as well. Please just return safely. The maids also congratulated them without being careful about Glenn for once. Congratulations. Glenn raised his glass while speaking in a voice that could barely be heard. Rayon wasn't too sure, but he seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Here we go, clink. Sylvia went ahead and made the clinking sound of glasses before looking at Glenn. Glenn understood the meaning behind her gaze and started to drink. The others also drank after him. Bleg, disgusting. Wrath started to blabber at him to eat the pizza and remove the aftertaste since the liquor was disgusting. Let's try something else. Rayon pushed Wrath away, putting some stew into his bowl and glancing at Glenn on the way. He was drinking very slowly to savor it while looking at the golden liquor with an ecstatic expression on his face. Oh, so he likes the liquor a lot. Rayon could understand the bright expression he'd shown a moment ago. Glenn slowly savored Yua's pizza and the liquor Rayon had poured for him. He emptied the glass until the last drop before standing up from his seat. My lord, Sylvia and the maids were surprised and stood up at the same time. I'll be taking my leave. Glenn shook his head, saying that he'd enjoyed enough. Sylvia. Ah, yes. Sylvia swallowed nervously and briskly stood up. It was delicious. Glenn gently stared at Sylvia and Rayon before he nodded. And congratulations. That was the last thing he said before he left the dining room. He quietly murmured at Rector as he passed the end of the table. I was first. Rector scowled, and Glenn raised his chin with an arrogant smile on his face. Rimmer yawned loudly, his mouth looking like it would tear apart as he lay on the bed in his room. I am so bored. He was still unable to move his body because Glenn had beat him up too hard. The pain was one thing, but he was being bored to death because he couldn't do anything. I heard they were holding a party. Yua had invited him to the party, but he had to refuse because it was too difficult to move. When he thought about it, he should have forced himself to participate. Shall I ask Rayon to fetch M? The moment he voiced Rayon's name, the room's door was violently opened and Glenn entered. My lord. Rimmer's jaw dropped as he raised his head. What the hell is wrong with him? Is he Rayon's stalker or something? He appeared the moment he talked about Rayon. His swiftness was beyond understanding. Hey, what? When you had a drink with Rayon, did he fill your glass? Rimmer shook his head while thinking about when he had a drink with Rayon. No, he just threw the bottle at me and we drank on our own. What about the gambling monster? I think they gobbled it down separately as well. He shook his head once again while thinking about the promise of 3 with the gambling monster. I see. Glenn straightened his back and tilted his chin. His lips rolled up into a deep smile. Rimmer couldn't understand what was happening, but it was an irritating expression that seemed to be saying that he was the winner. Rimmer had to frown because his face was too hateful. What's wrong with this old man today? He swallowed nervously and lowered his gaze slightly because he was being way too different from usual. Did something good happen to you? Are you curious? I am curious. He wasn't actually that curious about it, but he had to ask because he had the feeling that Glenn wouldn't leave the room until he listened to his story. I was invited to the party in the annex building today. Did my lord really go to the annex building? Yes, the girl called Yua invited me and I ended up attending. Wow, Rimmer clenched his fist while thinking about Yua's twin tails. Yua, you've achieved something that no one managed before. It was worth it to raise you all along. He didn't actually help raise you at all, but he decided to think that way for the moment. So what did you do over there? We simply had a meal, however. Well, Rayon filled my glass before anyone else's. Mine took priority among them all. The first person to have a drink with isn't actually that important. Whose glass he filled for the first time is the most important. Wow. Rimmer's eyes widened as he watched Glenn's sense of solemnity reaching the sky. Is that all? Hey, proud grandpa. Is that even something to brag about? Glenn kept bragging late into the night. The partner is the most important part when it comes to drinking. Since I was the first one Rayon filled a glass for, it was bound to be extremely delicious. It was closer to drops of the nectar of the gods than liquor. Wait a moment. Rimmer raised his head while grasping his temple. All you've been talking about for 30 minutes was that Rayon filled your glass. Did anything else happen? Anything else? Yes, he filled your glass, but that shouldn't be the end of the story. Getting invited to the annex building was a great opportunity for him to spend time with his youngest daughter and his grandson. Rimmer bobbed his finger while thinking that there was no way the drink was all he had. Like clinking glasses, bringing the food for you, or having a lengthy conversation. Something else must have happened. That was it, though. Glenn tilted his head, asking what else he wanted since Rayon had filled his glass. Arg, Rimmer slapped his own forehead with his palm. It hurt so much, but he couldn't help it because of how frustrated he was. What am I supposed to do? Is he really the same monster that I followed in the past? Glenn was still smiling, clearly in a good mood. His cheeks were red cheeks. Rimmer couldn't understand why he always became such a small man whenever he went to his grandson despite being an invincible warrior with overwhelming pressure even when he faced the heads of the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Stop smiling for now. I never smiled. Look at the mirror. The corners of your lips are piercing the ceiling. Rimmer pointed at the tilted mirror hanging on the wall. Ahem. Glenn saw his face in the mirror and forced his lips to stop dancing. Anyway, you're telling me that you just had 1 glass, right? I also ate pizza. Yua gave it to me. Glenn exclaimed, saying that he didn't know that she also had talent in cooking. Seriously, stop. Rimmer screamed and extended his hand. I don't care about the rest. I am telling you that you should never leave after just having a drink if you get another opportunity like this in the future. You should talk to Rayon and Sylvia, act friendly to get closer to them. Such a great opportunity wasn't easy to come by, but it could happen since Yua was there. Rimmer wanted him to recover their relationship a lot more clearly next time. The relationship between people is similar to martial arts. You have to take it step by step, or else a problem will occur. You are going to die from old age if you do that. You have to make progress like having a trance 10 times in a row when it comes to stuff like this. Rimmer barked the words and slammed his fist against his bruised chest. He was probably going to have to stay bedridden for a few more days because of that, but he felt like he was going to be suffocated to death if he didn't say that. Rayon is also strangely dull when it comes to relationships with people, and it will be pointless if you don't tell him. Rayon was more capable than anyone at understanding the enemy's mentality, but he was an idiot when it came to family and friends for some strange reason. Since it was a matter between a slow as shit grandfather and a dull as fuck grandson, the slow progress was probably a natural outcome. I see, I'll think about it. Glenn nodded, saying that he would have another conversation with them if something similar happened in the future. I learned something at today's party. Rayon likes pineapple pizza. I should import some pineapples. About 10 tons should be good. 10 tons. Since he also seemed to like beef and lamb chops, I'll assign the chef from the Lord's Manor in charge of grilling to the Light Wind Division's cafeteria. Ha. Rimmer shook his head and sighed heavily. Just say that to him. Seriously, man. If only he could tell his grandson that he was planning to dispatch a chef for his sake and make an unreasonable order like 10 tons of pineapples, their relationship would immediately smooth out like iron clothes. Rimmer was so frustrated that he was never going to tell him. What do girls like nowadays? I want to repay the favor to Yua, but I don't really know anything about children. Shall I secretly give her a golden tablet? Rimmer closed his eyes and shook his head. Please leave already. I am so sick of this. Sylvia put her elbow on the table. Ha. She sighed deeply in exhaustion and covered her face with her hands. Are you okay? Rayon leaned forward while looking at Sylvia's hands, which were still trembling. Yeah, I am fine. Sylvia shook her head while lowering her hand. She wasn't crying, but her eyes seemed to be moist. It's not because I am tired. Her gaze was directed at the place Glenn had sat. Her eyes became serious. Rayon could feel various emotions. It's because I am happy. Happy. It was my first time having a meal with the head of house since my childhood. Sylvia's smile was as distant as moonlight as she said that it was her first time seeing Glenn at the table since she was around Yua's age. Rayon fidgeted while watching Sylvia wet her lips with the liquor that Glenn had left behind. Did she like it that much? Either because he lived as an assassin or because he never knew his father. He couldn't really understand Sylvia's feelings. However, his heart was as warm as if he were drunk because she was happy about it. Tusk. Wrath briefly clicked his tongue while patting his full stomach. You know how to read the enemy's mentality, but you are so bad with people's emotions. You really belong to Devildom after all. He looked down on him as if he were seeing something pathetic, saying that Rayon still had a lot to learn. If you come to Devildom with the King of Essence, even someone like you will be able to gain a human heart. You're talking too much again now that your stomach is full. Rayon pushed the flabby wrath away and licked his lips. Is it going to work if I gain a few more achievements? I'm glad we were thoroughly prepared. Sylvia smiled brightly and looked at the maids. It was nothing. Helen shook her head with an understanding smile on her face. We also had fun while preparing for it. I'm just thankful that the head of house enjoyed the meal. The maids smiled faintly while wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. But when he was around, I couldn't tell if I was eating with my mouth or my nose. I was the same. I couldn't taste it at all. We just ate at the same table as the head of house. No one is going to believe this. I won't be able to forget for the rest of my life. They were limp with their backs against the chair, saying that they felt exhausted. Sylvia stood up and carefully bowed to Rector and Muston. It was the natural thing to do as guests. Rector nonchalantly nodded, saying that he had a fun time. Since you are Sir Rayon's mother, I'm fine with anything you do. Mustin slammed his head on the table, saying that he would have been fine even if she had taken advantage of him, because his master-servant relationship with Rayon was still firm. Ah, I see. Sylvia quickly blinked in surprise. She glared at Rayon fiercely, asking what he'd done to him. Ha. Rayon sighed while looking at the trembling table. Hell needs some education. He figured that he needed to educate him so that he would consider him as a friend instead of his master to stop earning people's suspicion. He must have been satisfied. Rayon nodded with nonchalant eyes. The head of house isn't the type of person to lie. He must have been telling the truth when he said it was delicious. That's true. Sylvia smiled cheerfully and patted Yua's head as she nibbled on a piece of fruit. Yua, yes. Yua energetically raised her hand. How did you come up with the idea of inviting the head of house? Was he scary? Sylvia asked, and everyone looked at Yua. They all seemed to be curious why she tried to bring Glenn over, because Mom has always said this. Meals are more delicious when they are shared with everyone, and Yua smiled faintly and picked up the fork with a piece of pineapple on it. The head of house isn't scary. He's a kind person. She smiled brightly while swallowing the pineapple. We should keep playing with him in the future since he seems to be lonely. Rector bitterly licked his lips while watching Rayon and Sylvia, who kept only talking about Glenn. Is this what bloodlines are like? He was roughly aware of how Glenn had been treating Sylvia and Rayon. He was well aware of how much Sylvia and Rayon had suffered. He also understood why Glenn had made that decision, and he could accept it. However, he thought it would be difficult to close the gap because there was a cliff between them and Glenn. Even though he was Sylvia's father, Rector had thought that they couldn't get close that easily since the paths they'd been walking were far too different. But that wasn't the case. A single meal, sharing the table once allowed them to drastically reduce the distance between Sylvia, Glenn, and Rayon. He had never really cared too much about it before, but he could finally understand why people placed so much importance on bloodlines. Ha. Rector briefly sighed while guzzling down the liquor that Glenn had brought. Half of his blood is for me, but I can't say that right now. The fact that he couldn't tell them what he was thinking, that he couldn't reveal his identity, felt so frustrating that he felt like he was having indigestion. This relationship really feels like just a lie. He wanted to reveal the truth right away and hug his daughter-in-law and his grandson with peace of mind, but he couldn't reveal his identity yet for their sake. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can even do it in the future. It was necessary to leave the Alliance in order to reveal his identity to Rayon and Sylvia, but he had a feeling that the Alliance head's request wasn't going to end so easily. It will be a difficult path, however I need to return to this place no matter what. He was determined to do anything in order to make his daughter-in-law and grandson happy since their lives had been so difficult. He clenched his fist under the table and steeled himself. Rector raised his glass without much alcohol left inside. Rayon and Sylvia could be seen through the splashing red liquor. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take care of the two of you at least. After he drank about half of the liquor inside the glass, he raised his glass towards the empty seat where Glenn used to be. Glenn, Rayon filled your glass before mine this time, but I won't lose next time. His paternal grandfather will come first. Rector chuckled and emptied the small amount of liquor left. The funny part was that it still tasted great. Let's drink together again later on. Rayon went to the 5th training ground early in the daybreak and warmed himself up. He had no other choice than to wake up so early because he needed more time to train by himself in order to properly engrave Glenn and Rector's teaching from the day before in his body and mind. Zzz. It looked like it was too early for Wrath to wake up. His snoring was the only sound coming from the ice flower bracelet. Seriously. Rayon chuckled and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. He slashed the fangs of insanity while thinking about Glenn and Rector's teachings. Even though his sword technique used to have nothing but the sharpness of a noted blade forged by an artisan, it conserved the twist of his wrist to create delicate variations. Heavenly Drive's edge scattered like dandelion seeds and summoned a wave of swords. The sword wave sloshed endlessly and left dozens of scars on the floor. It couldn't be called an ultimate variation, but there was a huge difference compared to before. Next up. Rayon didn't lower Heavenly Drive even though he just unleashed the variable sword to the best of his ability. He returned to the fangs of insanity's first technique and engulfed his blade with the principles of the illusion sword. Whap! Heavenly Drive spread around like a brush drawing in the air and unleashed a thick fog of swords into the space. The trajectories weren't as varied as the variable sword, but the blades created with the illusion had the same murderous intent as the real one. Rayon consecutively unleashed the fangs of insanity 6 times total before he exhaled his heavy breath. I can't tell if I'm doing well or not. He wasn't sure whether he was improving or not because both Glenn and Rector had been pointing out his flaws instead of praising him. He did have the feeling that he was getting better, but he couldn't tell how much that was. The path of the sword is so far and deep. He used to be somewhat confident in variable and illusion swords because he'd been continuously practicing them even though they weren't as much as powerful, swift, and heavy swords. However, having his flaws constantly pointed out embarrassed him. Just like Rimmer had said, the study of martial arts seemed to be endless. Kring. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive to around his waist. I should try using that one. Flame Spirit. It was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation S technique that deserved to be called the epitome of variable and illusion swords. When Rayon was about to clad the 10,000 Flames Cultivation S heat around Heavenly Drive in order to confirm his progress in variable and illusion swords, the training grounds door opened and Rector entered. Good morning. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and bowed to Rector. Yes, did you have a good night's sleep? Yes. Rayon nodded with a smile. I believe your vacation is nearing its end. Don't overwork yourself too much. I'm aware. Then let's get started right away. We will start with the illusion sword just like yesterday. Yes. Wait. When Rayon got into the posture and was about to incorporate the principles of illusion sword into Heavenly Drive, Rector shook his hand. I'll demonstrate for you beforehand. Repeat after me. Rector didn't even wait for his response and raised his sword in front of Rayon's eyes. His sword was diffused like sunlight and created hundreds of illusory swords. How was it? He ordered Rayon to repeat exactly what he'd done with a smile that looked similar to Glenn's for some reason. I finally got used to his method, though. Why did he suddenly decide to change it? Burin tilted his head upon finding the Light Wind Division's swordsmen gathered in front of the 5th Training Ground's main door. Did they also come here to practice? He was there for some exercise since the vacation was about to end, and he guessed that the others had also come for some light training. But why are they standing in front of the door instead of entering? He waved his hand at the swordsman while thinking that it was strange. What are you doing? SSH, shut your mouth, be quiet. Runnan, Martha, and Dorian shook their heads and gestured for him to close his mouth. While Burin was standing there in bewilderment, Crane waved his hand at him. Come here without making any sound. Ah. Burin nodded and went next to everyone. Look over there. He followed Crane's finger and looked inside the training ground. Rayon Anta, the head of house. Burin's jaw dropped in surprise. Is the head of house teaching Rayon? Yes, and I heard the sword demon taught him in the morning. Crane quietly whispered as if it were a secret. Why is the head of house teaching Rayon? He could understand about Rector since he'd been helping with the training for everyone in the Light Wind Division, but he couldn't figure out why Glenn was teaching Rayon. What's going on right now? He'd heard that Glenn hadn't taught anyone recently, including the palace masters like his father. He was unable to understand the situation. Crane was watching inside the training ground before he briskly turned his head. Rayon was the only person who didn't get the extra reward from the head of house in the audience chamber. I'm guessing he is teaching him to make up for that. That's it. Martha looked away from the crack in the door and nodded. It's frustrating to admit, but he deserved it, because 80% of the war at House Arian was handled by him. Everyone in the Light Wind Division had worked to the bone at House Arian, but Rayon had fought the hardest among them. Since she was well aware of how he fought back then, she didn't feel any jealousy. I'm still a bit jealous, though. Martha bit her lip tightly and Runnan secretly approached. Martha, are you Jay Wheeless? Runnan tilted her head while eating the bead ice cream in her hand. I told you to stop doing that. You only told me to stop saying MYA. No, I meant to say to stop using that way of talking entirely. Nio, fuck off. Martha charged at her and Runnan ran away while eating her ice cream. No one was paying any attention to them because they'd gotten used to it already. Wow, I never thought I would see the day when the vice division leader gets tired. Dorian fiddled with his belly pocket while watching Rayon, who was breathing roughly while holding his knees. Same goes for me. I never thought he would be so exhausted during training, however. Crane nodded in agreement and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Doesn't it feel great for some reason? It's so nice to see. He murmured that it felt so great to see him suffer like that because he was usually perfectly fine whenever he trained them. I'm not the only one who feels this way, am I? Honestly, I feel the same way. Burin chuckled and scratched his cheek. Rayon usually didn't even sweat at all, but he was panting in exhaustion. Watching him made him feel like his lunch had been digested in one fell swoop. Same goes for me. Martha nodded with a cold smile on her face. He needs to experience being the receiving end. She murmured that Rayon needed to suffer a lot more than that. I agree. Runnan raised her hand, standing one step away from Martha. I agree with Miss Rakshasa for once. So you understand, stop calling me Miss Rakshasa. Martha started to smile, but her face turned like a fiend as she charged at Runnan, which started another round of tag. Our vice division leader needs to learn how difficult it is to train. I agree. He won't go so hard on us once he learns his lesson. He must realize our pain after suffering so much. It's so hard when the trainer doesn't match your level. Our training should become easier in the future. The other Light Wind swordsmen were nodding vigorously while thinking about all the suffering they had to go through when the training ground door slammed open. Whoosh. The violent sandstorm subsided, and they could see inside the training ground. Glenn had already left, and Rayan was staring at them with his red pupils while leaning forward like a beast. You should have entered since you were here. What are you waiting for? Ah. Oh, about that. The way the light-wind swordsmen were trembling upon seeing the black steam emerging from Rayan's mouth looked like they'd caught a chill. I've realized something from this experience. His lips smoothly rolled into a smile, but his smile was glowing with an evil aura. Just like iron that becomes harder upon tempering, humans become stronger from hardship. I think I've been going too easy on you so far. His frightening smile deepened as he bobbed his finger. It'll help you become even harder pieces of iron. Rayan's smooth gesture looked like the bloody scythe of a death god to them. We aren't iron though. Yeah, the vacation is still not over. I am sleepy. Burin, Martha, and Runon's chins trembled in terror upon seeing the madness glowing from Rayan's eyes. Ah. We are screwed. I thought we would have an easier time, but it's even worse. He learned his lesson in the wrong way. The light-wind swordsmen also frantically shook their heads and showed their denial. It's okay. I'm going to return for now. Yes, my family is sick. I have an appointment with my parents. Gasp. Be behind. He's behind us. Everyone started to step back, but Rayan had moved behind them before they knew it to block their path. It's fine. Rayan's eyes glowed with madness as he grabbed the light-wind swordsmen by their necks. It won't last that long since this is our first day. And you know I can't be the only one to suffer. Did you just say that you can't be the only one to suffer? Shut up. He smacked Crane's mouth and threw the other light-wind swordsmen he was holding by their necks into the training ground. Let's get started. Rayan drew Heavenly Drive with a frightening smile on his face. The endless hell of sword practice is coming. The light-wind swordsmen swallowed nervously and raised their gazes. Rayan was looking at them with a crimson glow around his eyes, standing on the platform that had turned orange from the setting sun. Burin's fingers trembled as he saw the glow in Rayan's eyes. Why do I have this feeling that his eyes are full of insanity? Rayan's eyes were usually either cold or indifferent, but they were brimming with some sort of twisted madness instead. It's not just you. He's indeed insane. Martha came next to Burin and sighed. Those are the eyes of a madman. She bit her lip, saying that they were the exact same eyes the light-wind swordsmen had when they lost their minds from the difficult training. He's not damn handsome. Runon's shoulders were trembling. She seemed to have clearly noticed the difference in Rayan's pressure from before. His eyes are as cold as ice cream. She lowered her gaze, saying that his eyes were even more evil than when they first started the focus enhancement training. Aw. Doesn't the atmosphere feel dreary for some reason? Why is he even making those eyes? That's scary. What even happened when he was with the head of house? The light-wind swordsmen were also wrinkling their brows upon realizing that Rayan's gaze and the atmosphere around him were different from usual. Rayan took a step towards the light-wind division. It was a small footstep, but the pressure bursting from it made it seem as huge as a giant step. It's been a while. He smiled gently, his hands clasped behind his back. However, his eyes were even more insane, which created an intense fear in those looking at him. How have you been doing? Rayan looked below the platform and asked how everyone had been. We've been. We fully rested. We exercised from time to time. I came to a certain realization while training here. He raised his chin without even listening to the answer to his question. A realization. What realization is that? The light-wind swordsmen raised their hands one after the other. They seemed to be curious despite the terrifying atmosphere. It's that I've been sinning against you. Sin? What bullshit is he spouting now? I wonder. Runon, Martha, and Burin tilted their heads, unable to understand what Rayan was talking about, and it's an extremely grave sin. Rayan raised his right hand to put his hair up. The bloody glow on his gaze intensified even further, and the light-wind swordsmen licked their dry lips. I underestimated your potential and failed to bring it out to the limit. There are still plenty of gems underground, but I couldn't take them out for you and only probed the surface. He bowed, saying that it was a grave mistake he'd made and that he was sorry for underestimating them. I realized it perfectly while the head of house and Sir Rector trained me. I learned everything about how to get stronger and how to surpass the limits. Rayan smiled, telling them they didn't need to worry about it anymore. The vivid madness shining in yellow was emerging from his bright smile, and the chins of the Light Wind Division's swordsmen trembled in fear. We are fine with that, yeah. I'm fine with not surpassing that fucking limit. Rayan damn handsome. I prefer the way I am right now. Burin, Martha, and Runon hurriedly shook their hands. We can never allow him to do this. I just saw that even that guy broke out in a cold sweat. We are definitely going to die if it happens to us. I want to eat another ice cream. The three of them shouted in their thoughts that they couldn't experience another hell and refused the new training he had come up with. Vice Squad Leader. Vice Division Leader. We are already satisfied with the focus enhancement training. I agree. You don't need to pay so much attention to us. We would feel too bad for taking so much of your time, Vice Division Leader. You are already busy enough with your own training. Just like the saying, better the devil you know, we are going to continue what we've been doing. The Light Wind swordsmen, including Dorian and Crane, frantically shook their heads as their anxiousness drenched their backs in cold sweats. I'm fine with it. There's no reason to make you take a longer path when I know a shortcut. Good food should be shared instead of eating alone. I've decided to train with you every evening from today onward. Rayon raised his clenched fist, declaring that he wanted to grow together with the Light Wind division. Why, you really don't need to share it. That's right, you should keep the good stuff for yourself. I have to feed my dog. The sense of crisis intensified for the Light Wind division, and they pursed their lips while shaking their heads. No, I can't be the only one to suffer. Rayon came down from the platform with a cold smile on his face. He said it again. He said that he can't be the only one to suffer. He's blatantly venting his frustration on us. What a demon. He's not just a demon. He's a demon king at this point. Shut up and draw your swords. Rayon ignored the Light Wind division's resistance and drew Heavenly Drive. The madness emerging from his eyes intensified into a powerful radiance. It'll teach you how fun it is to practice swordsmanship. Rayon briefly taught them how to incorporate the principles in their swords before returning above the platform. We are going to start the training to incorporate the principle of the swift sword into a technique you learned. Make it as fast as possible, regardless of what technique it is. He gave the instructions for the training and swung Heavenly Drive from top to bottom at the same time. Whoosh, the extreme swiftness engulfed the fangs of insanity as ferocious and sharp technique, and the blade flashed in red to sever the darkness. I couldn't even see it, though. Has the Vice Division leader's sword always been that fast? Moreover, he's not even being serious. The Light Wind swordsmen dropped their jaws upon witnessing Rayon's swift sword, which looked like his sword hadn't moved at all because of how fast it slashed before returning to its scabbard. You will notice once you try it, but it's not that difficult. There's no reason to be afraid. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and twirled his finger. Try swinging your sword to the best of your abilities, while drawing an image in your mind where you incorporate your technique with extreme swiftness. Yes. The Light Wind swordsmen responded loudly before swinging down their swords. Even though Rayon had seen their techniques countless times before, they were connecting faster than before. This isn't that hard. I know, right? You just need to add the principle of swift sword and use your technique. It consumes a lot of aura and it requires focus, but it's not anything to be scared about. Everyone smiled, saying that the training wasn't as difficult and painful as they'd expected. That was rather decent for your first attempt. Rayon nodded at the Light Wind swordsman. However, you haven't managed to fully incorporate the principles of swift sword yet. Do it again. He ordered them to repeat it once more since they didn't have enough focus and speed. Yes, since the Light Wind swordsman had already learned that the training wasn't that difficult, they nodded without hesitation before unleashing their technique once again. They were clearly faster than their first attempt. Do it again. However, Rayon didn't seem to be satisfied with it, since he told them to do it one more time. The swordsmen unleashed their techniques a third time. Again, Rayon kept repeating again endlessly, because the swordsmen had to unleash their techniques for 2 hours straight to the best of their abilities, and even had to incorporate the principle they weren't used to. Their faces started to look clearly exhausted. This is no joke. Burin exhaled roughly while lowering his sword. It was fine in the beginning, but doing it repeatedly is sucking my stamina like a leech. Martha gritted her back teeth with her hands on her knees. Martha, weak. Run-On was blinking her eyes while almost lying on the ground. You should stand up before saying that. Martha frowned and picked Run-On up by her collar. Arg, I am dying. I never expected it to be so hard to consecutively use a technique. I think it's even more exhausting because I have to add a principle that I'm not used to. The Light Wind swordsmen were even more weakened than the team leaders, and they were panting while leaning forward. One more time. Rayon ordered them to focus once again and unleash their technique from the beginning. He still didn't seem to be satisfied with their performance. What the hell is the issue? We are doing it correctly. At least tell us what the problem is. The swordsmen furrowed their brows, asking how long they had to keep repeating it. I'll tell you since you are curious about it. Rayon nonchalantly looked at the team leaders in front of him. Burin, your body has lost balance ever since your first technique. The flow went wrong because you were too focused on speed. As for Martha, the principle of the powerful sword is more intense than the swift sword. Make sure to learn the difference between fast and strong. Run-On, you need to focus without dozing off. Dorian is just too slow. You need to make it faster. Starting from the 3 team leaders, he pointed out the problem for every single Light Wind swordsman. Did he really manage to grasp all of our shortcomings? Is it really possible to notice all of that when he'd been training all day long? He really is a monster. The light wind swordsmen shook their heads with expressions of admiration and surprise on their faces upon hearing his remarks. Your arms are idle. Swing your swords if you have time for surprise. Rayon tilted his chin while furrowing his brow. The light wind swordsmen were startled and raised their swords once again. Damn it, I'll definitely get stronger than him one day and order him into hellish training. The swordsmen's movements became faster and more systematic, probably because they'd just heard about their shortcomings a moment ago. Do it again. Rayon shouted at them to do it again, saying that he was still not satisfied with it. Wrath tapped on his head while yawning. There's no way those shitters can improve in a single day. Why are you asking them to repeat it over and over when they seem to be trying pretty hard? He murmured that they should return and eat something since he was getting hungry. Not yet. Rayon shook his head while pushing away Wrath's flabby belly. They can improve a bit more, and they also need to experience the pain. He couldn't be the only one to suffer the torture of swinging a sword all day long to the best of his ability while incorporating the sword's principles. He wanted to teach them the same pain he'd gone through. One more time. Ha. Wrath sighed deeply while looking at Rayon's eyes, which were glowing with madness. Every single person is crazy around here. The next day, Rayon finished Rector's morning training, which had become tougher than before and was catching his breath when Glenn appeared and gave him a Nadine bread. Rayon raised his gaze while taking the Nadine bread from him. He could be mistaken, but Glenn's expression seemed as warm as the bread. Sure. Glenn shook his hand as if he was telling him to take his time eating before moving away. Damn it. Wrath pulled his hair out while shouting that he was going insane. The rubber taste isn't the only bad part about that damned bread. The stale taste stays all day long. It's as if there's rubber stuck on the tongue. He pleaded for Rayon to stop with the Nadine bread, but Rayon had no other choice since he wouldn't be able to last in Glenn's severe training without eating it. In new Q, Rayon swallowed the Nadine bread at one gulp, and Wrath tilted like a broken tumbler before he fell down. I am done eating. Let's get started. Rayon ignored Wrath, who'd fainted with his tongue sticking out, and walked up to Glenn. All right. Glenn nodded and stepped aside. Why did he step aside? He would have normally demonstrated from there and asked him to repeat after him, but he was standing on the side instead. Try incorporating the variation to the Fangs of Insanity. Glenn ordered to unleash his technique instead of a demonstration. Understood. Rayon nodded and drew Heavenly Drive. He unleashed the Fangs of Insanity with variation, while thinking that he probably got lazy. Whoosh, the blade crawled as slowly as a snail and managed to achieve a clear variation like a rising heat haze. Heavenly Drive's edge was unraveled like a thread to create a pure wave of variation. Glenn lowered his brows while touching his chin. His expression was saying that it wasn't too great. You swung your sword slightly too fast. The wrist is the most important part of the variation, but you didn't make perfect use of it. Don't pay attention to the speed, focus on the variation. He raised his sword and swung it downwards. Hundreds of blades filled the training ground, looking like the perfected version of Rayon's slash. Try it again. Glenn shook his hand, telling him to try fixing what he'd pointed out. Rayon's lips parted as he fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. Did the head of house change just like he did? Just like Rector started a tougher training because of Glenn's influence, Glenn seemed to have gotten softer with Rector's influence. They must change their ways of teaching because they'd been watching the other person's lesson. What are you waiting for? Start moving already. I'm doing it now. Rayon briefly sighed while raising Heavenly Drive, but in this case isn't it only getting more difficult for me? Rayon sighed after he finished Glenn's lesson, which had actually become more intense despite its mild appearance. I'm going to die at this rate. He had to draw out his focus and willpower to the limit of his abilities on every single swing in order to satisfy Glenn, and repeating that until evening had made his body as heavy as soaked cotton and his head completely dizzy. He really couldn't return to his senses anymore. There's no other choice. I can't leave this stress as it is. He figured it was necessary to vent his stress on training the light wind swordsman in order to withstand Glenn and Rector's lessons the next day. While Rayon was thinking about how to mess the light wind division up, Rector entered the training ground, head of house. Rector rolled his lips into a smile while walking towards Glenn. You've changed your training method. You've also changed your way of teaching, Sir Rector. Glenn smiled, telling him that Rector's lesson had also changed a lot. I've realized that being soft all along wasn't the way to go while watching the head of house's lesson. Being rough is better sometimes. On the other hand, I've thought that it's better to give some explanation. I can point out what he's lacking and press him even further if he can't fix it. Indeed, doing that creates more time to swing the sword. I agree. I believe he practiced his sword at least 10 more times than yesterday. Their conversation sounded like they were being cautious about each other at first, but they started to discuss how to make the training even harder and more compact. Rayon's eyes widened as he watched Glenn and Rector looking at each other with wholehearted smiles. When did you get so close to each other? Rector returned to his room after helping with Yua and Yulia's sword practice. He sat on the bed and smiled faintly. This is so fun. I can't even tell when the last time I felt this way was. Teaching Rayon, who learned 5 when he taught him only 1, raising his disciple, who had become as innocent as blank paper, and teaching the sword to Yua and Julius, who felt like his grandchildren, was all so fun. Every moment he experienced since arriving at Sieghart was brimming with happiness. Moreover, he managed to get closer to Glenn, probably because they could sympathize with each other as Rayon's teachers. He had so much fun and felt like they'd really become a family whenever he discussed how to make Rayon stronger with him. Since every moment was even more fulfilling than when he used to raise Edgar, he wished for that life to continue forever. I don't want to leave. I'd like to stay a bit longer. Rector lay on the bed and closed his eyes when he heard 2 knocks. Master, enter. He immediately told him to enter since it was Mustin's voice. He entered the room with a frozen look on his face, unlike when Rector was helping his training a moment ago. What's the matter? Mustin took a white letter from his clothes instead of responding. The Alliance has ordered us to return. Rector narrowed his eyes while taking the letter Mustin had brought him. Did they know that we were in Sieghart? That doesn't seem to be the case. Mustin shook his head while looking at the letter. Considering that the letter came straight to me, it should be unrelated to Sieghart. He said that the Alliance should still be unaware since a single-use artifact that tracked a person rather than a location was used. No, you shouldn't be so optimistic. Rector slowly shook his head. The Alliance's head is mighty, but that's not all he has. Even though he has his door closed, he should be naturally aware that we are here. The Alliance's head was a frightening person. Considering all possibilities was the better course of action, as they were bound to pay dearly for underestimating him. Ill read it. Rector opened the letter, just what I expected. There wasn't much to the contents inside. The only thing written there was that they should return since they had enjoyed their travel long enough. The handwriting was energetic, looking like a dragon had scratched down with a blade, and Rector could tell that Alliance's head had personally written it. It's a direct order from the Alliance's head. We have to return. He would have ignored it if it were someone else's summons, but he couldn't refuse the Alliance head. Tusk. Rector briefly licked his lips. What a shame. The time he'd spent with Rayon and Sylvia was so fun, and he was getting used to life at Sieghart while getting on friendly terms with Glenn. He could only sigh, saddened by the fact that he had to return. Whap! Rector burned the Alliance head's letter before looking at his disciple's eyes, which were as clear as a snowfield. Mustin. Yes, Mustin energetically responded in a loud voice. He seemed to be influenced by Yua. What are you going to do if I leave the Alliance? Or are you leaving the Alliance? His jaw dropped. The question seemed completely unexpected to him. Indeed, Rector slowly nodded. I have something more important to me now than praising the sword. My path is probably not going to be connected with the Alliances anymore. He looked at his surprised disciple while telling him that he would leave the Alliance after he returned. I should be honest to Mustin. It would have been a different story if Mustin's eyes were brimming with envy like before, but there was no way he would deceive him when his personality had become so bright and hardworking. Mustin scratched his chin for a moment before he raised his head. Doesn't the pact between Master and the Alliance's head still remain? It is. Rector briefly sighed. I'll need to grant one more request from him in order to end this relationship. However, he clenched his fists above his knees with a serious look in his eyes. I'll complete it no matter what and leave the Alliance on my own. In that case, I'm also going to leave. Mustin contemplated it for an extremely brief period of time before answering him right away. Rector's eyes widened to the brim as he looked at Mustin, who gave such a definitive answer. I believe you had an objective you wanted to achieve in the Alliance. No, my path lies with Sir Rayon. Mustin shook his head without hesitation, saying that his objective was to walk the same path as Rayon. I'm bound to become Sir Rayon's enemy the moment the closure ends if I stay in the Alliance. I'm going to leave alongside my master. Mustin promptly shook his head and shouted that he couldn't betray Rayon. Rector could see that he was serious from his clear eyes. I don't understand what Rayon even did to you to make you change so much. He hasn't done anything special. His existence is enough reason for me to follow. Mustin didn't even seem embarrassed about rambling such nonsense. I see. Rector laughed bitterly. He would preferred it if his disciple could stand on his own feet, but his declaration to follow his grandson wasn't that unpleasant. Let's leave tomorrow at first light. Isn't that too early? There's no reason to waste any time since we will see them again. Make the preparations. I understand. Mustin bowed politely before leaving the room. Rector sighed in frustration and looked outside the window. The waxing crescent moon was distorted like a savage beast's eyes, looking down upon the world. It won't be easy. A thorny path was bound to await him in order to leave the Alliance, as there was no way the Alliance's head would give an ordinary ask. However, he had to return no matter what in order to find happiness for his daughter-in-law and grandson. Rector closed his eyes while clenching the hilt of his sword. No matter. After Rayon finished the afternoon training, he sat on the ground and looked up at the darkening sky. It's becoming harder and harder. As Glenn and Rector grew closer to each other, they kept learning the advantages from each other's lessons and removed the drawbacks. Rayon had to keep swinging his sword without even having the time to breathe, morning and afternoon alike, because of that. His practice was a lot more condensed and focused than before, and he couldn't even move a single finger from exhaustion by the time the afternoon practice was over. Naturally, he fell on his ass as a result. And was Sir Rector going easier? Glenn murmured Rector's name while touching his forehead. He seemed to have found an improvement in his training. Ha. Rayon gasped while looking at Glenn. How did you end up becoming so friendly? The way Glenn and Rector were pressuring each other during their first encounter in the training ground looked like they were about to start fighting at any moment. However, they somehow became like best friends, influencing each other in various ways. Training is fine, but the difficulty is increasing way too quickly. He was thankful that they were training him so that he could become stronger, but it was getting too difficult beyond his abilities, and he didn't know what to do. Well, there's a good part about this, though. I can raise the light wind division up at the same time. He learned from Glenn and Rector's lessons how to teach the other swordsmen in order to make them stronger more quickly. You ugly bastard. Wrath shook his head, calling him a loser. What are you talking about? You involved the others just because you didn't want to be the only one to suffer. Your ugliness has reached its limit. That's such bullshit. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at Wrath. I want to get stronger with everyone else instead of just by myself. Why can't you understand my altruistic thoughts? Since the missions in the future were bound to be on a whole different level of difficulty, it was necessary to make the light wind division stronger while he could. The fact that he wanted to vent his strength was only 50% of the reason. 50% is half. It's only half. Rayon smiled while murmuring that it was a small amount. Ha, he doesn't even want to argue with you. Go ahead and start eating dinner already. The King of Essence's tongue is getting paralyzed because of your shitty geezer. Wrath frowned while saying that he felt like rubber was still stuck on his tongue. Shall I? His stomach was thundering even though he'd eaten Nadine bread at lunch. It must have been because he'd been training too hard. He figured he should return to the annex building to eat dinner before coming back. When Rayon was about to say goodbye to Glenn, the training ground door opened and Rector entered alongside Mustin. Sir Rector. They were in their traveling outfits, just like during their first encounter instead of the training outfit. Judging from their clothes, Rayon could guess that they were going to leave Zeekart. Why did he make such a sudden decision? Since Rector hadn't mentioned it during the morning training, Rayon didn't expect at all that they were going to leave out of nowhere. Are you leaving? Glenn nodded faintly. He also seemed to have realized that they were planning to leave. Yes, I'll have to go since my friend requested my help. Rector sighed, saying that he didn't have time to notify them in advance since his close friend contacted him on short notice. Is it a serious matter? Glenn lowered his gaze with his hands clasped behind his back. I can help if necessary. Don't worry about it. He might ask me for a drink once I arrive. I am thankful for your consideration. Rector's eyes widened because he hadn't expected Glenn to offer his help, and he started to smile soon enough. Anyway. He smiled bitterly while looking at Glenn. This bet will have to be my loss. I apologize that it ended up this way after I declared that I would win. Rayon, I apologize to you as well. Rector said that he was sorry he didn't really teach anything after his confident declaration. I'll be back after the matter is settled. I'll help you with your training to the best of my abilities when that happens. That won't do. Glenn stepped forward before Rayon could respond. Head of house, finish the bet like this. That is unacceptable. I admitted my defeat, so you can be the main teacher for Rayon as we promised. That's not what I'm talking about. Glenn casually shook his head. What I'm saying is that the bet shouldn't end in vain like this. Since Sir Rector wouldn't say things without meaning it, we should postpone our bet. He rolled his lips into a smile, saying that he didn't want the bet to come to such a conclusion because he hadn't been so involved for a long time. Well, postpone the bet until Sir Rector returns. Are you serious? Yes. Rayon, what do you think? I am fine with it. Rayon nodded after looking at Glenn and Rector one after the other. Seeing the way they had got close to each other, while teaching him despite having never even seen each other before, brought a smile to his face. Oh my. Rector laughed bitterly while fiddling with his sleeve. You will regret it later because I've finally realized how I should be teaching Rayon. I'll be looking forward to it because I also found out how to make him work even harder. Glenn and Rector smiled while looking at each other. The scarlet sunset behind them brushed past them to make their smiles even warmer. I'll be leaving now. Rector lowered his head at Glenn before looking at Rayon. I've already told the people in the annex building. We'll be able to see each other soon enough, so focus on training in the meantime. Understood. Rayon straightened his back and bowed politely. Sir Rayon, see you later. I'll work hard on nurturing my martial arts and mind alike, just like you told me. Mustin waved his hand. His sparkling eyes were way too clear, enough that it was making Rayon uncomfortable. Ah, sure. Rayon awkwardly nodded. I won't be sending you off. Glenn shook his hand, asking him to leave already. I'm sad to hear that, in return. Rector grabbed Rayon's shoulder with a faint smile on his face. "I'll be borrowing Rayon. HMPH, I'll allow just this once." He tapped on Rayon's shoulder, urging him to come with him. "I'll be back after sending them off." "Sure." Glenn told him to politely guide them without making any mistakes. "Understood." Rayon said goodbye to Glenn with his eyes before standing in front of Rector and Mustin. He sighed quietly while opening the training ground door. It's sad to see him leave like this. It wasn't because he wouldn't be able to continue the practice for the versatile sword. He was sad because they were leaving so suddenly after how close they'd gotten. Rayon guided them without speaking and reached the main gate of the house in no time. Ha. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the Zieghart's main gate slowly opening up. "You don't need to be so sad." Rector smiled gently. Rayon's expression must have given away his feelings. "Separation is bound to follow the meeting. Just focus on training so I won't be disappointed. We shall meet again soon enough, I understand." Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. Just like Glenn had said, Rector's words could be trusted, and Rayon had the feeling that he would be able to see him again. "I'll work hard on it so that I can surprise you the next time we meet. I'm looking forward to it." And Rector was about to stroke his beard but lowered his hand. The darkness of the dawn spread in his expression. "I'll answer your question the next time we see each other." "Answer my question." He seemed to be talking about the question of whether he was acquainted with Rayon's father or not. "I see." Rayon nodded, saying that he would be waiting. "I'll be leaving now. Sir Rayon, see you later." Rector turned around and Mustin smiled cheerfully. Rayon bowed deeply at the back of the man who kept helping him without gaining anything in return. Rayon returned to the 5th training ground after he sent off Rector and Mustin, and Glenn was still there instead of returning to the Lord's manor. "You haven't left yet." Rayon walked up to Glenn, who was watching the sky that was getting darker, and he lowered his gaze. Once Rayon faced the serene red eyes that made it so that he couldn't understand what he was thinking, Rayon felt like his hair was standing on end. "I've been waiting because I have something to give you." Glenn shook his head, saying that the tab wasn't closed yet even though the bet was over. "What do you mean by the tab? Do you remember that I was originally trying to teach you a martial art?" "Ah, yes." Rayon nodded. Glenn had mentioned the first time he'd clashed against Rector that he was going to teach him a martial art. "I should be teaching you according to the tab, but I would be breaking the promise if I taught you the martial art right now. That's why you should learn it by yourself." Glenn snapped his fingers and a red light sparkled from the thin air and a book appeared. It was a thin booklet as thick as a knuckle, and it was titled Azure Sky Sword Art. The Azure Sky Sword is a sword that incorporates the sky, as the name mentions. However, Glenn turned around at the same time as he spoke. A dark blade with a similar color to the dim sky appeared on his hand. Whap! The dark blade severed the dusk. The energy it incorporated was as majestic as the sky itself. Heavy waves followed wherever his sword was connected to spread around a tremendous amount of power. It was a realm on a whole different level. The entire 5th training ground, or rather, the entirety of Zieghart seemed to be in Glenn's grasp. "My sky is dark." The moment Glenn turned around to look at Rayon once again, the dark blade in his hand disappeared like a bubble. "You should incorporate your own sky as you learn the Azure Sky Sword." With those words, he disappeared along with the twisted darkness falling towards the ground. Rayon remembered what Yua had previously told him while plucking the falling martial arts book from the air. "A kind person," she said. "She might be right about that. That doesn't make any sense." Wrath frantically shook his head. "A kind person wouldn't feed people Nadine bread. How could he do this to us?" Julius kicked the pebble on the ground while pouting. "How could he leave without giving us time to say goodbye?" He frowned while thinking about Rector and Mustin, who he only had time to say goodbye to before they left because of how late they told him about their departure. Frustration was welling up inside him like a tidal wave because he'd gotten so close to them despite the short time they'd spent together. "Hey." Julius waved his hand at Yua, who was adjusting her clothes after her training. "Why are you so quiet? Aren't you sad that Sir Rector left?" "I am sad." Yua nodded gently, "but there must have been circumstances around it. I couldn't hear any the sound of a lie." "Sound of a lie?" "Yes." His heartbeat was mild and serene. She told him that there were definitely some circumstances around it and he must have had no choice. "I also don't think that they lied about it. It's just regrettable." Julius sighed deeply, because he reminded me of my grandfather, who I haven't been able to see in a long time. He felt like he was training his swordsmanship with his deceased grandfather the closer he got to Rector, and that was why he was so saddened by their quick departure. Same goes for me, but we should be able to see them again, so we need to endure it. Yua smiled cheerfully and walked towards the annex building's garden. "Where are you going?" "The young master isn't coming back even though it's dinner time. I'm going to fetch him." She told Julius to wait inside before running outside the annex building. "He skips meals all the time if I don't go get him." Rayon was the type of person who even forgot about meals if he was too focused on training. Even though he should have been hungry, he was going to train until late at night once again if left alone. He's such a handful. As Yua was heading towards the 5th training ground after leaving the garden, a pouch suddenly dropped from the sky. It was a luxurious, orange-colored pouch the size of an adult man's palm. What is this? She tilted her head while picking up the pouch. She looked around, but she couldn't find anything special about it. How did it happen? There was no buildings or trees around her, and the weather wasn't even windy. She couldn't understand how the pouch ended up falling there. She thought it was strange as she opened the orange pouch. The pouch was filled with a sword, armor, gloves, boots, various books, cooking utensils, and dozens of pineapples compressed into small shapes. It wasn't an ordinary pouch but a subspace pocket. Yua tightly closed her lips while closing the pouch. I need to return it to its owner. It wouldn't have mattered if it were an empty and ordinary pocket, but it was a subspace pocket and was completely full. She could guess that the owner must have been looking for it. She thought that she should tell Rayon about it and increased her speed to run towards the 5th training ground. Creak. Yua opened the training ground's door and entered. Rayon was standing at the center and was reading a book that she didn't recognize. Young master, Yua. Rayon smiled faintly upon noticing Yua. What brought you here at this hour? What else? I came to fetch you because I was worried you would skip meals again. Yua wrinkled her nose while putting her hands on her hips. Mom also asked me to bring you back no matter what. Ha. Rayon laughed weakly while looking at Yua, whose chin was jutted out. Why are you laughing? My bad, you were too cute. He unconsciously laughed because her frown, which he hadn't seen in a long time, was just so cute. He quickly apologized and placed the Azure Sky sword book into his clothes. Rayon was cleaning up the surroundings when Wrath suddenly raised his head and sniffled. Pineapple Girl is as nice as always. She's the only one who takes care of the King of Essence. Wrath ground his teeth, saying that he would have starved again if it wasn't for Yua. She's taking care of me, though, not you. Shut up, that's what you call kindness. Your shitty geezer doesn't apply. He shook his plump hand, telling him to get it right. The person who gives me a book of martial arts is kinder than the one who gives food in my perspective. Rayon slapped Wrath's fat belly away and walked up to Yua, who was standing nearby imposingly. Yes, let's go. I got hungry after I heard that from you. When he was about to tell her that they should return to the annex building, he noticed the luxurious pouch Yua was holding in her hand. What is that? I think someone lost it. Was it lost? Yes, I picked it up on the way here a moment ago. Yua told Rayon about how she got the pouch. Can you give it to me for a moment? Yes, please return it to its owner. I'll do it if possible. Rayon accepted the pouch from Yua and examined it. It's a subspace pocket, just like I thought. He looked inside and saw that it was filled with various objects. Moreover, there were clothes that would be perfect on Yua, equipment like a weapon and armor, cooking utensils, and even pineapples. They almost looked like they were prepared for Yua's sake. But why can I feel some mana from outside the pocket? He thought it was strange and tried to imbue a small amount of aura into the pouch. Whap! A faint golden light radiated outside the pouch, and the name Yua appeared. Huh, is that my name? It looks like it belongs to you. What? But I didn't get anything like this, though. Considering that it fell on your head, it is indeed yours. Ah. Yua's lips parted. She looked like she hadn't even considered the possibility that it was hers. It's just my guess, but... Rayon smiled faintly while returning the pouch to Yua. A certain kind-hearted person must have given it to you. Rayon was resting in his room after dinner when he heard 2 knocks. You can enter. He immediately told her to enter, since he'd figured out who was outside the door through her presence. The door opened smoothly, and Sylvia entered the room with a small wooden box in her hand. Can I come inside for a moment? You are already inside, though. Yeah, I asked just in case. Sylvia chuckled and sat on the chair next to the bed. She placed the wooden box she brought with her on the table. Your room never changes. She sighed deeply after looking around the room. What do you mean by that? I decorated it when you were a baby, and it hasn't changed at all since then. There's no difference whatsoever. Don't you ever get the urge to try decorating your room? Rayon licked his lips and looked around the room. His room was a bit too bright despite his personality, probably because of his name Rayon and the fact that he used to be called Sunshine at one point. However, he didn't find it bad. Not really. Decorating the room is a lot of work for no reason. Your mom is so sad because her son is no fun. It's a relief that I have Yua and Julius with me. Sylvia frowned, asking him to play along sometimes. Okay. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. So what brought you here? You could have told me during dinner. Guess what this is? Sylvia tapped the wooden box on the table with her finger. Is it an elixir? Since elixirs were mostly put into wooden boxes like that, his guess was naturally an elixir. Yes, moreover, it's an extraordinary elixir. Sylvia swallowed nervously and opened the box. There were 2 small glass bottles inside, and they contained translucent milky white liquid. Rayon opened the cap. The fragrance brushing past his nose was sweet enough to make his mind feel fuzzy. Milky white color and sweet fragrance. Could this be? Rayon's chin trembled as he looked at the glass bottle once again. Yes, it's the fairy's tear. I knew it. He guessed right, the fairy's tear was the only elixir with that color and fragrance. I never thought I would get to see the fairy's tear. Despite the name, the fairy's tear wasn't related to fairies. The energy of the world gathered in deep caves that were untouched by humans and was condensed into liquid. It became the highest grade elixir. It was rumored that a single drop could bring good health and longevity. Why do you have this, mother? Sir Rector left it behind. What? Rayon's eyes widened. He was honestly even more surprised than when Shed taken out the fairy's tear. Helen found it in a corner while cleaning up Sir Rector's room. I wanted to return it to him, but he has already left. Sylvia shook her head, saying that the gift he left was far too good. Wasn't there anything like a letter? There wasn't anything special written in it, though. He just thanked us for the enjoyable time he had. She showed him a small note. Just like Shed said, a short sentence was written on it, mentioning that he enjoyed the stay. But we enjoyed it just as much as he did. Sylvia sighed deeply, saying that she should have been the one to thank him. I agree. Rayon nodded while watching Sylvia bite her lip. She's right. He helped us a lot more than we did for him. Rector had taught swordsmanship to everyone in the Light Wind Division, allowed them to learn more about what kind of person Glenn was, and brought a smile to Sylvia and the children's faces. Since Rector had done way more than Rayon did for him, the fairy's tear was an excessive gift. Rayon, Sylvia lowered her voice while fiddling with the wooden box. Yes, this is just my guess, but... She hesitated for a long time before she finally decided, her lips parting slowly. Sir Rector might be related to your father. Sylvia touched her dry lips with her finger. You must have also heard him say that he wasn't related, but I think he was lying. Sir Rector keeps reminding me of your father whenever I see him. He reminds you of my father. Actually, I had this thought the first time I saw him. I wondered if your dad has actually survived and returned to us after getting older. She laughed bitterly. She whispered that Shed really thought that even though it must have sounded like a lie, now that I think about it. Rayon remembered the way Sylvia was staring blankly at Rector's face for a while during the first encounter, and the fairy's tear confirms my suspicion. Sir Rector must be related to your father. I can't jump to conclusions, but he's most likely your father's family or relative. Sylvia furrowed her brow, saying that it was the only way to explain his behavior of leaving such a precious elixir behind. I agree with you. Rayon nodded while meeting Sylvia's eyes. And he is going to tell us what kind of relationship it was once he returns. I think he's not going to tell us. No, he is going to tell us. Rector's eyes weren't those of a liar. Since he said that he would explain it to him, he was definitely going to return and tell him the truth. Let's wait a little. Rayon reassured Sylvia with a faint smile on his face, and Wrath called out to him with serious eyes. It was a rare occasion for the cotton candy to make such a serious face. What's the matter? Rayon nervously looked downwards because he had a feeling Wrath was about to give some information about Rector. That liquid, Wrath licked his lips while looking at the fairy's tear. It looks like it would be sweet and great for quenching the thirst. Put it in your mouth right now. I was gravely mistaken. The only time a useless glutton gets serious is when he is being a useless glutton. The next morning, Rayon went to the 5th training ground after memorizing the contents of the Azure Sky Sword book all night long. It's far more difficult than I thought. He could understand why Glenn was trying to personally teach him. The Azure Sky Sword wasn't just an advanced technique, but an extremely elaborate one that required enlightenment. Glenn must have hoped that Rayon would become a grandmaster from completing the Azure Sky Sword. I am just thankful for his expectations. Saying that he was thankful wasn't enough to describe his feelings, as Glenn had personally taught him the sword's principles and had even given him such an excellent book. The only way to show gratitude was to do his best at learning the Azure Sky Sword so that he wouldn't disappoint Glenn. Ring of Fire, but there was no way he could achieve the true Azure Sky Sword. He told me to incorporate the sky. Moreover, a sky of my own, the sky. When he thought about it, he felt like he'd watched the sky quite a lot in order to clear away his frustration. Because Darius Robert was holding him by a leash, watching the sky that was the definition of freedom used to quench his thirst. On the other hand, the sky he'd seen in his current life was heavier. He'd been resolving himself to become as unshakable as the sky that was the same no matter where he watched it from, an extensive freedom and an unchanging heaviness. They were two unmatched concepts, but it was the best way to honestly describe his feelings. Rayon closed his eyes and clenched his fist. I need to incorporate both freedom and heaviness. The most important part of learning an advanced martial art was to stay true to oneself. Since his previous life and current life were both a part of him, he guessed that the correct answer was to bring both of them forward instead of choosing one. Just as Rayon was about to resume practicing the Azure Sky Sword once again, someone hurriedly opened the training grounds door. He thought it might be the team leaders, but it was unexpectedly Dorian who entered the training ground. Vice Division Leader, a terrible incident has occurred. Dorian breathed roughly, a bunch of crumbs around his mouth revealing that he'd been eating some snacks before he arrived. He said it was a terrible incident, but he didn't look trustworthy at all with the way he looked. What happened if you're just trying to make the supplies an even number like the last time? The Warring Steel Division. Rayon scoffed it off as a trivial matter and was about to resume his training, but his arm froze as Dorian continued. The Warring Steel Division went missing. Mission: the Warring Steel Division. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and walked up to Dorian. What do you mean? Where did you hear that? I don't know the details either. Dorian bit his lip tightly and shook his head. I encountered the bodyguard swordsmen for the Shadow Agents, and they said that the Warring Steel Division went missing. He exhaled roughly while saying that he immediately ran to the training ground as soon as he heard the news that the Warring Steel Division had gone missing. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Dorian's trembling pupils. It must be true if the source is the Shadow Agent's bodyguard swordsmen. What kind of mission did they even have for them to go missing during it? Back at House Arian, the Warring Steel Division had returned to the house before the Light Wind Division because they had a mission to carry out. He assumed they were on a mission because he couldn't find them after he returned, but he never thought that they would be missing. And you don't know why they went missing, right? Indeed, the fact that they are missing is the only thing I've heard. Rayon furrowed his brow while brushing his hair back from his forehead. What happened to you? He remembered Trevin's formal yet warm-hearted eyes. There was no way he forgot to report considering the fact that he was far too strict with the rules. Rayon was certain that something must happen to him. What should we do? We need to gather information for now. Rayon pushed Heavenly Drive into his scabbard. He shook the dust from his clothes and went towards the training ground exit. Where are you going? To the Shadow Agents. Are you going there yourself? Yes, I have to go right now. Rayon nodded. Since Dorian had mentioned that he'd heard it from the bodyguard swordsmen on their way back home, the news about the Warring Steel Division's missing persons case must have arrived at some point between night and daybreak. Oh, Vice Division Leader. When he opened the door to leave the training ground, he encountered the Light Wind Division swordsman. Good morning. You were here before us like always. But where are you going? Are you skipping morning training today? The swordsman greeted him brightly since they were unaware of the circumstances. Today's morning training will be a self-training session. Rayon ordered them to train by themselves before using footwork to get to the main building. He managed to reach the Shadow Agent's building quickly because he used the Supreme Harmony steps to the best of his abilities. Two swordsmen were standing like stone statues in front of the main door. Rayon could tell that they were powerful warriors just from the smooth flow of their auras and calm breathing. He straightened his clothes before approaching the bodyguard swordsman. I am Rayon Zeeghart, the Light Winds Vice Division Leader. I'd like to meet with the leader of the Shadow Agents. Do you have an appointment? The old swordsman standing on the right side bowed in return as he spoke. No, but it's an emergency. Please tell him about it at least. The old swordsman signaled with his eyes, and the middle-aged swordsman standing on the left side went inside the Shadow Agent's building. Tut. Wrath licked his lips while looking at the closed door. Can't you just enter? They are both weaker than you. That won't do, even though it's the case. Rayon slowly shook his head. I need to stick to the rules since I don't know what's going to happen from here on out. He couldn't show that he was underestimating the Shadow Agents when he came to get information from them. It was necessary to stay polite, especially in a situation like that. He waited anxiously, and the door opened as the middle-aged swordsman walked out. The leader gave his permission. He asked Rayon to follow and return to the building. Rayon bowed slightly and followed the middle-aged swordsman into the Shadow Agent's building. This is the only way. There's no path at all on the right side. But that's a cliff. Are you trying to report them as dead? Before trying to figure out the direction, shouldn't we ask the villagers in the area for information? You are stating the obvious, but we need to be prepared in case they don't have any information for us. The information agents from the Shadow Agents were gathered in small groups around round tables and were arguing with each other. Judging from what they were saying, they seemed to be trying to figure out where the Warring Steel Division went missing. Investigate if the other 5 demons were in the area. The same goes for the 5 divine orders since they are only neutral in appearance. Figure out their locations no matter what. How is this happening when their previous report mentioned that they'd successfully completed the mission? Shut up. We need to come to a proper verdict today. Rayon kept walking into the Shadow Agent's building while listening to their shouts. It's really true. It was painful to confirm the fact that Trevin and the Warring Steel Division had gone missing, and he was getting fired up over the fact that so many agents were doing their best to find them. He kept walking while resolving himself to personally go out to look for Trevin and the Warring Steel Division. He noticed that the middle-aged swordsman had stopped walking. This is our destination. The middle-aged swordsman nodded at Rayon while pointing at his leader's office. Rayon thanked him and stood in front of the door. Knock, knock. He knocked on the thin-looking door twice, and Chad's voice could be heard from inside. You can enter. Rayon opened the door and entered the room. The leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, poked his head out from behind the messy pile of various documents on the desk. It's been a while, Vice Squad Leader. No, I should be calling you the Vice Division Leader now. "Greetings, Shadow Agent's leader." He lowered his head to Chad before closing the office's door. He extended his two hands together in apology. "No," Rayon shook his head. "What you did in the audience chamber is enough for me. It was just my job." Chad shook his hand and smiled, saying that it wasn't a big deal. "But what brought you to the Shadow Agent so early in the morning? I happened to hear about something." Rayon rubbed the back of his hand while meeting Chad's nonchalant gaze. "I heard the Warring Steel division went missing." "Is that true?" About that." Chad's calm expression was destroyed in an instant. He didn't look like he was planning to lie to avoid the subject. "The bodyguards that finished their shift must have told you. Seriously, those newbies need to be trained." He frowned, saying that the newbies hadn't learned to keep their mouths shut yet. Well, the rumor about it was bound to spread soon enough anyway. "So is it true?" "Yes, it's true." Chad nodded heavily. "The Warring Steel Division finished their monster extermination mission in the Hoffern region, but they disappeared without a trace on their way back." He scratched the desk with his nail, saying that it took a while to find out about their disappearance because there was no trace of battle at all. "What do you mean that there was no trace of battle?" "Just as I said. No trace of battle was found in the path that the Warring Steel Division took. Since we couldn't find anything that looked like removed traces, we're still at a loss about how they disappeared." Rayon remembered the argument the agents were having on his way to the office. They must have been trying to figure out where the Warring Steel Division was and how they've disappeared. "In that case, are you also unaware of the perpetrator?" "No, I have a suspect for that." "Suspect?" "Yes, there were witnesses of the Black Tower's demonized humans at Hoffern's outskirts." "The Black Tower." Rayon murmured the Black Tower's name and bit his lip to the point of bleeding. "Is this because of me?" He had slain the Black Commander when he went to the Cephia Company in order to help Dorian and took the Drake away from them. He'd heard that the Black Tower had been targeting him after that, but he hadn't expected that grudge to be targeted at the Warring Steel Division. "You aren't the only reason, Vice Division Leader. Our house and the 5 demons are archenemies, after all." Chad told him to not mind it too much. He seemed to have figured out what he was thinking. Did the Warring Steel Division clash against the Black Tower during their mission? That's not the case. He firmly shook his head. "It's my fault then. They are trying to avenge the Black Commander on the Warring Steel Division." Chad couldn't refute his words and bitterly licked his lips. "Who was it from the Black Tower?" "We aren't too sure, but the Demon Ring and the Frozen Scent seem to be the ones." Demon Ring and Frozen Scent. They were both powerful floor overseers and were famous throughout the continent as demonized humans. "This must be the Black Tower's preemptive attack, a declaration of war before targeting me." "I agree with you. That's why you should wait, and the other division leaders." "No, that's precisely why I have to go." Rayon clenched his fist to the point that it made a cracking sound. "I'll teach them myself what happens to them when they mess with Sieghart." Rayon went to the Lord's Manor after asking the Shadow Agent's leader to gather the information. Once he arrived at the audience chamber's door, he encountered Roan, who was carrying a bunch of documents. "Vice Division Leader." Roan's eyes widened because he hadn't expected to find Rayon. "What brought you here?" "I came to see the head of house." Rayon bowed to Roan. His eyes were powerful despite being calm. Roan nodded with a faint smile on his face. "Let me ask him." He went ahead into the audience chamber. The door was opened once again a moment later, and Roan waved his hand with a smile. He gave his permission. "Please enter." Rayon thanked Roan and entered the audience chamber. He calmly walked over the red carpet and stood in front of Glenn, whose back was buried in the throne. "Greeting, my lord." Such an elaborate greeting is unnecessary. My ears are getting sore. Glenn shook his hand, asking him to stand up since he didn't need any greetings. "Get straight to the point. I happened to learn about the Warring Steel Division's disappearance." Rayon stood up and went straight to the point as Glenn had requested. Glenn's brow furrowed slightly, showing that he was neither surprised nor flustered. "I'd like to join the search mission." "How arrogant of you." He sneered faintly while supporting his chin on his fist. "The Warring Steel Division leader has disappeared without leaving any trace behind. Do you believe you can change the situation?" Glenn continued while shaking his hand. "I've already dispatched the White Lotus Division that is currently located closest to Hoffern. You should stop paying attention and wait. But this incident happened because of me. I can't possibly do nothing about it when they are clearly trying to take revenge for me killing the Black Commander." Rayon shook his head. He couldn't back out from that incident. "I already told you, your presence won't change anything." As soon as his words reached Rayon's ears, Glenn's majestic aura spread towards him. It was a tremendous amount of pressure. It felt like the entire North Grave Mountain was weighing upon his shoulders. Crack. Rayon gritted his back teeth to the point of breaking. "Arg, I have to endure." Trevin and the Warring Steel Division hadn't mentioned it, but they must gone through just as much difficulty before coming to House Arian for help. Since he was the cause of the incident, he couldn't allow himself to lie down without doing anything. Kring. Rayon raised his head while raising the Ring of Fire's output to the highest. Wham! He pushed Glenn's powerful aura back and extended his left foot. He severed through the intensifying pressure with the blade of his will and raised his voice. I wouldn't be his family if I didn't go to help just because it is dangerous. Just like the Warring Steel Division, who came to House Arian for me with a single letter, I also want to fight for their sake. I don't need any achievements or rewards. Please allow me to join the search. Since he'd shown his power, next up was his heart. He went on his knees and bowed. I'll focus on looking for the Warring Steel Division while avoiding danger as much as possible. Please allow me to go, even if I have to go by myself. Rayon bit his lip, saying that he absolutely wanted to help. I'm going there no matter what. I'll even sneak out if he doesn't allow it. He wasn't simply being unreasonable. Since the perpetrator was identified as the Black Tower, he would most likely be able to help since he had divine power, even if you have to go by yourself. I can see your determination, but you haven't realized it yet. Glenn twisted his lips while taking his hand off the throne's armrest. Would you leave your subordinates behind? What? Glenn shook his hand instead of giving him a response, and Roan opened the audience chamber's door once again. Rumble. The huge door opened up, and dangerous glares came from the one standing in front of it. It was the Light Wind Division. Every single swordsman of the Light Wind Division, except for Rimmer, was gathered there. Where do you think you are going on your own? Martha scowled while running up to him. Do you really want to die? She raised her clenched fist, scolding him for trying to take care of everything on his own once again. I agree with Martha. Runon's lowered lips seemed to show her sadness. We need to go together, just like Mint and Chocolate. She shook her head, telling him that she was never going to send him off on his own. Stop thinking that you are the only one indebted to the Warring Steel Division. Burin clenched the hilt of his sword and came up next to Rayon. They also helped us a lot. He furrowed his brow, telling him to stop acting up. You're not the only one who got close to the Warring Steel Division, Vice Division Leader. Don't try to bear everything by yourself. Since we were helped by them, it's only natural for us to help them in return. We are going with you. The Light Wind swordsmen raised their voices, saying that they were definitely coming along. Rayon covered his forehead while looking at the Light Wind swordsmen's gazes, which were all full of conviction. I was only thinking about myself once again. They were right. The Light Wind Division had gotten extremely close with the Warring Steel Division. He was embarrassed by his declaration that he'd go by himself without considering the Light Wind swordsman's feelings, because he selfishly considered his relationship with them to be the most important. Slap. Rayon slapped his own cheek and knelt in front of Glenn once again. Please allow me to correct myself. His eyes sparked crimson as he raised his head. The Light Wind Division would like to participate in the mission to find the Warring Steel Division. Rayon declared his intent, and Glenn's lips finally curved into a small smile. The Light Wind swordsmen went down on their knees and bowed at Glenn just like Rayon. We'd like to make the same request. They revealed their heated emotions, saying that they wanted to join the search mission no matter what. Glenn tapped the armrest with his long finger while leaning back into the throne once again. Only danger awaits you without any reward. Are you still willing to go despite that? Danger and reward don't matter. I'm just doing what I have to do. Rayon bowed, asking him to just let him look for them since he didn't need any prize or honor, as he'd previously mentioned. How foolish, however. Glenn nodded with an enervated laugh. You said you are just doing what you have to do. I like that part, at least. It felt like the coldness in his voice had drastically subsided, because many nowadays are unable to do so, or aren't even aware they should. Glenn's finger that was tapping on the throne's armrest came to a halt. Rayon quietly raised his head. Is he giving his permission? Glenn's words and voice weren't as cold as in the beginning. Glenn continued when Rayon was getting confident that he should be able to get the search mission. Do you remember what I told you when you returned? Rayon narrowed his eyes and looked downwards. Since there was no way he was talking about the rewards he'd received, there was only one thing left by the process of elimination, about the beginning of a turbulent period. Indeed, Glenn nonchalantly nodded with his chin. The gate to heaven is currently opened up a lot. There has been no case in the continent's history that has even come close to this. Since Heaven's Gate is open, the world is brimming with talents, geniuses, and monsters, which naturally results in a turbulent period. He continued with a nonchalant voice, as if he'd never been cold to begin with. Countless flowers fade away before blooming during a turbulent period. However, the flower blossoms of this hell are more beautiful and splendid than anything else. How about you? Are you ready to bloom in this era? He seemed to be asking whether they could overcome all hardships and return to the house. Of course, yes, Rayon nodded, and everyone in the Light Wind Division shouted loud enough for the dust to fall from the ceiling. I like your answer at least. Glenn nodded while supporting his chin on his fist. Nothing will be certain in this mission. You need to keep a cool head in all situations, as the Light Wind Division's lives will depend on your judgment. Yes. Leave right after getting the information from the Shadow Agent's leader. The disappearance only happened yesterday, but we still don't have any time to waste. He shook his hand, telling them to leave already and get themselves ready. We won't disappoint you. Rayon and the Light Wind Division bowed once again before they stood up and turned around. None of them looked back as they left the audience chamber. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled faintly while looking at the door the light wind division had left through. Even his mind seems to have drastically grown up now on top of his might. HMPH, he still has a long way to go. Glenn shook his head while curving his lips into a frown. He's still a child. I still have a lot to teach him. But of course, please keep teaching him. Roan nodded, telling him that he should obviously do so. However, I'm worried about the Warring Steel Division's well-being. He lowered his brow while thinking about the Warring Steel Division that had gone missing. Those children should be able to save them as long as they arrive on time. However, Glenn's gaze became serious as he touched his chin. Did the Black Tower's master really appear? According to the Shadow Agent's information, it has more than a 95% chance of being true. Roan bit his lip. The appearance of the Black Tower's master hadn't happened for the past dozens of years, even though it didn't seem to be related to the ongoing incident. He could feel once again that a turbulent period was really getting started. Tusk. Glenn briefly clicked his tongue while looking outside the window. I won't be able to make any moves this time. Rayon left the Lord's manor and looked behind him. The Light Wind Division was already clad in sharp pressures and gazes if the battle had already started. They are amazing. It looks like their hearts are already ready. Ooh, Wrath slowly nodded while looking at the Light Wind Division. Not bad. They are still only as strong as an insect, but I can feel their resolve at least. He licked his lips, saying that the Light Wind Division seemed to be slowly growing respectable. They should be suitable as the King of Essence's royal guards once they get a bit stronger. Get out of my way, I can't see anything. Cough. Rayon slapped Wrath's fat belly away as he giggled and looked at the Light Wind Division once again. Their mentalities seemed to have gotten a lot more mature. It was worth going out of his way to train them even though he was having a hard time himself. But how did they get here? Hey, how did you figure out that I was here? It's obvious. Martha tilted her head. She looked like she couldn't understand why Rayon was asking that. Obvious. Yes, just think about it. You went to the Shadow Agents to hear about the Warring Steel Division's disappearance. What would be your next move? I would go to the Lord's Manor to get permission to look for them myself. There's no way we wouldn't know that since we know you. He said that it was way too easy to figure out and that everyone came to the Lord's Manor together as soon as they'd heard the story from Dorian. The fact that Rayon was heading to the Lord's Manor was as evident as the ice cream being round. Run-On came up next to him and patted his shoulder. She blinked while telling him that it would have been strange if they couldn't figure it out. Actually, the Vice Division leader is the easiest to read. You are always either at the training ground or the annex building if we need to find you. You are the complete opposite of our unpredictable division leader. Ah, except for when we are training, since you become a monster. The Light Wind Swordsman smiled, saying that they naturally expected him to be at the Lord's Manor. Rayon laughed bitterly while looking at the faint warmth in their eyes. They read me. I don't know how I should feel about this. Having their personality analyzed was pretty much a death sentence for assassins. He'd been doing his best to hide his inner self in his previous life, but the Light Wind Division was telling him that they knew what kind of person he was. Hearing that made him excited and warmed his heart for some reason. Is it fading away a little? A small smile was brought to his face before he knew it because it felt like the hellish memories of his previous life were fading away. Silence, everyone. Rayon hardened his expression and gathered everyone's attention. Get ready for the departure now. Gather at the 5th training ground at noon. What about you, Rayon? Run-On tilted her head. I need to do something. What do you need to do? I need to report to our Lazybone division leader. He's still our leader after all. He'd gone and done it, so it was a bit too late, but it was still necessary to notify him. Oh, right, we had a division leader. I know, right? I forgot about him because I am so used to his absence. He's pretty much a spoon for bead ice cream. Martha, Burin, and Run-On's lips parted as they finally remembered that Rimmer existed. Rayon gasped while looking at the Light Wind Division that had completely forgotten about him. Rimmer was such an amazing person in a sense because they weren't even pretending and had seriously forgotten about him. Remember, gather at noon. I'll leave you behind if you're late, so quickly make your preparations. He sent the Light Wind Division off before heading to Rimmer's room. Creak, he opened the old door to Rimmer's room. Dust was rising from the floor. Wrath frowned while looking at the dust. Shitty Ears is seriously so distasteful. How can he even eat and sleep in such a dirty place? He frantically shook his head, saying that even his appetite would be gone if he inhaled all of that dust. I'm also curious about that. He couldn't understand how a patient was living in a room like that. Rayon entered Rimmer's room while blowing away the dust by shaking his hand like a fan. The room looked like a garbage dump with blankets, laundry, books, and trash spread all over the place. It was even dirtier than the last time he'd been there. Division leader. Rimmer stood up from the pile of laundry. He looked even more ragged than the ragged saint. His entire body was covered in bandages and his eyes were hazy. What brought you here? Rimmer waved his hand, saying, long time no see. Judging from his weak gesture, he seemed to be still recovering. We've got a mission for us. You've got it for you. What? Rimmer tilted his head, noticing the subtle meaning behind Rayon's words. Yes, I went to the Lord's Manor to get it. Already. Hey, I understand you want to get achievements, but you are going overboard. It's not for achievement. I heard about this today and the Warring Steel Division. Rayon told Rimmer everything that had happened in the morning. Oh, that's really bad, but… Rimmer scratched his nose while looking downwards. I can't join you. He pointed at his body, which was covered in bandages. The body is an issue, but I've also gotten internal injuries. Internal injuries? There's actually more than the internal injuries, but in short, I'm unable to move right now. Rimmer shook his head, saying that he should be participating in a matter like that, but the circumstances didn't allow it. I had no expectations anyway. Hey. Since we don't have any time to waste, we will go without you. Are you sure? There are 2 floor overseers, and they might have even more. He asked how confident Rayon was with a cold gaze. I would never wielded a sword to begin with if I was afraid of something like that. His goal was the head of 6 kings, Darius Robert. Since he was going to stab his neck eventually, a mere floor overseer from the Black Tower wasn't anything to be afraid of. Wow, are you taking some kind of lessons for those lines? You sound like a hero from a fairy tale. It's just you who is too frivolous, division leader. Rimmer was unable to refute that and lowered his head. Anyway, I understand. I'll come to help you once I get better. He waved his hand, telling him that he would try to recover as fast as possible to join him. Don't do it. Rayon firmly shook his head while looking at Rimmer's excited eyes. I'd like to decline if you just want to arrive at the last moment in style. Rayon got his stuff from the annex building and returned to the 5th training ground. Every single member of the Light Wind Division and Mark Goat were already lined up in front of the platform. Everyone seemed to have resolved themselves even further during their preparations. Rayon went on the platform while feeling the swordsman's pressures, which were as sharp as blades. Are you ready? Yes, the Light Wind swordsman responded loud and clear without the slightest hesitation. You must have heard it from the shadow agents, but it will be a difficult path. Rayon lowered his gaze and looked down upon the Light Wind Division. It's not too late to withdraw if you volunteered just because everyone else was doing it. This is your last chance. Rayon asked them to raise their hand if they wanted to withdraw from the mission, but no one raised their hand, obviously. Is that even a question? It's true that I'm afraid, but I still have to go. He sounds stupid sometimes. We have no time to waste. Let's leave already. The Light Wind swordsmen waved their hands, urging him to depart. We will have to face 2 floor overseers from the Black Tower, and an even more powerful monster might await us. Are you still thinking the same? Even though Rayon mentioned the Black Tower's floor overseers, the swordsman's eyes didn't waver. They seemed to be even more determined than himself. I like those eyes. Rayon smiled. He had the feeling that the reason they didn't look afraid at all was because the enemies didn't matter to them, as who they were going to save was the important part. Sieghart's swordsmen. He realized that he wasn't the only one growing into the mold of the true warriors that Sylvia wanted to see. All right, then. Rayon nodded in satisfaction and came down from the platform. Just as he was about to order the departure, Chad opened the training grounds door and entered. Vice Division Leader, no, it's more appropriate for me to come. Chad smiled awkwardly and handed over the booklet he brought. We compiled this in a hurry, but there should be no mistakes. Rayon was surprised. He said there would be no mistakes even though the incident had just happened overnight. It was a confidence befitting the leader of shadow agents. And just as Rayon was about to open the booklet, Chad came one step closer. We've just gotten this news, but the Black Tower's floor overseers haven't shown up so far, which means… Rayon clenched his fist while looking at Chad. Crimson flames sparkled from his eyes. They must still be fighting. Rayon admired Chad's excellent ability, as he didn't have much time or information on hand. He licked his lips while looking at the strange area. The north side of the path was snow-white, while the south was filled with greenery. It's been a while since the last time I came to Hoffern. Hoffern was located at the border between the north and the center. It was a peculiar place where a snow field and a frozen lake were located 10 steps to the north, while a dense forest and a clear lake were 10 steps to the south. Burin gasped while looking at the clear contrast between the two areas. Snow is piling up on the left and butterflies are flying on the right. What the hell is this place? He was agape because of that impossible phenomenon. I know, right? Martha nodded. It was rare to see her agree with Burin. How come they are so different just because there is a path in between them? She looked at the snowy path on the right and murmured that it would be difficult to search that way. Run-On dashed to the right side and tasted the snow before she blinked. This is real snow. We aren't here to play around. Focus. Rayon clapped his hand to gather the Light Wind Division's attention. Let me say it again. Our highest priority isn't battle, it's the search and rescue. Prioritize saving the Warring Steel Division rather than fighting. Yes, the Light Wind swordsmen nodded in unison, saying that they were obviously aware of that fact. However, it's also true that we can't leave them alone since they attacked Sieghart. Rayon twisted his lips while clenching the hilt of his sword. Wipe out everyone you see once I give you permission. I like that, sure. The swordsmen clenched their fists, their voices a lot more ferocious than before. Let's go. Rayon waved his hand towards the back as he advanced through the strange path with heavy snowfall on one side and warm wind blowing from the other side. The light wind swordsmen followed him with their frightening gazes glowing with madness. They advanced like a single sword, and their fiery aura opened the path through the snow and wind. Rayon snapped his fingers while running towards the route where the Warring Steel Division was seen for the last time. According to the information, their traces suddenly disappeared from that route. According to the informative booklet that Chad had given to him, the Warring Steel Division was on its way back after spending a night in Loyland Village and disappeared on the way. Considering that even Trevin, who was at the highest level of master, and the entire Warring Steel Division hadn't left any traces as they disappeared, they were definitely using something special like some kind of power or an artifact. I need to figure out what that was, but there's nothing I can tell for now. Since the Warring Steel Division had disappeared during daybreak, the available information was too little, and it was impossible to solve the mystery. Rayon furrowed his brow while touching his slightly dry lips. Demon Ring and Frozen Scent. According to the Shadow Agent's investigations, the two floor overseers involved in the incident were the demonized humans called Demon Ring and Frozen Scent. Demon Ring used two white chakrams that gave off holy vibes despite his name. However, the chakrams would supposedly turn as dark as the abyss once he unleashed more than 50% of his demonic energy, and they became drastically more powerful than before. On the other hand, Frozen Scent was apparently capable of freely manipulating the water attribute as easily as her own body. There was also a strange rumor stating that her coldness accompanied some kind of fragrance once she unleashed her power, and whoever inhaled it would die within 5 steps. They are both superior to the Black Commander. Which floor they occupied in the Black Tower determined their ranks, and Demon Ring and Frozen Scent were both known to manage higher floors than the Black Commander. Since they had both been notorious for a long time as demonized humans, they wouldn't have had much difficulty defeating the Warring Steel Division. One of them was probably enough to annihilate the whole division. However, even for them, it was impossible to make the Warring Steel Division disappear without a trace. They might have gained a new ability. It could be one of them or both. Since even the elites from the Shadow Agents were unable to figure out how the Warring Steel Division had gone missing, it was necessary to gather information as fast as possible. I should start from here. Rayon activated the Ring of Fire and the Perception of the Snow Flower at the same time. The faint flow of the Demon King's skill linked with the resonating rings of fire. The combination of the mana inside and outside his body made him feel like his body was floating in the air, and his vision and perception widened many times larger, just like a blind person opening their eyes. Rayon could feel countless presences through the spreading perception. He could feel the movement of small wild animals and insects from the south, which was full of greenery around a river, and the quiet snow field to the north looked like no one was around at first, but he could hear the faint breath of the hibernating animals under the ground. Rayon clenched his fist before opening it while spreading his aura perception even further. This is strange. The area became even wider than before. The area of his perception had increased more than 10% compared to before He'd returned to the house. He couldn't understand how that happened since He'd been focusing on training his swordsmanship instead of cultivating his aura. Moreover, he didn't feel stressed at all even though he was using his aura perception and his footwork to the best of his abilities. He felt like he could fight perfectly fine even if a battle broke out while he was in that state. Did they increase my realm itself instead of only teaching me swordsmanship? It looked like Glenn and Rector had widened his realm on top of teaching him sword principles. People in the continent called them the pinnacle of swordsmen for a good reason, as they managed to create such a result in a single week. However, even my increased perception isn't catching anything. Even though his aura perception had become wider and more sensitive, he couldn't feel anything similar to a trace of battle. Wrath. Rayon furrowed his brow and tapped on Wrath's head, who was riding on his shoulder. How about you? Do you feel anything? Not really so far. But even if he did, do you believe that the King of Essence would tell you about it? He stuck his tongue out and sneered. True, that's how you are. Rayon furrowed his brow and flicked Wrath's tongue with his finger. The King of Essence's godly tongue. It's worth 10 million gold. Rayon ignored him since he was calling himself a god despite being a demon king and focused on his perception instead. Wrath seemed to believe that he didn't give Rayon any hints at all, but He'd said that there was nothing so far. That implies that there was nothing to investigate between the dimensional door and where he was. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Wrath, who was rubbing his thick tongue with teary eyes. Rayon and the Light Wind Division kept running non-stop and arrived at Loyland Village, where the Warring Steel Division was last spotted. Wow, how can a village even look like that? Martha furrowed her brow while looking at Loyland Village. Indeed, it's not coherent at all. Burin agreed with Martha and nodded faintly. They are high and low. Run-On tilted her head while looking back and forth between the buildings with high and low roofs. It was actually normal for the light-wind swordsman to be so surprised. Loyland Village was a mid-sized village since it wasn't that big or small, and the building styles were drastically different between north and south since the climates of the northern and central regions coexisted. To prevent the snow from piling up, the buildings in the north had high roofs that made them look pointy. Meanwhile, the roofs in the center were a lot flatter. People who didn't know the reason behind the difference would have believed that two villages from different regions had been forcibly combined. This place is as peculiar as always. Rayon entered Loyland Village, thinking that it hadn't changed at all since the last time he'd seen it. The atmosphere inside the village was anxious and hectic at the same time, probably because they knew about the Warring Steel Division's disappearance and the Black Tower's movement. Welcome. Rayon was planning to start by examining the village, but a middle-aged black-haired man walked up to him and bowed. He was wearing yellow clothes with a small bird pattern at the hem. My name is Rujin, the 8th external wing of the Shadow Agents. He quietly mumbled that he was an external agent from the Shadow Agents. Rayon immediately nodded because Chad had mentioned he had someone to help them, even though the agent's outfit and attitude were already believable enough. I am Rayon Sieghart, the Light Winds Vice Division Leader. I am honored to meet you. His eyes looked excited as he nodded. It didn't seem to be flattery. How is the situation? There shouldn't be any changes compared to what you've heard. He sighed, saying that nothing had changed even though he'd been thoroughly searching Loyland Village and its surroundings. I've investigated every single one of the villagers and every building, but nothing strange was found. They didn't. People haven't even seen any black robes around. How is that even possible? Martha frowned and examined the village from left to right. The Black Tower's scoundrels supposedly appeared around here. Indeed. Rujin nodded without being surprised. He seemed to be aware of Martha's personality. The place where the Warring Steel Division was seen last is close to here, isn't it? Correct. Then how does it even make sense that the villagers don't know about it? Martha rolled her eyes fiercely, saying that it was strange no matter how she thought about it. There must be at least one person who knows. Let's look for them. And how are you planning to search? Rayon sighed while looking at Martha, who was bobbing her finger. By beating them up, of course. What else? Violence solves all problems. Rayon felt like he'd heard that before as Martha shouted for him to give her permission. You really are amazing. Run-On gave Martha a thumbs up to compliment her. However, she tilted her thumb downwards and continued. It's a stupid idea that no one would come up with except for Miss Rakshasa. You slowpoke, HMPH. Martha and Run-On kicked each other and started to fight. Rayon shook his head and closed his eyes. He gathered as much wrath as possible and spread the perception of the snow flower as much as possible. While feeling the sensation of his skin spreading through the air, he tried to scrape up the Black Tower and the Warring Steel Division's traces in the entire village. It seems there's nothing. Just as Rujin had said, he couldn't feel the Warring Steel Division's presence nor the Black Tower's demonic energy. None of them had left any trace in the village. Rayon opened his eyes. Martha and Run-On were trying to push each other with their palms. Stop. Rayon raised his hand to split them apart and shook his head. Gathering information by beating people up isn't a good method even in a hurry. Moreover, I don't think we will get anything by doing that. Huh, what? The Light Wind swordsmen blankly raised their eyes upon hearing that. Wait, that's what you always do. You even did it to us on top of the enemies. You previously told us that we should consider the possibility that we didn't do enough beating if the problem wasn't solved. Light Wind swordsmen dropped their jaws while thinking about what Rayon had previously done and said, but Rayon didn't even care about them. Anyway, we are leaving. Get ready. Rayon shook his hand at the Light Wind Division before walking up to Rujin, who was standing behind him. Can you guide us to the place with the last trace of the Warring Steel Division? Are you sure? It's relatively far from here. I don't mind. In that case, let's get going. Rujin nodded and left the village before using footwork. He didn't look that powerful, but his footwork was extremely fast and confident. Rayon unleashed his aura perception as much as possible once again while following him. He examined the flow of the wind, as well as the movement of animals and people while looking for strange energy. However, both the forest and the snowfield were completely peaceful. He didn't manage to find anything until Rujin came to a halt. Here we are. Rujin exhaled roughly and pointed ahead. He could see a small path slightly away from Hoffern's Avenue. A gray frozen lake was in the north, and a clear lake was sloshing under the setting sunlight in the south. The small and narrow path passed between the two lakes with extreme contrast. It was a beautiful scene that anyone would stop by, let alone the Warring Steel Division. This is where the Warring Steel Division's last traces were found, however. Rujin looked away in the middle of his explanation. Swordsmen in gray uniforms showed up from the path between the lakes that he'd previously pointed at. Their unshakable gazes were as sharp as a blade polished by an artisan, and reversed burning sword emblems were engraved on their clothes. They were the White Lotus Division's swordsmen that Glenn had supposedly summoned beforehand. The White Lotus Division always stayed outside the house because of their division leader's personality, which made it his first encounter with them after the assault on Eden's branch. Rayon briefly licked his lips while observing the swordsmen's presences. They are powerful for sure. The White Lotus Division was clad in even more powerful and ferocious pressure than the Warring Steel Division, probably because they'd been continuously fighting and carrying out missions outside the house. However, they have many fatalities because of that. It was impossible for everyone to become a hero. Those who managed to survive became more powerful, but a larger number of swordsmen ended up dying before then. Rayon had heard that the White Lotus Division always requested many members for that reason. In fact, there was only one of their members who he recognized among those he was seeing. It's the White Lotus Division. They were supposed to be here, huh? But why are they glaring like that? Are they picking a fight? The Light Wind Division darted their tongues in and out upon recognizing the White Lotus Division. The Light Wind Squad. Why is the Light Wind Squad here? I heard they were dispatched as additional reinforcement for this mission. Reinforcement? What do we even do with them? And they are the Light Wind Division now instead of a squad. Oh yeah, I heard they were promoted. The White Lotus Division also recognized the Light Wind Division and slightly furrowed their brows. The way they spoke was rather disturbing. It's so pointless. Rayon briefly sighed and walked up to the White Lotus swordsman. Where is the division leader? I'm not sure. Where did he go again? The swordsman, who seemed to be a team leader, impudently shook his head while whistling. The pointless tension was undesirable for Rayon since there wasn't much time, but the White Lotus Division didn't seem to agree. They seemed to believe that the Light Wind Division had volunteered for the mission in order to steal the White Lotus Division's achievement. Hey, you son of a bitch. Rayon furrowed his brow and a vulgar curse could be heard from behind. Of course, it was Martha's doing. Where's your respect, you fucker? Can't you see our vice division leader right here? The team leader widened his eyes in surprise. He must not have expected a sudden curse. You even know that we've been promoted to a division but still picked a fight with us. You must have a death wish. Martha glared ferociously at the White Lotus swordsman. She looked like she would attack them at any moment. Good job. He looks like some paltry rat. He'll pull your limbs off. Watch out how you run your mouth if you don't want to die. It wasn't just Martha and Run-On. The entire Light Wind Division was glaring at the White Lotus Division with their eyes gleaming with damp madness. They looked like they were going to attack if they were provoked any further. Stop it. Rayon would normally let the Light Wind Division mess them up, but he didn't have any time to waste. It was necessary to discuss with the White Lotus Division leader as fast as possible and take action. Say it now, where is he? Rayon didn't even need to release his pressure. The team leader was intimidated by the Light Wind Division's madness, and he pointed at the southern lake while his shoulders trembled. Rayon followed his hand and saw a tall man standing in the middle of the White Lotus swordsmen. His shoulders were as broad as a whale, and his jawline was angular. He looked like a heavenly general from the myths, but his pressure was the most important part. The extreme heaviness weighing upon Rayon's body felt like he was the embodiment of a huge mountain. Rayon didn't use any aura. He endured Ayad's pressure with nothing but willpower and bowed to him. Greetings, White Lotus Division Leader. It's been a while, Light Wind Vice Division Leader. Ayad slowly nodded. He wasn't showing any displeasure for not being the only ones on the mission, unlike the other White Lotus swordsmen, but the foul sign in his eyes clearly indicated that he didn't like Rayon's presence. I guess there's no reason they would be welcoming us. Rayon decided not to care about it since he just wanted to save the Warring Steel Division. The Warring Steel Division's traces disappeared after those. He briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the lake. There's no trace of battle and no corpse floated to the surface. It's a mystery. However, no matter what power was in action, they couldn't have left the Hoffern region. Ayad turned to look at Rayon. The best method to look for them is simple. It's to scatter the Light Wind Division and the White Lotus Division one by one to search the entirety of Hoffern. If every swordsman moves individually, we should be able to search the entire region before sunrise. He nodded, saying that it was the only way to find the Warring Steel Division's traces in that land. You should head to the east, for instance. Search everything starting from the entrance. I apologize for saying this, but I don't want to. Rayon shook his head when Ayad was about to spread the map. Scattering the members one by one was definitely not a good method in the given situation. It might allow them to quickly find the traces, but it could increase the casualties. That was why he couldn't accept it. Did he just? The White Lotus swordsman glanced at Ayad sideways with trembling lips. It looked like they didn't expect Rayon to immediately refuse. Ayad straightened his back while almost crushing the half-opened map in his grasp. His gaze pressing upon Rayon's soul was as fiery as the northern wind and heavy at the same time. What did you say just now? Say it again. His gaze became a violent pressure and crushed Rayon's shoulders. The pain on his skin felt like he was being stabbed by a blade, but he counteracted with the power of his soul, enhanced by the ring of fire, and stood in front of Ayed. I said I don't want to. You've always loved to say no, haven't you? There's no reason to go out of my way to create more casualties. Rayon's red eyes and Ayed's gray eyes clashed against each other, and a deep distortion was created on the calm lake. Rumble, once Rayon and Ayed's powerful pressures clashed against each other. The damp and soft land distorted, and bubbles appeared on the lake as if it were boiling. Just like their leaders, the Light Wind Division and the White Lotus Division placed their hands on their waists, preparing to draw their swords at any moment. Their auras were as frightening as their leaders' if they were facing their enemies. An internal war between Ziegharts was about to occur as soon as one of them drew their sword and swung it. Ayed placed his thick finger on the hilt of his sword. Why are you declining? Ayed furrowed his brow to show that he couldn't understand and continued. This is an emergency. You should be fully aware that investigating a wider area by spreading them out is the fastest way to find the Warring Steel Division. His displeasure turned into a furious wave and engulfed Rayon. It's fast indeed, but the plan sacrifices the swordsman as a prerequisite. Even though Ayed's pressure was getting more and more powerful, Rayon wasn't intimidated at all. He raised his cold gaze and shook his head. Even the entire Warring Steel Division disappeared without putting up the slightest resistance, yet you want to scatter our members one by one. It's pretty much throwing the swordsmen to their graves. Are you trying to pick apples one by one to donate to the thief? We can save them before that happens. Ayed rolled his hostile eyes. He shook his head, saying that they could figure out the situation before the swordsmen disappeared or were defeated. If me, you, and the team leaders hold their positions, we can save our subordinates before a problem occurs. It would be even better if they end up being kidnapped, because we can take advantage of that situation to locate the Warring Steel Division. You are overconfident about your and your subordinates' abilities. What? Even 100 of you won't be enough to observe this entire area. It might be possible for the Vice Division leaders, but the team leaders won't notice even if someone was kidnapped in their vicinity. It's the worst method that increases casualties for no reason. And Rayon briefly sighed while looking at the White Lotus Division, who were biting their lips from behind Ayed. Our enemies aren't idiots. The Black Tower's perpetrators should be well aware that we are looking for the Warring Steel Division. There's no way they would run the risk of kidnapping them once again. They are going to kill them on the spot and disappear. Division leader, you look like you would like to have that trace at least, but it will be completely meaningless. The Black Tower's demonized humans had already kidnapped the entire Warring Steel Division with a special method. Since they must have already achieved their objective, or they were in the middle of doing so, there was no reason for them to run the risk when they knew that people were chasing them. They will kill instead of kidnapping, you say. That's even better. Ayed stepped forward heavily with his right foot instead of refuting him. The White Lotus Division is different from the Warring Steel Division. My subordinates aren't weak enough to be defeated by the Black Tower because those sloppy bastards have already perished. He also extended his left foot as he spoke. Ayed's sturdy body looked even bigger. At the same time, his pressure curled up into a sphere and created an aura barrier to prevent the sound from escaping. His mana moved in such a natural manner that no one should have realized that an aura barrier was created. His ability was befitting a monster who had been a division leader for a long time. The fact that he created an aura barrier signifies that he's about to say something that the others shouldn't hear, and it doesn't matter even if they die. Rayon had guessed right. What Ayed said was something that he couldn't say before. Those who can get stronger are the chosen few, and most warriors' job is to be crushed to let them shine. It won't change anything even if they ended up dying a bit earlier. They are still your subordinates, aren't they? Rayon created an extremely faint flow of mana behind him while asking that question. Subordinates, Ayed sneered even harder. Just as he was about to speak, Rayon twisted his mana to create a small hole in the sturdy barrier. A devoted subordinate should find a clue for the mission at the cost of their life. Most of them are bait anyway. I don't care how many of them end up dying as long as those that I've personally raised survive in the end. It just needs to continue until I become a palace master. He glared at Rayon in contempt, but suddenly stopped himself upon noticing an abnormality. Don't tell me, you. He realized it so quickly even though Rayon was as careful as possible when controlling his mana. It was an ability befitting a division leader. However, everyone already heard you. Rayon smiled faintly and turned his eyes towards the White Lotus Division. Ayed's words had reached their ears through the aura barrier. There was no way they could remain composed after that. Division later, what you said just now. The White Lotus swordsman either bit their lips or glared at his back with bloodshot eyes. An interesting thing to note was that there were still a significant number of swordsmen who weren't surprised at all. They seemed to be the aforementioned warriors, the ones that Ayed had personally raised. Their skills and gazes indeed seemed rather extraordinary. Hey, Wrath had been hanging on the shoulder like wet laundry and suddenly stood up. How is he treating his subordinates like that? Mess him up right now. Wrath shouted at Rayon to draw his sword already, since those who didn't cherish their subordinates deserved to have their heads crushed. No, give your body to the King of Essence. I'll force him to watch his frozen body for over 10,000 years. His furious face turned red even though it was none of his business. He really cherished his subordinates. What a nasty trick. Ayed didn't even look back. He confidently straightened his back and stared at him as if he'd never created the aura barrier. Rayon honestly hadn't expected that he wouldn't even flinch. I don't know about that. Wasn't it because you aren't skilled enough, division leader? Rayon curved his lips into a slight smile while maintaining his composed expression. You must have been trying to create a rift between the White Lotus division, but it's a meaningless attempt. He turned around to look at the White Lotus division and bobbed his finger. Come here if you want to complain about what I just said. I'll let you leave the division. Ayed acted even more confidently, instead of being embarrassed. He looked like he couldn't even feel the shame, because a portion of his emotions were cut apart. The White Lotus swordsmen were unable to respond and bit their lips tightly. Did you not hear my question? We have no complaints. Ayed asked the question for a second time, and the vice division leader, team leaders, vice team leaders, and the skilled warriors that he had personally raised shouted with their hands clasped behind their backs. Are you threatening them now? I can't tell which one of us is the nastier one. Rayon sneered at Ayed. I remember what you told me during the selection ceremony. You told me to join the White Lotus division, and you said you would create a path for me to reach even higher. I'm guessing now that you meant the afterlife by that. It's true that the afterlife is pretty high up there. Thick veins bulged on Ayed's forehead, and the White Lotus swordsmen's faces turned pale. I have no intention of becoming your stepping stone. That was the case in the past, and the same goes for now. Are you seriously going to keep acting like this? You will regret it. You know, people who say that to me tend to regret it. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, saying that he didn't really care. You keep picking a fight just because we can't fight right now. You must be out of your mind just because you've gotten a bit stronger. I'm not picking a fight. I'm simply talking about the line that a human being shouldn't cross. Rayon had never done nor said anything that he would be ashamed of. There was a line that shouldn't be crossed no matter how urgent it was. And Rayon's lips curved into an angular smile as he tapped Heavenly Drive's scabbard. It's true that we can't fight right now, but I'm not exactly afraid of you, division leader. Don't worry about that. Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Ayed's pressure burst out like an erupting volcano. The entire area around the lake was covered by his energy in an instant. It was as if he was saying that he's been playing around so far, of course. Rayon nodded and unleashed his pressure, which he'd been suppressing. Majestic waves of his energy surged like a wildfire and pushed back Ayed's pressure to engulf the space. Rumble, the clash between auras turned the sky darker, and a huge tremor occurred from the ground like an earthquake. Even the powerful swordsmen ended up losing their balance and fell, if you can't believe it. Rayon smiled while gently touching his scabbard. What about having a match after this mission? He casually shook his hand. It looked like Ayed's pressure had no effect on him. Ayed nodded without saying anything. His emotionless gaze was almost frightening. I'll remember it, don't forget. He glared at Rayon with a clear scowl on his face before he turned around to leave. Wait a moment, there's still something to discuss. We will act on our own, so you should do whatever you want. Rayon was trying to tell him what he'd learned from the previous clash, but Ayed simply left the lake, saying that he didn't need his help. The White Lotus swordsmen bit their lips before following Ayed. Some of them bowed at Rayon to express their gratitude. They looked like they were going to leave the White Lotus division soon enough. Heir. Why is this happening? What the hell is going on? The Light Wind division sighed deeply and came towards him. Their sweaty foreheads showed that what had just happened was completely unexpected to them. Are you going to be okay? Buren's sharp eyes were filled with worries. It can't be helped. I can't stand seeing something like that. It would have been a different story if he didn't know about it, but he wasn't tolerant enough to put up with a guy who blatantly tried to use people as bait. Good job. That son of a bitch was trying to use all of us as bait. Martha slammed Rayon's back, saying that it felt so good, just like when the stomach pain was cured. You were damn handsome, Rayon. Runan walked up to him and gave him a big nod to praise him. How did a person like him even become a division leader? It's precisely because of his personality that he managed to become a division leader at a young age. I knew something was wrong when I saw that the White Lotus division changed their members far too often. Rayon licked his lips while listening to the Light Wind division. Unfortunately, bad guys were bound to gain power in the world rather than the good ones. I was wondering why my stomach ached every time I encountered the White Lotus division leader. It was because of his black heart. Dorian's shoulders trembled as he said that he'd always felt nervous whenever he'd seen Ayed. It was nice to see you humiliate that guy, but what do we do now? Crane was laughing but suddenly sighed. We need to find the Warring Steel division, but there's no way. He shook his head, saying that he couldn't even start to guess how to find the Warring Steel Division. Sir Rujin. Burin waved his hand at Rujin. Ah, yes. Rujin had been standing there blankly because of the unexpected situation but quickly nodded upon hearing the call. Did you already investigate this lake? Yes. Agents who are capable of breathing underwater dove inside, but no corpses nor traces of battle were found. He sighed, saying that nothing was found in the area even though they didn't manage to check the deepest parts. Where are we even supposed to go? Martha stamped her feet in frustration and Rayon raised his hand. It isn't here. We need to go to the opposite side. How do you know about that? I found a clue a moment ago. Rayon touched his lips while looking at the lake where the waves were subsiding. A clue, really. The light wind swordsmen were surprised and raised their heads like meerkats. It was completely unexpected for them. Which part even gave any clue? Rujin also dropped his jaw, unable to comprehend which part contained any clue. It was a moment ago. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the frozen lake on the opposite side instead of the clear lake. I felt a faint presence from the frozen lake when my pressure clashed against the White Lotus Division leader. The fact that he disliked Ayed's behavior wasn't the only reason Rayon had provoked him. He'd figured that the Black Tower's perpetrators hiding in the area might show their presence if a large amount of aura clashed, and he could feel a person's movement from the frozen lake just like he'd planned. Rujin gasped while looking at Rayon. Did you really plan all that under Sir Ayed's pressure? His chin trembled violently because of how ridiculous it was. You shouldn't expect any common sense from him. Yeah, that will only bring headaches. Monster with no common sense. Burin, Martha, and Runnan shook their heads, telling him to consider him a different species. The same went for the other swordsmen. They were surprised but murmured that it was understandable since it was Rayon. Which means? Are they from the Black Tower? No, that's not the case. Rayon firmly shook his head. I couldn't feel any demonic energy. Those who'd been hiding were using mana, just like any other ordinary warrior. They seemed to be using some special artifact, but the energy they used was definitely mana. Rayon shook his hand after telling them at which tree those warriors were hiding. Slowly encircle them, since we can't miss them. Rayon calmly walked towards the frozen lake like a tourist. Unlike the clear lake, the frozen lake had a dark color mixed into it, as if black ink were included. Search. Yes, the light wind division scattered all around the lake in groups of 2 as soon as Rayon gave the order. Their movement looked disordered at first, but they were actually following the previous order and were surrounding the Zelkova tree with lots of snow piled up on it, located outside the frozen lake. Rayon slowly observed the lake as he waited. Once the encirclement was complete, he walked up to the tree and raised his gaze. Whoosh! The branches swayed from the cold northern wind. The tree looked completely normal, but 5 people were hiding in it. Considering the fact that their presence was hazy even though he was right in front of it, they must have been clad in something special on top of being skilled. Come down. Rayon continued while bobbing his finger towards the top of the tree. Don't try anything funny since I can see you. As soon as he said that, violent pressures spread out from the tree. Even though the tree had nothing but dry branches, the space above it undulated like a curtain, and 5 people wearing black clothes made their appearance with a bright yellow light. The middle-aged man standing at the center scowled. He had a diagonal scar on his left eyebrow. Judging from their pressures and might, he seemed to be the leader of the group. Are you from the Black Tower? Rayon readied his fingers to draw Heavenly Drive while looking into the middle-aged man's panicking pupils. And no, they aren't. The response didn't come from above the tree but from Rujin behind him. He is the Thespian Emperor's subordinate, the Sickle of the Bloody Cloud. Rujin informed him that he was the founder of White Whale from the 5 Divine Orders, the Thespian Emperor's subordinate. He must have seen his face before. You heard him. We aren't from the Black Tower. Stop picking a fight with us for no reason and... So why was the Thespian Emperor's subordinate hiding like a rat? It's none of your business. It does concern me. Rayon sneered and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation. The heat burst out like hellfire to melt down the coldness brimming on the land and engulfed the Sickle of the Bloody Cloud and his subordinates. Their faces turned pale because of the fiery heat. What do you think you're doing? Why are you doing this even though you heard who we are? Tell me what you know before your heads roll. Rayon tilted his chin while looking at the Sickle of the Bloody Cloud, who withdrew to the back. Bloodlust was glowing dangerously from his eyes, because the 5 Divine Orders and the Thespian Emperor are all worthless to me. The Vice Division leader of the White Lotus Division, Fran, used footwork to go next to Ayed, who was advancing ahead of the group. Division leader. Ayed looked aside. His expressionless face looked like he'd already regained his composure. He managed to quench his anger in such a short period of time despite what Rayon had done to him. He was a man with an extraordinary quality. Is this going to be okay? Fran chewed his lip while observing the White Lotus swordsmen's complexions, which were clearly showing their depression. It doesn't matter. Ayed shook his head without even glancing at the White Lotus swordsman following him from behind. They are going to die during the next mission anyway, even if they manage to survive this time. They only need to serve as stepping stones. But what Rayon said is going to have some influence, but they won't be able to leave the White Lotus division despite knowing that fact, as only losers volunteer to leave a division. Just cheer them up a little so they won't break. Understood. Fran exhaled faintly and nodded. He was aware it was a cruel thing to do, but it was a necessary task in order to protect the White Lotus division. Besides, it looked like Rayon Sieghart was about to say something important a moment ago. Is it really okay to not listen to him? Rayon had hurriedly talked to him despite the dangerous atmosphere where they were about to draw their swords and fight. Fran was concerned because he had a feeling that Rayon had noticed something important. Ayed furrowed his brow while thinking about Rayon's red eyes, which hadn't wavered in the slightest. Damn bastard, blonde hair and red eyes. The moment he saw that bright and overwhelming light, he was reminded of Glenn Sieghart, who was above heaven. Rayon had already grown strong enough to remind him of Glenn. It looks like he is still increasing his pressure. It must be another plot from him. Stop paying attention to him. Ayed clenched his fist without looking back. I'm going to crush Rayon Sieghart as soon as I return. You bastard. The sickle of the bloody cloud ground his teeth violently in frustration. How dare you run your mouth about our great leader? Do you have a death wish? His eyes turned bloodshot. He seemed to be angry from the bottom of his heart. We won't overlook this matter. We are going to officially complain to Sieghart. Your cockiness knows no bounds. Rayon snorted and took a step towards the sickle of the bloody cloud. We are the ones who aren't about to overlook this matter. Not you. What do you mean? The small route between the two lakes is the boundary, and the northern area is Sieghart's domain. It means that you've been secretly hiding inside Sieghart's domain where an incident occurred. Rayon strengthened the grip of his right hand and drew heavenly drive. The sound of the blade brushing past the scabbard rang throughout the air. Shring. The sickle of the bloody cloud and White Whale's warriors turned pale. I don't know about White Whale or the 5 divine orders, but I should be executing these random intruders right now. However, I'm going to give you a chance. Rayon took another step towards them and pointed the sickle of the bloody cloud's neck with heavenly drive. Tell me why you've been hiding here and what you know. Rayon had heard that the White Whale, founded by the Thespian Emperor, had all the information in the world, just like the white whales flying in the sky. Since they had quick eyes for profits and information, there was no way they would have been hiding there for no reason. D-Division leader, how dastardly. Who do you think he is? The White Whale's warriors briskly stood up upon seeing that Rayon's blade was targeting the sickle of the bloody cloud. However, they froze on the spot before they could attack Rayon. Don't move. Your head will roll the moment you move a single finger. Stay still. Burin, Martha, and Runnan had moved behind them before they knew it and were pointing their swords at them. Same goes for you. You'd better stay still. Mark Goten spoke in a frightening voice while holding the last warrior's shoulder. You scoundrels. The sickle of the bloody cloud mustered his aura and wrinkled his eyebrows. You even took us by surprise after insulting our king. Can I take it as Sieghart's provocation towards the White Whale? Provocation. Rayon sneered while brushing his hair back. You need to be in the same league to be worthy of provocation. Why would a whale try to provoke a shrimp that's just trying to survive? Stop insulting us. I'm not going to argue with you. Say it. Rayon pressured the sickle of the bloody cloud with his sharp pressure. Why were you hiding here, of all places? There were many places other than the frozen lake where they could have hidden by using the artifact they'd used to conceal their presence. Rayon was curious about why they chose the frozen lake, which was more prone to be found than the other lake. Let me tell you again. The tree you were hiding in is inside Sieghart's domain. Your great king and the 5 divine orders won't be able to help you. 10,000 flames cultivation violently dashing through his mana circuits burst out as a crimson flame above Heavenly Drive's blade. Let's just kill him. Martha licked her lips while bringing her blade to the warrior she was holding by his neck. These kinds of people don't have any useful information. It's a waste of time. I agree. Burin nodded while bending the warrior's arm. I heard that the Thespian Emperor from the 5 divine orders can use various tricks. There was an occurrence where 2 grandmasters were completely stupefied while they were watching. He frowned while saying that the Thespian Emperor was a dangerous person. He must have already obtained information about the 5 divine orders. There's no way the White Whale would have dispatched such skilled personnel for no reason. It's better to get rid of them before they try anything else. I'm ready. Runnan blinked, showing that she was ready to stab them at any moment. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the murderous gazes of the Light Wind Division. They are great actors. He'd already ordered them to never kill an opponento, simply neutralize them, regardless of who they were. However, the team leaders were making those deadly threats even though they were fully aware that they shouldn't kill them. They seemed to have become proper warriors who could do their jobs in any situation. Moreover, their threat is super effective. The warriors from the White Whale, other than the sickle of the bloody cloud, seemed to believe that Martha, Runnan, and Burin were serious. Their trembling lips had turned blue from the fear of their murderous intent. This is your last chance. Rayon looked down on the sickle of the bloody cloud. His gaze was as frightening as his blade. Tell me why you were here. The murderous intention rising from Heavenly Drive was on a whole different level from before. It proved that he was serious about killing them if they refused. Let alone the sickle of the bloody cloud, even the light wind members felt their fingertips shaking from the bloodlust. The sickle of the bloody cloud swallowed nervously, unable to recklessly decide to attack him or charge at him. Is this the rumored Rayon Sieghart? However, his might was on a whole different level from the white whale's information. He thought that he would be an advanced master just like himself, but he could feel an unapproachable pressure from the man in front of him. Rayon almost looked comfortable as he casually held his sword, but no opening could be found. The sickle of the bloody cloud had the feeling that his head was going to fall to the ground the moment he tried to attack. Even if I assumed that he managed to reach the highest level of master, it would still be strange, assuming the impossible scenario that Rayon Sieghart got even stronger and managed to reach the highest level of master. Such overwhelming pressure was still impossible. He's almost in the Grandmaster. He could feel an overwhelming difference in power, to the point where he felt like he was facing a Grandmaster instead of a master. Even so, the sickle of the bloody cloud bit the tip of his tongue and lowered his right hand. I can't back off now. The mission was directly bestowed on him by the Emperor. He couldn't change the fact that they were found out because of his subordinate's mistake, but he at least had to avoid leaking the information. You are curious about why we are here, right? He asked the question and clenched the sickle that was hanging behind his leather belt at the same time. He got ready to strike Rayon's neck at any moment and opened his mouth once again. I'll tell you whatever I know if you guarantee our safety. However, you shouldn't even think about asking any further. He stuttered to pretend he was terrified in order to make Rayon careless and slowly gathered the aura from his energy center. You shouldn't try anything. The moment Rayon's lips parted, he pulled the sickle out from the belt and slashed upwards. It was the fastest and the most complicated technique of the bloody sickle thrust, the swift crimson twisted slash. Swoosh. The sickle of the bloody cloud rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the moist circle covered in red. I did it. The sickle with the swift crimson twisted slash energy was rushing toward Rayon's chest alongside the red astral energy, but Rayon's sword was still not reacting. The surprise attack was perfect. Next up he was about to use the bloody sickle thrust special technique to make sure to finish Rayon off. Spark, red lightning struck in his vision, and an intense pain could be felt from his right shoulder. The sickle of the bloody cloud rolled his eyes while screaming. His right arm, which was slashing upwards to use the swift crimson twisted slash, was on the ground. Blood was gushing out of his shoulder like a fountain. How? He stepped back while covering his right shoulder with his left hand. The fact that Rayon had noticed his surprise attack wasn't even the issue. He had never expected that he could counterattack so quickly and powerfully in such a short time frame. He wouldn't have been able to defend against that frightening slash even if he knew about it in advance. His head went blank because of the physical and mental shock. I told you to not try anything. Rayon slammed the spotless heavenly drive into the sickle of the bloody cloud's left shoulder. The sickle of the bloody cloud collapsed on the ground and writhed like a fish out of water. It looked like he didn't have any strength left. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the trembling sickle of the bloody cloud. I feel so light. The sickle of the bloody cloud's surprise attack was certainly swift and complicated, but it was as easy as breathing for him to shatter the flow. Did you believe you can get away with this? Why were you hiding here? Rayon ignored his threat and twisted heavenly drive in his shoulder towards the right. Arg! The sickle of the bloody cloud screamed, unable to withstand the intense pain. He was a stubborn one, as he was still not confessing despite the pain. However, the sickle of the bloody cloud wasn't his only target. Rayon twisted heavenly drive once again while looking at the dangerous amount of blood gushing from his shoulders. He looked like he didn't care whether the sickle of the bloody cloud died or not. I don't know. Then wait, just as Rayon was about to cut the sickle of the bloody cloud's neck with heavenly drive, he could hear someone shouting their head off from behind him. It was the young man who seemed to be the youngest among his subordinates. We were ordered to wait until something else happens here. That was Rayon's goal, as they seemed to have a relatively strong bond for an underground faction, and it must have worked. What's your name, Torin? Tell me, what do you mean by waiting here? Rayon stopped the sickle of the bloody cloud's bleeding so that he wouldn't die before he stood up. Torin, you idiot. The sickle of the bloody cloud murmured. His face was pale and his lips were dry. Don't say it. That's... Shut up, Rayon kicked his chin to shut his mouth. It's not important information anyway. Torin started to speak once again despite the sickle of the bloody cloud's opposition. We don't have that much information either. We were simply asked to wait here until something happens in the lake and to simply watch everything before we return. He shook his head, saying that was the only order they were given. You were asked to watch from here. Rayon examined the frozen lake while shaking the blood from Heavenly Drive. But why? I can't feel anything special. He examined the area around the lake and under the frozen surface through the ring of fire and the perception of the snow flower, but he didn't notice anything special. Torin. Rayon withdrew his aura perception and looked at Torin. Were you ordered by the higher-ups? Why, yes. And you were asked to not move from this spot. We weren't ordered to move away. He shook his head, saying that the concealing artifact they were using dissipated the moment they moved. Rayon licked his lips while touching Heavenly Drive's hilt. Thespian Emperor, the power they possessed was one thing, but there were many rumors stating that it was impossible to understand what they were thinking. He must know something about this. The Thespian Emperor must have had some kind of information about the Warring Steel Division's disappearance. It would be difficult to get an audience with the Thespian Emperor, to begin with, and he would most likely not give any information even if he did. He had to find the Warring Steel Division with the information he had, but it still implies that there's something special in this location. Rayon sat down and placed his hand on the frozen lake. He couldn't feel anything, just like the previous attempt, but he still had the most important method to analyze the demonic energy. I wanted to save it since I only have a small amount, but he gathered the darkest and the most alien power from his energy center. Were the divinity blooming from the underworld, which had been hiding between the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier rose through his mana circuits to be unleashed from his palm. Whap! Rayon examined the frozen lake once again while adding divinity to his hand on top of the 10,000 flames cultivation's aura perception. Divinity was the most effective method to find demonic energy. Since his divinity was born from negative energies such as the energy of death, demonic energy, and ghastly energy, it was even better at finding those filthy energies. Rayon spread the divinity blooming from the underworld like thin threads throughout the frozen lake in order to analyze the entire area. He was trying to find the demonic energy with the divinity spreading like a web, but he could only feel intense coldness no matter how long he tried. Is it because a long time has already passed? He started to think that the demonic energy must have already gone no matter what had happened in the past, because a significant amount of time had passed since the Warring Steel Division's disappearance. What am I supposed to do now, He sighed in disappointment and was about to withdraw the divinity when he noticed a faint presence of demonic energy from around the center of the frozen lake. Wait, is this? Rayon hurriedly stood up. He ran towards the center of the lake and unleashed the divinity once again. It's here. It wasn't under the lake, but the opposite side of the ice that he was standing on. He could feel an extremely faint, or rather, a simple remnant of demonic energy. What could have happened here? It would have been understandable if it were from above, but he couldn't understand why he felt demonic energy from the center of the frozen lake. Tusk. Wrath shook his head while poking his head out to look at the frozen lake below. It took you so long to find it. Did you know about it? The King of Essence felt the distortion. Distortion. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath. The energy you felt didn't occur in this space. What does that mean? An extremely small amount of demonic energy leaked from the windpipe connected to a different dimension. A different dimension. Does that mean that they created a boundary? The frozen scent might be able to do it. The frozen scent was proficient with coldness and demonic energy. Since she'd been active for dozens of years and had been getting stronger all along, it was fully possible that she would have gained the ability to create a boundary with the ice. Rayon examined the demonic energy from the frozen lake once again. Considering what Wrath had said, the frozen surface must have been connected to the boundary that was locking the Warring Steel Division up, and there had to be a way to enter or destroy it. Rayon even used the ring of fire to increase his focus, and he started to hear a small sound from the faint flow of demonic energy. Rayon's right hand touching the ice started to tremble. I can hear it. The demonic energy from the frozen surface was opened up by the divinity, and the sound inside the boundary could be heard. It was the sound of clashing weapons, the terrified screams of people, and the sound of something collapsing on the ground. They were here all along. He could ascertain it. The Warring Steel Division was fighting against the Black Tower's demonized humans inside the boundary connected to the ice he was standing on. How did they create another space through the small rift on the ice? They used the mirror. Wrath clicked his tongue while staring at the ice. Mirror. Humans have always been afraid of mirrors in history. They are afraid that their other self living inside the mirror might end up coming out, and countless sorceries and curses have been created to take advantage of that fear. Rayon looked at the ice while listening to him. The color was slightly dark, but his face was perfectly reflected like a mirror, to the point that it felt mysterious. Does that mean that the Black Tower's villains created a boundary by using this ice like a mirror? Indeed. They cast a hex to drag people to the other side of the mirror with this ice. It's similar to how you create a field with your sword. The humans you're looking for should be in the world on the other side of the ice. It was rare for Wrath to answer him so honestly. He must have understood how pressing the situation was, so it was the Frozen Scent sorcery. The Black Tower's floor overseer, Frozen Scent, had perfect control of coldness. She must have been the one who created the boundary with the frozen surface. Rayon bit his lip while listening to the continued sound of battle and screams. They lasted so long, he'd thought that it was already too late for the rescue when he couldn't find anything in the village, but the Warring Steel Division was actually still putting up a fight. Rayon, what's the matter? Did something happen? The Light Wind Swordsman looked at him worriedly upon noticing the drastic change in his expression. I found them. Rayon pointed under the frozen surface with his finger. The Warring Steel Division is currently fighting inside that ice. He briefly explained his findings to the Light Wind Swordsman. They are under the ice. Oh my god. They've been fighting all along, inside the enemy's boundary. Yes, they are amazing, however. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining the demonic energy inside the ice. They most likely kept them alive on purpose. It would have been a different story if only one among the Demon Ring and the Frozen Scent were after them, but it was impossible for the Warring Steel Division to survive that long when both of them were attacking them and even lured them into a boundary. He could guess that the Black Tower must have had another objective inside the boundary. Are they trying to bait us? No, that shouldn't be the case. He thought for a moment that they might be trying to lure himself and the Light Wind Division by using the Warring Steel Division as bait, but the boundary should have been easier to find if that was the case. Considering how complicated the boundary was, they must have had another goal in mind that required them to be hiding. Regardless of the case, I need to destroy that boundary as fast as possible, but how? He managed to discover the presence of the boundary, but he couldn't come up with any method to open it up. I guess I have no other choice. Wrath was blankly floating in the air, and Rayon tapped on his shoulder. What? How can we enter that boundary? How is the King of Essence supposed to know that? Weren't you well versed in dimensions created like this? He told you before, but the King of Essence doesn't know anything complicated. Wrath shook his head, saying that he didn't know how to open or close a boundary. Just break and destroy, and it will be distorted and open up on its own. He sneered, saying that Rayon should get stronger already since power was enough to open a mere boundary regardless of affinity or whatever. Power is enough, you say. It was impossible in his current state to force himself into the barrier. However, he managed to get a hint from what Wrath had just said. I don't have enough power, but I have affinity. He wasn't strong enough to destroy a demonized human's barrier, but he had the divinity to create a distortion into the demonic space. This isn't time to be saving up for later. He could continuously hear the sound from inside the barrier, probably because he'd managed to hear it once. The sounds of screams and collapsing corpses could be heard nonstop. He didn't have any time or divinity to waste. It was necessary to get it done right away. Rayon pointed at the frozen surface while looking back to the Light Wind Swordsman. Gather everyone. Yes, since the Light Wind Swordsmen were fully aware of how serious the situation was, they lined up per team as soon as they were ordered. I'm going to distort the boundary now. Move right away since I won't be able to do it for long. I don't understand what you're saying, but sure, you must have finally found a way. Burin, Martha, and Run-On simply nodded without even asking any questions. It was an expression of their trust in him. The other swordsmen also finished their preparations and were holding their swords. They are so reliable. While enjoying the Light Wind Division's bond, which was completely different from the White Lotus Division, he placed his hand on the ice and activated the divinity blooming from the underworld. He ground the divinity into small pieces and shoved it into the ice. He didn't miss the moment when the demonic energy was distorted from the pain and poured all his remaining divinity from his energy center. Crack! It felt like night had suddenly fallen in the frozen lake. The frozen surface turned dark and fissures appeared like a spider web. Demonic energy violently gushed out from the crack on the ice, and the boundary dyed in black was forced open. He'd unfortunately failed to destroy the boundary itself, but had managed to pry it open. The sickle of the bloody cloud faintly groaned while watching that scene. Did he just pry open a boundary of demonic energy? His chin trembled as he watched the gap on the boundary. He must have already noticed that there was a boundary of demonic energy. How is this happening? I'll decide what to do with you after this is over. He incapacitated the sickle of the bloody cloud and the White Whale's warriors so they wouldn't be able to move around before he turned around. The Light Wind Swordsman quietly nodded to show that they were ready. Let's go. Rayon unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the highest output. He jumped into the boundaries gap alongside the crimson flame burning the darkness. It's our turn to repay the favor. The Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin, exhaled roughly while grasping his chest. He wanted to bite his lip to endure the pain from his internal injury, but there was nowhere left to bite because his lips were already in tatters. I'm really going to die at this rate. He'd always thought, ever since his childhood, that he wanted his death to be on a battlefield, but he didn't want a battlefield like the one he was in. It wasn't a battlefield of warriors who were fighting with their beliefs and power. It was a scene of carnage. Huff. Trevin slowly raised his gaze. He could see the Black Tower's demonized humans and the kidnapped people above the red pool of blood. PSSH, the sound of wind could be heard, and the old man at the front dropped his head. A black current of air appeared from the corpse that was deprived of life and soared towards the ceiling of the boundary. The cluster of demonic energy wavering at the ceiling turned even darker. Next, the young man who was behind the old man was dragged up. You should be fully aware by now since you kept hearing it. An evil smile appeared on the demonized man's face as he looked into the young man's terrified eyes. You are dying here because of Rayon Zeeghart. The man was still so young, but a dark hole was created on the left side of his chest. The young man's eyes widened, unable to believe that he was dying, and he collapsed on the ground. The current of resentment appeared from his protruding eyes and joined the demonic energy wavering at the ceiling. Trevin violently clenched his back teeth. It's hell. This place is hell. The boundary created by Demon Ring and Frozen Scent was no different from the world of demons. They were maintaining the boundary by using about 100 people they'd previously kidnapped and were creating a curse of resentment directed at Rayon. It was literally a scene of human sacrifice. Everyone in that place was aware of the fact that the Black Tower's demonized humans were the ones they should be resenting instead of Rayon. However, the resentment towards Rayon was bound to be born because of human psychology. Another middle-aged woman lost her head in the meantime. They were killing people a lot faster than before, probably because they'd already gathered a large amount of the curse. Damn it. Trevin's hand holding his sword started to tremble. He wanted to run ahead and save everyone, but he was unable to do so. He wasn't in a good state either, and he had hostages to protect behind him. You stopped shouting at us to stop every time one of the vermin died. The skinny old man walked up to him with a sneer. He was holding 2 chakrams in his hands, and the transparent blades were entirely covered in sticky blood. He was the Black Tower's floor overseer, the Demon Ring. I guess you don't have any time to worry about others. The Demon Ring snorted while kicking a warring steel swordsman's corpse under his feet. You bastard. Trevin clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. The anger he'd been suppressing was boiling up because of how he humiliated his companion's corpse. I understand you because humans are the type of animal that only cares about themselves. The Demon Ring's lips rolled into a smile as he tossed the chakram into the air and caught it like a circus act. You should resent Rayon Zeeghart. You are only dying because he offended our tower. Damn it. Shit, the warring steel swordsmen turned pale because they were powerless when their companion's corpse was being trampled and innocent people were dying. The fear of the Demon Ring was another reason for that. Trevin exhaled roughly while examining his subordinates' faces. It can't be helped. He couldn't ask them to not hold any resentment towards Rayon since he couldn't find any way to survive in that situation. Even if they didn't want to, the thought was bound to surface in their minds. However, it was what their enemies wanted. They were definitely trying to complete a nasty curse by using the Warring Steel Division, who were acquainted with Rayon unlike the other hostages. I can't yield to their plan even if I die. It was a war between Zeeghart and the Black Tower. He needed to avoid resenting Rayon no matter what. Wham! Trevin violently stomped the ground and raised his sword. His powerful aura pushed the demonic energy back for an instant and created an auspicious light. I believe none of you are foolish enough to resent Rayon right now. If you are foolish enough to be deceived by the Black Tower's filthy trick, you'd better throw your sword away right now. He even used his aura in his shout, and the entire boundary fell silent as if time had stopped. Of course, there's no reason to resent that monster. Sir Rayon isn't our enemy, they are. The Warring Steel Division rolled their lips into smiles and raised their swords as if they had never been influenced by the Demon Ring. There won't be any reinforcements. However, Trevin simply smiled as his astral energy burst from his silver blade. We are going to fight. Just like the Light Wind Division fought for 5 days straight to protect House Arian, we will demonstrate Zeeghart's will in this hell. Yes, the Warring Steel Divisions was combined into one and a deadly pressure arose from them. Even though the swordsmen had been barely holding on, a clear will was dwelling in their eyes, and a mysterious light was bursting from their blades. The Demon Ring frowned upon noticing that the Warring Steel Division's pressure was even harder than when they first entered the boundary. Didn't I tell you to get rid of him already? An alluring voice could be heard from behind the Demon Ring. It was coming from a white-haired woman who was reclining on the floor. Her gray eyes weren't showing any sign of human nature. She was the witch who was maintaining the boundary, the Frozen Scent. It has become troublesome now. The Frozen Scent twisted her lips while trimming her nails. What are you going to do about this? We don't even have many sacrifices left anymore. You should be the one who goes to the tower's vice master if a problem occurs. She shook her hand while looking at the curse of resentment wriggling at the ceiling. Certainly. The Demon Ring glared at Trevin while ignoring the irritated Frozen Scent. I should have started by getting rid of you. Murderous intent violently gushed from him as he glanced at the Warring Steel Division's swordsmen, who were sending trusting gazes at Trevin's back. I didn't expect you to become a hindrance instead of a catalyst to accelerate the completion of the curse. Isn't it great that you finally realized it? I'm going to get rid of you right now. And who allowed that? Trevin fixed the grip on his sword while curving his lips into a thin smile. His head was dizzy from exhaustion and pain, but he couldn't simply die without putting up a fight. I won't be defeated until I cut off your head. What a shame. The demon ring licked his lips while pulling his chakrams behind his back. With that much determination, you could have become a floor overseer if you joined the Black Tower. The 2 chakrams he was holding were fired at him. Whoosh, it wasn't that fast, but they couldn't be overlooked because the demonic energy inside the chakrams was way too intense. I'd bite my tongue and kill myself before becoming your family. Trevin clenched his teeth and unleashed the steel penetration sword's special technique. Even though the blade was already destroyed, his sword added sharpness to his skill as if it understood its master's determination. Clang, the steel penetration sword's special technique violently pushed back a chakram, but there was still another one left to go. Trevin swung his sword down towards the second chakram's center while coughing up blood because of his internal injury. Clang. Even though he was wrapped in astral energy, he felt nauseous and his fingers trembled from the impact of the chakram. However, he couldn't let himself be defeated. Wham! It wasn't his aura or his swordsmanship that fended off the demonic chakrams. He defended himself with his unyielding spirit before he raised his head. Damn it, I really have no strength left in me anymore. He'd gone too far when he was trying to save the hostages in the beginning, and he'd spent an excessive amount of power because he got angry over his companions' deaths. Most importantly, the boundary of demonic energy was preventing him from using his full power, and he didn't even have the strength left to raise his sword above his waist anymore. It's truly regrettable. Despite what he said, the chakrams were brimming with a breathtaking amount of demonic energy after they returned to the demon ring's hands. The chakrams' blades, which used to be gray, were gradually turning black. Black chakrams. He'd heard that the chakrams turned black once the demon ring became serious. The real fight seemed to only be getting started. I'll finish you off with these demonic chakrams. The 2 chakrams were thrown once again as he sneered. A chill ran down Trevin's spine once he saw the chakrams approaching him while tearing the space apart. It would have been difficult to defend even if I was in perfect condition. However, I'll keep fighting until the last moment. He couldn't allow himself to give up since he was fully aware of how Rayon Sieghart had fought at House Aryan. If he couldn't use his teeth, he just had to use his gums instead. Trevin screamed and unleashed the flooding ocean slash. Even though he could only use a small amount of aura, the sword's trajectory was sharper than ever. Wham! The blade, surrounded by a thin layer of aura, managed to deflect the chakram brimming with demonic energy. Is this what they call enlightenment? But it's already too late. He could feel the progress in the steel penetration sword, but he didn't have any aura or stamina left in him. He could see the second chakram rushing towards him, but there was no way of stopping it. Trevin lowered his sword and spread his arms. It was the expression of a division leader's last determination to protect the subordinates and the hostages behind him at the cost of his life. I won't close my eyes. He was looking at the approaching dark chakram while thinking that he wanted to die as a warrior. Crack. A sound of shattering eggs could be heard from the empty space. The strange sound repeated multiple times, and a huge fissure was created on the ceiling that had never faltered no matter what they'd tried. Wham! The ceiling brimming with demonic energy was destroyed, and a crimson firestorm rained down from it. However, the chakram was already right next to his throat. The moment he bit his lip while thinking that he was going to die, eyes even redder than the fire sparked from the raging firestorm. Rayon. He turned into crimson lightning and descended even though Trevin had never expected him to show up. Clong. The chakram brimming with demonic energy was crushed and bounced back while the darkness of the curse dissipated. Rayon turned around from the center of the collapsing boundary. The black dragon coat wavering from the violent action looked like it was roaring. Rayon's face was smiling, but his red eyes sparked with a deadly light. Leave the rest to us. Rumble, the light wind swordsman, fell from the ceiling after Rayon. Get in formation. They created a sword formation to protect the warring steel division. Their expressions didn't change in the slightest even though they must have noticed the demonic energy inside the boundary. That was a seasoned warrior's ability to understand the situation and act. Whap! Rayon examined the boundaries inside while burning up the demonic energy with the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat. So this is the boundary under the frozen surface. The sky was black, and evil demonic energy was crawling from the ground. It was surprising that such a huge and dreary space was hidden on the other side of the ice. It confirmed how insane the Black Tower's demonized humans were, considering the fact that they used such a superior ability for kidnapping people. Is he the demon ring? Rayon looked at the old man who was about to cut Trevin's throat with the chakram. He was as skinny as a twig fallen from a tree in winter, but his gaze was malicious, and the demonic energy around him was powerful enough to make a chill run down his spine. Considering his shabby appearance and his weapon, he was most certainly the demon ring, the Black Tower's floor overseer, which means the one over there is the frozen scent. The white-haired woman stood up behind the old man, who was most likely the demon ring. Her appearance was as slender and beautiful as an elf, but her slanted eyes gave a fiery impression. Considering the fact that the demonic energy engulfing her was even more intense than the demon ring, she must have been in charge of a higher floor. They are both stronger than the Black Commander. The information from the shadow agents wasn't wrong. Both the demon ring and the frozen scent were more powerful than the Black Commander. Mysteriously, though, Rayon didn't feel like he would lose to them at all. It wasn't anything like confidence, but he just felt like he was obviously going to win. Who are you? The demon ring lowered his gaze after he stared blankly at the destroyed ceiling. How did you get here? His lips were trembling in disbelief. This can't be happening. The frozen scent was also stuttering in surprise. Let alone breaking the boundary, it should have been impossible to find it in the first place. So how? Rayon examined the people behind him while ignoring both the frozen scent and the demon ring. Why are there ordinary people here? Most of the people inside the barrier were ordinary people instead of the Black Tower or the Warring Steel Division's members. They definitely looked like they were kidnapped by the Black Tower, but he couldn't understand why they were taken there when they didn't even have any aura. Rayon, why are you here? Trevin's fingers holding the sword were trembling in surprise, just like the demonized humans. This place should have been hidden on the other side of the ice. I would come to your rescue, even if it was devildom instead of ice. You. His eyes, which used to be full of determination, were wavering from turbulent emotions. Sir Rayon. The Warring Steel swordsmen bit their lips tightly. They also seemed to realize that Rayon was speaking from his heart, rather than that division leader. Rayon asked why there were ordinary people around while looking behind Trevin and the Warring Steel division. They are sacrifices. Trevin ground his teeth while wiping the blood falling from his lips with his sleeve. They've been kidnapped to be offered as sacrifices to maintain the boundary. And he pointed at the destroyed ceiling of the boundary, the wavering black turbulence, which had lost more than half of its previous form by the flame dragon art looked like it was enraged. They were trying to curse you by using the resentment coming from people when they died, so they were human sacrifices. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the condensed demonic energy filled with the curse of resentment. They are the same kind of people as the Black Commander. Are people nothing but sacrifices for the Black Tower? The Black Commander had shoved demonic energy into peaceful people and tried to feed them to the Drake. Those villains who were making that curse of resentment by kidnapping people were no different from him. There was no reason to talk to them. They were trash that needed to be beheaded, so you are Rayon Zeeghart. The demon ring revealed his pupils, which looked as frightening as a snake's. I don't know how you managed to get here, but this is even better. We won't have to look for you anymore. He rolled his lips into a deep smile, saying that his target came to him on his own, demon ring. The frozen scent licked her lips while looking at Rayon's composed expression. You know you shouldn't kill him, right? Regardless of the Vice Master's order, we need to figure out how he found this boundary. Keep him alive no matter what. She pointed her finger and asked him to capture him alive because she wanted to satisfy her curiosity. I know, but I have no intention of keeping you alive. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive while sneering at the demon ring and the frozen scent. Let's get started since we don't need to talk. Wait a moment. Trevin grabbed his shoulder when Rayon was about to unleash the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's maximum output. You can't be reckless here. We are inside the boundary created by demonic energy. I know. No, you know nothing. The demonic energy inside the boundary is reducing our stamina and aura while amplifying the demonized human's demonic energy. You will get exhausted in no time if you do the same thing you did outside. Trevin furrowed his brow, saying that it was also a problem for him, and he couldn't fight properly because of the demonic energy inside the boundary. Did you really fail to notice it? You are a lot denser than I've heard. The demon ring raised his two chakrams with a confident expression on his face. He seemed to be counting on the boundary, but it's too late to realize it. You came to your grave on your own accord. Really? Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive with a casual expression on his face. I don't feel anything, though. Trevin, the Warring Steel Division, and the Light Wind Division's pressure told him that they were being suppressed by the demonic energy, but it didn't have any influence whatsoever on Rayon. Instead, it was easier to breathe, and his body felt lighter. It would have been strange if it had any influence. Wrath frowned and straightened his back. The energies of 3 demon kings are dwelling inside you. You should just die if this much demonic energy could influence you. He shook his head, saying that the demonic energy of a barrier like that would be completely ineffective against him, even though a direct attack could be a different story. You should thank the King of Essence. Buy him something delicious later on. I'll do so. You are surely going to say no, but Wrath's lips parted into a circular shape. Really? For real? Yes, I'll buy you a beet ice cream set after we return. Light Wind Division. Wrath was jumping at him with a huge grin on his face, and Rayon simply pushed him away before shaking his hand at the light wind division. He said that there's intense demonic energy inside the boundary. Can you still fight? I'm not feeling anything. I'm waiting for your order. Even though they should have been influenced by the demonic energy, unlike Rayon, they wielded their swords without showing it at all. Their eyes were more serious and deadlier than ever because they'd seen the corpses of their fellow warriors. Kill the demonized humans. Don't leave even one alive. Affirmative. The light wind division shouted loudly enough for the entire boundary to tremble and charged at the demonized humans. The first one to jump in was, of course, Martha. You don't even deserve to be called a son of a bitch. I'll grind your brains and drink it. She activated Berserk without suppressing her anger and slashed powerfully at the demonized humans. Wham! Martha's aura blade, filled with madness, split their heads in half. You fiends. Burin clicked his tongue and unleashed his blue aura. The barren wind appeared as fiercely as the storm in the northern sea and separated the bodies of the demonized humans, keeping the hostages diagonally. Disgusting. Even Run-On seemed extremely furious. She engulfed her blade with intense blue frost with her lips tightly closed. The slightest touch of her blade was enough to turn the demonized humans into frozen statues with grotesque expressions on their faces before they could even defend themselves. Die, you trash. You are even worse than demons. Don't leave a single one alive. The same went for the light wind swordsmen. Their furious attacks were brimming with murderous intent as they followed their team leaders. The demonized humans were more numerous, but they were helplessly killed because they were overwhelmed by their spirits. You are as arrogant as the rumors. The demon ring was still smiling despite the screams of the demonized humans, but I wonder how long your confidence is going to last. He tilted his chin and threw his two chakrams. The chakrams rolled like a full moon and rushed towards Rayon with a frightening sound as they pierced through the air. Shring. Rayon casually hung Heavenly Drive down and examined the violently rotating chakram. A freaking rotation was added to swiftness, sharpness, and precision. He could feel what principles and power were dwelling inside the chakram, rushing towards his neck and chest just by looking at it. Clang! He targeted the first chakram's weak point and swung down with the fangs of insanity. The red fangs of a savage beast blocked the chakram's trajectory and easily destroyed its flow. Whoosh! The second chakram moved like a living snake towards his wrist, but he had already predicted it. He twisted his wrist to the right and slashed Heavenly Drive upwards. Crack! Just like the first one, the second chakram stopped rotating and was violently bounced back. Is that all? Rayon sneered while cheerfully shaking his wrist. There was supposed to be something about the boundary. How disappointing. Shut up. The demon ring moved his hand, and the two chakrams that were slammed on the ground returned to his grasp as if they were pulled by a string. You seem to be rather skilled with a sword, but this is as far as you go. He violently ground his back teeth and exploded his demonic energy. The white blade of the chakram turned black as if it were covered in ink, and power on a whole different level gushed out from him. Considering the fact that the chakram was blending into darkness, the demon ring seemed to be getting serious. Go! The demon ring twisted his two chakrams and fired them. The chakrams rotated so quickly that the blades couldn't even be seen anymore and merged with the darkness. The number of chakrams increased in an instant, and Rayon's vision was filled with black chakrams. A mixture. Rayon kept his serene mind and calmly examined the variation of the chakram. He added illusion and variation to the previous principles. The demon ring had managed to add variation and illusion on top of amplifying the rotation even further. The complexity and power were on a whole different level from his previous attack. However, it's already exposed to me, just like the last one. He could clearly see what was making the demon ring's martial art. Glenn and Rector's teachings must have been bearing their results. Thud! Rayon kicked the ground. He crushed the land brimming with demonic energy and moved forward. Kring! He unleashed the fangs of insanity towards the chakram rushing towards his neck. The claws of a crazy beast engulfed by madness ignored the illusion and variation and mercilessly destroyed the chakram filled with demonic energy. Crack! The demonic energy's flow created by the demon ring was completely ripped apart, and his weapon, the chakram, crumpled like paper and rolled on the ground. What the hell? The demon ring widened his mouth to the brim. How could he deal with the demon ring's special rotation so easily? He hadn't simply thrown the chakram. It was a special technique that he'd used while exploding his demonic energy, and it was completely unimaginable for it to be stopped so easily. The power, speed, and precision of his swordsmanship seemed to have transcended human limits. However, he had no time to admire Rayon's technique because he was charging at him alongside a crimson heat. Damn it, the demon ring swore and stepped back. I have no other choice. He took the sturdy chakram of annihilation from his clothes. It was his cherished weapon that he'd been saving all along. Rumble. He even mustered his hidden potential on top of his demonic energy. The moment a black flame burst from the sturdy chakram of annihilation's blade, he threw it to the best of his ability. Crying, alongside a tremendous noise that sounded like the entire world was splitting apart. The sturdy chakram of annihilation spread around like the dim moonlight of the night. The chakram, dripping in demonic energy, covered the entire boundary. It was the ultimate technique of the demonic chakram / the golden dance of demonic chakram, which had reached the extremity of power, speed, rotation, and even variation in illusion. Crack, when the wave of demonic energy created by the sturdy chakram of annihilation was about to destroy everything inside the boundary, a red glow appeared in Rayon's eyes. Kring, Rayon read the sturdy chakram of annihilation's flow through the ring of fire and thrust heavenly drive. 10,000 flames cultivations maximized fire burst from the silver blade, advancing towards its target. Whap, the fire that was heating the blade created dozens of flower buds before blooming. Flourish, the fire petals scattered through the wind. It was a spectacle that looked like the constellations in the sky were connected by red lines. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flame spirit. It was the 10,000 flames cultivation's technique that used to be flashy and sharp at the same time, but it was different from before. Every single one of the flower petals born from the heat was dancing like a living creature and blocked the sturdy chakram of annihilation's path. Wham! The raging pieces of fire and the chakram filled with demonic energy clashed against each other countless times, and the entire boundary convulsed. Crack. The sturdy chakram of annihilation was completely destroyed and fell to the ground, but the flame spirit's flower petals still danced in the air. What the hell is wrong with you? The demon ring raised his bloodshot gaze. He kept screaming even though his internal injury was making him cough up black blood. How can you use such a ridiculous technique? His eyes became distorted as he watched the crumpled, sturdy chakram of annihilation. It looked like he couldn't believe what had just happened. Rayon raised heavenly drive above his head. The pieces of heat gathered up while diagonally rotating around the sword's movement. It almost looked like he was polishing the sky to forge a red blade. You don't deserve to know. Heavenly drive slashed down as he spoke. Flame spirit's flower petals dropped from his blade. Hundreds of astral energies rained down at once like a storm. It's not over yet. The demon ring ignited his demonic energy while screaming. The demonic wall that surged up was even thicker and denser than when he was using the chakram. Wham! The clash between the concentrated heat of the flame spirit and demonic energy created a second explosion. The thunderous noise sounded like a mountain was being split apart, and the violent tremor felt like the boundary was about to burst. The flame spirit's flower petals descended like cherry blossoms that finished their lives in the spring, and the red pools sloshed as they landed. Demon ring, how could the great demon ring be defeated so easily? Impossible. The demonized humans were unable to hide their shock as they stared at the demon ring's corpse. Rayon raised heavenly drive, which didn't have a single speck of blood on it. The blade was directed at the frozen scent, who was biting her lip to the point of bleeding. Next. Frozen scent covered her mouth as she watched the demon ring turn into a pool of blood without even leaving a corpse behind. What did I just witness? The demon ring's attack was closest to perfection despite his panic. The ferocious throw of the sturdy chakram of annihilation was imbued with demonic energy that no one should have been able to easily fend off, but Rayon casually swung his sword as if he were dealing with a child and managed to destroy the chakram. He's far too different from what I've heard. Rayon was supposed to be an advanced master according to the tower's information, but he was actually at the highest level of master. However, even for a highest master, it was still impossible to kill the demon ring so easily. There must have been a problem with the balance somewhere inside him. Damn it. She'd been relaxing and focusing on restoring the boundary since she trusted the demon ring's ability, but that was a huge mistake. She regretted that she hadn't postponed the restoration of the barrier and combined forces with the demon ring to somehow stop Rayon's assault. It will be difficult. She was more powerful than the demon ring, but there wasn't that big of a difference. She wasn't confident she could defend against Rayon Zieghart's attacks since he'd incinerated the demon ring in a single strike. The only good part about it was that she'd managed to restore the boundary while the demon ring was dying, but it didn't seem to be that effective against Rayon, since he seemed to be resistant to demonic energy, unlike the others. The frozen scent raised her gaze while biting her lip. A frightening amount of bloodlust was rising from the sword that Rayon was holding above his head. It looked like he was planning to immediately cut her off like he'd mentioned before. I need a way to weaken him by any means, She rolled her eyes while biting her lip and noticed the demonic energy undulating at the ceiling. The curse of resentment that had scattered all around the place was wavering once again because the boundary was restored. A large amount was burnt from the firestorm that Rayon had created when he intruded into the boundary, but around half of it fortunately remained. That's what I was looking for. That curse is the only way I have. Even though it was incomplete and only half of it was left, it was still the curse of resentment that she'd personally created. No matter how powerful Rayon was, he couldn't possibly have any curse resistance since he was a warrior. That was why she needed to weaken his power with that demonic energy no matter what. The frozen scent pretended to clasp her hands behind her back and moved her fingers to condense the curse scattered in the air. Since that demonic energy was made of the curse instead of any martial art or magic, it was bound to hit the target. Next, your arrogance knows no limits. She pretended to be angry and struck him with the curse that she'd gathered as much as possible. Whop. The curse made of resentment from more than 100 people's deaths turned into a black shroud and engulfed Rayon. I did it. The frozen scent raised her hands while cheering in joy. Now I just need to strike while he is confused. She was planning to finish him off while Rayon was unable to move from the curse, but his movement wasn't normal. He took out the dagger from behind his waist, and the curse of resentment she'd worked so hard to gather started to be absorbed into the blade. What? The frozen scent widened her eyes while looking at the curse being absorbed into the dagger. What the hell is that dagger? The yellow, ghastly energy emerging from the bloody red dagger was devouring all of the curse of resentment targeting Rayon. I'm sorry, but a shabby curse like this isn't going to work against me. Rayon completely slashed the curse unleashed by the frozen scent and held his dagger in a reverse grip. Because the one I have with me holds the greatest resentment in the world. Rayon smiled faintly while looking down on the blade of Requiem, which was making the clear sound of sword resonance. I didn't expect you to volunteer for me. He was obviously aware that the frozen scent was controlling the curse a moment ago. He was planning to tank it and burn it up to prevent it from harming the hostages or the injured people, but the blade of Requiem had started to resonate, asking him to draw it. It smoothly absorbed the curse of resentment created from people's deaths, as if it was already aware that the curse was born from resentment. It looked like the blade of Requiem took the initiative since it knew better than anyone about resentment and grudges. Rayon caressed the blade because he felt thankful and sorry at the same time. I gave you enough time, didn't I? Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the maximum output. The frozen scent swallowed nervously upon witnessing the crimson astral energy bursting from the blade. Let's put an end to this. I don't want to stay in this putrid place anymore. Rayon smiled coldly and used the Supreme Harmony steps. He charged towards the frozen scent while smashing the land filled with curse and blood. Fuck off. Despite her panic, the frozen scent still managed to gain distance like sliding across ice by controlling the coldness. Despite her flexible movement, the speed matched the Supreme Harmony steps. I won't be defeated so easily. She scowled like a fiend and extended her hand. An ice tornado was unleashed from the center of her palm and engulfed Rayon's body like a snake. Wham! The energy was powerful enough to tear the skin apart through a master's protective astral energy, but Rayon wasn't feeling any pain at all except for the stench from the demonic energy. I knew it. Rayon snickered and swung Heavenly Drive downwards. The flaming astral energy, unleashed from the blade, easily cut through the frozen scent's ice tornado. He could see the frozen scent's face behind the coldness getting ripped apart. He couldn't stop his smile upon seeing her eyes, which couldn't hide her panic and surprise. I should have locked you up. You were lacking too much information. Rayon narrowed his eyes while pulling Heavenly Drive backward, and it was way too much. Because he'd suffered from the curse of frost caused by wrath ever since his childhood, his resistance to coldness was one thing he was proud of. He could withstand a drake's ice breath without any issue. That was why a sloppy ice tornado like that couldn't even dent him. Since coldness was the main weapon of the frozen scent, he was pretty much her perfect counter. That coldness wasn't ordinary, so how? The frozen scent's hands were trembling as she murmured that it couldn't be happening. The pieces of ice fell from her fingers and got stuck on the ground. It's meaningless even if it's not ordinary. It's still a coldness. Rayon sneered and used the Supreme Harmony's second step. He moved to the frozen scent's right side in a split second and unleashed his astral energy while scratching the ground. Damn it. The frozen scent reacted quickly despite her astonishment. She created a frozen ground to move to the left and made a thick wall. Crack, the astral energy burning in red melted the ice wall in an instant, but she had already gained distance from him. Huff. The frozen scent continued her rough breathing without realizing that her long hair was stuck to her face. I like how fast you react because you were previously only moving your finger while lying down on the ground. Rayon smiled while extending Heavenly Drive and his left foot forward. I've seen enough. I'll finish you off now. You are the one who will be finished. When Rayon was about to use the Supreme Harmony stepped to advance toward her. The frozen scent screamed and extended her hand. The space sloshed like a lake, and hundreds of ice weapons appeared. The ice weapons were even engulfed in black flames of demonic energy, and they flew toward Rayon's vitals like his neck and heart as if they had eyes of their own. Every single one of them was as powerful as astral energy. She's not a complete idiot. Considering the fact that she was throwing ice weapons surrounded by demonic energy as soon as she'd noticed that coldness was ineffective against him, she was capable of quickly adjusting to the battle. However, it's still meaningless against me. Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive like a windmill to draw a circle. Wham! The 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Firewall, which was even sturdier and harder than before, destroyed all of the ice weapons as it advanced. Glenn and Rector's lessons had enhanced his usual techniques to a whole different level on top of teaching him new principles. Even though the realm remained the same, his might was incomparable to before. Thud! After incinerating the ice blades raining down on him, he dashed head-on toward the frozen scent. He swung down Heavenly Drive in a curved trajectory, while incorporating it with the acceleration of the Supreme Harmony's second step and the Fangs of Insanity's ferocity. The frozen scent used her sliding footwork once again, but Rayon had already finished analyzing its flow since he'd seen it twice already. He turned his ankle with the Supreme Harmony's third step and caught up to her from the side. This is as far as you go. It's not over yet. As Rayon was about to cut off her head, the frozen scent placed her hand on the ground. Obviously, she wasn't trying to surrender. A tremendous amount of coldness and demonic energy burst from her fingers, and a frozen wave soared from the ground to the ceiling. Silver-white aurora. She was using the same method as Wrath's technique, though. Silver-white aurora, even though the output was as far apart as the land and heavens. Is she trying to freeze me? It's meaningless. Rayon sneered and controlled the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, heat the same way as the frozen scent. Wham! The huge fire capable of melting the ground covered in demonic energy soared into the air and completely destroyed the wave of coldness created by the frozen scent. Inside the rising steam, the frozen scent was stepping backward with trembling eyes. A blunt sound could be heard, which seemed to be her back reaching the boundary. You mentioned the vice master of the tower, didn't you? Rayon tilted his chin while walking towards the frozen scent. Is he targeting me? Yes. The frozen scent nodded while biting her lip. Even if you manage to get out of here alive, you will eventually get killed by H. Sure, Rayon shrugged his shoulders, showing that he didn't care whatever she thought. You bastard. The frozen scent gathered her hands. A silver light radiated from the center of her palms facing each other. The demonic energy and coldness gathered up and condensed before turning into a deep blue ray fired at Rayon. What a desperate struggle. Rayon quietly raised Heavenly Drive. A red heat ray appeared on the silver blade and spread a frightening amount of pressure around it. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 100 Flames, Crimson Slash, the sharpest strike among the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, techniques cut through the frozen scent's final attack. Crack! The ray made of concentrated coldness and demonic energy was split apart, and a red line appeared on the frozen scent's face that was standing at the end. Why you will never. The frozen scent couldn't even finish her dying words and was cut in half before collapsing on the ground. Shring. Rayon casually shook Heavenly Drive, which still didn't have any blood on it, and returned it to its scabbard. I definitely got better than before. He still had not reached the Grandmaster's wall, but he had the feeling that he could win against any master in the world. Wow. I couldn't even see the flow, even though I knew all the techniques he used. What the hell? Weren't they supposed to be floor overseers? Why did they die so easily? Does he ever stop getting stronger? The light-wind swordsmen widened their eyes as they saw Rayon easily slay the two floor overseers. It hasn't even been that long since I saw you at Habon Castle. Is he even human? That's crazy. Crazy is the only way to describe this. The warring steel swordsmen were the same. Their chins were trembling, their eyes telling him that they had never expected such a ridiculous outcome. Or are we alive? Did we manage to survive? The people who were kidnapped by the Black Tower sank to the ground and cried. Rayon bit his lip while watching the trembling people with their hands gathered in a prayer. It was heartbreaking to see innocent people dragged into it as sacrifices because it reminded him of his previous life. He wanted to get them out of that place as fast as possible. Please gather here, everyone. He shook his hand to gather the Light Wind Division, the Warring Steel Division, and the hostages to the center. How are you planning to go out? All the demonized humans have already died. We didn't even leave a single one alive because you told us to kill them all. There was no need for words. Burr and Martha and Runnan shook their heads, saying that there was no demonized human alive. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly while stabbing the blade of Requiem on the ground since it was making a sword resonance. This one is going to devour all of the demonic energy forming the boundary. The sickle of the bloody cloud slowly opened his eyes upon feeling that someone was shaking his shoulder. A man that he'd never expected to be there could be seen from the white blurry vision. Why is the white wolf saber here? The one standing in front of him was the white wolf saber, an executive who was one rank higher than himself in white whale. Are you okay? How did you get here? The esteemed one dispatched me. The white wolf saber furrowed his brow while looking at the sickle of the bloody cloud's severed arm. I was asked to come here since there was a bad omen in heaven, but I didn't expect this to happen. He sighed, saying that he had never expected a situation like that. What even happened to you? Weren't you supposed to simply hide here and observe the demonized humans who would appear later on? Indeed. That was the mission we had, but a problem occurred in the process. Problem? Yes, Rayon Sieghart suddenly appeared. The sickle of the bloody cloud told everything the white wolf saber that had happened. What's wrong with that crazy bastard? The white wolf saber frowned, saying that he'd never thought the white sword dragon was such a boorish person. This isn't time to be angry. We should leave for now. No, I can't leave like this. What do you mean? Even though you were hiding inside Sieghart's domain, cutting your arm off was excessive. The white whale's pride is at stake here. We can't just leave like this. He shook his head, saying that it was trouble between factions rather than individuals. I'm going to make him pay for cutting your arm off and threatening you. And no, the sickle of the bloody cloud shook his head like crazy. He is just insane. You can't talk sense to him. He hadn't mentioned that he was the first one to attack, but he had the feeling that the white wolf saber wouldn't change his mind even if he did. He will have to listen to me. The white wolf saber twisted his lips while grabbing the saber's scabbard hanging around his waist. He seemed ready to use violence if needed. But just as the sickle of the bloody cloud was about to shout to plead for him to leave, yellow energy gushed out from the center of the frozen lake. Wham! The fissured ice trembled, and a black dimension opened its jaw. What came out from inside were swordsmen covered in blood and some people who looked ordinary. What the hell? The sickle of the bloody cloud's jaw dropped as he looked at the light wind division. Did they seriously manage to kill both the demon ring and the frozen scent? He couldn't see any demonized humans at all, since all of them were either swordsmen or ordinary people. They'd actually managed to barge into a boundary that was pretty much an enemy base and slay the Black Tower's floor overseers. He could only gasp at how ridiculous that was. The sickle of the bloody cloud was looking for Rayon and screamed upon meeting his emotionless eyes. He looked even scarier than when he entered the boundary, and he couldn't even look straight at him. The white wolf saber looked around while listening to the sickle of the bloody cloud scream. He could see a blonde-haired and red-eyed swordsman who could only be described as graceful. Is he Rayon Sieghart? His appearance was as colorful and attractive as the information he had, but the sharp spirit dwelling in his red eyes was even more impressive than his appearance. He should be as powerful as the rumors. The white wolf saber had previously underestimated him, but he put away that idea and straightened his clothes before walking up to Rayon. Are you the white sword dragon? Indeed. Rayon gave a small nod while probing into the white wolf saber's eyes. I'm the white wolf saber from the white whale. I'll need to make you pay for what you've done to our men. The white wolf saber furrowed his brow while pointing at the sickle of the bloody cloud, who'd lost an arm. Are you from the white whale? Indeed. I won't overlook this matter since you rashly cut off a person's arm. I'm going to complain to Sieghart and you will come with us in that case. What? Why would I go with you? I need to find out how much you are related to this incident, if you don't want to lose your arm just like him. Rayon bit his lip while glancing at the people who were still terrified. His eyes became frightening enough to make a chill run down his spine. Rayon's eyes coldly skimmed over the middle-aged man who'd introduced himself as the White Wolf Saber. The White Wolf Saber, Dunkern. His eyes as small and narrow as a hole in a tree created by a pine caterpillar and his hooked nose were noteworthy. Judging from his body, which was as strong as an iron tower, Rayon could tell that he was still keeping up with his basic training. I didn't expect to hear that name here. He was a sabermaster who'd been famous even when Rayon had been an assassin 20 years ago. He'd never expected him to have joined the White Whale, but his fame doesn't matter at all. The Warring Steel Division needed to rest because they were severely injured, and the hostages who were kidnapped by the Black Tower were still terrified. Since Rayon was in charge of all of them, the White Wolf Saber couldn't possibly leave a good impression by blabbering about complaining to Sieghart after his sudden appearance. What did you just say? The White Wolf Saber placed his hand on the saber's scabbard while angrily glaring at him. It seemed to be a threat, suggesting that he could draw his saber at any moment. Are you going to draw that? Rayon's lips curved into a snicker. He wasn't intimidated by the White Wolf Saber's gaze in the slightest. Try it. I'll cut your hand off. He raised his chin, telling him to try whatever he wanted. Ha! The White Wolf Saber exclaimed with a frown on his face. He was right. You're completely insane. He looked back at the sickle of the bloody cloud, whose shoulders were trembling, and tapped his finger on his saber's scabbard. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? A heated pressure burst out alongside his angry words. The energy pressing upon Rayon's shoulders was as heavy and sharp as the saber hanging around his waist. Rumble, Rayon furrowed his brow, as the white wolf saber's pressure felt like he was being stabbed with a thick awl. It's rather heavy. Unlike the demon ring and the frozen scent, who were finished off before they could use all of their skills because they'd trusted the demonic boundary too much, the pressure he felt was that of a warrior who had been polishing his martial art properly. Rayon didn't feel like he could easily defeat him. However, I can't withdraw now. He had people to protect behind him, and the land belonged to Sieghart. He couldn't allow himself to be afraid of the likes of the 5 divine orders, who'd raised their flags while hiding between the 6 kings and the 5 demons. I'm well aware. Rayon calmly nodded and tapped Heavenly Drive's scabbard. I'm currently giving some personality education to a hoodlum using violence in our domain. Ha, you are seriously insane. The white wolf saber sighed and twisted his lips. Even though this is Sieghart's domain, there's not even a checkpoint and it's near the border. How could you attack innocent people? Even the 5 demons wouldn't do that. It's fair, in that case. It's only fair to beat you up. Rayon stood in front of the white wolf saber while looking at him coldly. It's obvious that you are plotting something when you are even using an artifact to hide at the scene of a disappearance. It's not like you're tourists, after all. We simply wanted to gather some information. You cut his arm off and used violence just because they were hiding. It's unacceptable. You are the one who is out of your mind, that man. Rayon sneered and pointed at the sickle of bloody cloud behind the white wolf saber. Called the sickle of the bloody cloud attacked me first in our land. Are you telling me that I should have put up with that? What? The white wolf saber widened his eyes and turned back. It looked like he wasn't aware of that fact. I couldn't be helped because he was the first one to make an excessive demand, and I was only trying to threaten him. The sickle of the bloody cloud lowered his head, unable to look straight at the white wolf saber's eyes. That's why I wanted to return without doing this. He kept running his mouth without even being ashamed. The white wolf saber shook his head while covering his forehead. I didn't know that story. However, we never had any intention to attack Sieghart. We simply wanted to gather information about the Black Tower. His eyes looked slightly intimidated as he bit his lips. Information. I like information, as information can be your power in our times. Rayon slowly nodded his chin, so you understand. But there's still a line that shouldn't be crossed. He cut the white wolf saber off and rolled his lips into a smile. I can understand that you didn't want to tell us about the fact that the Black Tower kidnapped the Warring Steel Division at this location. Since you aren't the 6 kings nor the 5 demons, you should have wanted us to fight against each other. However, Rayon turned around. He narrowed his eyes while looking at the terrified hostages, who were still trembling because they couldn't understand what was happening. They aren't warriors. They don't belong to the 6 kings nor the 5 demons, and they are also unrelated to the 5 divine orders. They are just normal people who have been leading peaceful lives. They were kidnapped and offered as sacrifices, but forget trying to rescue them. You even refused to tell us anything about them and only wanted to obtain information. Bullshit. Rayon glared at the white wolf saber with emotionless eyes and continued. You declared yourselves as neutral, didn't you? From what I've seen, you are no different from the 5 demons. You are monsters who can do anything for your own benefit. The righteous deeds that Rayon had been doing so far echoed in his voice, which was frightening enough to make a person's hair stand on end. That's. The white wolf saber bit his lip while looking at the people who were wearing ragged clothes. He simply furrowed his brow, since he was unable to refute Rayon's argument based on morals and righteousness. Rayon shook his hand at the white wolf saber. I need to figure out what you've done and how you are related to the Black Tower. All I can say for now is that we aren't related to the Black Tower in any way, and the white wolf saber shook his head without moving from his spot. He placed his hand on his scabbard once again and raised his heated gaze. Yes, I knew you would do that. Rayon snickered and grasped Heavenly Drive's hilt. You were spouting about cause and other bullshit, but now you are acting for your benefit even though you already lost it. That is your true nature, just like a rat. The white wolf saber sighed deeply upon hearing Rayon's provocation. I'm going to lose more than I gained today. In fact, even though the esteemed one had ordered him to return right after retrieving the sickle of the bloody cloud, he couldn't suppress his anger when he saw that his arm was cut off. He'd thought that Sieghart was looking down on the white whale and decided to complain, and he'd never expected that it could go so badly. Nothing was going in his favor, the cause and the situation alike. The best course of action here should be to teach him a small lesson and withdraw. Rayon seemed to be at the highest level of master, but he must have spent a lot of his power during the fight against the demon ring and the frozen scent inside the boundary. Defeating him as quickly as possible and escaping was the best course of action. Come at me whenever you want. Rayon activated the perception of the snow flower while spreading his black dragon coat. He's not an easy opponent. The power he felt through his aura perception was as vast as a mountain. Since he didn't use any demonic energy or a cheap trick as he'd reached the highest level of master, just with his saber was bound to counterattack if Rayon went for an easy win. However, his heart pounded a little, because it was the perfect opportunity to use the techniques that he'd learned from Glenn and Rector. "I'm going first if you aren't coming," just as he was about to draw Heavenly Drive while reading the White Wolf Saber's energy. The perception of the snow flower informed him about another existence. "This man here is just as ugly as him." Rayon briefly clicked his tongue, while rolling his eyes towards the forest on the right side. The White Lotus Division leader Ayed's eyes were sparkling like an owl from the bushes. "Is he waiting for me to lose so he can interfere?" Ayed was hiding his presence even though he was aware of the situation. He must have been waiting for a crisis to come out and show off that he helped. "I won't let that happen." Rayon resolved himself that he wasn't going to let Ayed have any achievement and clenched Heavenly Drive. "I want to solve this with conversation. Is there any other way? You just need to come with us to Sieghart." "That's impossible." The White Wolf Saber unsheathed his saber while shouting violently. His saber draw was extremely quick. The blade emerging like lightning looked like a white wolf just like his name. Kring. Rayon had already read the White Wolf Saber's pressure. He drew Heavenly Drive in a split second and incorporated it with the flow of blue rain. Crimson flames burst alongside a clear sword resonance. Wham! The clash between the sword draw and saber draw at the center of the lake spread the powerful astral energy in all directions. Crack! Rayon and the White Wolf Saber ignored the astral energy by creating an aura barrier around them and pushed the sword and saber toward each other. "You aren't half bad, just like the rumors." The White Wolf Saber twisted the blade to fend off Heavenly Drive before he struck downwards. It was a powerful technique with an extremely polished power, speed, and heaviness. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the White Wolf Saber's strike, which seemed capable of destroying heaven. It's similar to the Fangs of Insanity. Just like his name implied, the White Wolf Saber's strike had a beastly side to it. It felt like he was swinging his weapon from his intuition at every moment instead of having a systematized form. Thud! Rayon stomped the ground. He created a huge disturbance in the lake and slashed Heavenly Drive upwards. 10,000 flames cultivations, energy engulfing his blade spread around like a blooming flower and created a huge flame pillar. Bomb! The clash between the saber and sword created a tremendous explosion, resulting in shockwaves, and the lake sloshed like an ocean. It's not over yet. The White Wolf Saber didn't panic even though Rayon had blocked his attack and targeted his neck next while shouting in a murderous voice. "Not bad." Rayon licked his lips and stepped forward with his bent knee. He left a thick footprint on the lake and slammed down the Fangs of Insanity's technique. The crazy beast roared fiercely. It was the beast whose fangs Glenn and Rector had polished. Clang! The frontal clash between the sword and saber created a waterspout all around the lake. Rayon and the White Wolf Saber unleashed the sword and saber strike toward each other in the middle of the violently raging tornado. After countless exchanges of their techniques, the White Wolf Saber was the first to be bounced back. PSSH. The violent waterspout scratched the White Wolf Saber's back and he fell on one knee. Kua. He bit his lips in disbelief. His hand holding the saber was shaking. How is this happening? He couldn't believe he was losing as his realm was higher and his saber had more aura than his opponent. It's a lie. This can't be happening. The White Wolf Saber screamed and unleashed the White Beast Saber's special technique, Tiger Pierce. The sharp astral energy falling towards Rayon's head looked like the King of the Mountain's claws. He looked enraged on the outside, but his head was still maintaining his cool. He's definitely going to dodge. After all, he is a swordsman. Since it was basic for swordsmen to dodge such a powerful attack and counterattack afterward, he expected Rayon to dodge it. However, that was what he wanted since the violent heavenly lightning was going to follow up to tear apart Rayon's body. However, Clang! Rayon didn't dodge. Tiger Pierce, he ran ahead as if he couldn't wait anymore and destroyed the White Beast Saber's flow. He looked more like a sabermaster relying on his sheer strength instead of a swordsman. Are you really going for an all-out battle against me? I'm never going to lose when it comes to a battle of attrition. Battle of attrition. Rayon tilted his head and rolled his lips into a smile. Stop kidding me. I just don't dodge and that's my way of fighting. He unleashed the Fangs of Insanity one after the other as he spoke. Clang, clang. It was a battle of power and speed between a sword and a saber. The White Wolf Saber would have normally had an advantage since his realm was higher and he was stronger than Rayon, but Rayon was the one who was pushing him back. Wham! Since the principles of power, swiftness, and heaviness were polished to the extreme, his sword was even mightier than the White Wolf Saber's weapon, and his body was supporting it with his inhuman abilities. Rayon knew he had a fair chance of winning when he picked a fight against the White Wolf Saber to begin with. Rumble. The white wolf saber's eyes wavered violently like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean as he was pushed back by a thin sword. Yo! The sword was supposed to be fast and versatile, while a saber was heavy and powerful. That was the underlying nature of the weapons, yet his ridiculous strength defied logic, and it was tightening the white wolf saber's heart. I'm going to lose at this rate. He had to think of the fight as if he were facing an equal, or even a stronger opponent than him. He had to stop underestimating the opponent and guide the battle to his advantage. Thud. The white wolf saber barely managed to deflect Rayon's strike and pierced into his space. He thrust his left fist, which wasn't holding the saber. He was trying to push his opponent to a corner with his fist from point-blank range. Smock. Rayon wasn't surprised, nor did he step back. It was fully possible for Rayon to make that decision since he had plenty of battle experience. He recreated the thundering fist's trajectory with his left hand to fend off the white wolf tiger's fist. It was the technique he'd learned when he was a trainee. Whack! The white wolf saber's narrow eyes widened to the brim. He must have been surprised because the surprise attack that he'd considered perfect was defeated. However, he didn't run away either. He charged right back and attacked with his saber and his fist at the same time. Wham! The fists holding the sword and saber clashed consecutively at point-blank range, close enough that they could hear each other's breath. The thunderous noises resounded throughout the space, and the frozen surface was shattered into pieces and melted. With their feet supported by the sloshing lake, they kept thrusting their sword, saber, and fists with lightning speed toward each other's vitals. Both his martial arts and battle experience are outstanding. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the white wolf saber's frown. Let's change the method now. The white wolf saber was genuinely powerful. Since it would have been a waste to overwhelm him with sheer strength, he wanted to test out other techniques. It's far from being over. The white wolf saber bit his lip and slashed the saber downwards. It was even faster and more powerful than before. The huge energy devoured the space in an instant and forced its way through. Same goes for me. I'm only getting started. Rayon didn't try to push him with sheer strength anymore. He put away the fangs of insanity and the 10,000 flames cultivation activating glacier and the blizzard sword art. Kring. Heavenly Drive's blade glowed blue as it shaved away the white wolf saber's astral energy while it descended like a mountain. The saber slipped away and hit the ground, but Heavenly Drive didn't move at all from the spot. The outcome was created by incorporating softness and variation into the blizzard sword art. Arg. The white wolf saber looked like he was having a nightmare. He slashed upwards, malice burning in his eyes. A frightening amount of astral energy soared, evaporating the cold lake in the process. Kring. Rayon lowered his center of gravity and unleashed the azure ocean core of the blizzard sword art. The silver gust descended diagonally and gently pushed the white wolf saber's strike away. Impossible. The white wolf saber was panicking because his astral energy was being pushed away by the wind, but still kept going with his attacks. Every single one of his strikes was powerful enough to upset the entire lake, but he couldn't break through Rayon's silver wind no matter what he did. It's my turn now. Rayon deflected all of the white wolf saber's strikes and thrust Heavenly Drive as he stepped forward with his left foot. The faint coldness dwelling on the tip of his sword extended like a ray of light. It was the blizzard sword art. Dance of blue and red. Ka. The white wolf saber slashed down in a semicircle, but the dance of blue and red nimbly pushed away the saber barrier and left a deep wound at his waist. Huff, I won't hold back anymore. The white wolf saber bit his lip to the point of bleeding and raised his saber. An unimaginable amount of power gathered above his silver blade. Sharp wind burst out and black waves appeared all over the lake. Yua! He shouted loudly and swung down his saber. The principles were the same as before, but the realm and the power were on a whole different level. Rayon couldn't see any way of stopping it even with the enhanced blizzard sword art. Then I just need to use another method. Rayon softly clenched Heavenly Drive by weakening his grip and extended his right foot. He brushed past the violent wave of the lake's surface and used Heavenly Drive, which was pulled back for a forward thrust. The blade wasn't incorporating any red flames or the blue coldness. A white shadow flowed from behind the blade and spread around like sunlight. Rayon Zieghart-style swordplay. Fifth form white shadow slash. The white wave became as big as a greatsword's shadow and engulfed the white wolf saber's attack. Whop! The astral energy was removed from the white wolf saber's weapon, the power disappeared, and the speed and heaviness subsided. Crack! The blade snapped in half as the white shadow brushed past it. The white wolf saber's astonished pupils were the only thing left. Slash! A laceration connecting the white wolf saber's collarbone to his waist appeared, and red blood gushed from it. Cough. The white wolf saber dropped his broken saber on the turbulent lake and fell to his knees. Rayon smiled faintly while looking down on the blood flowing from Heavenly Drive. Even the White Shadow Slash has improved. He could feel that even the White Shadow Slash had gotten stronger, just like the Fangs of Insanity, the Blizzard Sword Art, and the Flame Spirit. Glennon Rector's teachings were incorporated into all of his techniques. A demon. It must be a demon's skill. Shut up, the white wolf saber stuttered while trembling in pain and fear, and Rayon kicked his chin to send him flying. Walk. He fell on his back with his eyes rolled back, floating on the turbulent lake. Rayon grabbed the white wolf saber's collar to pull him out as he started to sink, throwing him out of the lake. The sickle of the bloody cloud freaked out and screamed as the white wolf saber fell next to him. Rayon walked up to the sickle of Bloody the Cloud and looked at Wrath, who was sitting on his shoulder. You can read the mood since you've been quiet so far. Considering that he'd been silent without talking like always, he actually seemed capable of understanding the situation despite being a demon king. Should I do that? What did you say? 1 set means 4 units. Mint chocolate needs to be included, and I also need to try out the new product of the month. Wait, no, I need 2 mint chocolates and the chocolate and strawberry among the 3 other choices, but then I won't get to have the new product. He wasn't being silent because of the mood. He was still contemplating what he should get for ice cream because Rayon had told him he would buy him a set. Rayon shook his head while looking at the unconscious white wolf saber. Demons are a lot more docile than you think, and they're useless gluttons. Seriously. Burren stared blankly at the white wolf saber, who'd fallen unconscious with his eyes rolled back. A warrior called White Wolf Saber shouldn't be defeated so easily. The White Wolf Saber, Dunkern, had been famous throughout the continent as a genius sabermaster since 20 years ago. He was a warrior who'd been polishing his skills on countless battlefields and wars. That was why Burren had never imagined that he would lose to Rayon, who was as young as his son, or faint with his teeth knocked out. He briefly caught his breath and looked at Rayon. He was carelessly turning his shoulder. He seemed to still have enough strength left in him, even though he defeated 2 floor overseers from the Black Tower and the White Wolf Saber. That madman just never stops. The martial arts were bound to become more complicated and difficult the higher they grew. Burren could feel that his growth was slowing down already at the highest level of expert, but the theory that everyone agreed on didn't seem to apply to Rayon. I never thought there would be a madman who kept growing like an expert despite being a master. Rayon had become a master before 20 years of age and managed to reach the highest level of master at the last part of his 20th year. Moreover, he hadn't just barely surpassed the wall. He was capable of overwhelming 3 warriors at the same level as him, implying that his might and willpower were on a whole different level. A mystery. It was the only way to describe Rayon's power. Martha sighed deeply while putting her hands on her hips. That fucking monster went even higher again. His might was completely different from when he was struggling at House Arian. It wasn't just his aura and body that had gotten stronger. It felt like his swordsmanship had ascended to a new level. That intense training taught to him by the head of house and the sword demon must have been effective. Damn it, I should have joined from the beginning if I knew this would happen. She frowned, regretting that she couldn't train with him from the first day the head of house and the sword demon started to teach him. It can't continue like this. What? Burren and Martha lowered their gaze at the same time upon hearing the thin yet noticeable voice. Despite their expectations, it was coming from Runnan, who was talking as slowly as a sloth. Her eyes were sparkling faintly as she stared at Rayon, despite being usually blank. What can't continue? I can't catch up to Rayon. Runnan lowered her lips, her gaze fixated on Rayon's back. You slowpoke, have you still not given up on catching up to that monster? We are only at the highest level of expert, and that monster is already at the highest level of master. We are also called geniuses, but he should be considered a different species at this point. I agree. Burren nodded while looking at Martha. A drake's wings will tear apart if it tries to catch up to a dragon. Since we're doing our best in our training, we're still making progress even though the pace is different from Rayon's. He said that they should give up on catching up to Rayon and maintain their own pace with serious eyes. That's not what I mean. The difference is getting too big. Runnan calmly shook her head despite what Burren and Martha had told her. I have a feeling that Rayon will become a grandmaster before we become masters at this rate. We will be unable to help him once again if that happens. That's Burren and Martha frowned, unable to respond. Runnan was right when they thought about it. They kept being helped by Rayon without being able to return it, and Rayon really did look like he would become a grandmaster before they reached the master realm. That's indeed infuriating. Martha furrowed her brow and clenched her fist so hard that it made a cracking sound. I don't care about the rest, but I won't allow him to become a grandmaster before I become a master. Same goes for me. I said that our paces are different, but that's one thing I can't allow to happen. Burren concurred and nodded heavily. So did you come up with a method? I'll kill you if you're going to say that we should try our best. We will get them to teach us with some additional training. Runnan looked up to Burren and Martha with faintly sparkling eyes. And who is that teacher? Isn't there no one suitable for the job? There's one. She flinched her nose while feeling the wind passing over the lake. I think he will do it for us. Rayan smiled faintly while listening to the conversation between Buran, Runan, and Martha. They also loved training so much. He was so proud of them for thinking about the future right after a fight to the death against the Black Tower's demonized humans inside a boundary brimming with demonic energy. Moreover, the fact that Runan was the one who came up with the idea made him even prouder. But who is she planning to ask? Maybe it's Sullian's head of house. How Sullian's head of house, Rockin' Sullian, looked like he wasn't even hiding his love for his daughter. That was why he figured that he would accept being their teacher. They could have just asked me. Rayan liked how Buran, Martha, and Runan desired to get stronger. He was a bit saddened because he could help with their additional training as much as they wanted. They just want to get stronger. They don't actually want to die. Wrath shook his head, saying that Rayan should get rid of that stupid idea. They are all going to die if they stay with you all day long. He lowered his round hand, asking him to please stay quiet. Did you finish deciding on your ice cream? It's impossible to compromise. The 2 mint chocolates are must-haves, but it's so hard to decide on the 2 others. There's only one left if I add the flavor of the month, but there are too many choices to pick one among Rayan thought he shouldn't have talked to him about it, and walked up to the sickle of the bloody cloud, who was leaning his back against a tree near the lake. It looks like you only told him whatever was convenient for you without mentioning your mistake. The sickle of the bloody cloud hadn't told the white wolf saber that he was the one to strike first. The battle against the white wolf saber was pretty much caused by that. He is in this state right now because you ran your mouth like an idiot. Rayan smiled coldly while pointing at the white wolf saber, who had a large laceration on his chest and none of the front teeth. I wasn't trying to deceive him. I just wanted to leave as fast as possible. The sickle of the bloody cloud shook his head. The only arm he had left was trembling in fear. Leave. Rayan lowered his gaze while speaking in a callous voice. Your lives, including yours, your subordinates, and this idiot's. He pointed at the sickle of the bloody cloud, the white whale's warriors, and the white wolf saber one after the other. All belong to Sieghart. You won't be able to leave even if you bite your tongue and die. Wow. The sickle of the bloody cloud and his subordinates' faces turned pale upon hearing the dry voice deprived of emotion. Any complaints? And none. The sickle of the bloody cloud and his subordinates hurriedly shook their heads. A terror even worse than death was engulfing them. Tap. Rayan lightly tapped Heavenly Drive's scabbard while looking at the sickle of the bloody cloud and the white wolf saber. You should consider yourselves lucky. I would have pulled your legs off right now to make you speak if the situation allowed. He clicked his tongue and turned his head. He needed to tend to the injuries of the Warring Steel Division and the Light Wind Division, and he also needed to take care of the people who were shivering in the cold weather. That was why it wasn't time to force them to confess. I'll pull out whatever you have in your heads as soon as we return to the house. You can look forward to it. Rayan used his aura to paralyze the sickle of the bloody cloud and his subordinates' bodies as he spoke, immobilizing them. He signaled with his hand, and Mark Goten and the Light Wind swordsman carried the sickle of the bloody cloud and the white whale's warriors on their shoulders. Dorian, you have some fur coats, don't you? Of course I do. Rayan waved his hand, and Dorian immediately nodded. I'm guessing you don't have enough since there are too many people. Start with the small children. I have enough, though. Dorian put his hand inside his belly pocket and took out as many fur coats, boots, and gloves as the number of people. It looked like he had way more than the number of people, despite Rayan's expectation. Are you actually carrying this many of them? They are necessities. He grinned and started to distribute the fur coats to the people. He's such a mystery. Rayan was dumbfounded and stared blankly at Dorian. That was when the Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin, weakly walked up to him and bowed. I'm sorry. It was because of us that you had trouble with the white whale. Please don't mind it. Rayan shook his head. The smile on his face was completely different from when he was facing the sickle of the bloody cloud. They are the ones who started the fight. Even if that thespian emperor or whatever comes to complain, he won't be able to say anything. Rayan said that the situation justified his actions and that he even had proof of it, and he grabbed the embarrassed Trevin's shoulder. And this isn't time to be thinking about some white whale. You should be taking care of the injured and the deceased. Yes, you are right. Trevin looked back and nodded heavily. We are going to return right away. Please get ready, I understand. Rayan turned around after taking care of the Light Wind Division, the Warring Steel Division, and even the hostages. He is still there. Ayed was still glaring at him while hiding above a tree. The fact that he was the only one there without his subordinates seemed to be the last piece of pride left in him. Rayan looked away while sneering at Ayed. You can keep watching like that forever. The White Lotus Division leader, Ayed, bit his lip tightly while watching Rayan and the Light Wind Division leave the lake. That boy, has he always been that powerful? Reaching the highest level of master already was still understandable considering how fast Rayan had been growing. He could still convince himself of that. However, the might he'd just displayed was far above my prediction. Since the Warring Steel Division leader was on the verge of death, Rayon was the only one who could fight the demon ring and the frozen scent inside the boundary. He couldn't believe that he'd actually defeated the demon ring and the frozen scent, who were at a higher realm than him, inside a boundary brimming with demonic energy, even destroying the boundary itself afterward. Moreover, he even defeated the White Wolf Saber. The White Wolf Saber was a warrior who'd properly polished his martial art, unlike the demon ring and the frozen scent who relied on the power of demonic energy, but he was defeated by Rayon with an overwhelming difference. He lost in terms of technique despite being the more powerful one. It was an extremely shameful thing to happen to a warrior. Crack. Ayed clenched his fist holding the branch. The thick branch was ground into a powder and scattered into the air. I should consider that he is a lot more powerful than I thought, and it looks like he'd even managed to find me. Rayon had sneered while looking at him. His face looked like he was aware that Ayed was hiding there. It looks like I won't get another chance if I don't crush him right now. Rayon's growth was far above the normal standard. Since he could surpass the wall at any moment, he wanted to break his spirit while he could. It's been a long time, but I'll have to return to the house. Ayed wrinkled his mouth while planning to crush Rayon, and someone was watching him from behind. On the hill behind the tree where Ayed was hiding, a woman wearing an old woman's mask and clad in a black robe was standing above the hill of greenery. HNNGH. She plucked the petals out of the flower she was holding one by one while looking at Ayed's back. Kill him, leave him, 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 kill him, leave him. Merlin licked her lips upon seeing that the last flower petal ended at the leave him part. Ah, he's irritating me. I want to kill him. She picked up another flower while touching her lips, which were slightly visible below her mask. Let's try one more time. Kill him, leave him, kill him, leave him. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the high and sturdy gate of Sieghart. It makes me feel at ease. He'd thought that it looked like a prison when he'd first seen the aloof gate, but it was looking like the entrance to his home now, filling him with nostalgia and warmth. He felt like he was feeling the comfort of home for the first time in his previous and current life combined. Rayon watched the slowly opening gate before he looked around. They fortunately managed to follow us all the way here. The people who were kidnapped by the Black Tower's demonized humans were zealously following them while wearing Dorian's fur coats. Rayon actually wanted to return them to their homes, but they'd been exposed to demonic energy and were even injured. That was why he was trying to bring them to the house in order to treat them. They must have understood Rayon's intentions and followed him there without anyone refusing his offer. The Warring Steel Division and the Light Wind Division were taking care of them one-on-one despite being injured themselves. Both divisions were groups of true warriors, incomparable to the White Lotus Division. I really like them. Then how about you have them? Wrath was licking his lips above Rayon's head but bobbed his finger upon hearing his thought. Have what? He's talking about them. Wrath pointed at the Warring Steel swordsmen, who were either carrying or pulling the people to help them. Get them as your subordinates if you like them. He shook his hand, saying that personally recruiting the talented ones that he took a liking to was a demon king's virtue. I don't really want to become a demon king though, and how am I supposed to have them as subordinates when we are both divisions of equal standing? You just need to ascend higher in that case. Higher, it was possible to have other divisions and squads under him if the Light Wind Division became the Light Wind Palace. However, it seemed excessive to already think about the promotion to Palace since they had only recently become the Light Wind Division. It's not excessive at all. You are eventually going to come down to Devildom with the King of Essence and become a new Demon King. You should stop contemplating gaining some shabby humans as subordinates. You need to be greedier. My stomach is going to burst like you if I do that, because my real objective isn't to stand above the others. Rayon walked up to the front gate while reminding himself of his resolve to take his revenge against Darius Robert and to restore Sylvia's status as a direct line. The Light Wind Palace, though, being a Grandmaster was the prerequisite for becoming a Palace Master. Rayon hadn't even reached the wall yet, and he wasn't the division leader either, so it was impossible for him to become a Palace Master. However, he felt like it wasn't too bad to have as a new goal since they had been promoted to a division. I should consider it. After he finished putting his thoughts together, Sieghart's gate opened up and the external commander, Eliyun, walked out from it. Good job. He patted Rayon's shoulder while revealing his emotions in his expression, unlike the other times he'd seen him. Even Eliyun seemed to be happy about the house members' rescue. Head to the Lord's Manor right away. Everyone is waiting. He pointed at the Lord's Manor, which could be seen from afar, while telling him to leave the rest to him. Everyone's waiting. Wrath licked his lips loudly as soon as he heard it, which means it's party time. With a lot of ice cream, he kept licking his lips. The party they'd previously had in the main building must have left a deep impression on him. It's a type of party indeed. Rayon chuckled and shook his head, but there will be a lot of food for me, not for you. Rayon entered the Lord's manor while leading the Light Wind Division and the Warring Steel Division. It was a rare moment that the oppressive iron gate of the audience chamber was wide open. Roan, who was standing in front of the door, placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Good job, you always live up to our trust." Cheryl, who was leaning her back against the wall, raised her hand with a peaceful smile on her face. "Please enter. The head of house is waiting." They pointed inside the audience chamber. Their smiles were deeper than usual, and they seemed to be proud of him. Rayon bowed back to Cheryl and Roan before entering the audience chamber. He walked across the neat carpet that seemed to have been ironed and went towards the platform. He couldn't see any of the palace masters, and the number of division and squad leaders was smaller than before. It must have been because the 5 demons and the 5 divine orders were causing a ruckus all over the continent. Wrath frowned while looking around the audience chamber. "This isn't a party. You liar, I told you. It's a party, but there is nothing for you to eat." Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at Wrath. Damn it, he thought that he didn't need to contemplate the bead ice cream set anymore, but now he needs to decide once again. He started murmuring about mint chocolate and pineapple, saying that he had to decide on which flavors he would have for ice cream. Seriously. Rayon pushed Wrath away and raised his head while standing in front of the platform. Glenn was staring at him coldly with his back buried in the throne. He looked like his usual self, but his red eyes were sparkling faintly. Even he seemed to be glad about the Warring Steel Division's rescue. "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord." Rayon knelt on the ground and bowed while speaking in a plain voice. He could hear the Light Wind Division and the Warring Steel Division's powerful voices from behind him. The Light Wind Division has returned after completing the mission to find the Warring Steel Division. He raised his head and reported the mission's completion. It looked like Glenn's tightly closed lips were trembling faintly. "Stand up, everyone." Glenn calmly nodded, as if the trembling from a moment ago was an illusion. He slightly lowered his eyebrows while examining Trevin and the Warring Steel swordsmen, who were slowly standing up. Warring Steel Division leader. "Yes, my lord." Trevin stepped forward and lowered his head. "What happened to you after you completed the extermination mission?" Since they had decided to return without reporting it, even the other executives on top of Glenn stared curiously at Trevin. "I saw people drowning in the frozen lake on our way back after reporting the mission's completion. Since they were ordinary people who hadn't learned martial arts at all, we ran towards them to rescue them. However, a dark atmosphere suddenly emerged from the frozen surface and trapped all of us on the other side of a barrier made from demonic energy. After that, Trevin calmly told them about how they'd fallen into the Black Tower's trap and how desperate their fight was inside the boundary. "You did a great job staying alive." Glenn nodded while facing the frustration showing in Trevin's eyes. "I'm sorry," Trevin bowed. He sounded like he was screaming as he apologized. "It is because I was too weak that I lost so many division members. I'm ashamed of myself as a Zeeghart division leader." He bit his lip to the point of bleeding as the tears that he'd been suppressing fell, one drop at a time. Being weak is a sin in this world when you decide to wield a sword. Glenn stared at Trevin with serious eyes while lowering his left hand, which was supporting his chin. "However, you can advance even higher if you realize your weakness." He raised his chin while looking at Trevin's red face and the Warring Steel swordsmen one after the other. "Become stronger. You shall polish your might and mentality even harder for the sake of your companions who have perished because of your weakness. That is how you bring peace and comfort to the deceased." "Yes, we will do it. We will become stronger." The Warring Steel swordsmen responded loudly enough for the entire Lord's manor to tremble from their voices. "Since I've already notified the leader of Shadow Agents, you should take care of the deceased, Warring Steel Division leader." "Understood." Trevin nodded while wiping away his tears with his sleeve. He briefly sighed, exhaling his bitter emotions as he stepped back. "Rayon Zeeghart." Glenn called Rayon's name while stroking his beard. "Yes." Rayon responded calmly and stepped forward. "How did you find out that the demonized humans had created a boundary inside the frozen surface? Since the last trace of the Warring Steel Division was found between the 2 lakes, I figured that was where I should start the search. I noticed a presence from around the lake during the search, and I found the White Whale's warriors hiding in a tree. I neutralized them to gain the information, and found demonic energy inside the frozen surface." He told him about how he'd neutralized the sickle of the Bloody Cloud, and barely managed to find the demonic energy while hiding the knowledge of the divinity blooming from darkness, and he also spoke about the battle inside the boundary. "Once we came out of the boundary, the White Wolf Saber picked a fight with me, so I defeated him and brought him and the White Whale's warriors." He pointed at the sickle of the Bloody Cloud and the White Wolf Saber, who were tied up by the Light Wind Division behind him. White Whale. Glenn looked at the White Wolf Saber. How arrogant. Even though he was simply looking at him without spreading any pressure or aura, the White Wolf Saber and the sickle of the Bloody Cloud groaned like they were about to die, fainting while foaming from their mouths. "White Whale, they must be insane. They dared to mess around in our domain." My lord, we can't leave them like this. That's right. We need to cut their heads off right now and bring them to the white whale. The executives made their furious declarations. They seemed to consider it a humiliation to Sieghart's name. The white whale's warriors trembled in fear under their pressures. Stop. Glenn simply shook his hand, and the executives put away their murderous pressures and stepped back. He looked at Rayon once again and supported his chin on his fist. Does that mean that you slew the floor masters, the demon ring and the frozen scent, and even managed to defeat the white wolf saber over there? I was just lucky, Rayon responded casually and lowered his head. Lucky. That could have been the case if you only defeated one of them, but we don't call it luck if you manage to defeat 3 highest-level masters one after the other. Glenn's emotionless voice sounded like he was reading a book. However, that fact allowed Rayon to understand that he was telling him what he was really thinking instead of exaggerating his achievement. I've only done what I've learned. I see. Glenn slowly nodded. He seemed to have realized the meaning behind his bow. On top of the demon ring and the frozen scent, he even defeated the white wolf saber. That's amazing indeed. Moreover, the demon ring and the frozen scent were defeated inside a boundary, brimming with demonic energy. Even for me, I wouldn't have been able to win against them if I had to fight one after the other. I can only describe him as a monster at this point. The highest level master at the age of 20, that's just ridiculous. I should have brought him to my division no matter what during the selection ceremony. The executives, who were distracted by the white whale's warriors, focused on Rayon once again. Most of the executives, except for a few direct lines, either gave him a thumbs up or sent a round of applause. They are right. Fighting the Black Tower's demonized humans inside a boundary of demonic energy isn't an easy task. Glenn simply lowered his hand after listening to the executives. Light Wind Division, you've done great as well. Rayon and the Light Wind Division bowed deeply. The swordsmen's faces were flushed from being complimented by Glenn. Rescuing the Warring Steel Division and the hostages is clearly an achievement. However, Glenn looked down on Rayon coldly. The Light Wind Vice Division leader previously mentioned that he didn't need any reward since it was only natural for him to save his companions. Did he really say that, Sir Rayon? He is really. Trevin and the Warring Steel Swordsman's eyes were touched to tears and trembled in surprise, as they hadn't expected Rayon to say that he didn't even need any reward. Do you still think the same? Yes, Rayon nodded. It would have been nice to have some reward, but the reason he'd acted was because he just wanted to save Trevin and the Warring Steel Division. That was why it didn't really matter if he didn't get anything. Beet ice cream. Wrath suddenly jumped up like a frog even though he'd been limping around because he was disappointed it wasn't a party. Ask him to fill the entire annex building with beet ice cream. Be quiet for a moment, please. Rayon closed his mouth after he slapped Wrath away when he kept asking for a mountain of beet ice cream while floundering his arms and legs like a kitten. You are telling me that you are fine with it, but that's not how the world functions. Glenn nodded so slowly that it almost felt boring. The entire world is going to insult Sieghart if I don't give you a reward after you rescued your companions. I concur. Cheryl came up next to him with a small smile on her face. I also agree. He rescued over 50 people. He shall be rewarded accordingly. He even saved the hostages and caught the white whale's vermin on top of saving the Warring Steel Division. The other executives also raised their hands in agreement. Even the direct lines didn't complain and remained silent, probably because of Trevin. That's what I thought. Glenn snapped his fingers. Roan, who'd been waiting in the back, went onto the platform while holding a broad plate in his hands. For saving the Warring Steel Division and the hostages, Rayon Sieghart will be rewarded with a golden tablet, and the Light Wind Division will be rewarded with silver tablets. He signaled to Rayon with his hand. He seemed to be asking them to come up there one by one. Yes, Rayon went on the platform and stood in front of Glenn. You've proven by yourself that it was the correct choice to dispatch you on the mission. Good job. Glenn personally bestowed the golden tablet on him and praised him for his work. He seemed to be glad that the Warring Steel Division had returned safely. Rayon bowed deeply while accepting the golden tablet. However, he didn't give any additional reward, unlike the last time. It can't be helped. He'd said it himself, and he didn't have many expectations for the reward to begin with. That was why he simply smiled and went down the platform. Next up is the first team leader, Martha Sieghart. Starting with Rayon, Glenn distributed the tablets to all of the team leaders and members before he stood up from the throne. The warm atmosphere disappeared, and a frighteningly huge and aloof pressure burst from him. As you are already aware, 4 out of the 5 demons have begun their activities. The last one is also going to open their door and start moving soon enough. A frightening light radiated from his eyes as he declared that the other swordsmen outside the house were fighting against the 5 demons as they spoke. There's no need to hold ourselves back anymore. Cut their heads off with no questions asked whenever you find the 5 demons. This is especially true for the Black Tower and Eden. Follow them to the end of the world and wipe them out. I will allow it. Glenn ordered them to kill all 5 demons in the future since there was no need for words. Yes, the executives went to their knees while pounding the left side of their chests where Sieghart's emblem was engraved. The pressures soaring from their shoulders were as sharp as a blade polished by an artisan. You may leave. Glenn returned to his throne and shook his hand. He was telling them that the event was over. The executives bowed politely before leaving the audience chamber, but Rayon was standing still instead of leaving. Do you have anything to say? Can I interrogate them? Rayon pointed at the sickle of the bloody cloud and the white wolf saber. Since I was the one who caught them, I'd like to personally interrogate them. Can you do it? Glenn narrowed his eyes, asking whether he could really do it or not. Yes, please trust me. Opening their mouths was an easy task by utilizing the knowledge of his previous life as an assassin instead of his new life. Sure, a swordsman doesn't always have to deal with righteous and noble affairs. Glenn nodded at Rayon. You may start tomorrow. Rayon bowed politely before leaving the audience chamber. Rumble. The moment the audience chamber's door was closed, Glenn quietly sighed and leaned his back against the throne. That was amazing. The Heavenly Blade Division leader, Shirl, smiled while looking up at Glenn. The demon ring, the frozen scent, and even the white wolf saber. None of them should have been an easy opponent, yet he managed to defeat all of them. He's improved even more than I thought. She praised him, saying that he'd surprised her even though she was well aware of his talent. Hoo, I didn't anticipate that he had gotten so much stronger either. I don't think he has reached the Grandmaster's wall yet. Roan also exclaimed while glancing at the spot where Rayon used to stand. It looks like your personal lessons bore results, my lord. I know, right? I knew that it was important to have a good teacher, but I didn't expect such a drastic change. Shirl smiled faintly and nodded. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and shook his head. It's not because of the excellent teacher. It was because the disciple was too good. He shook his head, saying that it wasn't himself and Rector who were being great teachers, but it was Rayon who did a great job at absorbing their teachings. Hoo, I see. Roan and Shirl smiled gently while watching Glenn roll his eyes. By the way. Shirl narrowed her eyes and tilted her chin. Don't tell me the golden tablet is all Rayon is getting as a reward. Glenn didn't respond. However, his lips twitched slightly actually. They were violently twitching and giving away the answer.